Good morning and welcome to Day 2 coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship from SCG Con Milwaukee. My name is Monty Devuti and I am once again joined by Mr. Paul Chion. Paul, how's it going this morning?
It's going great. It's going great. Got a chance to kind of take a look at the results from yesterday. Pretty exciting spread, and excited to see who's going to be the champion today.
Very much looking forward to that. And of course, it's not going to be just us you're seeing this morning. We have a full commentary team here, and it is going to be Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister joining us later on in the day to help you bring all of the action here from the Regional Championship. Now, Paul, the name of the game this weekend is and has been Standard. Talk to me about what we can expect to see today.
Yeah, I mean, we have a wide spread of decks here, but of course, Standard here is the format. We have basically a 3-year rotation here, starting all the way back from Wilds of Eldraine all the way up to Lorwyn Eclipse. So any set in between, you can put that into your deck, make a minimum 60-card deck with a 15-card sideboard, and do battle. Lots of things you can do in this format. This is one of the most powerful Standard environments that we've seen. And yeah, just there's a little bit of something for everybody.
Standard may be the name of the game, but as we are here in Day 2, players have their eyes on the prize. And what are they playing for? Well, a massive prize pool this weekend, all the way at the top, $20,000 US for first, $10,000 for second, and most importantly, World Championship invites. But that is not until later. Right now, for players who have made Day 2, the next goal is absolutely that Pro Tour invite that goes to the top 32, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the goal. Every single person who wants to play competitive Magic, wants to play in the Pro Tour, and of course, you want to get that top 32. Go to the Pro Tour, do well, change some invites, and stay on the Pro Tour is what every single person here wants.
All right, well, let's remind you what's happened so far and what you can expect to see today. Yesterday, we had Day 1, which was 9 rounds of Swiss Standard. At the end of that, all players with 18 match points, that's a 6-3 record or better, came back today, this morning, for Day 2, Paul.
Yeah, and today, Day 2, we are going to be starting off with 6 rounds of Swiss. So total, that'll be a total of 15 rounds. After those 15 rounds, we will determine a top 8. The top 8 players will then battle each other and advance to a single elimination playoff with, like we mentioned before, first and second place punching a ticket to the World Championship. So that's what's going on today. We have 6 rounds of Swiss once again. That'll cut to the top 8, and then we will crown a champion later in the evening.
Okay, well, we are getting word that the players are ready. So without further ado, let's go down to the feature match area and kick off Day 2 here from SCG Con Milwaukee. All right, Paul, we have 2 undefeated players here in the feature match area. On the top of the screen, Prez Kunke on Is It Lessons. On the bottom, maybe a deck we didn't expect to see at 9-0 initially, Sergei Krishnenikov on Sultai Reanimator.
Yeah, Sergei, preying on perhaps many of those mono-green landfall decks that we've seen. Not a lot of ways to interact there from the mono-green side. So if you get, the top end of your draws for what this deck is capable of, you can certainly kind of beat everything. It's just the deck sometimes has had a lot of consistency issues in the past, but if you draw well, I mean, certainly it can take down any tournament.
Okay, so talk to me about sort of the evolution of this Sultai Reanimator deck. There was definitely talks of it at the World Championship when Is It Lessons first debuted on the scene, and people were talking about how it's not the best matchup from the Lessons side. How's the deck evolved since then in the last few months?
Yeah, I mean, over the last few months, the original iteration of this deck used to play cards like Awaken the Honored Dead as a nice way to remove a permanent and then also just kind of mill your graveyard. Well, now I think the deck's gotten far, far more consistent. You have the addition of the 4 formidable speakers to basically find Superior Spider-Man, and then the addition of all the elementals that we got from Lorwyn Eclipse, Deceit, Wistfulness, have basically taken this deck to the next level, for giving you basically engines to kind of get cards into your graveyard, and also basically having 4 main deck duress type effects to basically clear the path as well. Also, the 3 main deck copies of Wistfulness is fantastic at dealing with cards like, as you see on the board, Monument to Endurance. So by having 3 copies of that in the main against the deck like Lessons, I mean, you have to be liking the Sultai Reanimator side.
Right, and as we often see from both of these decks, the early turns are a lot of setup. So we did see a Dredger's Insight from Sergi, a Accumulate Wisdom from Prez Kunki, and then Prez had the first bit of real action, which is the Monument to Endurance, asking for an answer. But for Sergi, it's just going to be more setup here in a stock up.
Right, and the thing is, with just the Monument to Endurance in play, that's not the scary part, right? You need to get the Artist Talent or have a Grand in play before you really kind of get to go off with the Monument to Endurance. You know, I played this as a Lessons deck a ton. You certainly can get some weird draws, right? You draw multiple Monument to Endurances, you can't find a way to discard any cards, and all of a sudden you just kind of don't have a lot going. So Prez needs to find a way here to discard some cards here. The talent sure is fine, but doesn't work particularly well with that Monument to Endurance.
Right. The only outside of the enablers like Artist Talent and Grand, there's not that many natural discard outlets in this deck, right? There's Agni Kala in the land side, and then Abandoned Attachments, right, but not much else going on there.
Exactly. So, you know, and then when we talk about this matchup, at least from a game 1 perspective, it's kind of, you know, the Reanimator deck kind of has a sense of inevitability, right? You just have, at some point, you're going to have Cavern of Souls plus Superior Spider-Man, and then just return a bunch of stuff back from the graveyard. And the question is, can the Is It Lessons deck put enough pressure before Sergi can actually put together that combo?
Right. So we did see a stock up the previous turn. No confirmation on what Cavern of Souls is naming, but here we do see Formidable Speaker coming down for Sergi. And there's step 1, Bringer of the Last Gift discarded. And what are we going to find, Paul?
I mean, this is going to be Superior Spider-Man here. Now, I'm not sure how many creatures are in the graveyard, but I do see a couple, and you get Superior Spider-Man down. All of a sudden, the entire board is clear, and you get to basically have a giant board. And there's just going to be so many big creatures for Prez to actually be able to deal with all of them, right? It's just going to be really tough.
The only one I know for sure in the Reanimator graveyard is Overlord of the Balemark right now.
Right.
I don't know if that Dredger's Insight found another, but there is one going to the graveyard. I believe that's Deceit.
That is a Deceit off of a Surveil, so that's just a little bit of extra value here for Sergi.
So back over we go to Prez's side, and there's Agni Kala, but that is not the really most efficient or fastest discard outlet to enable your Monument. So that's not really going to be getting the job done here.
Yeah, that's kind of a last resort type situation when you just completely run out of action and you just need one of your lands to actually get you something. You do play that. Some decks play 2 copies of it, but you know, when you're at the point where you have a bunch of cards in your hand and you're activating Agni Kala, it's kind of a sign of desperation.
Right. Now, this Cavern of Souls, again, we don't have confirmation of what it's naming, but I don't believe there's a name that can cover the basis for both Speaker and Superior Spider-Man, correct?
Yeah, and it looks like Sergi actually going for Wistfulness here, probably did not actually name Human, and instead named perhaps Elf on the just to make sure that he can cast a Formidable Speaker, because Prez did have up 2 mana, so he was representing It'll Quencha, and he absolutely needed the Speaker to resolve.
All right, so Wistfulness evoked, coming down here, of course, likely aiming to get it back with that Bringer of the Last Gift in a turn or two's time. In response, Prez continuing to show the awkwardness of his hand by activating Agni Kala, getting a Monument trigger, and continuing to go on. I believe that was draw a card.
Right, yeah. And here's the thing. I mean, Sergi identifying is like, well, how can I lose this game? Well, if my Superior Spider-Man gets countered, that's really bad. And also, if somehow Prez can kind of go off with the Monument, that's also bad. So let's just take it slow. I'm not under any pressure. I still have a 2/4 in play. I'm just going to kill this Monument, feed my graveyard, and then just set up for a turn perhaps until I get to 6 mana so I can actually play around It'll Quencha and try to get Superior Spider-Man going.
End of turn. Prez once again just passes, and Sergi goes Bitter Triumph, discarding Arden. So all of the hits in the graveyard now, and
Deceit
to clear the way. Here we go. Step 1.
Look at Prez's face. He's like, I might have a counter spell. Nope, I have nothing. So the coast is now clear here for Krishenikov to actually go for the Superior Spider-Man.
All right, so hand is has 3 combustion techniques, an Iroh's demonstration, and a Gran.
Yeah. I imagine you're just going to be taking one of the combustion techniques. It's just an answer, right? But the problem is there's just going to be way too much power and toughness coming into play this turn, given that now Krushenikov has, what, 5 or 6 creatures in graveyard?
Yeah, and the thing is, from Prez's side, from the Lessons side, Lessons doesn't really deal with a wide board.
There's no sweepers.
They're used to trading 1-for-1 with their removal spells. So when Superior Spider-Man comes down here, there's just not really anything Prez can do about the board state.
I mean, this is just simply going to be game. There is just, what is this? 40 power and toughness roughly coming into play approximately here, and then you're also going to get the Overlord of the Baelmerk trigger, and there's just no way that this Izzet Lessons deck can come back from something like this.
Right, because for the most part, and we've talked about this quite a bit, Lessons essentially plays like a control deck most of the time. And because you have this formidable speaker going to the graveyard, that's a creature for Arden to turn into a demon, so it's not even like you're losing that value.
Right.
There's just way too much to deal with now.
Yeah. And this is what I was speaking to before, where there's just inevitability, right? Like, Prez just can't put enough pressure on. He needs to kind of get, you know, one of those fantastic draws where you start with Artist Talent plus Monument, hope your opponent doesn't have a Wistfulness to kind of break that up, and then also hope your opponent just kind of whiffs and finds no way to actually get the combo going. But this deck is really consistent, especially kind of, you know, maybe not against the faster decks, but against a matchup like this. Once you get to turn 5 or 6, it's very likely that Sergi will find, you know, Bringer into Superior Spider-Man.
All right, so it is Combustion Technique being fired off at the Arden. That's step 1 of way too many to count.
Okay, and I get, you can kill something else.
Yep.
You can kill 2 things.
Next Combustion Technique. Target is
Overlord?
That's my guess.
And then you can, yeah, okay, and then you can
bring one back.
Yeah,
and you're still facing lethal.
There's a combustion technique that you can use on the Superior Spider-Man because it's a 4/4. You know, Prez trying here, but this is still, yeah, I mean, that's just game. And again, this is one of Izzet Lessons' worst matchups. I mean, it was a pretty bad matchup in, you know, before
Wistfulness,
before Lowering Eclipse was around, but now you also have access to Wistfulness and Deceit, and it's just made the matchup that much worse.
Okay, so let's take a look at the sideboards. Both players are, of course, 9-0, so fantastic, flawless starts from them. It's not going to take much for them to lock up that Pro Tour invite and then start looking at top 8, but for now, they have a game 2 ahead of them. Talk to me about the sideboard, starting with the Izzet Lessons side.
Yeah, from the Izzet Lessons side, you are absolutely going to be bringing in the 2 copies of Soul Guide Lantern. That is your disruption here for the graveyard. Do need to time that kind of well and get that in play. Then there's also, you know, counter spells are kind of an interesting thing because Cavern of Souls exists. So, I mean, if the matchup is so bad that you need it, you might have to bring it in, but you don't love it just because it's just not that consistent given the fact that Cavern of Souls exists. But you absolutely will expect the 2 Soul Guide Lanterns to come in, and I imagine some of those counter spells will actually come in.
Yeah, what is the philosophy of that dance between your opponent has 3 Cavern of Souls, you know that looking at the list, you have some number of counter spells. Are you going up, down, or swapping them around?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to kind of just look at the cards in your deck and think about what's actually just good or bad. And I think there are plenty of just not great cards for Prez that he has a lot of cards to board out. You know, Firebending Lesson, Iroh's Demonstration. None of these cards are particularly strong. So I think he has enough cards to bring out where he can actually bring in a lot of these counter spells that might be good. For example, Disdainful Stroke, I would imagine Prez will be bringing in here.
All right, what about from the Reanimator side?
Man, Sergi, taking a look at the sideboard, I mean, he already is pretty good against Izzet Lessons, and then he has 4 Duress, a Heritage Reclamation, Negate, perhaps a Myojin of Knight's Reach, which is awesome with Superior Spider-Man, and possibly even the Spell Snare, because especially on the draw, one of the ways you can lose is a quick Artist Talent backed up by a Monument to Endurance, and having an extra way to counter that along with a potential negate can be important here. So I don't actually know. I mean, Sergi already seems to have a really good main deck configuration. Very curious how he's going to sideboard in this matchup, because, you know, he's got some removal, but you also have to keep Grand honest. So you kind of want to keep some of the removal spells for the Grand too. So, you know, that's the tricky part here, because Sergi has no shortage of great cards to bring in here. Heritage Reclamation has another disenchant effect, so lots of good stuff.
Well, Paul, you and I are both, we both know the importance of not getting ahead of yourself at 9-0. You need to keep your eyes on the game ahead of you. But for players at home, they can get ahead of themselves, because you can pre-order Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the next set of Magic the Gathering, now at StarCityGames.com. If you want to look to the future and get your Cowabunga action on, you can do so now at StarCityGames.com for all of your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sealed product needs. So, Game 2, down a game with lessons. Your weekend has started as good as possible so far. Step 1, you need to not let the wheels come off.
Right.
What is step 2 here from Prez's side?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to kind of play your game. You know, Prez is 9-0, clearly knows the ins and outs of his deck here, understands that this is a tough matchup, but look, you're still not out of it. Certainly the matchup probably gets better for you, right? After sideboard, you get to take out some dead removal spells, you get to bring in some Soul Guide Lanterns, and you're just trying to get your engine online while also having a Soul Guide Lantern to kind of at least slow down Sergi. That could be a thing you can do. Also, again, you know, Sultai Reanimator, you mentioned it, kind of coming into this event, not a lot of people had this on their radar because it does have some consistency issues. So, you know, if that's the case, you can also just hope that Sergi just kind of bricks on a couple of turns, has some clunky starts, and maybe you can take down the next two. Yeah,
there's definitely a question as you see event after event of Sultai Reanimator underperforming in terms of win percentage relative to metagame share, and in general, what you would expect a quote-unquote tier 1 deck to be able to put up in an event of this size before you start discounting it as an option, right? And that's historically been one of the things that graveyard-based decks, I'm thinking as far back as Dredge, for example, have always preyed on, is people writing it off, discounting some of that graveyard hate, and perhaps being a little bit weaker, which allows them to overcome their consistency issues with raw power.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, it's a Sultai Reanimator deck is one of those decks, and we were asking a lot of the players this at the World Championship as well. It's like, what deck are you most afraid to play? Many of them were saying Sultai Reanimator, and what they were, I think, saying specifically was Sultai Reanimator's best draws.
Right.
Like, I can't beat the best draws, but you can beat the awkward draws. You can win a lot of the games post-board. Sometimes they just don't have the answer to your Soul Guide Lantern, and they just don't do anything. They're just spinning their wheels.
It can beat itself very effectively.
Exactly.
Whether you can beat it, that's the real question.
Right.
So, Game 2, Sergi on the bottom of your screen, Prez on the top. Is It Lessons is down a game, and it looks like Sergi is going down to 6, while Prez is happy with his 7.
Yeah, it looks like a one-lander there from Sergi. Did keep some number of requiting hexes here, right? The only target in the deck, of course, being Grand, but it's a very, very powerful creature to get rid of.
So, what is the type of hand Prez is looking for here in Lessons? I'm not saying the best draw. I'm not asking you to put together the grand Artist Talent Monument curve, but like, what is an average hand that can get the job done here?
Yeah, I mean, just any type of disruption, right? Just early on. You know, It'll Quencha, I think, is just a nice thing to have early to kind of try to slow down Sergi, assuming Sergi doesn't have a Cavern of Souls on Elemental or anything along those lines. And then just you know, continue to play out your board, like you said. Obviously, the ideal start is Artist Talent Monument, but if you have some amount of counter magic plus Soul Guide Lantern, there's a much wider combination of cards that you're happy keeping after sideboard.
So, let's see if Sergi can find a better 7 here on the first mulligan.
And he did bring in the Spell Snare there.
Spell Snare, Duress. I believe that is a copy of Wistfulness.
Right.
And an easy choice to keep. Overlord of the Baelmerk and perhaps 2 lands if I'm getting a good look at the hand. So, very serviceable. Mountain Soul Guide Lantern.
He's like, all right, that's step one, right?
That's step one.
Just get the Soul Guide Lantern on the battlefield here. So SCG, before he combos off, needs to get a Wistfulness down to get the Soul Guide Lantern off the battlefield.
The least suspicious turn 1 play in history. Shock Breeding Pool pass.
It's like, you might have Spell Snare. It's possible. Or it could be anything.
I just like taking the damage.
Yeah, why not? You're a control deck. You can't kill me.
Important draw for SCG. That is a Hedge Maze off the top. And the reason that's important, Paul, is of course because of the Wistfulness in hand.
Right.
That is an answer to the Soul Guide Lantern before you start fueling your graveyard.
Right. And look at this, SCG deciding that he doesn't need Formidable Speaker here. Press should look at that and go, okay, that you can start trying to piece together the types of cards that SCG might have in hand.
Right. Every piece of information your opponent gives you has some amount of value. Whether you assign the proper amount of value to it or not, that depends on you as the player. But that should be telling you something about the fact that SCG is not interested in the Formidable Speaker.
Absolutely.
So back we go. And here comes the Verge. That is online thanks to Hedge Maze and Breeding Pool. So, Duress, show me what you have.
Yeah, if you have a counter spell, I would like to take the counter spell so I can get this Wistfulness down and get the Soul Guide Lantern off the battlefield. And Prez, I mean, if he has an Idle Quencha, probably not going to want to bring it in, and did bring in the Disdainful Stroke, and did have Monument plus Grand, which is quite nice. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is one of those hands, right? It's a totally fine hand. You have some interaction, and SCG actually has is in a pretty tricky spot in terms of what he wants to take here. Lots of good options.
Yeah, so if you prioritize playing the Wistfulness this turn, you have to take the Disdainful Stroke.
Right.
However, there's a second copy of Duress in SCG's hand, I believe.
Right.
So if you want to just wait with Spell Snare up for another turn and just Duress the Disdainful Stroke next turn, you can just take the Monument now, so you're not forced to have two different choices for your Wistfulness.
Right. Now Prez going for the Abandoned Attachments here, so going to be looking for some pretty big draws here. Has 3 fresh cards to look at. Also, of course, has the attack trigger on the Grand.
SCG is confirming whether Abandoned Attachments is an additional cost to discard the card, as some cards templated like this have been in the past. It is not.
This is actually very player-friendly, where you cast it, you don't have to discard, and so if you do counter the Abandoned Attachments, then Prez will not have to discard a card here.
In theory, you don't have to discard a card at all. You can cast Abandoned Attachments to do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, for example, if you want to get an extra lesson in your graveyard, or if you have a couple of Artist Talents going, and your last card is an Accumulate Wisdom or something, then yes, you can simply just cast the card.
Right. So it is, as you mentioned, a very player-friendly design, and ultimately that is what allows Prez to resolve this without SCG just firing off the Spell Snare.
And at this point, Prez just has to be like, all right, SCG for sure has a Spell Snare in hand. We can just kind of assume that that's actually the case here.
Blaring signs.
It's like, I got a judge question real quick while your 2-mana spell's on the stack.
Strong neon vibes.
And here is the Duress, and now
Number 2.
And the Abandoned Attachments did not find Prez a whole lot of action here, just a bunch of lands and a Combustion Technique. So now you can get the Soul Guide Lantern off the battlefield if you want.
There is a Dredger's Insight in hand as well, so no surprise, Wistfulness is evoked. Green. Exile target artifact or enchantment.
Now Prez does get to cash the Soul Guide Lantern in for a card if he wants, because there's only a Formidable Speaker in the graveyard here. Might be interested in getting a card.
Sounds like he is. So, a card drawn. 4th land. Sultai Reanimator's hand currently, I believe, is Dredger's Insight, Spell Snare, Overlord of the Baelmerk, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But Prez gets to continue cracking away with the Grand, getting closer and closer to perhaps getting a 3rd lesson in the graveyard. I think there's, what, 1 right now?
I believe there's Abandoned Attachments and 1 Combustion Technique.
Oh, there is a Combustion Technique.
So with the second Combustion Technique in hand, that Combustion Technique was looted to Grand the previous turn.
Yeah, right.
So that Combustion Technique is the 3rd lesson in hand, technically.
So now Prez would love to be able to play an artifact or an enchantment this turn, get something going, or perhaps the second Soul Guide Lantern that he brought in out of the sideboard.
Finds nothing. That was the turn with Spell Pierce down. And Requiting Hex off the top. So Gran, which was really the only thing Prez had going for him. There is an Agdikela in the land slot, but Gran really was the only thing. So I like this because if you draw exactly Accumulate Wisdom, you can discard Combustion Technique, have the Gran discount, and then accumulate Wisdom for 3 cards.
Did he find it?
Excellent.
Yeah,
but the spell snare that had been represented the whole game, you have to go for it from Prez's position.
You have to fight through it no matter what. So it's totally fine from that perspective. Now, Sergi does get to, you know, Prez is completely tapped out here. Sergi now gets to run out the Overlord of the Baelmerk here, if that is the card that we thought he had. Nope, there's a Dredger's Insight.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is that is a loaded Dredger's Insight.
Superior Spider-Man online.
That is all we need.
So the reason I think Sergi goes for the Dredger's Insight here is you're 1 land away from just hard casting Overlord of the Baelmerk and then just not having to worry about it being impending for 4 turns. That's a threat that Izzet Lessons doesn't really beat. You've just seen Lessons discard 2 combustion techniques.
Well, and that's another angle here, right? We didn't really get to it yet, but just the fact that you get to play all of these Evoke Elementals, this Sultai Reanimator deck can just play a fair game too, right? You just get to 5 or 6 mana, and you just start hard casting these things, and they're really tough to grind through from the control player's perspective.
Yeah, I do think that the dream hit, other than Superior Spider-Man for Sergi the previous turn, was just a land off that Dredger's Insight to be land 5, but instead we see 4 lands off of the Overlord, 4 creatures off of the Insight.
Yeah, so there's a Formidable Speaker or a Wistfulness you can get back, and he's like, all right, I'm going to go for Formidable Speaker. I'm going to try to get Superior Spider-Man and try to close out the game while you clearly have nothing, right? Prez is currently on the activate Agdikela and try to find an Accumulate Wisdom to kind of get the ball rolling.
And decides that's not the line. Goes for Deceit instead.
Doesn't have the black mana here.
Doesn't have the black mana. Didn't have a choice, of course, to leave up the black mana, but could shock in a Watergrave. So multiple decisions that turn that you could talk about, Paul. He didn't go for a Hardcast Overlord, didn't go for the Formidable Speaker to get Superior Spider-Man, and didn't prioritize going for the Deceit evoked, maybe wanting to hardcast the next turn.
Yeah. It's going, hey, look, if you're going to just play a Monument or something along those lines, I have the answer for that.
And we do have to say that 2 life has been gained off of Dredger's Insight. So Sergi back to 18. Now, Izzet Lessons isn't a deck that typically wins by small chip damage, but every point of damage that you are negating is making that ultimate climb harder as long as they're not putting together their full package.
Absolutely. And that is the Monument Endurance. So great turn here from Prez. Has multiple angles of attack now. But
Watery Grave off the top, I think, means that Sergi can go for a full Deceit here.
Yeah, and do we know what Prez's last card is? Is it the Combustion Technique?
I believe that was discarded to the Gran.
So it could potentially still be an Idle Quencha or something along those lines.
It could.
All right, here we go. Deceit. And it is!
It'll quench ya!
It is! All right, so that is really, really big here. Sergi will have to wait 1 additional turn here before he can get anything going. Prez does have the ability to activate the Storm Chaser's talent, get something back, perhaps get Disdainful Stroke back out of the graveyard. Or Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, it's... Storm Chaser's talent is online, and here we go. This is exactly how Prez is choosing to start off the turn. Level 2, I would expect getting back Accumulate Wisdom, as you mentioned, but... Yes, thank you. We'll just make sure that is correct. But this is risky, because the possibility of just anything off the top here for Sergi is very valid.
Yeah, but I think Prez just kind of has to go for it here. I think Sergi is also going to go for it no matter what at this point. So just play out the Wisdom. Try to draw Soul Guide Lantern, right? You still have the 1 mana. You could still find it technically.
3 fresh cards. Is there a Lantern? Prowess count 1. Attack for 2. Sergi down to 14. Only discard outlet, still Agdikela.
Okay.
2 cards for Sergi.
All right, there's a lot more pressure now here for Sergi. Needs to get something going.
Went all in on this Deceit the previous turn. Was not paid off. Overlord is very far away now. Needs gas.
It's 2 mana here.
5 mana. Wistfulness?
Might be.
Is this a full Wistfulness?
Oh,
Shocks an Overgrown Tomb.
Why? Okay.
It is a full Wistfulness.
It is a full Wistfulness, and that would get the Monument to Endurance off the battlefield here, and you have a nice blocker, and you get to draw 2, discard 1. So huge turn here.
Discards a Duress.
Discards a Duress and has 2 mana up and shocked that land-in, by the way.
Yes. Not playing around Eloquentia, not playing around Spell Pierce, not sure what he was playing around with that shock.
I think he was playing around what he could draw off the Wistfulness, keeping up the 2 mana.
Okay.
I guess you didn't have to play the land, though.
Right.
Yeah.
So, big refill from Prez. Artist Talent, Quantum Riddler.
Oh, yeah.
1 card in hand, 2 more drawn.
Yeah, and this is a hard cast Quantum Riddler as well. Can Prez find Soul Guide Lantern number 2 here?
What does that last card have to be from Sergi to have kept it over Duress in that position?
Right.
Is it Spider-Man?
It could be Superior Spider-Man. No, it could be Deceit. No. 6 mana. It looks like a Deceit here.
It is a Deceit.
All right, that is big. You can get the Riddler off the battlefield here.
And then discard it if you would like. That
absolutely.
is the value of how Deceit is templated.
Oh, and look at this. Prioritizing the Artist Talent here instead of, wow, and that is a stacked hand here from Prez.
Prez's hand, with that Accumulate Wisdom, went from 0 to hero. Absolutely stacked.
Look at that. Flash Freeze 3 steps ahead and Quantum Riddler here. So has multiple counterspells. Sergi does not have access to Cavern of Souls right now. So, you know, Prez is going to be feeling very nice with that 3 steps ahead in hand.
Sergi is not winning the race against Quantum Riddler right now, is not winning in terms of hand size, and is not winning on resources. So, Wistfulness coming in. Otter chumps.
He's like, all right, got to get... Sergi certainly needs to get something going here. I mean, he does have a pretty formidable board here, right? That's 11 damage coming in. And the Overlord of the Baelmerk will be turned on. But does he have an answer for the other Quantum Riddler that Prez is very likely to play here, because that puts Sergi on a 2-turn clock, right? Attack for 4, get Sergi down to 8, play the other Riddler, boom. That kind of puts it on Sergi.
Accumulate Wisdom off the top. Now, this is risky because it does mean you have to play Quantum Riddler if you want to race, but that's the shields down.
Yeah. So now you have access to potentially more ways to disrupt Sergi, but there's a lot of power and toughness coming from the other side. Can you potentially outrace this? If you can find perhaps another combustion technique, I think there's at least 2 in the graveyard
There are 2 in the graveyard. That is your best answer against large creatures. The race is still your best chance, which means Riddler number 2.
Yeah, Riddler number 2, but only has 2 mana up here, so now it doesn't have the 3 steps ahead available here to cast.
Which means just Flash Freeze. What does Flash Freeze not counter?
It doesn't counter Superior Spider-Man. So, I mean, it does counter Formidable Speaker.
Yep.
So if Sergi, it takes away that angle. But if Sergi just top decks a Superior Spider-Man, I mean, he's obviously going to go for it here because he's just going to die. So let's see what happens.
And remember, Sergi just needs 1 point of life gain to be alive here. So, Dredger's Insight, any card leaving the graveyard would gain that 1 point of life. Does it exist?
Oh, geez. And by the way, remember when he just shocked that land-in?
Yep.
That was the difference here.
That is currently the difference. 1 point of life is the difference in this game. All right, land.
And Prez has Counterspell backup here. I think he's going to get it here.
Attack for 8. What's the last card? It's a concession.
Wow.
Sergi Krashenikov, out of nowhere, loses the race to double Quantum Riddler. And all it takes is 1 Accumulate Wisdom for Lessons to bring back the unwinnable game that it looked like for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, if you kind of look at the stack, Krashenikov bringing in 4 copies of Duress with the 4 Deceits, but, you know, at any given point, you can always just rip, right? And it's not even just Accumulate Wisdom. By having access to Storm Chaser's talent, right, you can also just get it back at some point and cast it as well if the game kind of goes long enough. So you kind of see, I mean, it wasn't a big change, but you brought in, you know, couple of Riddlers, couple of Soul Guide Lanterns. You replace, you know, the basically dead cards in the Firebending Lessons, and all of a sudden this matchup looks much closer.
Right. So Prez might be feeling like he got away with one there, but that doesn't matter because the game is over. Now you're even. You have one game ahead of you between you and 10-0. Are you changing anything for the play draw from either side here?
You know, I think from Prez's side, I think it's pretty clear cut, like the types of cards that you want to bring in, and I don't think anything changes where you want to bring in some of those removal spells maybe that you boarded out. So I think things are going to be largely the same here for Prez. Curious for on Sergi's side, just because he has so many potential cards that he could bring in if he wants. I mean, you could make the argument that he could bring in 10 cards out of the sideboard, right? Awaken the Honored Dead is a good card too, right? So there's just there's so many different things that Sergi can bring in. I really don't know what he's actually taking out here. Perhaps we can run into the case of over sideboarding where you just maybe board out too many cards to bring in all these disruptive elements. I'm not entirely sure.
We did see 3 Duresses that game. They were effective, but also what was boarded out for them.
Exactly.
No one's saying don't bring in Duress, but that is a question.
Right.
Now, if you're at home watching this match and thinking, man, I like playing with Ancestral Recall, I like playing with Living End, I like playing with these standard cards, well, SCG Con Richmond with Magic Spotlight Series Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is happening in just 2 weeks, March 6th to 8th in Richmond, Virginia. Head to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to register, and you can come join us in Richmond to enjoy more standard action at the Spotlight Series. So, Game 3, Paul.
Yeah, that was. I mean, you just kind of see. Look, every time we kind of forget about talking about it, it just kind of comes back and we realize how insane the card is. Quantum Riddler, right? It's like, oh, Duress, I have no hand. Oh, by the way, I have the entire world once again in my hand, and I'm putting a clock on you as well.
Game 3, Watery Grave for Sergi, Soul Guide Lantern for Prez. Verge, the second land, Dredger's Insight.
All right. There's a Formidable Speaker you can get back here, perhaps a land.
Looks like a Speaker. No window for Soul Guide Lantern to interrupt this.
No. All right, gaining a life as well. And again, kind of pointing back to that previous game where Sergi just kind of very aggressively played out some of his Shocklands. And that was kind of the difference between a win and a loss in that game.
Right.
All right, Gran. No, a second Soul Guide Lantern. So that is a lot that Sergi needs to fight through. We do know about the 3 copies of Wistfulness in the main. There's Heritage Reclamation, but needs to find all of those. Otherwise, you're going to kind of have to look to play a longer game, maybe try to just hard cast a bunch of your elementals.
Right, and we know about Formidable Speaker. We know that right now there's Wistfulness getting rid of 1 Lantern, right? Would probably sack it just to get rid of the graveyard and not have it be in exile.
Right.
But with that said, Formidable Speaker can immediately go get a second Wistfulness.
Right.
So they are technically checked already, assuming Prez does not have an answer for the Speaker.
Right. But the nice thing about having also these Soul Guide Lanterns is it also taxes your opponent's disenchant effects. Now all of a sudden cards like the Monument and perhaps Artist Talent have a higher chance of staying on the battlefield because you have to kill the Soul Guide Lanterns.
Right, we call them lightning rods a lot of times, where they are forcing the answers away from your, I wouldn't say real problems because they're
doesn't function particularly well unless you can get those Soul Guide Lanterns off the battlefield.
Another Verge. That means with a land, Wistfulness can be hard cast next turn.
Right.
That is very big.
Yeah, but Sergi does need to be mindful, depending on how much mana Prez keeps up, right? You might still just be, oh gosh, Artist Talent here has the 2-card combo. Might be missing a land here, but could be digging for it here with the Storm Chaser's Talent. So wow, all of a sudden things got really scary here for Sergi.
What is the choice? I'm guessing treasure.
Yeah, especially if you have a land drop to me, you can represent a 2-mana counterspell. But if you need the resources, if you need to hit your land drop, you're going to draw a card.
Draw.
All right.
Otter mate.
If he's completely tapped out, Sergi's not feeling too bad. 1 mana is still not a big deal, right? Because 1 mana can't counter the wistfulness.
Is this Gran? Boomerang basics.
Okay.
Treasure.
Oh, I mean, this is great. Yeah.
This is the turn.
You are, just doing the thing. I mean, this is how scary it is. Once you kind of, this feels like a combo deck, especially once you get the talent monument to endurance in play here.
All right. So, was lose 3, not treasure.
Wow.
Which means out of essentially gameplay actions for the turn, I believe.
Right. So now Sergi has to think, okay, maybe Sogai the monument here. I mean, this is still a really, really strong turn from Sergi, right? You got to kill a very threatening permanent while also continuing to smooth out your hand.
Draw 2, discard 1. Soul Guide Lantern on the battlefield means you can't fuel up your graveyard too much.
And Sergi getting aggressive here as well, getting in with the Formidable Speaker.
16 all.
Now, Prez has seen a lot of cards here in that last turn, so probably has interaction, perhaps another monument, lots of great things that he could be holding here.
We know at least Storm Chaser's talent.
That's right.
Lesson count 2, I believe.
Yeah, there's 2 in the graveyard. Now, Artist talent still in play, so Prez can play out the Storm Chaser's talent, rummage, and just keep digging. You know, at this point, you're kind of looking for a combustion technique too, right? You kind of want to get that wistfulness off the battlefield if you'd like. Exiling it is always nice. And discarding Gran here.
Gran down. Talent resolves. Prowess count 1.
All right. That's 2-2 in play. It's a big turn here for Prez. How will he rebuild?
It's not a big ask to rebuild from this position. You have card selection as much as you would like. Going back to the previous turn, was hitting the monument over the talent a mistake?
Right, yeah.
Something to think about.
Because now, Prez, just anytime you play something, you can just continue looking for what you want, right? You can find more Accumulate Wisdoms. You can find counter spells. Usually the talent is what you go after.
So, combustion technique, artist talent trigger, discards Accumulate Wisdom.
Right.
That's the 3rd lesson. That makes this 5 damage. Wistfulness, exiled.
And look at this. All right, now Prez getting aggressive as well. I know it hurts. It always hurts to discard the Accumulate Wisdom, but at the same time, you just kind of want to get those threats off the battlefield, and you don't have to worry about any type of reanimation shenanigans just yet because you still have that Soul Guide Lantern in play.
Both these players are 9-0. They've shown they understand their decisions. Is this a desperation Spider-Man? Force the Soul Guide Lantern.
I think that's what he's going for here. I mean, worst case scenario, you still have a threat in play, right? And you ask Prez, it's like, hey, would you like to use a Soul Guide Lantern now?
Leaving up a blue, meaning that Wistfulness will not be getting full value.
There's a Gran in Prez's graveyard too, right?
There is a Gran.
So if Prez responds by exiling Sergi's graveyard, you can still copy the Gran, and that would be pretty good. I mean, you're a Reanimator deck, right? So
it's
a 4/4
true.
Gran is still quite nice.
The largest granny in all the land.
Yeah, and Prez is forced to use it here, exiling Sergi's graveyard.
All right, Lanterns answered. Cards removed. Dredger's Insight gains a life.
All right, Superior Spider-Man.
Give me a large grandmother.
The largest granny in all the land. All right.
Unfortunately, there will be no senior discount to be found for Sergi.
Didn't think we'd have to write that on a little slip.
That's why we have blank ones. Expect the unexpected.
That's right. All right, so both Soul Guide Lanterns now answered here. So, you know, Sergi can look to rebuild that graveyard and know that his graveyard will no longer be tampered with.
Sergi's hand, one Shoot the Sheriff, didn't get a look at the others. That's a nod to the Quantum Riddlers we saw the previous game.
Absolutely.
So, untapping. That's huge from Sergi's side.
Right.
Prez is saying, I don't have a clean answer. I can't break through here.
What is Unagi?
The eel has hit the battlefield.
Whoa, I don't know that Sergi was considering that one, but he does have Shoot the Sheriff. But because he attacked with Formidable Speaker, he can't pay for the ward. He cannot pay for the ward. It's got a ward 4. If you kept the speaker back, you would have been able to actually kill it with Shoot the Sheriff, right?
And remember, it's not regular 4. It is Waterbend 4, which is why Paul is talking about the Formidable Speaker. Did not expect the Unagi.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's oh, wow. I mean, it's not like Sergi's deck draws a bunch of cards, so you wouldn't necessarily expect your opponent to bring it in.
Yes, but the Grand you took drew your second card. You just gave 2 free cards to Prez and lost your Grand for free.
That is going to be extremely difficult to come back here. Oh my, that. I mean, when you tap 5, I was like, there's no way. Is it the Unagi? Is he bringing in the Unagi? I guess you're just bringing all the creatures.
I'm going to tell you, Paul, I feel like Prez is outplaying a little here.
I mean, he's playing this deck extremely well here. Yeah, and you also have to think from the other side. If you're Sergi, he goes, okay, Prez has like a bunch of cards in hand, and he passed, and he even has 2 Prowess Otters in play. Like, you really have to take a little bit of time and kind of think about what they could be representing there, right? And yeah.
Stock up finds Duress, Deceit. Hand that's the graveyard, excuse me, not absolutely stocked.
So
probably still is.
All right, so that's okay. So it's not that much. So there's
it's
an artist
beatable.
talent, yeah, and there's a flash freeze there, but certainly beatable. I mean, if you can, you know, load up your graveyard again, get Superior Spider-Man going, maybe you can make something happen.
Biggest issue right now is Storm Chaser's talent hasn't been activated. Graveyard has an Accumulate Wisdom.
Right, and also, I mean, there's just 3 creatures in play, and Sergi's at 14, right? And
okay, there's many issues. The issues go on and on.
Yeah, so Cavern of Souls naming Elemental here, so that has to tell Prez that, you know, there might be something like a Deceit in Sergi's hand. He hasn't really played too many of those just yet.
Goes for Accumulate Wisdom.
Okay.
Doesn't have to fire it off proactively.
Yeah, there is a flash freeze, but might want to go for it here anyways. Just tapping the 1 mana here.
What is 1 mana being tapped for?
Could be a Grand.
It is Grand. Senior discount online, but Sergi, excuse me, has the removal for it.
Right, so now you can go for, well, here, yeah, that's the thing.
That's the thing. Plays the Steam Vents.
Yeah, plays the
Shock. Down to 10. Now
going for the Accumulate Wisdom here, but Sergi will still respond here.
Should respond
and kill the Grand here, so that Prez can't find perhaps another 2 mana counter here to cast.
Right.
Yeah, this is a tough spot here now. This is
has Hex and Shoot the Sheriff in hand.
Yeah, 1 Prowess trigger, so this is an attack for 9 coming in too.
This attack would mean Unagi by itself is lethal next turn. If you take it all. Flash freeze the discard. Doesn't hit Spider-Man. All of the elementals are uncounterable.
Okay, so the Artist talent resolved, but the Accumulate Wisdom is still on the stack.
Yes.
All right, Requiting Hex going
Blighting needs the life.
Yeah. Okay. Gives you a little bit more to work with. Go up to 16 here, sure.
We saw the importance of 2 life the previous game.
Right.
Will it matter again?
Now fresh 3 cards here for Prez. And he already played the land for the turn, so he can't be representing any type of 2-mana counters here. So he's just going to try to make a huge attack here. If he plays another spell, is that enough? No, he's not, especially because of the Blight. So this is just an attack for 9. Sergi goes down to 7.
9 damage, down to 7.
All right, Sergi needs a big turn. Now, we do know about Shoot the Sheriff.
That's right.
So you can now use the Shoot the Sheriff to just kill the Unagi here if you'd like.
Unagi is checked. I believe there's a Deceit in hand. That is a -1/-1 counter, so we represent it like that.
So we might just be picking up a token here just to maybe try to stay alive and then take a look at your hand. Oh, no, just going for the talent. Okay. Okay.
Risky.
It is certainly very, very risky, but yeah, taking the Artist Talent here. So now, I mean, Prez can rattle off the Abandoned Attachments. If he can find a Combustion Technique, would be very, very close to lethal here.
Took Artist Talent.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. It is the biggest card in a vacuum, but we're not living in a vacuum. In this board state, I think Prez would prefer that Abandoned Attachment.
Right, yeah, and Prez is certainly going to fire it off immediately. Plays a land right away. Guess has an extra land to discard anyways.
Right. Would only really get punished by another copy of Abandoned Attachments being found here.
Yeah.
Flash Freeze discarded.
Flash Freeze discarded. I mean, even like a Boomerang Basis, you might even just bounce the seat or something along those lines.
Boomerang Basis would be lethal.
Right.
The number of lethal things in Prez's deck is very high.
There's so much lethal.
Do you activate Agnikala?
Yeah, and by the way, take a look at the clock there as well.
Yeah.
So
it's winding down.
Going to play factor, especially if Sergi wants to turn this around as well.
Drew a land. Did he find a removal spell?
Oh, was that an Agnikala activation?
It was an Agnikala activation. Prez is going for the win.
Right. Well, Sergi has to be feeling okay there, right? It's like, okay, you didn't just play like a removal spell right away.
Grand comes down.
That is not a prowess trigger.
Essential mana is the same.
Did Prez whiff on the Abandoned Attachments?
Does feel that way. Has full information.
Yeah, even if you play one more spell, if it's not a removal spell, it's not lethal. You go down to 4.
4 is not lethal. Sends everyone anyways. Says, I want you to lose your Formidable Speaker.
All right, and chumps the Unagi with Formidable Speaker, eats an Otter, goes down to 4. So Sergi does have another turn here.
So, what is the draw?
Oh, we're looking at the graveyard. Is that a Superior Spider-Man?
Goes down to 5. Excuse us. There was only one prowess trigger.
Oh, you're right.
So, that's more life. Duress to start things off. Spell Snare, 2 lands. It was a big whiff.
That was all lands here for Prez. Just 2 lands in play now. All right, how can Sergi turn this around?
Is there a Spider-Man? We know there's a Shoot the Sheriff.
He keeps looking at the graveyard.
Keeps looking at the graveyard. Shoot the Sheriff would require you to tap your Deceit right now. That would put the shields down, but if you let Prez untap, that is the opportunity to draw a Spell Snare.
Right. Yeah, if you have Shoot the Sheriff, you can fire it off now with a land. I suppose you can also tap the Deceit if you'd like. Well, your one land is tapped.
Yep, you can't untap that one. That was Duress.
This is a huge, huge turn. Now, both players' life totals are pretty low, so hoping we can get a resolution here before time runs out.
This should be turn 0. Yep.
All right, now you can take all the time you need.
Well,
within reason.
Within reason.
Within reason.
Just because something is on time does not mean the rules go out the window.
No, of course, of course.
So, is this an evoked elemental? It's Shoot the Sheriff, Gran.
Okay.
Says, I'm going to block this Unagi.
Okay, and just passes. All right.
Turn
1. Can Prez find something? We know he's only got 2 lands in hand.
Agnikala on the board.
Yeah, tons of mana in play. You can use the Agnikala. If you just find a removal spell for the Deceit, That could do it. Oh, he played a land again right away. Accumulate Wisdom off the
top. Oh my God.
Okay, that's 3 cards.
Fresh 3.
All right, any type of interactive spell here on the Deceit would likely do it here. Combustion Technique, Boomerang Basics. No way. Is this no? This is 5-man. This is Quantum Riddler.
Quantum Riddler. Okay. 1 card in hand, I believe.
No, you just cast Accumulate Wisdom.
No way.
So
okay. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Right?
I am very excited right now. You can tell by the cadence of my voice how excited I am.
I can't. And this is now going to take Sergi down to 3. So Prez did not find the interactive spell, noting that he probably only has the 4 combustion techniques. But gets in Sergi at 2, facing basically 2 lethal attackers here. Can he find a way to turn this around?
Once again, excuse us, only an attack for 2. Sergi down to 3. So few non-creature spells being cast by Prez for prowess. Every point of life matters. What is this? 2 mana. Deceit.
Oh, he's going for something if he's evoking this, right?
Double black.
Okay, all right. And Monument would have been lethal.
Yep. Checks the coast. Monument Agnicala would be lethal.
Would have been lethal.
Is there a Spider-Man? There is a Spider-Man.
Right, but doesn't have the bringer there. But you can copy the Deceit, get the Quantum Riddler off the battlefield, gain a life here. So now it's a 4/4 against the 1/1.
All lands in hand, a 1/1 on the board. Agnicala, turn 3. Is Sergi going to get a draw out of a certain defeat?
I mean, it certainly looks like it, because he can't close this out, right? Because it's going to be his turn 4, and all he has is a 4/4, but that was a huge turn.
Sergi would need a massive Overlord of the Baelmerk to second Dredgers.
Wait. So now, hey, hold on. That's 1 prowess trigger.
And it's a spell back.
You have a Storm Chaser's Talent. You can get back Accumulate Wisdom and then cast Accumulate Wisdom. And then if you have the mana to get a removal spell, you can get the Spider-Man off the battlefield. That'll make the Otter into a 4/4.
Yep. It's not over yet. Activate. Level 2.
All right, we're drawing some cards here.
Wow. Are we drawing cards? Are we just grabbing Boomerang Basics?
Well, is that enough, though, right? Because you have a blocker.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, so he has to find an interactive spell here.
Has whiffed twice. Is the third time the charm? How many times can Ancestral Recall fail you, Prez?
3 draws here to find a way to get the Superior Spider-Man off the battlefield.
3 draws for a removal spell and 10-0.
Does he find the Combustion Technique?
Slight nod of the head.
He's tapping 2 mana.
Combustion Technique. Shake of the hand.
Wow.
Prez Conky has won the match with Is It Lessons against Sultai Reanimator. Double thumbs up for the camera. He has done it.
What a match. I mean, turn 3 of turns, finding the way there to kind of close that out in the final few turns. Wow, what an incredible matchup. I mean, that was just a completely absurd game here. And again, you just kind of see how the matchup completely flips. Game 1, it kind of feels hopeless, but then after sideboard, it just, you got some cards, you got some action, and Prez hung in there and played beautiful Magic in just the entire match, honestly. But that game 3, he played perfectly, I feel, to kind of put himself in that position.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play from Prez. Heartbreaker for Sergi, having what is an excellent matchup at 9-0, looking at 10-0 in your sights up a game, and then things start to slowly fall apart. But now the big test for him is to shake it off. Don't let the wheels come off. There's plenty more Magic to be played. And on that note, we're going to cut to a quick break. On the other side, we will have round 11 for you from SCG Con Milwaukee. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of SCG Con Milwaukee. I hope you've all had a chance to calm down after the absolute barn burner of a match that we just had in the feature match area. Let's take a look at our standings and see where things sit after 10 rounds of play. A lone undefeated at the top. That's who we just watched, Imprez Kunky, get things done with Is It Lessons. Paul, what stands out to you coming down the list?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of going down here, kind of the emergence, not necessarily emergence, but just the overall success of the mono green landfall decks. As you can see, there are 3 players there sitting at 9-1 with mono green landfall. It had one of the highest conversion rates into day 2, one of the highest win rates in day number 1. So that's, of course, really, really big. Going down further, we have Michael Plummer actually sitting at 8-2 with Demir Excruciator, so actually is capable of losing some matches.
That's the most matches he's lost all year.
But you know what? It's still looking very, very good. It's still very, very live for top 8.
Yeah, I think one thing that I'm definitely seeing stand out to me, again, it feels like we're hopping on it a bit too much. There's so much variety.
Right.
Look at this first page. Demir Excruciator, Demir Midrange, Temur Rhythm, Simic Rhythm, Boros Dragons. Is it Spelementals? Is it Prowess? Is it Lessons? Mono Green Landfall, Bant Airbending, Sultai Reanimator, Azorius Temple.
Right.
I think I just listed like 11 different archetypes as 16 players.
I feel like your eyes just don't see it, though. There's also Boros Dragons.
Oh,
Boros
okay,
Dragons.
Fine. Well,
don't sell your cards just yet.
Yeah, don't sell your cards just yet unless you're selling them to StarCityGames.com. Big shout out to Max Komanowski, Twinless Twin himself, sitting there at 9-1 on Is It Lessons. Let's take a look at the second page of standings. 8-2, very much still live for top 8 and, of course, the Pro Tour invite. So as we swap over to the second page of standings, we'll see who else is here in the running. Sam Bogue. Fantastic start for them yesterday with Mono Green Landfall. Did have a bit of a rough finish at 8-2, but still in good position. What else, Paul?
And I mean, as you kind of go down here, you know, we talked a little bit about, or I personally thought that the Cub decks or the Rhythm decks might be doing a little bit better, but they're actually not doing as good as expected. The Mono Green Landfall's deck doing a little bit better. We see 3 copies of Is It Spelementals here. That might be the reason why, because I think one of the absolute best matchups for the Spelementals deck are the various Rhythm decks here. So John Wager at 8-2, Angus Johnson and Adam Smith all 8-2 with Is It Spelementals. And then Azorius Temple also having a very, very nice showing here on the second page. 4 copies of this deck in the top 32.
Right. The fact that we're seeing Spelementals here, again, not overly surprising. I feel like this is the same effect that we saw at the Pro Tour in Richmond a few weeks ago, which is Rhythm is heavily represented, Spelementals much as in all the Rhythm decks. So these next 3 rounds are going to be the big test, because this is the point of the tournament where we normally see Spelementals start to fall off. There's less Rhythm decks around. I believe in the first 2 pages we saw maybe 3 copies total. So if you start facing these non-Rhythm decks and your matchup is not as strong, what's going to happen to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at the last 2 pages, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you start playing against, for example, Is It Lessons, I don't think the Is It Spelementals deck wants to play against the Lessons deck. I don't know that it even necessarily wants to play against the mere mid-range deck. So once you start to get kind of climbing the ranks, if there are not a lot of Cubs in sight, you might be in for a rough second half of the tournament.
So big takeaways so far after 10 rounds is we're seeing a lot of different archetypes perform. Mono Green Landfall is certainly carrying the flame here for the Cub decks as they were. Rhythm falling quite short. Of the non-Cub decks, Demir Midrange, Is It Spelementals, Is It Lessons, Azorius Tempo, all putting up results.
Yeah. All kinds of variety here. And one thing that I'm kind of getting from this is if you want to play a Cub deck and you want to just have a good matchup against a wider swath of decks, it does feel like the Mono Green Landfall deck has a lot more play to it, whereas perhaps the Rhythm decks are a little more one-dimensional, just a bunch of ram creatures into trying to cast big things, whereas the Landfall deck, you kill a Cub, it's not a big deal. I'll just play Earthbender Ascension. I'll still play Ice-Tail Explorer. There are a lot of cards in that deck that are equally as impactful, whereas that's not necessarily the case with the Rhythm decks.
It does feel like the same evolution that we saw of the rhythm decks from a few months ago, where they were Ouroboros decks almost strictly, where it was, oh, you kill my Ouroboros, I'm in a lot of trouble. Then they started branching out further, maybe cutting some Ouroboros and going deeper. As we see these decks develop, the more varied of a game plan you have and the less one-dimensional your deck is in this ultimately 3-year standard format full of incredibly powerful cards, maybe one of the most powerful standard formats we've ever seen, the more rewarded you get. And that's this mono green landfall deck, is so many individually high power level cards compared to just a pile of ramp creatures.
Yeah, I think the mono green landfall decks are now much happier. If they were to see these pages, they would feel they're certainly much better here, because I think the worst matchup, one of the worst matchups for the mono green landfall decks are actually the other Cub decks. But if you don't see them at the top of the standings and you're doing really well, then I think you have a really good shot.
So we do have a feature match still getting set up for you. While we do, let's have a chat about what we're going to be seeing in that feature match if we can. Can we get some deck lists up for you and talk about the players that we're going to be seeing? Again, only one 10-0, a handful of 9-1s, and a lot of 8-2s that we saw in those top 2 pages. So
yeah,
a lot to play for these next few rounds.
Absolutely, and just like kind of, again, once again, just so much diversity in just the format here. I mean, taking a look here, we have Tyson Roylance on Bant Airbending, a different take here. This is a deck that, you know, utilizes the Badger Mold Cup, but also has the ability to just kind of kill your opponent out of nowhere. It's also sometimes pretty tough to kind of outgrind this deck, because you have 4 copies of Interdimensional Web Watch, which gives you access to additional card advantage, along with Aang at the Crossroads. So if you're playing against a deck that just is trying to use a bunch of spot removal to kind of kill your things, well, you can just play these big things and just kind of get the cards back.
Well, I was going to ask you to explain the deck to us, Paul, but we're actually going to head down to the feature match area where the players are ready, and then you can tell me and the viewers at home all about what Bant Airbending actually does, because it's time for round number 11 here at SCG Con Milwaukee.
Against Is It Elementals here. So, I mean, this is certainly one of the decks that, you know, it was one of the breakout decks of the Pro Tour in Richmond that we had a few weeks ago. And this is, you know, a Sunderflock deck that does look to have a pretty good matchup against the various Cub decks. The Bant Airbending deck, you know, you're playing a bunch of things, and, well, guess what? They all get picked up by the Sunderflock. So Sunderflock going to be really, really huge here. And not a lot of interaction either. You have a couple of Airbender Ascensions. You do have 4 copies of Aang Swift Savior, but outside of that, you don't have that much. So, you know, if Matthew, for example, plays Ashling turn 2 or Flame Braider, a lot of the time it's just going to stay in play, and that's going to allow you to just kind of, you know, get these really, really ridiculous elemental starts. Right.
Here's the big difference that we're seeing between the Is It Elementals deck and the Is It Spelementals deck, is the inclusion of cards like Flame Braider and Ashling. Now, what is the general goal of this Elementals deck, Paul?
Yeah, so it's trying to basically get, you know, it's really leveraging the power of all of those Evoke Elementals, but you're also trying to ramp into and actually hard cast a lot of these expensive Elementals that you see. We're talking about cards like Vibrance, Wistfulness, and Deceit. And of course, 3 copies of Sunderflock, which is super powerful against the Badger Mold Cub decks. You can also kind of get turbocharged starts if you can ramp into, for example, a Roaming Throne. Let's say you play that turn 3 off of an Ashling. All of a sudden, you're getting double triggers off of all of your Elementals. If you get to do that a couple of times, the game usually just ends.
Right. Roaming Throne is the card that lets you go over top of nearly every deck in Standard. I believe only the Sultai Reanimator deck really goes further over top of the Roaming Throne because it goes over the top of everything.
Right.
However, just having a lot of large elementals is not the be-all end-all, because the Bant Airbending deck, as you mentioned, has a bit of a combo element to it. We did see Wistfulness evoked here. The Roaming Throne was actually the card discarded. This is the power of Flame Braider, allowing you to evoke any of these evoke elementals that you would like for either of their modes, in addition to just ramping them out. What about this Bant Airbending deck? What is this combo element that allows it to really be so almost infallible at times.
Yeah, so I mean, the great thing about this deck is it can win kind of a fair game of Magic. You're playing Badger Mole, Cub, Llanowar Elves, and a bunch of creatures, right? So you can just beat people down. But the combo kind of starts with Doc Hourlock, Aang Swift Savior, and Appa Steadfast Guardian. If you have all three of those in play, basically what you can do is you play Aang, and then you play the Appa. Appa picks up the Aang, and then because the Doc Hourlock's in play, every time you airbend something, you get to cast it for free. So by doing that, you get to basically just bounce the Aang and Appa indefinitely. Every time you do, you get a 1/1 ally token, and basically you can just make an infinite number of ally tokens and kill your opponent. Now, of course, you can't necessarily kill your opponent immediately by doing something like that, but if you have something like a Badger Mole Cub in play, all of a sudden you can blink the Badger Mole Cub infinitely and attack your opponent with an arbitrarily large land, because every time Badger Mole Cub comes into play, you can earthbend for infinity if you have the combo going.
Right, and that's the baseline combo of the deck. Once you include multiple copies of Aangs into the mix, well, that's when things get interesting, because you can essentially set up a position where you have 4 Aangs sitting in the airbend zone, ready to interact with anything your opponent tries to do while you have that arbitrarily large board.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different intricate lines and combos that you can pull off with this. We can probably spend the next 20 minutes about all the different airbending lines, but that's generally what the deck's trying to do.
Right, so back to the game at hand. Bounce Off went after one of the lands that was earthbent by Badger Mole Cub. The mana was floated, and the end result is we have Aang Swift Savior coming down. The land, of course, went back to hand. So, 2 mana, elemental mana, floating from Flame Raider before it goes to the airbend zone.
Right. So, I mean, this is quite an explosive start from Tyson here. Lots of mana available. Of course, the bounce off slowing things down here.
Now, Paul, can you use this elemental mana to cast Flame Raider from the airbend zone as it is an elemental?
You know, that's a great question. I don't actually know.
I think you may be able to, but
yeah, I mean, you're using it to cast an elemental spell, so I'm going to go with yes.
Right.
But perhaps we might need to ask a judge. Although
the players may be asking the judge the same question.
Right. Yeah, they just might be here. It's like, I floated 2 mana. Can I play the Flame Raider again? It is in the airbend zone, right? But like when you're casting it for 2 mana, is it an Aang thing? Do you need to tap actual mana for this?
Right,
Yeah.
so we'll give it a moment to allow the players to get the question resolved with the judge while we talk about the greater tournament at large. We're going to take a quick look at another feature match that is happening in the feature match area. In the bottom right corner, you'll see we're keeping an eye. So this is Max Komanowski, Twinless Twin on the bottom of the screen on Is It Lessons. Pretty great start. On the top, Chris Danis on Demir Midrange. All right, that was a quick look in. Sorry for teasing you with this one. We are back at it, and it looks like the answer is 2 elemental mana being used for...
I think a land was picked up. Was this perhaps a landed discrepancy question? Just because there was I thought there was a 4th land in play for Matthew.
I also may have seen the same thing.
Right.
So, Flame Raider is cast.
Okay, never mind. Just playing the land. Okay.
Okay.
So it is a lone Flame Raider here. Pretty decent board here from Tyson's side here. He just needs to be, of course, mindful of the fact that, you know, one of the most important cards in this matchup is, of course, the Sunderflock. And, you know, is there a way you can play around that?
Right, because as we have established against other Cub decks, if you're not killing your opponent immediately, Sunderflock will always reset things.
Right.
So you need to either kill your opponent or have an answer to the Sunderflock in a card like Aang Swift Savior.
All right, Interdimensional Webwatch here hitting Bramble Familiar and a second copy of Aang, and does have the mana to actually cast the Aang here, which is great because into Interdimensional Web Watch, as you can see here, you can use that to cast anything that is exiled, which also includes cards that are in the airbend zone. So synergizes super, super well with kind of the entire package of what this deck's trying to do.
Yeah, this was a later innovation and inclusion for this Bant airbending deck. It wasn't in the initial builds of the deck that were a full combo deck, but once players realized the fact that this card just gives you card advantage and mana, it really was everything the deck wanted.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can even airbend the Interdimensional Web Watch to get more cards, which is just absolutely insane. So like I said, it is very difficult to kind of attack this deck from a spot removal angle because it's just going to just grind you out with the Web Watch and the Aang at the Crossroads.
5 mana, Cavern of Souls, Wistfulness.
Okay.
Now, Aang is being cast in response.
Yeah, so that's going to Legend Rule the other Aang here.
Notably, Aang, while acting like a counterspell, is not actually countering anything.
Yeah. And okay, and Bounce Off actually does answer all the additional bonus mana that that Tyson could be representing, because the Interdimensional Web Watch does not get the mana bonus here from the Badger Mole Cub. It only counts creatures. So right now, Tyson only has access to the 2 mana from the Web Watch and the 2 lands that he has in play.
There is a Bramble Familiar exiled there. There's Doc Hourlock.
Okay.
Things are getting scary.
Right, but you still have to cast the Bramble Familiar first before you airbend it, and that's another interesting wrinkle to this deck. Bramble Familiar is just a 2-mana ramp creature that you play, but at the same time, if you have it in play, then you can airbend the Bramble Familiar, and then you can cast Fetch Quest, which is the 7-mana sorcery effect of that card that lets you find additional combo pieces for your deck.
So, I think it is reasonable for Matthew to at least somewhat be scared of dying next turn. What can you do about the board state? You are at 10. Tyson is representing a scary board and 2 out of 3 combo pieces with a Bramble Familiar on board.
Yeah, so Sunderflock, obviously a huge, huge draw here. You can even play out that Wistfulness for 2 mana if you'd like, and then that would, of course, make the Sunderflock cheaper to cast. So you can do that, and then there's also Ill-Timed Explosion. 2 copies of that, which would be very good on this board as well.
All right, 6 mana, Deceit
so just,
the play.
Just Deceit here, gonna pick something up and kill it here. Either the Aang or the Doc Hourlock would be my guess.
Aang is not a card you frequently like to put in your opponent's hand.
Unless you want to make them discard the card.
Exactly. Now, with Wistfulness being airbent, that means that you can play it in order to get rid of the Interdimensional Web Watch. Bramble Familiar, the bounce. 2 copies of Bramble Familiar in hand.
Yeah, so if Tyson can find just an Appa here, that would be the combo that we mentioned previously.
Right. So, Bramble Familiar, the bounce, Bramble Familiar, the discard. Hand, 3 lands, Bramble Familiar.
And still has the ability to play out that Wistfulness here. I believe, I mean, you can cast this for green, right?
Correct.
And get the Interdimensional Web Watch off the battlefield, so that is huge.
Going for blue.
All right, going for the draw.
Saying I need more.
Okay. I mean, cutting off the mana seems nice, but Matthew must be out of action here.
Right. Starting town discarded.
All right.
Back we go Tyson's way. Appa is the win.
Yeah, can Tyson just straight up find an Appa here?
Can we yip our way to victory?
Yeah, otherwise his only move is to just run out the Bramble Familiar here with 2 lands.
Quite a ways away from casting Fetch Quest from hand the fairway.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose one of the other things you can do is, of course, flip the Aang, right, and then just make a large creature if you feel like your life total is at risk, or if you want to just present a very, very big board.
Right. So, Bramble Familiar cast, pass, flipping Aang being represented with 8 total mana. Of course, Interdimensional Web Watch can tap for mana only to cast spells from exile, but you can just tap it for waterbending.
As it is an artifact. Waterbending counts creatures and artifacts.
Right. So, 8 mana represented for flipping Aang.
So Matthew has basically kind of 3 new cards here, was able to cast that Wistfulness here. 4 mana here. No,
6 mana
Oh,
here.
this could be another Deceit potentially then.
Another Deceit would be nice.
Thunderflock would only cost 3 mana if he did have one in hand.
It is another Deceit.
All right, I imagine, I mean, he did go after the Bramble Familiar previously, but now actually going for the Doc Hourlock to prevent Tyson from getting his combo going. And yeah, Tyson going for the flip here on the Aang. He's like, this is my only move here. I'm going to do it. If you want to hit me, I will attack you back for lethal.
Aang, Swift Savior, has flipped. So yes, this is exactly what we just talked about. Confirming that can only tap for exile mana. However, waterbending can work. Confirms math checks out. So Doc Hourlock bounced. Hand is still 3 lands. Goodbye, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense given what Tyson played on the previous turn.
Right.
All right, and now it might be time to potentially get some damage in, but you have to be careful when Aang and Law, Ocean's Fury, attacks. You put a counter on every tapped creature, so you can swing in with everything, and that would be an attack for 15 damage.
No longer flying. That is important.
No longer flying. That is correct. So if you just keep a Deceit back, you can trade with it.
Now, Paul, why would you not go after the Aang with Deceit?
Why would you not go with the Aang over the Doc Hourlock?
Correct.
I mean, I think it's somewhat close between the two. You can kind of make the argument for either, but at the same time, it's like you don't exactly know what Tyson has in hand, and Doc Hourlock might be a little bit scarier, given, you know, if Tyson top decks something like an Appa or something and the Doc Hourlock's in play, you bounce everything. All of a sudden, you get a huge mana advantage by having the Doc Hourlock in play. If you draw Appa, you play the Appa, and then all of a sudden you get 2 Badgermole Cubs, 2 extra tokens, interdimensional White Watch token, all kinds of value.
Is there a window between the 2 Deceit triggers where Aang goes back to hand and Tyson can just replay it before he's forced to discard it with Flash?
Well, not if he's tapped out.
Right. But if he's not flipping it, because that was after.
Right, sure.
Right?
Sure. I mean, I think no matter what you take you should probably take the Doc Hourlock instead, but I see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at, Monty. And yes, the 2 evoke triggers do go on the stack, and you can bounce it in response. But then at the same time, it's like, then you can replay it again.
Got it.
So it's like, you're kind of stalling the issue, but then you still get to play the Deceit again for value if you'd like.
Right.
Because then you can replay the Deceit on the following turn for black if you still want to get something out of your opponent's hand.
Understood. So back we go Tyson's way. Has Aang and Law, but as we know from the previous turn, not much else. So the question is, what is the draw from Tyson Rylance? Was nothing. Passed back to Matthew.
Yeah, now Matthew does have access to Quarry Mountain Monastery here, so, you know, if you have absolutely nothing to do, you can kind of utilize that as something to kind of get the ball rolling, try to find some extra pressure here. But Matt is being very careful with his life total, though, given the fact that he is at 10 life.
2 red elemental mana.
Vibrance. No, 6 mana.
Ill-timed explosion with 2 red elemental mana floating.
Right, okay, and this is going to be huge here, assuming Matthew has something to discard here to get rid of at least the creatures on the right here.
Tyson is at 12. You don't have to get rid of the Aang to have a lethal attack, potentially. It's going to be close. You can get rid of Aang in a trade and still force through 10 damage. That's not going to take much from a clear board to close out the game. What is the discard?
Yeah, it's rough because you don't really want to wipe out your entire board here, right? So if you pick, for example, you know, a 5-mana spell, all of a sudden you have nothing left over. So this is the thing that Matthew's considering. It's like, well, I can just lose Flame Braider and kind of kill your creatures on the right, kind of put you in an awkward position in terms of a block, and then you just have no board, right? Or I can wipe out the board. I mean, I feel like the former is kind of the better thing to do here.
Looks like
no discard?
Nothing.
No discard. So, I mean, if you're on Tyson's side, you're going, what the heck do you have? It must be either all lands or potentially more copies of Bounce Off.
Bramble Familiar, block, What is this?
He's going to be discarding a card here and making it so that he can try to play Bramble Familiar, or return it back to his hand. So if you can get to 7 mana, you can play the Fetch Quest, of course.
Right. 5 currently. We know one in hand.
So Tyson has to be breathing a sigh of relief there. I mean, when your opponent casts Ill-Timed Explosion, you're like, uh-oh, what's going to happen here?
You either feel terrified or you feel like you got away with something. One of the two for sure.
Right, because, I mean, I suppose Matthew's last card could be, well, no, if he had a Sunderflock, he could have played it already, so it's not that. Yeah. So another Badger Mulk. Ooh, that's big, actually, because now you actually have the mana to cast Fetch Quest with 3 Badger Mulk Cubs in play, right?
Yep.
That's 4 mana from the land.
That's 4 mana from
7.
the land. Fetch Quest cast.
Wow. Talk about a way to generate 2 extra points of mana here. What can Tyson find? 7 cards, I believe, here, as you can see.
Taking a look at 7.
That is a version of Aang. Okay, that's Aang at the crossroads, and it looks like he's going to be snapping that one off as well. And if you can find Appa here,
yeah,
that would generate a ton of tokens here. What can you find?
That's Appa.
That's Appa. Wow. I mean, like literally at the beginning of this turn, all he had was a Bramble Familiar, and now he's kind of got the combo combined here.
We're only missing Doc Hourlock to have everything.
Yes. So you can tap 2 mana here from the Interdimensional Web Watch here, right? And you can airbend that, so you can play. You can still play another Aang at the Crossroads if you airbend it, and then try to hit Doc Hourlock.
Yeah. If you hit a Doc, that would be enough to win the game, I believe. So.
Oh, excuse me. He's got. Okay, so he's tapping the 2 mana.
Yep.
Then he's exiling the Aang, and then you can. Okay, he's just exiling everything. Sure.
Right. Ally
Tyson.
token made.
All right. Interdimensional Web Watch.
Yes. So just to confirm the shortcutting that happened
this is a combo here because you can Aang the Interdimensional Web Watch, play the Web Watch, float the mana, and then you can basically draw your entire deck.
So I believe Tyson floated 2 mana from the Web Watch, airbent it, recast it for the same 2 mana, and then that gets you 2 new cards and 2 fresh mana, so that was free. Now you go for Aang at the Crossroads, looking for Doc Hourlock.
Right. There's only been 1, I believe, that's been killed here.
Only 1. Deck, of course, plays the full 4.
And that is the only, this is a combo deck, but you're basically playing a combo with 4 copies of 4 different legends. You can get some interesting hands.
Absolutely. That's why the Web Watch can help you dig deeper. 2 allies. Is there a Doc? Is there an answer? Does Matthew have the 3rd bounce off?
That's the only card that would make sense. It's either all lands or a bounce off.
There is a bounce off. Goodbye, Appa.
Right, but I mean, this is still a lot of value and a ton of blockers. Of course, Matthew's always a Sunderflock top deck away from just straight up winning the game.
Did he find a Doc? I saw a lot of lands.
No.
Finds a Bramble Familiar.
That was, and you can't, this isn't a fetch quested Bramble Familiar.
Nope.
This is just a 2/2 here.
Which means Sunderflock still live.
Yeah, Sunderflock still absolutely live here, or perhaps the 2nd copy of Ill-Timed Explosion, if Matthew has something like that.
Yeah, I believe gameplay actions are more or less done from Tyson.
Wow.
So,
I mean, still a great turn for Tyson, right? I mean, we were looking at a board where you kind of didn't have much going. You have a bunch of value. You have cards that are still exiled here that you can cast on the following turn. So, but Matthew still has a turn here to just straight up win the game.
In the wide range of turns where a 10 is win the game, this was probably an 8 on the turn scale.
Yeah, you didn't win immediately, but you do have a draw, and you even have a Quarry Mountain Monastery activation if you feel like you're going to lose on the following turn. If you still hit a Sunderflock, you can still play it for 3 mana off of the Flame Braider for a lethal attack.
All right, so back to Matthew. Is feeling the pressure now.
Is there a red mana? Is the Pit of, I don't know what color the Pit of Offerings, is it set to nothing? Maybe he played it kind of early. Oh, there's a Steam Vent.
Steam Vent, shocking. It's feeling like a monastery activation.
It certainly is. Yep. All right, what do we hit?
Activate Monastery.
Oh,
hits
that is a miss.
Steam Vents.
That is a miss.
It's not airbent.
It is. It is just exiled and can't really play it here. So you know Matthew was playing to his outs here, but could not find that Sunderflock. So now Tyson gets a turn with all the mana that he could ever want.
Right.
I mean, there's 3 Badgermole Cubs in play, Bramble Familiar, and that land. I mean, I would be very surprised if he can't piece together anything this turn.
Right. Angus still in the airbending zone.
Right. There's an Aang. There's, I guess, the Bramble Familiar as well. I mean, if you really need. But yes, you can pick up the Bramble Familiar, although he's just tapping it for mana right now. What does that say?
Allies.
Oh, sure. Is this 8 mana?
This is 7 green and 1 white.
Okay.
All right. Aang being played.
Yep.
Hitting Fetch Quest.
Yeah, Fetch Quest lets you dig deeper than just airbending the Aang at the crossroads.
7 cards.
All right.
Needs Doc Hourlock.
Yeah, Appa would be quite nice as well, just to be able to look at a lot of cards. There is Doc Hourlock.
Are we done here? Matthew says
He's like,
yes.
I'm done. We're done.
So, game 1 goes to Tyson Roylance on Bant Airbending. As we bring up the sideboards, talk to me, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, well, Sunderflock number 4, this just seems like the most important card in this matchup. So absolutely from the Izzet Elemental side, you're going to be seeing the Sunderflock being ported in. I imagine any type of removal as well you're going to be wanting to bring in. So Seer also good. This could also be a matchup where Disdainful Stroke could actually be good because it does counter the Appa, Aang at the Crossroads, and the Interdimensional Web Watch. So fair number of targets there. And you can counter Fetch Quest as well. No, you cannot counter Fetch Quest, excuse me, because it is a 2-mana spell. Tyson Roylance, on the other hand, I mean, Aven Interrupter, just any type of way to try and disrupt what the Sunderflock is trying to do, you're going to be wanting to bring in. If you had counter spells, you would bring that in. But I don't actually see any here, right?
Does Spider Sense help against Sunderflock?
It does. So that is a counter spell, right?
Okay.
So the 1 Spider Sense will be brought in as an answer to the Sunderflock, but actually just doesn't have a lot, right? You have the 1 Spider Sense, and then you have the Interrupter, and you're just kind of hoping to piece together the combo before Matthew can just fire off a huge Sunderflock. Because look, I mean, despite all the fancy stuff that Tyson was able to do, and of course he won the game, like, Matthew was just 1 card away from still just winning that game, right? And he even had an opportunity when he cast that ill-timed explosion, and he just wasn't able to find a big creature.
Right. Second Cavern of Souls, is that something you're interested in the matchup?
Well, the thing is, the Elementals deck doesn't really play any counter spells in the main. So, I mean, you know, players have access to deck lists. You see the 2 Disdainful Strokes, and you go, well, I mean, should I bring it in? It's not a huge cost, right? You're just bringing in a land anyways, and if your opponent's playing sweepers, that might slow down your mana generation. And you know, perhaps it's not a huge cost to bring in. So because of the strokes, I could see Tyson just bringing it in.
Yeah, Bant Airbending does notably have the worst mana base in the format. Has improved in recent months with Lorwyn, but it is still bad.
Yeah.
Now, big picture, what do you think of the matchup? Typically, decks with Sunderflock are favored against decks with Badgermole Cub. how does that apply to this specific matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think this the Banned Airbending deck is maybe slightly more resilient. It can rebuild, and it does have actual ways to disrupt what your opponents are trying to do in the Swift Savior, right? So, you know, if you get a really good draw with a very aggressive, you know, with Badgermole Cubs and a bunch of mana in play, perhaps a well-timed 3-mana instant speed counter effect can be just what you need to kind of get over the finish line or help you assemble your combo.
Well, Paul, that may be just what they need, but just what I need is for players at home to sign up for the Star City Games newsletter. Because if you have ever found yourself thinking, I didn't know there was an event coming up, wow, there's a new Magic the Gathering set already? Well, that's probably because you are not subscribed to the SCG newsletter. So head over to starcitygames.com/newsletter and you will forever be in the know for all things Magic the Gathering and SCG. Back to the match as the players shuffle up for game 2.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised. I felt like part of the reason to play this deck was just, you know, you are a very, very strong Sunderflock deck. And Matthew actually probably, I mean, just looking at the fact that he's got only 3 Sunderflocks main, and one of the board tells me he was probably expecting a wider variety of decks kind of going in, because if you're certainly expecting a lot more Cub decks, you do play the full 4.
Right. So, does have the 4 Sunderflock in the sideboard. We did talk about that. 2 copies of Pyroclasm in the sideboard. So, matchup gets a decent bit harder for Tyson post-board. Matthew doesn't like his hand, sends it back. How does Tyson feel about 7 cards? Doesn't like it, goes back.
Yeah, I mean, the Banned Airbending deck will certainly mulligan more often than your average standard deck, just because, like I mentioned, you can get those really awkward hands. Hey, look, 4 lands, 3 Swift Saviors. Can't keep that one, right? Double Dock Hourlock, double Appa. Might not want to keep that one either. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot more mulligans here, but, you know, I think both decks with the right combination of cards, especially because, you know, Tyson's deck has access to lots of different ways to, you know, just so many built-in 2-for-1s where you can afford to mulligan very easily as long as you can just ramp into one of those cards.
Right. Banned Airbending mulligans decently well and should be mulliganing fairly aggressively from what I understand. Matthew down to 5.
Wow. Okay. Well, the only consolation prize here is that Tyson did not keep the full 7. So if you can, you know, you can still imagine the world where you go, all right, let's take a look at the opener. 3 lands, an Ashling, and an Elemental, and kind of get the ball rolling.
The 6 is kept. As you mentioned, is it Elementals with those 2-mana creatures in Ashling and Flamebraider can make a lot happen with very little. And at least some solace for you is the Banned Airbending deck doesn't really interact with you that much.
Right.
So, I see an Ashling. That's a big start.
Yeah, as long as Matthew has a couple lands here, yeah, and he's already keeping here, putting 2 cards to the bottom.
I believe I see a Cavern. A Deceit goes to the bottom. Sideboard goes away. Here we go. Game 2. Matthew Umks on the play. Steam Vents leading things off. On the other side, Breeding Pool. Love me some Shocklands. Ashling turn 2, I would assume.
Yep.
Ashling the play, the discard. Is there one?
Yep.
Ill-timed explosion discarded.
Yeah, probably just, he's like, you know what, I might not have enough resources for this one.
Yeah, desperation, very likely. Mulligans to 5 do not play well with ill-timed explosion.
Tyson has a couple of options here at 2 mana, it seems. You can, of course, play Dock Hourlock. Yeah, Bramble Familiar and Badgermole Cub.
Hushwood Verge, the land from Tyson, just a pass. Matthew.
Oh. And, I mean, Ashley almost certainly flips when given the opportunity here. That's the reason why you play this card, to be able to have it generate you a ton of mana. It gives you that option to play a turn 3 Roaming Throne.
Matthew is thinking about it. So, what is being confirmed with the judge? We'll give the players a moment.
Is it a bovine intervention? Did he bring that in?
I would not be the most surprised.
Right.
All right.
All right, because I'm like, what? I didn't see that much instant speed removal here, and it's turn 2. So it is, in fact, a bovine intervention. So Matthew just has a little 2/2 Ox here on his, potentially his upkeep. Oh, but the backup Ashling here from Matthew.
A gifted Ox in this trying time. Flame Braider to the bin. Is there a third land?
No,
there is not.
There is not.
Back we go to Tyson Roylance, starting to feel blood in the water.
And Matthew discarded that Flame Braider. I wonder if Matthew has another ramp effect in hand here.
How awkward is your hand, Matthew Unks? Discarding Flame Braider. Was it too greedy? Ox plows across. 2 damage. Follow-up. There is none.
Oh,
it's a pass.
That is rough.
Disaster strikes. Tyson Roylance says, my avenue to make the matchup better is interaction for the 2-mana creatures.
Untapped Hallowed Fountain Ghost, and now Matt can't even attack here because Appa can just get played here as a 4-mana 3/4 flash creature.
Yip, yip.
All right, now Tyson, I mean, this is just, I mean, you really need one of these 2-mana elementals to stick. And if you're missing land drops, it is just so, so rough.
Bramble Familiar down. The clock begins. 3 across.
That now means Tyson is representing Aang at the Crossroads mana next turn.
Aang at the Crossroads, mana represented, as you said. Ox plows across.
Yeah, and this is now a brutal spot here for Matt, missing multiple land drops in a row here. Tyson, just everything being so smooth. I guess he has to play Pyroclasm. You got to do what you got to do to kill the Bramble Familiar. You're going to lose your Ox in the process, but, you know, I mean, it's probably the only legal Magic the Gathering spell he can cast.
Yeah, when you have a mulligan to 5, there's really not much you can do. What's the response? Spider Sense says, I want my Aang, and I want it now.
There is an Aang at the Crossroads. It just absolutely has to be if you're saving the Bramble Familiar in that spot. Oh, okay. Or just needs a mana here for Interdimensional Web Watch.
All right, there's Aang at the Crossroads. Llanowar Elf from Exile. Aang for next turn. Not really scared of what Matthew can do.
Okay. And you only get a token if it's from the Airbend zone. Is that correct?
I believe it's any spell from Exile.
So perhaps Tyson should have a 1/1 token here?
Yeah, may have missed a trigger here, I believe.
But now, I mean, things are just looking so, so wonderful here for Tyson. Just a nice little Aang at the Crossroads if he wants, but actually choosing to go for something else. Oh, never mind. Just playing here for 5 mana.
Disdainful Stroke. We talked about what can you do for 2 mana.
Sure.
We talked about Cavern of Souls. Only 1 copy in Tyson's deck. Doesn't have it. 5 more damage across. Makes the trade. Now, we're looking at those 2 ally tokens that were potentially missed. If, in fact, that is what's happening with Appa, when you're in a race situation, this isn't a race, but when you are trying to clock your opponent, every token you miss is a big problem.
Yeah, it's just whenever you cast any spell from Exile. So that's
2 allies missed.
Two extra tokens. Now, Matt doesn't really have anything going here, so it's still looking decent for Tyson, but of course those tokens would have been fantastic here. And wow, another Web Watch.
Yeah, one thing that we always talk about is, can you keep the same level of focus when you are winning as when you are losing? It's so easy to feel like you're too far ahead. And you are. You have Aang, you have insurance, and you have potentially lethal. Your opponent is stuck, has nothing.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you know, ill-timed explosion plus a land, I suppose, is kind of the thing that you're looking to try to go for here. One's already in the graveyard. I actually think I did sneak a second copy of it in the hand here. But is it too little too late? It certainly feels that way.
How do you beat Aang? Cavern of Souls, another one on Elemental.
I mean, he just has to play it, and then you Aang it, and then you can...
That's the handshake.
Yep, that's
lethal. And that's it. Tyson Roylance. Unfortunately, dominant fashion here in Game 2. Really rough for Matthew, but that's the nature of mulligans to 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Elementals deck, you kind of need a nice mixture of just making sure you can hit your land drops, but of course also the enablers plus the payoffs. And when you go to 5, you're just working with such limited resources. It's just not going to be easy to pull off here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tyson just had a beautiful hand, right? I did mention that this deck is pretty decent at mulliganing just because you have a lot of those built-in 2-for-1s, and we saw it there.
Yeah, absolutely. The emphasis on interaction that Tyson chose to go for this post-board game plan really paid off. We can really see the difference between how good this Elementals deck looks with one of those 2-mana ramp creatures and without. And without, especially on a mulligan, it really just looked like it had no game plan. It felt lost.
Yeah, I'm really curious how many, certainly the 2 copies of Bovine Intervention got boarded in. I'm actually curious how many copies of Seam Rip were brought in, because there's 1 main and 3 in the sideboard, and he did draw one of those, but those seem super, super effective. If you can slow down the Elementals deck, prevent him from actually casting their Elementals, you're in a much better spot.
Okay, well, great news is we have more Magic for you here from the feature match area. Let's get right down to it and see what we'll be watching. So, back to Izzet Lessons and Demir midrange. Max Komanowski on the bottom, Chris Danis at the top.
Yeah, and Max Komanowski is, no stranger to this Izzet Lessons deck. Has had a lot of success playing this deck. Probably one of the best Izzet Lessons players decks in the field, and no surprise to see him here at 9-1.
Absolutely not. Fantastic player, known online as Twinless Twin for a lot of those who do follow the Magic Online professional scene. Now, we can confirm, despite the overlay, that this is Game 2. Max won Game 1. So we are joining the match in progress in Game 2 with Max up a game. Chris Danis was on the play here. So, turn 1. Storm Chaser's Talent resolves. Turn 2, Boomerang Basics, replay it, meets an annul.
Got to get in for 3 points of damage here from the Otter, though. And Chris Danis taking the full 3, looking to play a 3-mana spell. No?
Shocks a Watery Grave is thinking about it.
Yeah.
Feeling frustrated about something.
Yeah, it's... Did he just think he had something that... It is a weird spot to be frustrated at shocking in a land, right? Just turn 3. It's just like, that's kind of something that you would do to kind of play one of your spells.
Right.
Okay.
That is a Kaito.
Kaito Cunning Infiltrator. This one's straight out of the sideboard here.
It's not the Kaito.
No.
Talk to me about the Cunning Infiltrator, Paul.
I mean, Kaito Cunning Infiltrator, I mean, it's just like, it's a good card to kind of bring in. It's a Planeswalker. You bring it in kind of the slower matchups here. The Izzet Lessons deck kind of functions as a control deck. So anytime you're playing against, a control deck or an Izzet Lessons deck, having extra Planeswalkers to bring in for value is quite strong.
All right, so extra Planeswalkers for value. We've talked about this a lot, but Planeswalker is the hardest card type for Izzet Lessons to deal with.
Yeah, this is why you often see a copy of Broadside Barrage in the sideboard, and then also multiple copies of Seer sometimes are in the sideboard. Those are 2 interactive spells that can get rid of Planeswalkers. Broadside Barrage, you play it specifically for Planeswalkers because it's very good at killing the other Kaito, also after you tick it up, right? Heads up players who ninjutsu in a Kaito against a deck that could have, Seer out of the sideboard will tick it up to get it to 5 loyalty to prevent, but the Barrage cleanly deals with the card.
Right. We have cards like Ral, cards like Oko. These are all cards that have risen in popularity primarily as being very good against Izzet Lessons as sideboard cards, so in turn Lessons has had to adapt. Gran. Boomerang
Ooh.
Basics Kaido.
He doesn't love it, though. You saw him kind of shake his head, but it seems like he doesn't have any other options. And
No third land.
He missed a third land drop here. So, but does have, you know, the Grand in play too. So now Chris has, you know, to decide. It's like, do I have an interactive spell? Do I need to get rid of the Grand? Is it still safe for me to run out the Kaito? Probably has lots of options here.
Senior discount not online. Now, it's not often we see both players in a game equally frustrated this early.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know why Chris is frustrated so far. Maybe he just has literally nothing, but of course, we are also sitting at 9-1 at the regional championship.
Right.
You're on coverage. You don't want to mess up. And
you're down a game.
You're down a game, and there's a lot on the line. So
Kaito replayed. Back up we go.
We are looting here with the Kaito. And do we have a removal spell?
Third multiversal passage. Cecil comes down.
Okay. Does Max have a combustion technique here to cleanly get it off the battlefield while also pressuring the Kaito?
That would be good. Kaito, now we will say, because of the damage already taken, as well as some of the shock lands from before, Cecil very close to flipping. Third land found from Max. It's a multiversal passage.
That is a combustion technique here.
Cecil down.
So if you can play one more spell here, that would kill the Kaito, and it does.
Artist talent, double prowess trigger, Kaito down, Gran looting.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. That land was a fantastic draw here from Max, allowing him to play that crucial second spell to have the prowess triggers to kill the Kaito this turn.
Fantastic turn. Second artist talent discarded. Not many cards left for Max Kamenowski. I believe it may be 3. So not too few either. All right, there's the Kaito.
We are just in the market of tapping down Kaito, tapping down the prowess creature, because that one can actually kill it next turn, whereas the Grand cannot.
Desperation plays.
Yeah, but this is a big turn. You get to untap with Grand with that discount online. This probably is a monument here if you're tapping 2 mana.
All right. The trifecta online. Grand discarded.
Right.
However, Monument does not trigger because it is on cast. So, Monument down now. What can Max do?
But you can, of course, attack with the Grand, which would trigger the Monument now. So now you can start getting your card advantage engine going, get the Kaito down to 1. It's very obvious Chris does not have access to a Requiting Hex because he would have fired it on the previous turn before Max untaps.
Right. Apologies again for the overlay. I can confirm Max Kamenowski is up a game currently here. So, Grand attacked, looted away another Grand. There was a Monument trigger. We can confirm draw was the choice made. Treasure and lose 3 still available.
Right, and Max with that discount can cast basically any spell, any card draw spell in his deck. He can play Accumulate Wisdom, Abandon Attachments, any of those cards here with that discount.
All right. So Storm Chaser's Talent, the follow-up.
Okay.
That die on the Otter is a stun counter. 2 from Kaito the previous turn, 1 gone, 1 left to go. Treasure the second choice, Otter created.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, there is just so many permanents that Chris has to answer here. It kind of starts with potentially even a sweeper if he had anything like that out of the sideboard here. But yeah, I mean, this is a tough spot. Once you have Artist Talent and Monument going, the Dimir deck just doesn't really have a good way to get those permanents off the battlefield, right? The Dimir mid-range deck doesn't play anything like a Deceit to be able to handle these. So it's going to be tough to just win a kind of longer game once those 2 cards are in play.
We've talked about Dimir mid-range before. It's not a deck that values, prioritizes sweepers. It's not really often a deck that can afford to play sweepers. Part of it is because you are playing cards like Deep Cavern Bat. Playing Deep Cavern Bat in a sweeper deck is a disaster most of the time. Yeah,
and you wouldn't even be bringing it in this matchup anyways, right? You're talking about a matchup where the only creatures in the deck are likely Grand and Otter tokens, perhaps a Quantum Riddler, right? So you're just going to keep your spot removal spells, and it just turns out right now there's just a huge board that he needs to deal with.
And the sweepers, the cards you need to deal with are the cards sweepers don't hit. There's no sweeper in this deck that's hitting Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance. In fact, for Dimir strategies in general, these are very difficult to answer card types.
Absolutely, and that's why you would need the strategy here is to get it out of the hand with hand disruption or counter it with a null. There are 3 annuls in the sideboard, but now it's too late. It's in play. How are you going to put enough pressure here? I mean, Chris is certainly going to try his best here, but if Max Kamenowski has any type of action in hand here, it's just going to be way too hard to come back from this spot.
Preacher of the Schism comes down. Kaido ticks up. We have a ninja emblem now. Back we go, Max's way. Second Monument. We are about to be done here. I don't see a way out of this for Chris Paul.
Yeah, unless Max just finds only lands here off of these card draw effects, I feel like Max will have a very, very high chance of being able to take this one down. Oh, this card's abandoned attachments.
That's a sign of strength most of the time.
Yeah.
All right.
The second Monument currently not in play on the stack.
Correct. First Monument drew.
Now with 2 Monuments in play, Chris Dennis, by the way, sitting at 13 life here. Very close to just being dead. Combustion technique here. So if Max has 2 spells here, you can attack with the Grand as well. Grand might even potentially go to the face instead of chipping away at the Kaito, because if you can deal 6 to Dennis now, 6 on his turn, that's 12 plus the Grand. That's lethal.
1 point is all really Max needs right now to finish the game. Reaching for 1 mana. Is there a Requiting Hex for Chris Dennis? Is there anything? Is there a Spell Snare?
Okay.
There is a Spell Snare.
All right.
Step 1 of many. So many.
Too many.
Some would say too many. Who am I to disagree?
Is this a 3rd Monument? No.
It's,
Ral.
That deals 1 damage.
All right, so now Ral is in play here. We're going to be just continuing to, well, all right. 1 Monument at least has been fully exhausted.
Okay.
Just the 1.
Excuse me. Wrong Ral. Doesn't deal 1 damage.
No.
Does make life difficult.
Right.
Turn pass. Chris at 7. Every card on the battlefield is a problem.
Yeah, it's just like even if Chris survives this turn cycle, how is he going to close out this game? There's no turning this around. There's just too many problematic permanents. He needs to find a way to just kill Max straight up. But at 14 life, the Dimir deck is simply incapable of doing that.
Dimir midrange doesn't deal with boards like this. Dimir midrange's entire game plan is to prevent boards like this from forming, because once they do, the game is lost.
Absolutely.
So, as Chris Dennis contemplates exactly how he could get out of this game, we don't see it, but he's the one in the seat. He's the one that has to decide if that's possible. Requiting Hex, Grand down. Step 1. Chris deciding, do I want to Blight?
Okay, and it doesn't look like Max has a 1-mana spell here with, or a 2-mana spell even with that treasure in play, because you could cast something this turn with that Grand in play.
So, Grand down, 2 life gained.
Now keep in mind, I mean, even if Max has nothing, he's got an Agna Kella in play, so you can still use that to get the Monument to Endurances going and find more spells.
Preacher attacks, Vampire Maid. Where's the attack going? Does Chris feel like he can go face, or does he have to go at Ral? Is this a race situation from his point of view?
Yeah, might need to even potentially go after Ral here, right? Because with the Ral, you can draw 3, discard 2, and that would get you 4 Monument to Endurance triggers.
Like, can you imagine a situation where that Ral activation does not end the game?
I personally cannot. I mean, I think this game was basically over once that second Monument to Endurance hit the battlefield. I mean, it was probably over when the first combination of talent plus endurance hit play.
Even if that Ral hits all lands, just passing the turn and activating Agna Kella would do it.
That's just straight up lethal, yes.
So what could Chris possibly do here to Max just go and activate Ral Pass?
Tishana's Tidebinder.
Okay.
So that is a card, right? You can Tishana's Tidebinder, a Monument to Endurance trigger, and then it turns it off.
Yep.
So that's something that keeps you alive.
Okay, so Ral activates. Chris says, yup. Max points to Monument triggers. Draw, lose 3, draw, lose 3.
All right. Well, now that he said...
draw treasure.
Draw treasure, draw treasure. Now that he said, yep, Tidebinder is no longer out, and I just don't see a way out here for Chris anymore.
So, one spell would cost Chris 6 life.
Oh, gosh.
Artist talent number 2. Chris says sure.
Is he you have to pay 2 mana for this, right?
Yep. Grand is off the board.
No longer in play.
Has treasures aplenty. Ral ticks up. Artist talent triggers.
Take 6.
Take 6.
Upkeep, activate Agnakilla. Cast a spell, whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Passes the turn.
Upkeep.
Upkeep. Yep. Abandon attachment. That is all it takes for Max Kamenowski to win the match with Is It Lessons and move up to 10-1, Paul. The Pro Tour is within his grasp.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic showing here. And just, you know, when that engine kind of gets going, the deck kind of feels unstoppable once you kind of get that 1-2 punch. And Max, again, you know, has had a lot of success with this deck. I think he was even saying, I think at least 1.5 Lessons decks are going to make the top 8, and he is well on his way.
Yeah, I think that he may have put himself as
right.
maybe the half. I would not say Max is confident enough to put himself as the 1, but he may be the half. That is all from us here in round 11. Paul and I have one more round to bring you in the morning before we throw things back to Jim and Corey for a few rounds. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, round 12 from SCG Con Milwaukee will be coming your way. Hello and welcome back to coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship from SCG Con Milwaukee. 11 rounds in the books, 4 rounds of Swiss to go, Paul. So things are heating up. Let's take a look at the standings and see where things sit after 11 rounds. Our last undefeated player has fallen. Prez Kunki has taken a loss. And good news for Sergei Krashenikov on Sultai Reanimator, he was able to bounce back, so he's up to 10-1 as well. We have 7 players total at 10-1. What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, of course, Max Kamenowski just win his last match as well. You know, just having immense success with this deck, and we do see the 2 Lessons deck here in the top 7, and yeah, I mean, no Simic Rhythm decks within the 10-1 bracket here. But again, we talked about it before, very, very diverse metagame here. That Boros Dragons deck still holding strong.
I know.
Wen Tong, 9-2.
I know we're going to have to cast him in the top 8.
Boros Dragons still going strong.
I cannot wait for the fastest 2-0 loss for it in the quarterfinals I've ever seen.
It's still alive. Keep your cards, keep your dragons. It's still going great. Mono Green Landfall still doing well at the top of the standings here. 3 copies on the first page. So again, nice swath of decks here. Pretty diverse, but we do see a couple of those Is It Lessons decks rising to the top.
And big thing for me, not a lot of names that you and I recognize. Of course, we recognize Max Kamenowski coming into the weekend, but a lot of rather newer names here at the RC level, the RC being the last stepping stone before the Pro Tour. So it is very nice to always see fresh faces and new names succeeding here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of the place where it starts, but we've seen a bunch of great pros. I mean, this is where it began. I mean, look at Michael Plummer, right? You start at this level and then you just keep going. You make it to the Pro Tour and you just never look back. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see some Pro Tour mainstays within these first 2 pages.
Well, Michael Plummer, he was at 8-2 last round. Let's take a look at the second page and see if he's still hanging on here, or looks like he's probably gone because he
right.
had pretty good breakers.
Right.
So it looks like he can lose after all.
Right. So probably sitting at 8-3, but yeah, taking a look here again, just kind of not too far off from the first page. We do see some Simic Rhythm here in kind of that 9-2 scrum here, so perhaps we'll see some of those actually have a little more success. Mono Green Landfall still very represented, and whatever flavor of Is It you'd like to see, but Is It Prowess as well, kind of a newer take on the Is It decks here, also doing well with Gavin Meager and L. Ashby sitting at 9-2.
Yeah, multiple players doing well with Prowess.
Yeah.
Most of the usual faces in terms of deck archetypes that we're used to seeing holding on. Teamer Rhythm, one of the newer decks that we're seeing, the newer evolutions, doing well there in the hands of John Slimak and Mr. Bosch and Roll himself. Brian Koval holding on there in 32nd place at 9-2. So, Demir Excruciator, Michael Plummer was one of the players holding the fort with that one. That has not been doing as well in these last few rounds, but Devin Straub's still there. And one thing I'm going to say, Paul, between last round to now, I'm seeing a decent bit less Is It Spelementals. So maybe that same effect that we've talked about and perceived from the deck before. Excellent day 1. As things whittle down, as the Cub decks start losing, then the Spelementals decks start falling one by one.
Yeah, I think it's a deck it's a very specialized, highly targeted deck. I mean, I think both iterations, honestly. You have the Is It Spelementals deck and also just the regular Elementals deck. I think both of those decks are really, really targeting the various Cub strategies. But if you don't play against those and you play against all these other decks, I feel like it's just not going to be as good. Any matchup where Sunderflock isn't that strong, you're just not going to be happy to play against.
All right. Well, I'm getting word that the players are ready. So without further ado, round 12 from SCG Con Milwaukee is coming your way. So Bottom of your screen, Max Kamenowski is at Lessons. On the top, Jordan Vonderwall on Mono Green Landfall. This matchup feels almost emblematic of the current standard.
Right, absolutely. I mean, Is It Lessons has, of course, kind of been a mainstay. It's one of those decks that will just always be playable, right? You're dealing with a deck that has Artist Talent, Monument to Endurance, which are very difficult to deal with permanence, but also just the engine, right? The Lessons engine is just very powerful, and it's always just going to be fine against any type of metagame. But however, Jordan playing the Mono Green Landfall deck, which has been having a lot of success in recent times here, able to actually kind of grind and play against these control decks. You know, cards like Sapling Nursery, we see some people play that card. If that card resolves, and you start putting a bunch of 3/4s in play, I mean, the Is It Lessons deck is going to have a tough time dealing with that.
All right, so turn 1, Storm Chaser's Talent for Max. Turn 2, Boomerang Basics it. Don't replay it. Instead, Firebending Lesson going after the Chocobo. For Jordan, turn 2 was Allowing or Else and one of those fetch lands in Escape Tunnel.
Yeah, so Jordan next turn will have the ability to, you know, potentially play out a 4-drop here. Getting Ice Tail Explorer turn on the following turn would be fantastic unless Max fires off another removal spell here on the Llanowar Elves. But Jordan could also then be representing something like an Earthbender Ascension turn 3, even if the Elves dies. So lots of really great threats at every point in the mana curve here for the Mono Green Landfall deck.
All right, follow up for Max. Storm Chaser's Talent came back down. Grand joined the board, and then Agnikala coming down tapped.
Yeah, and interestingly, Jordan not sacrificing the Escape Tunnel. Now, noting the Escape Tunnel doesn't tap for mana itself, so if he had a 4-drop that he wanted to play, he would have sacrificed it. So now, given that he has that in play, it tells me that he could have perhaps something like an Earthbender Ascension, something along those lines to, you know, turn the Escape Tunnel into a land, sacrifice it, get a land back, maybe something along those lines.
Looks like Earthbender Ascension is the call, and actually going after the Escape Tunnel as the Earthbend target. Now, this is a trick that we've seen this deck do very frequently as a pseudo ramp,
right,
as well as just making us game plan churn along.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, oftentimes people go, well, you're just supposed to put it on like a forest and just attack with it, and it also taps for mana. But by putting it on the Escape Tunnel, you now have a nice blocker to, against these otter tokens. But also, just end of turn, you can crack the Escape Tunnel, you go get your forest, but the Escape Tunnel comes back because it is Earthbent, and then you can sacrifice it again, get more landfall triggers. Really, really nice combination with both Earthbender Ascension and Badger Mole Cub.
That's immediately 4 counters on the Earthbender Ascension. If you fetch it right now, the fetch is 2, it itself is 3, and then the next fetch is 4.
Right.
So by itself, you're getting Earthbender Ascension online, and that's when things really can get out of hand.
And you're also just ramping, because now Jordan, you know, can play any number of threats next turn, and all of a sudden, Jordan's the one who's way, way ahead on resources here, right?
And what is Max going to do from this spot? Are you going to attack an Otter into Escape Tunnel? If you play 2 spells that aren't removal, Jordan just cracks it.
Right.
If you only play 1 spell, well, Jordan might just be okay with the trade.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? So it's just a pass for Max, and that is huge from Jordan Vonderwall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderwell, excuse me.
Yeah, and yeah, now, I mean, look, another land here, 3 triggers here. Escape Tunnel is now tapped, but next turn, Jordan could be running out one of his 4 copies of Sapling Nursery. Now, we'll see. The Is It Lessons that have kind of different builds to them. There are some builds that play 1 to 2 copies of 3 steps ahead. That would be a nice way to counter the Sapling Nursery, and it does look like Max is playing 2 copies of the hard counter.
Yep. So back we go Jordan's way. 3 counters on Earthbender Ascension. Drew a forest. What is in the hand? I see an Ice Tail Explorer. Things have the capability of getting truly out of hand here.
Yep.
Max Kamenowski had to pass on turn 3. Doesn't mean he has nothing, as you mentioned, that 3 steps ahead represented. One thing he missed, a land drop.
Right. And I mean, Jordan absolutely is aware of the fact that Max is representing a counterspell here. So he's looking like he's taking things kind of slowly here. Actually not playing out the Sapling Nursery first, and actually just fetching and just making a very, very large Llanowar Elf. And we'll see kind of what he chooses to do here with the sequencing.
Yeah, I did see an Ice-Till Explorer in hand. Did not play the Forest that I saw, so that's 2 of the cards. We'll see what the others are.
Yeah, and certainly want to play around at least It'll Quencha, right? That's something that you have the luxury to do. So if you did run out the Ice-Till Explorer, now you could still play around it.
Mismatch Forest, but he's 10-1, so we're not going to dock him too hard. Just minor style points docked. Ice-Till Explorer the cast.
Now it's on Max. Do you want to counter this if you have the counterspell here?
Cannot It'll Quencha. Jordan can pay for that.
No, but you might have double It'll Quencha here because now this one resolves.
That's the third lesson.
That turns on the Grand here, but actually it does resolve.
Just forcing Jordan to tap 2 mana. Needed to get the It'll Quencha in the graveyard.
Yeah, and now this is just getting so out of hand. The damage has been done, right? You got the extra counter on the Earthbender Ascension. You got the extra land here from the Ice-Till Explorer. I mean, look at how many lands Jordan has in play. It's more than double Max.
This is very much out of hand, but that's why you cast the It'll Quencha. Accumulate Wisdom, Ancestral Recall. We are going back Max's way, full hand. What can you do?
Yeah, Combustion Technique, it kind of starts with that if you have that. Or Artist Talent to perhaps find more action, but you really want to try to get that Ice-Till Explorer.
Do you have it all? Monument, Artist Talent, Grand. Life is getting better for the Komanowski camp. Multiversal Passage to the Yard, Senior Discount online.
Right, now Jordan has access to that active Ice-Till Explorer. I mean, if Max can get that Explorer off the battlefield, that puts a lot of pressure on Jordan to have a strong follow-up here. Ooh, and I imagine a treasure is going to be made off of this here just to be able to play another spell.
Wisdom is being accumulated. Card discarded, card drawn. Now, Monument, Treasure must be the choice, and it is.
It is.
So, 3 more. If you have a Combustion Technique, I think I saw it there.
Yeah, he might have. It was a red spell.
It looked red, and it looked lessony.
It looked lessony. It could have, I suppose, been a firebending lesson. But we'll see.
We'll find out. Ice-Till Explorer, 5 toughness currently. Escape Tunnel can be sacrificed to put it up to 6. But already 5 lessons in the yard, so not worried about his size. Prowess,
that's
3.
A lot of prowess.
Max.
4, 8, 9, 12. Man, we are getting kind of dangerously close to a lethal situation here if you have a Combustion Technique.
Is it possible to come back from that far down in 1 turn?
Yeah, so Max has already made his land drop for the turn, and he has already created a treasure. So he has the ability to only cast 1 spell this turn. Now he can wait. If he has, for example, a Combustion Technique and waits for the next turn cycle, on Jordan's turn, perhaps on his upkeep, try to kill the Ice-Till Explorer, sacrifice the treasure, you can make another treasure, then you can maybe cast 2 spells next turn.
Right. Now, Max, very experienced with this Is It Lessons deck. Top-aided Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, back in Atlanta a few months ago. He's shown that he's extremely proficient. He knows the lines.
Right.
He's weighing the damage that he would potentially be missing from these otters by not attacking to that line. Does the math change with 2 fetch lands versus 1, Paul? I don't think it does. Treasure Sacrifice.
All right,
it was Combustion Technique. Had it all. Jordan is saying, come on.
Yeah, now if you're Jordan, do you...
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's like, do you sacrifice the land here to try to hit Bossing Say? I mean, you do still have an out here. If you're Jordan, I don't know what his hand is, but you can just let this resolve. If you have something like a Mightform Harmonizer, right? With some land sacrifice triggers, with that Llanowar Elves, that might be enough.
Yeah, we have Trample.
Right.
Earthbender Ascension is fully online. The Otters are up. Lose 3 has happened. These Otters have 10 power between them. Max is 1 damage short of lethal.
Yeah, but he has no other place he can actually make here, right? So he can attack. he can attack for 11, get Jordan down to 1, but Jordan still has the possibility of cracking back for lethal here, potentially, with a Might Form Harmonizer and possibly another fetch land.
Can you affect the math in any way by leaving back blockers, or is that a hopeless endeavor anyways?
I mean, the Land of Werewolves is already a 3/3. You can sack 2 lands. That'll turn it into a 5/5 with 2 double triggers. That's 20 damage off of a Might Form Harmonizer.
So Max says put you to 1. Discard a card. Draw from Monument. Every resource capped out. Nothing available to him. You have a turn. Can you harmonize?
Jordan's like, all right, Harmonizer?
That doesn't look like a man who has it.
Right.
This looks like a man who is dead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What a turnaround in 1 turn. By the way, we're talking about a board where Jordan had 7 lands to Max's 3. Right? Max's 3 had to play a quench that didn't even counter anything, and then within 1 turn cycle, swung it around and won the game.
And the fact that Jordan still had draws, multiple, to win the game, unbelievable. Talk to me about sideboarding, Paul.
Yeah, all right, so let's take a look first at Jordan's side of the battlefield here. The 2 copies of Sirach, Elusive Hunter, certainly going to be boarded in. Max doesn't have a clean answer to it. You got to deal with it, and then they're going to get to draw a card, which is quite nice. 2 copies of Origin of Metal Bending will almost certainly be boarded in here, as well as it is a nice disenchant effect. You can also use it to save your creature, of course, but you can get the Artist Talent and the Monument Endurance off the battlefield. There's also a singular copy of Vivian Reed that would potentially get boarded in here as, again, a nice answer to the various artifacts and enchantments, and a nice card advantage engine here for Jordan Vonderwell.
All right. On the other side,
yeah, Max has Essence Scatter, and with the emergence of Mono Green Landfall, we have been seeing a lot more Flash Freezes being played in the sideboard. Certainly going to be bringing it in against the Mono Green deck here. Wouldn't be shocked if Max even considers something like Annul, because Annul is a way to counter both Earthbender Ascension, Lumbering Worldwagon, which there's 1 copy of, and I think one of the scariest cards in the matchup as well, 4 copies of Sapling Nursery. So could see maybe bringing in 1 copy of that out of the sideboard as well, and then any type of interaction removal you would also probably board in, so perhaps the Slagstorm and the Seer here as well. Oh, and by the way, 2 copies of Wan Shi Tong there. I missed it because it's all the way over there on the right side. Really, really effective against the mono green deck because of all the various sacrifice lands that fetch lands, get you lands, the search effects. Even playing a turn 2 Wan Shi Tong is highly effective in this matchup.
Okay, well, you did mention that one of the scariest cards in the matchup is Sapling Nursery. Let me tell you, Paul, Sapling Nursery is from Lorwyn Eclipse. And if you would like to pick up any cards from Lorwyn Eclipse, well, StarCityGames.com has you covered. You can head to StarCityGames.com/MTG-ECL to pick up your Sapling Nurseries or any other Lorwyn Eclipse singles and sealed product you may be looking for. So, back to the match at hand. 10-1. Step 1 for these players is the Pro Tour. Max, I believe, already has his invite from top-aiding Magic Spotlight the Avatar. I'm not sure if that was for Pro Tour Eclipsed or not. If not, this is big. If yes, he's setting his eyes further ahead. For him, the top 8 is the big goal. The World Championship is the biggest goal. For Jordan, well, step 1, come back in this match.
Right.
Step 2, who knows?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to say kind of who has the edge here after sideboard. I'm looking at Jordan, and he brought in some really, really impactful cards here, right? Having access to the Sirachs, you have access to even something like Paw Patch Formation. It kills flyers, right? And so he's probably going to bring that in. It also kills artifacts, so you can use that to actually snipe a Wan Shi Tong if it actually hits the battlefield. So lots of really effective cards. But of course, on the other side, Max has a variety of good counter spells, which can help him deal with one of the most dangerous cards in the deck in that Sapling Nursery.
And let's be honest about game 1. Jordan's hand, Jordan's draw, from that position against the board he was facing when he passed the turn, he has to lose that game, what, 2% of the time? 5% of the time? That game took an incredible sequence from Max to go from before the quench to the end of the turn he passed. What happened?
It was the Grand, right? I mean, the Grand kind of just made everything actually work. Despite the fact that you were stuck on 3 lands, that Grand generated Max like 5 mana just by being on the battlefield, right? You were able to play the Wisdom for 1 mana, and the next turn you played 4 spells after that.
So while the players shuffle up and finish sideboarding, we are going to take a live look in at one of our other feature matches. Brian Koval, Mr. Bosch and Roll on Simic Rhythm, already up a game against Alan Hubbard on Simic Rhythm. This is a feature match that I'm very glad we don't actually have to analyze and cast in full. Paul, what the heck is happening on this board state?
Well, I see that one player has the Ouroboros advantage, so that's of course very big. There's already counters on anything. If there's another turn cycle, it's almost certainly going to be lethal or very, very close to lethal, and it does look like Brian is conceding here to that Ouroboros.
I'm sorry for looking on you as you lose the game, Brian. I believe that you may be able to bring it back in game 3.
He's on the play.
We will find out maybe later on, but we have a main feature match to focus on. So, Max is not currently in his seat.
Looks like a little bit of a restroom break here, so perhaps, you know, considering some sideboard options while he walks away, although he might be already done at this point.
Yeah. Now, while they're considering and waiting for Max to get back, maybe you at home are considering why you would be playing Boros Dragons when you could be playing Mono Green Landfall or Is It Lessons. And for you, I say, just sell your cards. Sell your cards to Star City Games. Head to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com, where we will buy all your cards for great prices, and you can even get 30% bonus in trade credit. Boros Dragons, no more. I do not want to hear whatever you're telling me, Mr. Cheon. I am a hater.
Well, I don't even like the Boros deck. I just feel like you're being unfair to the Boros deck. That's all.
How does it feel to be forced to take the pro-Boros position because I am taking the anti-Boros position?
I'm just trying to be reasonable here. That's all I'm asking. Just be reasonable. Okay.
Well, let's check back in on the match and see if Max has come back. Not quite. Excellent. I am bringing you the great news as Max just sits back that we have a match of magic coming your way. Table C, very quickly. Prez Kunke, our last undefeated player who fell last round on Is It Lessons, up a game on Mono Green Landfall. I've seen this movie before. Absolutely. I'm about to watch this movie again. Can Neil create a different ending? Let's go back to our main match and see if we can have a game 3 there.
Yeah. Well, the Badger Bowl Cup got dealt with, so that's, of course, step 1 there for the Is It Lessons side.
Jordan Vandervel at the top of your screen on Mono Green Landfall, down a game. Had an incredible hand, wasn't enough. Looks like we have keeps from both players, and here we go. Forest Pass.
See a Badger Mole Cub in Jordan's hand, which is a great place to start, and Max leading with River Pyre Verge, representing a Firebending Lesson in hand here.
The Cub is loose. The lesson is there. Teach that Cub not to join the battlefield. Back we go to Max's way. There is no follow-up. 2-mana counter represented, combustion technique represented.
And Jordan has to just go for whatever he can here. Oh, and this is great against counter magic. The sideboard Sirach here entering the battlefield here. If you do have the combustion technique, well, that's going to get Jordan a card.
Yeah, going for the combustion technique. That's a card. However, Sirach is gone. That helps. Back we go Max's way.
Yeah, so if Max can fire off perhaps another interactive lesson into Accumulate Wisdom, that would be a great place to be here. Get that 3-mana setup, does pass again, so very, very reactive hand. And of course, as a Lessons player, you are playing the role of the control player in this matchup.
Yeah. So 3 mana pass, not a sign of weakness. It is more or less what the game plan is.
Right.
The big thing for Max is so far 2 spells cast, 2 creatures removed, both lessons. So the game plan for Accumulate Wisdom is chugging along. Taz's Chocobo, not the most threatening. Max says sure.
Oh, okay, but now it's growing, and now if Max has some kind of a removal effect, might be interested in using it here. But playing a 1-mana spell just to kind of feel the waters is also excellent here. You can crack the Fabled Passage here too to put an untapped land in play if you'd like.
Right. There are 4 lands on the battlefield, even though it doesn't look like it.
Absolutely.
Soul Guide Lantern. This is an important one. We talked about Accumulate Wisdom. That was getting close. Now feels like an eternity away if this resolves.
Yeah, I mean, once... That's the thing. I mean, there is a Lessons that leans so heavily on finding the wisdom and having it draw you the 3 cards. When the Soul Guide Lantern is just in play, it just makes it so much more difficult, because then now you have to rely on the card advantage that you get from the Monument package with Artist Talent or Grand.
Soul Guide Lanterns resolves. Combustion Technique exiled. Forest attacking in for 1 damage, I believe.
Okay.
1 resolves. Max down to 19. And Paul, I did dock Jordan some points for Mismatch Basics the previous game. I am not a biased caster. Max also mismatch back to even grounds.
So I guess it's an even matchup.
That's the cutting analysis the people are looking for.
All right, lock it in.
Accumulate Wisdom, not max value. Max knows he's pretty far away from max value.
Yeah. At that point, you just kind of need to smooth out your draws and just kind of play out what you need. And, you know, you still need to find answers for this Chocobo, right? I mean, it's going to be a 2-3. If Jordan has another fetch land, that's an attack for 4.
This Chocobo is not a threat for a very short amount of time. It quickly gets out of hand. Steam Vents comes down, shocked. What is the follow-up for Komanowski?
Yeah, I suppose Wan Shi Tong would be a nice card to play if you're Max. Given the Fabled Passage, you're going to kind of have to pick your spots.
When do you cast it?
Right.
When does Jordan crack it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tricky spot here for Max, especially because Jordan had a hand with just a bunch of cheap spells, where, you know, this is Lessons that's really good at containing 1 spell a turn. Hey, I'm going to Idle Quench you one thing. I'm going to use a Combustion Technique on another thing. But, you know, when you have turns where you can go Badger Mold Club plus 1 drop, Saz's Chocobo plus Soul Guide Lantern, that's when all of a sudden you're getting attacked on a lot of different axes.
So back we go Jordan's way. Drew a card for the turn. Thinking about how to start things off.
He's like, you took 2. I'm the beatdown deck. What are you doing over there?
I am the beatdown. I am the one who knocks. Max. Resting.
It's like, okay, and yeah, this Chocobo, like we'd mentioned, now there are 2 sacrifice lands on the battlefield in the Escape Tunnel and the Fabled Passage. If Jordan would like, I mean, that Chocobo would get up to 5 power.
Combustion Technique, potentially. Force the Soul Guide Lantern, maybe.
Yeah, that's tough because the Soul Guide Lantern's in play. You can basically fizzle the Combustion Technique here, because you can just exile the 2 lessons and it would only deal 2 damage. So all Jordan would need to do is just fire off a
Seer.
Ooh, that is a Seer.
Force both fetches. Wan Shi Tong would become an option.
Yeah, so the trigger is currently on the stack. It's currently at a 1-2, so you can't save it.
Even both fetches don't save it. Goodbye, Chocobo. Fabled Passage being cracked.
Yep. This one would be able to get an untapped forest here.
Jordan says, choice to you. Do you want a 1/1 bird?
Right. And does Jordan have the 1-of Top Hatch formation?
The Librarian.
Max, considering, he's like, you know what? I will let it resolve here, because if he has something like an Idle Quencha, it is too important to make sure you can counter an Icetail Explorer this turn.
Right. You do not want to play Wan Shi Tong and then get hit by an Explorer or a Harmonizer. both would be disastrous.
Right. Or even an Earthbender Ascension, right? Just basically every threat that costs mana. And it looks like he's going for the ice.
Bossing Say.
Oh, Bossing Say, sure.
On Escape Tunnel. Wan
Yeah,
Shi-Tong
there it
in
is.
response. If you want to sacrifice it, you have to do it before it gets Earthbending counters.
And I think Jordan, given that he's not attacking here, no, he is attacking. He's like, you know what? I'm not interested in getting your cards. You can have your 1/1. I can just beat you down with Bossing Say.
Jordan is playing this masterfully, not walking into counter spells, not walking into Wan Shi-Tong, just saying, I'm going to do this in the safest way possible because you are so far behind right now.
Yeah, I mean, if your hand is just a bunch of counter spells, I can do this all day, right? I can just activate Bossing Say and kind of force you to deal with my ability to just basically pump out a 2/2 every single turn.
Hand has at least a Sapling Nursery. Are there more lands? Are there any bounce spells from this build from Max? What size of creature is too big against no combustion technique?
Yeah, I'm taking a look here. There's the Seer, right? So the Seer can deal with something that gets up to as big as a 4/4. And what do we see here? This is
5 mana.
5 mana.
What is Jordan going for? This
Okay.
is not enough for Sapling Nursery, I believe, because only 3 forests, if I'm not mistaken.
It's like you just have to think about all the counters and how you want to kind of.
Is this just a Bossing Say activation?
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
All right, Combustion Technique.
That's certainly fine.
Goes after the forest. That comes back.
Yep, yep. So he was going after the 1/1 there.
Wisdom, absolutely not. Goodbye, Graveyard.
All right, so that has been used here. So Max will have to rebuild this graveyard here. 1 lesson in the graveyard with a single Wan Shi-Tong. And I don't think he has a lot of resources left. He might just have 2 cards in hand here.
All right. So, Max has 3 cards is what we're guessing.
Yeah. Wonder if he has any of the artifacts or enchantments that are the core engine pieces of his deck. Nothing here for now. Could still, of course, just be holding Flash Freeze or Essence Scatter or any number of counter spells. And I mean, look at Jordan. Look at how methodical he's being with kind of the spells. He has a hand full of action.
He is not wasting a single resource.
No, he has not. It's like, let's just, I'll play Chocobo.
Here's a
What do you wanna
nothing
do?
burger.
Yeah.
Landfall. I'm going to activate Bossing Say again, potentially.
He might.
Back on the Escape Tunnel.
Sure. I saw a Badger Mole Cub, too.
There's a Cub, there's a Nursery, there's a Harmonizer, excuse me, Isil Explorer.
Right.
Those are the 3 cards I've made out. I think those are the only 3 cards. Bossing Say again.
Yep.
Not playing your game plan,
That's right.
Kominelski. You're at 13. Take 4 down to 9. You have to blink first.
I am loving the page. Jordan's playing this mono green landfall deck like a control player.
Jordan
right?
is showing absolute knowledge of every game plan the Lessons deck may have and reacting to the hand that Max is presenting perfectly.
How do you deal with a 6/6 Escape Tunnel? That's just too big, right?
You can't Boomerang Basics it, right?
Yeah, because it says
non-land.
Right. It's not like this deck's playing Bounce Off.
All right, here's the Cub. I have all my mana. I'm guessing Jordan drew a land if he's willing to do this because he would still be able to go land drop, activate Bossing Say. 3 steps ahead. Here we go.
Here. Yep, and of course nothing Jordan can do here as he's a mono green deck.
Counter, draw 2, discard a card.
All right, so he has successfully baited 1 counter spell here out of Max's hand. If he does have a land here, doesn't actually.
No land, has a Harmonizer, doesn't do anything here.
Right. So yeah, he was really hoping that the Cub was going to resolve. Now all he can do is just attack for 5 here. But remember, Max is at 9, right? I mean, he's going to go down to 5 here. Excuse me, 4 if he doesn't block. And so that means that's a lethal escape tunnel next turn. Might have to chump block with the Wan Shi Tong.
That would be the dream, forcing a chump block with Wan Shi Tong. Abandon attachments. It'll quench you gone. Been playing around that one for a while.
And now 3 lessons in the graveyard. So Max, if you can find another Accumulate Wisdom, perhaps with a Grand, he can get the ball rolling.
We've seen him do it before. Can he do it again? 1U. Jordan down to 16. Life total not at all in danger. Senior discount. Welcome Grand.
Grand is currently active here. Oh, and just passes.
Passes the turn. 2 cards in hand from what I can tell. Not certain.
I mean, now that your opponent's at 4, you can kind of just continue leaning into the Bossing Say plan, right?
Yep, make another land. What are you going to do about it? You haven't shown you can beat this so far.
Right. So the
Chocobo's not a good attacker here.
Well, if it kills the Wan Shi Tong, it's fine if you double block it, right? Because then
if you double block it, you're dead.
Right,
so
exactly.
I guess it is a good attacker here. Excuse me. I disrespected Jordan. He's understood every single turn of this game perfectly.
Absolutely.
Including this one.
And at this point, Max is probably on chump block duty. He has to at least put a creature in front of this escape tunnel here to not die. Oh, must have a combustion technique?
4 mana. Firebending lesson kicked. There is additional text on it.
Right, so that
acceptable.
Gets it done.
2 damage taken. Wan Shi Tong.
And the Chocobo should go up to a 2-power creature here, right?
Dead. Chocobo should go up to 2 power. Is this the first misstep from Max?
Still needs to find something, right? I mean, this is lethal attacks next turn and a Bossing Say activation.
Why did Wan Shi Tong block Chocobo rather than Forest? Grand Legend ruled.
Yeah, and that's obviously a fantastic sign here if you're on Jordan's side. But of course, if the Chocobo was a 2-power creature, that would be 3 lethal attackers here. So that could be huge. Although it's not going to matter given that Jordan did find a land to play this turn.
Yeah, Bossing Say, doing it again. Makes it look easy. Doesn't go quick, but is methodical. Mono green landfall evens things up. And that was a game that I think many people in Jordan's position could have easily lost.
Yeah, it's so easy to just go, you know what, I'm just going to keep jamming my threats and hoping one of them sticks. But instead, when you do have a card like the Bossing Say, you can just play a completely different game, right? And you can just force the Is It Lessons player to just continue dealing with these creatures, and then ultimately they run out of all their removal, all their interaction. Then you can actually choose to. He won that game with an Ice Tail Explorer and a Sapling Nursery in his hand.
Yeah, part of the power of this mono green landfall deck is the fact that so many of your cards are individual win conditions, and that extends all the way to your land slots where you have Bossing Say available to you.
Yeah, beautifully navigated there by Jordan. I mean, no surprise to see him sitting at 10-1 given how he's playing this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing mastery of the deck evens things up. Still not going to be an easy road, especially on the draw in Game 3, but very much within grasp. Does anything change from either side, Paul, based on play draw?
Yeah, I mean, if you're on Max's side, I think if you're on the draw, you have more of a fear of potentially getting a run over. So maybe on the play, you can try to be a little bit more proactive in terms of like the types of cards you're looking to play. You know, but I think for the most part, it's going to stay the same. You can make arguments about cards like Slagstorm. It's like, oh, well, if I'm going to be playing Grands on the play, is that good? Maybe not. All
right. Well, if you want to pick up any singles, this is the weekend to do it. Free shipping using code FREESHIP75 on orders of $75 or more in singles. Pre-orders excluded. Just select free shipping at checkout and use that code. So, off to the races. Max kicks things off with the Steam Vents. Jordan, Chocobo time.
Yeah, and tapped Steam Vents, so not representing Firebending Lesson there.
Not representing Firebending Lesson, no Grand, no Storm Chaser's Talent. Max's deck, not playing the full 4, only 2 Storm Chaser's Talent. Less surprising to not have a turn 1 play.
Right.
Chocobo picks up his first counter, 1 across.
Then you take the 1 here. If you have a counter spell or removal spell, you can kind of fire it off end of turn, or Actually just doing it right away, going, if you have a cub, you have a cub.
If you have a cub, you have a cub. Jordan
doesn't.
has nothing. Land number 3.
So save the point of damage there.
Back we go. Players recognizing that time has ticked down a bit and the matchup can be grindy. Pace of play a little faster.
Jordan did draw one of the important cards in the matchup in Bossing Say. Ooh, going for the Ascension. Max, do you have a counter?
3 steps ahead. That's 1 threat answered. Many more to come potentially. Bossing Say, as we saw the previous game, MVP.
Right.
Jordan was able to get away from that game with Wan Shitong never growing and his threats never getting really addressed.
I think this is an instance, though, where Jordan can't be as patient. I think he needs to just go for big. Ooh, just going for this, because now if Max does have something like a Wan Shitong, you can just play this as a 3/3, and that would be very, very strong.
Significantly bigger threat. Max isn't representing it.
Okay.
Abandoned attachments discarding. That's 3 lessons.
Oh, and that's the wisdom.
One big difference between the previous game and this one,
Right.
Paul. No Soul Guide Lantern.
No Soul Guide Lantern.
That card made so much difference in the previous game. Now, Max is playing much more unfairly.
Yeah, it's like, all right, Jordan, if you want to play your silly Bossing Say game, I can keep up this time around. I have a ton of cards in hand. I have the artist talent. Now you might need to deal with my engine.
I will become the aggressor. Back we go. 3 mana untapped. What does Jordan Wonderwell choose to do here?
Yeah, now that there's the artist talent in play, you know, in the
game has
previous
changed.
Right, in the previous game, Jordan was enough ahead on board where he could have just activated the Bossing Say every turn. That might not be the case anymore.
Right. Max has shown, unlike Wan Shitong, which was purely reactive, artist talent is proactive.
Right.
Doesn't need a Grand if he just chooses to tick it up.
Right.
Attack for 2.
Okay.
Max down to 16. What is the follow-up from Wonderwell? Mismatched Forest. Pass.
Huh.
We're looking at the list.
There's Origin of Metal Bending.
That would be an answer if
Right.
Max ticks up.
Oh, goodness.
Second, Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, now even if you have the Origin of Metal Bending, I mean, it's just not even going to necessarily matter here. We're going to be looking at 4 fresh new cards and then 1 for the turn here. I mean, so many cards. Archer Charm also dealing with the artist talent, but we still get the trigger here.
Yeah. The previous game, Jordan built a house of bricks. This game, the house is crumbling. Accumulate Wisdom, drawing 3, sear the discard. That's a sign of huge power.
Yeah, that's never a good sign when your opponent's discarding a 2-mana removal spell in a matchup where you're the control player here.
Agni Kayla joins the board.
Is Max close to discarding the hand size here?
Max
He's drawn
passed.
so many cards.
We know he's discarding Seer. That means he has all the removal he wants.
Absolutely. Okay.
Fabled Passage, the
Fabled
play.
Passage.
Bossing Say.
All right, so he's still committing to the Bossing Say plan here.
But are you attacking into a potential Wan Shitong?
Oh, is he looting in response?
Agni Kayla in response.
Interesting.
Looking for Wan Shitong.
Right.
Less strength than maybe previously said.
Perhaps. Taking 4 damage here. I think Jordan might be a little surprised. He's like, that's all you did?
I don't think any of us, Jordan most of all, expected this turn of events.
He might just fire off a removal spell to pad his life total here.
Is there a third wisdom?
No.
Combustion Technique.
Yeah. Fabled
Passage. Back in play. Only 2 taken.
Right.
Komanowski down to 14.
All right, well, this is another turn here. Can Max get some good permanence in play?
Card drawn. What do you have? River Pyre Verge. Is it another pass? This is... I said Max was going to be proactive. Archdruid's Charm said none of that. Two Ancestral Recalls have resolved. No other proactive action. How many cards did Kamenowski board out?
Right. Did he board out some number of Monument to Endurances? It's certainly possible, especially if you consider the fact that the mono green landfall deck has a lot of disenchant effects out of the sideboard here. So perhaps leaning very, very heavily on something like a Wan Shi Tong to win him the match.
Magna Kayla again.
Oh, man, he's digging. What is happening here?
We're seeing Bossing Say really take things over. You are trading resources you do not want to trade. Abandon attachments. We are approaching Abandon Hope. Mountain being discarded. 2 cards being drawn. Is there a firebending lesson to be found?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to cast one right now here. But I mean, this is just, keep in mind though, I mean, Max is still sculpting his hand. He's ahead on mana actually, and cast the abandoned attachments. It doesn't take much for Max to completely turn this around. We already saw that in game 1.
You are trading cards for turns.
Right.
You use 1 card. Jordan uses an entire turn.
All right, Gran is online here with a fully loaded graveyard. That's the 3rd Accumulate Wisdom. Can Max have a good follow here? 2 mana, so that's got to be perhaps a monument. We did also see Max. Was it Max that brought in the Ral? Oh, that was a previous matchup, excuse me.
That was a previous matchup. That was the last round. So, Gran comes down, thinks better of it, doesn't tap 2. Back we go Wonderwell's way.
But you have to think, I mean, if you're on Jordan's side too, it's like, well, this is the only thing that I think's going to work, right? Just because if I play my things, you have to have some number of counterspells in your hand. So
back we go.
He's still doing it.
Still doing it. Max says sure.
Yep.
Look.
All right.
Jordan is very confident this is the correct game plan.
Did he find it yet? Does he find the Wan Shi Tong yet? Nope. Hey, still, I mean, slowing things down here at 10 life, drawing tons and tons of cards here.
All right. So, Llanowar Elves, the follow-up. Finally, a spell being cast.
Agnakella. I did not expect a 3rd or 4th Agnakella activation here, but here we are.
It'll quench you discarded. Land count's getting too high. 2 mana.
There
Monument.
it is.
Welcome to the battlefield. Second monument.
Second monument.
Gran, get aggressive.
All right, and now it's kind of slipping away. It looks like Max is about to turn the corner here. 2 triggers on the Monument Endurance. You can find more cards, find more action, look for more removal spells, find a Wan Shi Tong.
Your life total is not very high. There is still avenues. 1 damage comes across, 2 cards drawn. Do you have an Artist Talent?
Artist Talent would make it so that this game would get closed out much quicker here. Max still probably representing some kind of a counterspell in case Jordan has something like a Mightform Harmonizer that he was sandbagging.
Right.
Oh, debating whether or not he wants to actually play. Man, how many cards has he gone through? Look at that graveyard.
That graveyard is very stacked. What are they counting?
Oh, how many lands he's played?
Have I played a land this turn?
I don't
Answer
think
is
he has.
no.
Yeah.
Mountain is played. What's the difference maker for that?
Right. So now he can still activate the Agnakella.
Yeah.
Make 2 treasures.
Yeah.
Off of the monuments.
Correct.
As well. So yeah, I mean, just still a ton of resources. Although he's probably going to wait here unless he has, you know, something like an Artist Talent in hand.
You have to imagine there's a 3 steps ahead waiting in this hand.
Yeah, Flash Freeze, that's a 1 of as well. Could have a null.
It would be incredible for Landfall to win this game using what is essentially Bossing Say and Fumes.
Yeah, I mean, in the second game, Max really couldn't get anything going because of the Soul Guy Lantern kind of stifling the card draw effect of Accumulate Wisdom, but that's not the case here, right? Max has drawn 9 extra cards off of that instant.
Cub is the first play. Does this force your hand, Max Kamenowski?
Because you have to think, all right, Jordan's trying to play out this Cub to bait something else. But if the Cub resolves, that does give Jordan access to a ton of mana with that Llanowar Elf and the Vayne in play as well. I mean, this feels like it's going to be the pivotal turn here, and Max does allow the Badger Mole Cult Cub to resolve.
So now Llanowar Elves taps for extra mana. That means Bossing Say could be activated.
Is this another Badger Mole Cub or something? No, three.
Mana. Activate Bossing Say.
Okay.
I think.
Just
on the Fabled Passage.
Staying the course here.
Jordan very confident in this game plan.
Okay.
Will it come back to bite him? Asked if he could change plans onto the forest. They said yes. 5 coming across. That's half of Max's life total.
All right, what do you got here, Max?
Max doing the math. Can I kill you?
He's like, I take it here.
I think he's setting up the lethal.
For a kill here, right? Because you deal 6 damage end of turn, 6 damage on your turn, 6 damage on your opponent's turn. If you can find a way to get that cub off the battlefield, that's 19 damage over a turn cycle.
So this is draw 2 cards, discard a card, create a token that's a copy of Monument. That says artifact or creature. How often do you see this, folks?
All right, that's a 3rd Monument to Endurance in play, and Jordan has taken 6 damage here.
And Paul, you resolve those in the order they're written on the card. So the Monument sees the discard. That was 9.
All right.
He's making another one. This is 12.
This is 12 damage. He just dealt 20 damage in just over 1 turn cycle.
Jordan Vanderwell, was he too patient? Was he too conservative? Yes, he played around the 3 steps ahead. Yes, they would have countered what he played, but ultimately they got the job done anyways.
What an incredible way to win that game with the 3 steps ahead. I mean, Jordan knew, right? With all the cards that he drew, that Max drew, he's like, oh, you have a counterspell. I'm just going to play around it. But, of course, 3 steps ahead has a few additional modes that were pivotal in closing that game out over that turn.
That was a fantastic match of Magic.
Oh, yes.
I really enjoyed that. It has been a while since I saw somebody make a copy of Monument to Endurance twice.
Yeah, that was insane.
All right, well, we showed you a glimpse of it earlier. We're going to go back to it in action here from the other feature match. Now, you are not seeing double. It is it Lessons against Dimir mid-range here that we are going to see. So, excuse me, top of, we did not get a look at this earlier. On the top, May French playing Is It Lessons. On the bottom, Haven Gilbert Avila on Dimir mid-range. Is It Lessons doing this thing? We already know Dimir mid-range doesn't really come back from these positions. Can Haven change that?
I'm going to go with no. Looking at this board. I mean, I don't know how many cards there are here, but Haven's got, I guess, a Sanctuary in play, and May's sitting at 9 life. I do see double Kaito Emblem, so if you activate the Sanctuary, I mean, I guess that allows you to get in for 5 points of damage, but, I mean, we just have everything. That Artist Talent is on the 3rd level here, by the way.
Yep, so Artist Talent on the 3rd level. This game has been a grindy one. This match has been a grindy one. There's 2 minutes on the clock. I don't think this game is going to end in a draw.
Oh, absolutely not. Okay, so yeah, Boomerang basics there on the Storm Chaser's Talent. More tokens. I mean, unless somehow May just runs out of cards.
I feel like May is just going for a lethal push here, perhaps.
Yeah. How many spells have been cast? We're not entirely sure here. I mean, a lot of mana has been tapped here, so.
Right. It looks like all of these otters may be summoning 6. So.
Right.
Monuments have been capped out for the turn. Otters are sick. Back we go. over Haven's Way.
Yep.
And Demir says, I got nothing. Is it Lessons takes the match? May French moves up to 10-2. She's looking at the PT invite. She's thinking maybe I might have a top 8 run in me.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Is It Lessons that put together a really impressive run, especially as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament. You know, maybe less Cub decks around, and the Is It Lessons deck just has, you know, it's one of those decks, it just had kind of game against everything, and we're just seeing just the innate shell of that Lessons package really be impressive here.
I'm getting flashbacks to the World Championship.
Maybe.
How many copies could we see? 4. We'll have to find out. We're going on a break. On the other side, Corey and Jim will be joining you for the first time today to bring you round 13. Don't go anywhere. 3 rounds of Swiss left in day 2.
welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship. My name is Corey Baumeister. I am joined by the one, the only. It's Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here for the next couple rounds as we really get into the thick of this tournament. We are entering round 13, and this is kind of where the spot where players can lock up that Pro Tour invite. I think that's the spot that we're at, and then kind of looking towards the top 8 here in the next couple rounds. So, Jim, how you feeling today, and what are you looking forward to?
I'm feeling great.
Yep.
Up early watching USA versus Canada.
USA.
There you go. Sorry, Monty. Sorry about that one. And but yeah, I'm pumped to watch today. And I was watching the coverage. I was watching Monty and Paul this morning. I saw there were 5 Simic Rhythm decks floating in the top 32s. But my predictions weren't too bad.
You still got it.
Yeah.
You still got it. Yeah. You still know how to metagame, it would seem.
Yep.
Okay, so let's take a look at the standings and see where we're at in the tournament here and see what we got. Up top, we got Tyson, we got Max, we got Neil as our last 3 11-win players, so they're looking great going into the top 8. And I got to say, I was looking over standings yesterday, y'all, and I saw Max Komanowski. I was like, okay, let's see, let's look at the game, see if there's any telling story here. Max was 16-2 in games on day number 1 and was 8-1. So the math points to that is 8 2-0s and 1 0-2. Couldn't distribute those losses a little better, huh, Jim?
Yeah, you got to spread those out, And what's interesting here is you see 3 undefeated players.
Yeah.
We see Lessons. We see Landfall. That makes sense.
Yep.
2 of our top decks. Ban Airbending, though, I was talking about Simic Rhythm being kind of a comeback deck with Badger Mole Cub. Ban Airbending was the other Badger Mole deck that did very poorly at the Pro Tour, kind of fell by the wayside here, and now sitting at the top of the standings.
And what's also cool? Just a fun little stat. Look at the top 8 players. Look at the top 8 decks. They're all different. All 8 are different. It takes till 9th place to get a repeat deck. I mean, come on. How can you not be in love with Standard right now, Jim?
There's 2 Lessons, but...
Oh, well, I can't read, but hey, how great is Standard if you just can't read?
Right.
Okay, yeah, let me tell you.
Even when you can read, 7 out of 8 ain't bad.
Ain't bad. Okay, that was the top 8 for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I read that wrong too. So either way, metagame's looking really great. Any other standouts here as far as decks go on the first page?
Yeah, I mean, mid-range Spellmental is a deck where, that was a deck that was really good against the Cub decks, the Pro Tour. We see 2 of those in the top 16. Really awesome deck. The breakout deck from the Pro Tour had an unbelievable win rate. It was over 70% in a Pro Tour in a huge sample size. Really, really cool. And Landfall's still holding strong here. We have 4 players in the top 16. Probably, the deck of a tournament so far.
Yep, and looking at 5th and 6th place there, those were our 2 overnight leaders. We've only played 3 rounds, so, they are 1 and 2 on the day, so they kind of got to get it together and stop losing if they want to make it to the top 8. Let's look at the second page of standings, see who else is in the hunt. These 9 and 3 players, they're still in it, but they very much need to win out from here and kind of hope for the tiebreakers to be able to make it into the top 8 here. As far as other big names, we see Brian Koval, Bosch and Roll in 19th place. We see Devin in 20th place, who is fresh off a top 8 in Portland, I believe. May French, an incredible player as well, and even Will Kruger and Michael Plummer there in 25th as well at 9 and 3. So
Plummer's always there.
Plummer's always there.
Always there.
I'm shocked he's got 3 losses. That's the biggest thing. I assume he's usually X1 at this point. So looks like, wow, he's still human.
Yeah. And the good news is for these players at the very, very top of these standings at the 9 and 3. So Plummer's 9 and 3, the second best 9 and 3, going to have really good breakers.
Yes.
So if it does come down to that tiebreaker lottery, you got to feel pretty good about your chances.
Yeah, your tiebreaker lottery to make it and get a Pro Tour slot. I think Michael Plummer's probably queued for the next Pro Tour about 6 different ways already, but whatever. So other thing before we get into the match, let's take a look at what the metagame is looking like here on day number 2. Kind of see what changes we have from the first day's metagame, what had a good weekend, and Jim, I believe, is it Lessons was at the top. It is no longer.
Yeah. Mono Green Landfall. We've been saying it all broadcast. This is the deck that really come out 15%, was under 10% to start the day. So probably the deck of a tournament right now, the deck to beat. And of course, the deck is very, very potent. Lessons, great conversion rate also. Was a mover upper from about 10% to 13%. Excruciator and Demir midrange. Demir midrange players never give up. And being rewarded for their tenacity here, sliding up into 4th place.
Watery graves never go away, Jim. They never go away. All right, looks awesome here. A couple changes, nothing that is standing out too much, except, wait a minute, 3 Azorius Otters at the bottom?
Hey.
Oh, I guess there were more than just 4 cores in the list. So come on, Otters. I want to see more of that deck. That deck was absolutely sweet. So now let's pivot. let's get ready for our feature match. We're going to be watching a fan favorite here. Honestly, a fan favorite of mine. I love Brian Koval. He is the man. And Bosch and Roll on the internet, makes a lot of cool videos, daily content, and overall just an incredibly nice dude. Playing, oh my goodness, the deck you would have played, Jim.
Yeah, Simic Rhythm, and we're seeing, mostly the stock list here of the usual suspects. There are 2 copies of Oko, Loran, Liege, which is a good card against removal spell decks. Kind of good against the decks trying to beat you.
Good against Lessons, right?
Yeah, kind of a variety threat that's a little bit off kilter, but otherwise just kind of trying to buck the trend here and trying to reverse course where Rhythm had a big downswing. We've seen the meta game change. Mono green landfall's coming back up. Simic comes to beat it.
Okay, and let's hope Brian Koval is not playing against a bad matchup. Let's check out Brian Koval's opponent here. Oh, no. Is it Spelementals in the hands of Jason Reed? Jim, how's this matchup?
It's not good. It's at the Pro Tour. The most damning number at the Pro Tour was the Spelementals went 23-1 against the Bant variation of Rhythm.
Okay, which is a slower version.
They're slightly slower, slightly more like, kind of finicky, cute stuff. So it won't be as bad as that, but still not very good. Sunderflock is an absolute house, a bunch of cheap removal spells, and a deck that can turn the corner really fast. Kill a few things, get a Sunderflock in play, and then attack for 10 twice and win the game. Yeah,
and I think that you bring up a very good point. The Bant Rhythm decks were probably more popular because they were playing this Arms Wraith with other Simic Rhythm decks, and that inherently slows the deck down a little bit because they have more interaction, and then decks like that really prey on it. So who knows? Maybe the more streamlined Simic version can still be fast enough to represent a nice clock against this Is It Spelementals list. But sounds like our players are ready to go. So let's head on down to the feature match and see who's going to take it down in just a couple minutes here. But any big kind of changes from the Is It Spelementals list that we see in this list from kind of the stock one that we saw from Andrew Ellenbogen and company?
Not really, no.
Okay.
It's the core 12 creatures. Eddie Merc Crab, which is inexplicably an elemental.
Yep.
Of course, Hearth Elemental.
Of course, the Crab Elementals, yes.
Right, yeah,
that makes sense.
Makes sense. And then Hearth Elemental, really cool card from Wilds of Eldraine. It's been at standard for 3 years. Hasn't seen too much play, but it's a really potent card. And then, of course, Sunderflock, a bunch of spells, a lot of the usual Is It stuff, but not too much changed.
Yeah, okay. Well, it looks pretty sweet, I must say. We're going to see these 2-player battle. Right now, let's head on down to the feature match here for round number 13. All right, here we are. Down at the feature match area, we do have, of course, Brian Koval on the top, and then Jason Reed on the bottom. So we'll get those switched for you there. And Spelementals being played. It looks like on the draw. Brian Koval going first.
Nice breeding pool. Brian is a vintage, kind of legacy, old school extraordinaire. So I expect nothing less than a Rob Alexander signed old school breeding pool.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's always got the cool collection. Always kind of tricking out his cards. Won invitational at SCG, right? I believe he was playing Death and Taxes.
I believe so.
I remember watching that from home. I was not yet living in Roanoke, but I was about to move. So I'm like, okay, God, these invitational tournaments look so sweet, and it was really fun to get to play a couple of them.
Yeah, it was one. He has like a binder full of Lotuses. Like he's won so many vintage events, so many power events. It's just like, oh yeah, I just got 3 or 4 Lotuses.
Yeah, I keep them under the couch.
Yeah,
it's whatever. All right, a braid coming down. Looks like a braid on the land. So cutting off what Cub creates instead of the Cub itself. There's some risk to that, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting play. Kind of using it like almost like a Rashad port. It's going to tap your land in the upkeep.
Brian Koval knows a thing or two about a port, huh?
That's what I was going for. And but putting Brian down to 1 or 2 mana this turn rather than a lot more. I mean, risky.
Yeah.
Probably speaking to Jason having another answer for this Cub.
Yeah, because Koval could have just had a Spider Sense as well. That would have been kind of devastating. And he plays 3 of them in the main. So I think that was too risky. For what it's worth, I know it worked out, but I do think that was a little too risky.
I think if the Spider Sense is played, then Jason has accomplished the task he's trying to accomplish, right?
Yeah.
He's tapping Brian's lands on his turn before he can use them,
But also, don't you just want to, like, if you're going to Sunderflock your opponent, you don't want them to have the Cub. You'd rather their land bounce back?
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely pluses and minuses. I think stopping Brian from doing things this turn felt like the goal of the play.
Yeah.
Even in the Spider Sense case, that still works out.
Okay, makes sense. So now getting back to it, we did a little opt action, sculpting the hand here from Jason Reed, multiversal passage number 2. Taking some damage. You know, life total's largely irrelevant from Koval's side at least, as, you know, honestly from both sides. Both players kind of just win very quickly once they turn the corner. But here's a way to turn the corner for sure. Ouroboros comes down, trigger on the stack, destroys the cub, and then Ouroboros gets the boost. But hey, this is a problem.
Yeah, so 2 things here. One, we saw Jason opt on the main phase last turn, probably looking for a land, speaks to his hand a little bit. And then secondly, that Abrade that killed that Earthbended land could have tagged that Ouroboros. So taking that risk, kind of, you know, speaking to possible Thunderflock in hand, and again, no land drop for Jason too. So Jason's got a lot of stuff in hand. I would assume a Thunderflock as well, and ready to kind of clean things up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm on same page as you there, Jim. Hearth Elemental coming on down. I'm assuming we played this for 2 instead of discarding our hand, Jim. That would make sense. Yeah. You don't see that mode too often, huh?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a way to kind of turbo things out and get things going.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually that means your hand is really, really bad, or it's later in the game when your hand is mostly empty.
Yeah, or literally empty, right? You can cast that with 0 cards. You just draw 2, which is pretty nice.
Yep.
Time to get wistful.
Yeah, not great here as far as you know, developing your board with an Ouroboros in play just to spend 2 mana to chart a course. Want to just play bodies. They can be the worst bodies in the world. They can be, you know, Llanowar Elves or Gene Pollinators, but want to get this Ouroboros to at least get some triggers off if possible.
Just let the bodies hit the floor, basically, right?
I guess.
So I was also thinking, is it reasonable with all these Spider Sense to, you know, kind of attack Thunderflock in that way? I know you can't counter the creature itself, but countering the ability to return things, that feels kind of bad, though, right?
I mean, that is, I think, the goal. You know, there are 3 Spell Snare in Jason's deck also. Jason has a pretty good counterplay, too, there, if he can set that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Spider Sense is one of the big ways to fight back against a lot of the cards that are naturally good against the Simic Rhythm deck. And part of what makes the deck is so good. The combination of Spider Sense and Quantum Riddler are just so good at fighting back against people who are trying to fight against you.
Yeah.
And the core of your deck is already so strong.
Yeah. So you're saying Quantum Riddler is a good Magic card, huh?
That is what I'm saying, yes.
Good.
I never deny your claims to the, you know, it's certainly a good one.
All right, so Formidable Speaker picked up a Meringue River Region, discarded a Gene Pollinator here, and about to go to combat with Ouroboros, putting some counters on. Looks like there might be a life total discrepancy, or looks like players just chatting it out a little bit.
Getting the Meringue. And getting Meringue here speaks to the kind of game Brian wants to play.
Yeah.
You know, usually you're looking for a cub or some way to kind of keep making more mana. Brian's saying, all right, I want to play this big, huge thing. The 5/6 body lines up exceptionally well against the threats in this elemental deck, which are mostly 5/5s and 4/5s. And then it can bounce some creatures, buy some time. And if it gets Thunderflocked, you can kind of just like pop it back in and do it again.
Yeah, okay, that checks out. Not exactly sure what these players are debating. Looks like life totals are the same on both of their pads.
I know what it is.
What do you think it is?
It's the validity of a Beta Forest against the Unhinged Island.
Ah.
Both very, very top tier art choices.
Very true.
I know where your heart lies.
Yeah, that one is very close for me. I love the Beta lands. Like, those are gorgeous. And those are my 2nd favorite John Avon lands. So I might go other John Avon lands as my top, Beta 2, these John Avons as my 3rd. I'm a huge John Avon fan.
I am too. But
you've been to my house. I have the pictures of the lands on the wall in 2 different locations. Fantastic artist.
At the World Championship in 10,000 million years ago, 2006, John Avon was there, and a friend of mine had me bring a stack of 20 5th edition mountains to get signed.
Okay.
He was not very happy with me.
Yeah.
But he was a good sport about it, and phenomenal artist.
Yeah, really great, that's for sure.
There for his Goblin deck. Charles, shout out if you're out there.
Oh, there you go. You know a thing or two about goblins, right?
Charles is the one who got me playing goblins.
Okay.
He was the one, he taught me the ways. He top 8 at every PTQ one season and extended with goblins.
Yeah.
By the last PTQ I've been playing Affinity, I was like, all right, I'll try this goblin deck. Lost in top floor, double engineer plague, and then from that point on, me and goblins were in love forever.
So he was the original goblin ringleader.
Yep.
You were the Mog fanatic, I guess?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. So looks like the game is over.
Alrighty then.
Maybe we'll try to get confirmation exactly what happened there, but that was the last thing that I expected to happen.
Yeah, okay, so we'll call down and see what the deal is. Ooh.
Okay, well, forwarding the stuff that happened, it seemed like outside assistance was invoked there. Jason wrote down some notes and was consulting to those. So something you can't do, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can't consult notes during the game.
Yeah.
That is the biggest. So you see here a sideboard guide out for Jason right now. Totally fine.
Yeah.
People have sideboard guides very often. You're allowed to consult these notes in between games.
But not during the game.
During an actual game, you're not allowed to use any notes, and I guess that was the issue. And
okay.
it's an interesting one.
It is interesting. Yeah, we'll leave that to the judges there and keep our speculations out of it. So looking to the sideboard now, starting with Jason, we have 1 Abrade, 2 Anoles, 1 Broadside Barrage, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Get Out, 2 Hydroman Fluid Felon, 1 Negate, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Seer, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 2 The Legend of Karuk / Avatar Karuk. What do you like?
They shouldn't put the small card as the last card because it makes me laugh.
I can't not say it like that. It makes me laugh too.
You're right, yeah. I mean, for the most part, the Spell Mental deck is pretty well geared to beat Simic. So we can see a little bit of, kind of massaging the deck here as far as like a Seer here or a Pyroclasm there. But there is no major strategical change from main deck to post board.
Yeah.
Change your rule spells a little bit if you want to, really focus in on exactly what you want to do. Maybe the Spider Sense can come out for a Pyroclasm, but for the most part, it's just very mild tuning of the spells and then all ready to go.
Okay, makes sense to me. And then from Brian Koval's side, we have 1 Bossing Say, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Enduring Curiosity, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 1 Spider Sense, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter, 4 Unable to Scream, and 2 Wistfulness, Jim.
So trying to fight back against Thunderflock. One of the differences between this is its Spell Mental deck and a lot of the other elemental decks is there are no Cavern of Souls here. Most elemental decks are playing 4 Cavern of Souls, so you can't really bring in counter spells to fight the big guys.
Yeah, can't really do that with a bunch of ops and stuff, huh?
Absolutely. So a card like Disdainful Stroke looks absolutely fantastic. There's only 1 copy, unfortunately. Spider Sense can counter that Thunderflock trigger. Sirach is very good at, stop fighting back against spot removal spells. So mostly going to come in, try and fight that Thunderflock battle, and kind of go from there. The Keen-Eye Curator is also pretty interesting, too. Is a little bit of graveyard hate. Could bring in the Lanterns as well. Trying to kind of fight the graveyard to keep the Crab and the Hearth Elemental under control. That being said, these are not rest in peace type cards.
Yeah.
Being able to kind of Soul Guide Lantern, hit a few cards here, that allows Jason to rebuild pretty quickly, which the deck is very good at. So not sure how relevant those will be, but the counter spells will be huge.
Yeah, because I remember hearing from like Andrew Ellenbogen in an interview at the Pro Tour, and they're just like, rest in peace, we lose. We're cold to it.
Right.
But Soul Guide Lantern's still going to be good, but you can fight through those. And you really have to be on top of your game as the Soul Guide Lantern player to understand when you should pop, when you need to like really take your time. So many times when there'll be like 3 spells in their graveyard, they have 4 mana and they pass to me, and I'm like, ooh, if I do it now, I force their Crab, then I untap and I can do stuff while they're tapped out. Like you gotta keep those numbers in your head pretty much at all times.
Yeah, this is not a dredge style graveyard thing. You only need a few cards in the graveyard to get things kind of cooking.
Yeah.
So for sure. So that's a risky one. I don't know if that's the angle you want to fight, but it is an option.
Okay, makes sense. And another option that, Jim, I'm going to have you help me out with is there a good spot to kind of like pre-order these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cards? Like, I want them, but, I want to get them now.
Well, there you go. StarCityGames.com. Pre-order. Look at the Shredder eye. You got Shredder's eye, and you saying, you will order turtle soup.
Yeah.
Maybe also some cards too, I guess.
Do you think Shredder does what I do when I open packs, like, open them with your mouth, you bite at them, or do you think he uses the claws there? He might damage his cards.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah, probably. Fair enough. All right, pre-order your cards here for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Go to StarCityGames.com for more information. Going to be fun. Set's coming out very shortly. And, we'll take a live look at one of our other matches while these players get all shuffled up and take a peek at the deck list. Things are going to slow down today, Jim. These players are very much in the heat of the match here. All right, players in the heat of it here. These are some of our players playing for the top seed at this tournament. There were 3 11-1s. Max Komanowski. We got Neil here playing Mono Green Landfall. How's this looking?
Looking pretty good for Max.
Yeah.
A lot of monuments in play, a lot of talents. You know, you want to try and set up that trifecta, you know, of Grand Artist Talent and Monument Endurance. Well, when you add more to that and have a full house of monuments over talents, looking pretty nice, and a lot of pressure on Neil to end the game almost immediately.
Yeah.
It only takes 1 or 2 turns of this to end the game. We see 9 damage on your turn, 9 damage on your opponent's turn, and Neil, of course, is already at 10. So, advantage Max.
I would say, I would agree, yeah. And Max and Michael Plummer were my 2 picks, my 2 favorites going into the event for people that were going to top 8 this event. Not looking as likely for Plummer, but man, does Max Komanowski know his way around a Monument of Endurance, let me tell you.
Yeah, I can't believe your stat of him being undefeated in games, except for the 1 match he lost.
And I think he's been on camera a couple times already, and I thought he 2-0'd twice. So I'm kind of thinking he is 20-1, and then I don't know that other round. So I guess I can double check that, because that is just absolutely unheard of here from Max. But looks like our main match, they're still mulliganing, so we'll stay here for just a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely, you want to try and keep the Lessons player from getting to this spot in the game. And then once they're there, the fact that a Lesson deck can close so quickly is the real big deal. You know, it's not about just drawing cards and, you know, kind of grinding. It's about, oh, I can just turn the switch over, Lava Spike you a bunch of times, really, really fast, and you're dead, which makes this deck so potent.
Max has had a horrible day today.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely horrific. He is 22-4 in games, so that means he's lost the same amount of games today as yesterday already. Hasn't lost a match yet, but still just as many games, so really having a rough start. He's really got to get it together and start 2-0ing more opponents, huh?
Total game win percent of 84.61, not too shabby.
Yeah, not bad, but for Max's standards, you know, that's still pretty average. I'm totally kidding. That is absurd. That is absolutely absurd. This is a man who knows his way around the senior discount and his way around plenty of Monument of Endurances.
You do see a Harmonizer here from Niels trying to set up that must win the game this turn. That's a good way to try and do it.
Yeah? Okay.
I think our main players are ready to go, though.
Yep, let's get on back. We'll keep you updated how that match went. And looks like we're starting it off with a sleight of hand here from Jason.
Take a little look. Pick one up, put one down. And no 1-drop once again from Brian.
Okay, not great. Definitely, especially not great in a bad matchup here. Sleight of hand number 2.
This Izzet deck is kind of like, it reminds me a lot of Izzet Phoenix, honestly, from Pioneer.
Yeah.
Just a lot of cantripping, a lot of massaging your hand, a lot of velocity. Kind of just, you know, plowing through and then finding those cheap threats.
And so you're just saying Thing in the Ice has broken out and it's now Sunderflock, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Sunderflock was in the ice the whole time?
Yeah.
I knew it.
I guess so.
I knew it. All right, so Cub comes down. This time we did choose to Burst Lightning the Cub. I think I do like that a little bit more. And time for story time.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate how the last game ended for obvious reasons.
Yes.
But also because I was very curious to see how the game was going to play out.
Yeah.
You know, given that Jason kind of took this an interesting line as far as mana denial rather than killing a creature. So that speaks to having a very good plan for the matchup. Like, Jason has a vision for how the game's going to play out and wants to play to that vision. Fortunately, we didn't get to see that one, but hopefully we'll get to see it here.
Yep. And Winter Night Stories, discarding some cards here. Looks like we're discarding 2 instead of the classic of discard 1 creature. Disdainful Stroke and Spell Snare to the yard.
Yeah, one cool thing about this deck is that, well, that's not the ideal mode as far as card advantage goes. It's the way to kind of really turbocharge your graveyard full of spells.
Yeah.
You know?
And we're there, right? I mean, now any of the spells can be cast for their cheapest cost. You can do some crabbing around here for 2, or the Hearth Elemental for 1 mana. So, you know, I mean, we could play multiple of these creatures. And that makes a lot of sense why Jason wouldn't discard those creatures. Well, maybe 1, you don't have them, or number 2, you want to cast them.
So this is an extremely defensive Disdainful Stroke. There's only 1 copy in Brian's deck. And Hearth Elemental is the least important of the 3 creatures.
Yes.
Least impactful. It's just a 4/5 vanilla, you know, whereas Thunderflock has a huge effect in the game, and the Crab does as well. But Brian's saying, hey, my hand is not very good here. I need to stay alive.
And it was, I need to use this mana, I think.
Yeah.
Like, if you just go Hearth Elemental go, Brian's probably like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
You know, that's not great for me. And if you counter Hearth Elemental, you counter Sunderflock too. So I get it. Sure. Air quotes, you counter it too because you can't cast it immediately. But time to get crabby.
Ouch. No, we see a Curiosity here get hit by Get Out.
Get out of here, Curiosity.
Very transparent Curiosity. Even though there's only one copy in the deck, there's really no other reason Brian would ever say go with 4 mana up and cards in hand on turn 3.
Yeah.
Turn 4, sorry.
Here's the old Riddler. Draw 1 card. And let's see what the rest of the follow-up is here. Now, these players with 3 rounds left, X and 2, to control your own destiny, you need to go 2-0 and then hope to do a handshake at the end. Still possible. I think we will see some X and 3s going into the top 8, but you don't want to leave that up to chance.
Yeah, definitely. Eyes on the prize here.
Yep.
Got to win.
Up. Starting it off for Jason Reed.
Yeah, like Is It Phoenix, this is a deck for folks who love game actions. Guess the cantrip. Look, top, bottom, top.
Absolutely. I do enjoy drawing cards.
It is pretty sweet.
And it is impressive how many Is It decks are doing well. I think we saw 4 different Is It decks, but, you know, something that, unlike we've seen in previous formats, none of them are completely dominant, you know? They're all very niche decks that are good in certain metagames, excluding Lessons. Lessons is just amazing. It's just a great deck, but I don't think it is like a deck that is impossible to deal with. We've seen it ebb and flow. When people want to respect the deck and defeat it, they can.
Absolutely. We see a Sunderflock discarded here by Jason. Big statement. Probably the most important card in the entire matchup, but with no elementals in play, not available yet. Wouldn't be surprised if there's at least a second copy, if not more.
Yep. I would tend to agree. And right now, well, there's not even that many things to flock. There's not many creatures. You know, we're going to do a little bit of drawing here from Koval. Koval's draw seems extremely weak so far. You know, it's just very mid-rangey. You know, we don't have the legs of the deck. You know, the Llanowars, the Gene Pollinators, the Cubs. Excluding the one that died, of course.
Yeah, drawing a lot of the one-ofs. You know, the 1 Disable Stroke, the 1 Enduring Curiosity, the 1 Meringue River Regent, which, you know, this deck is a little bit of a toolbox deck. You know, not nearly as much as like the Selesnya version was with the Pro Tour, you know, where there's a few toolbox cards, but for the most part, the tutor engine is just to get more Badgermole Cubs.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you play Singletons, you will draw them occasionally at inopportune times, and here we are.
Yeah, sometimes you need a hammer and you just keep drawing wrenches.
Yep.
And
you can hammer stuff with a wrench.
Okay, man, I don't envy what your house looks like if you're the one doing the fixing at the house.
But all you have
Let's hope Nicole does the fixing.
All you have is a wrench, everything looks like a nail. That's the saying, right?
Yeah, I think that is exactly a saying. Put that on a T-shirt. Jim Davis, MTG's new merch here is about to drop. One other thing I want to point out here from Koval is he just sifted during his turn the Meringue River Regent, the Coil and Catch, and didn't play a land.
Yep.
So not ideal. Very much Koval looks like has a lot of gas in hand, but you know, really nothing to supercharge it all out with.
And again, we see this upkeep, sort of Rashadenport, tap your land, kind of keeping Koval's already restricted on things that can be done and saying, nope, I think it's worth a Burst Lightning right now to put you down 1 mana on your next turn.
Hey, makes sense. I mean, a card that could be scary here is a Riddler, could be an Ouroboros, and shutting off that mana here to start is big game. And wow, Oko, is that a card that you're surprised to see against this deck?
I mean, in theory, it's very good. You know, it's you want against the removal spell heavy decks. It is pretty poor against Sunderflock.
Because it does still return that, right? No. It's the creatures, but it returns the 3/3s that you would make, right?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Once they're bounced, they're gone forever, obviously. Yeah. So, but there's the one clean answer. Broadside Barrage. There are not a lot of Planeswalker answers in this Spellmental deck.
Yeah.
But that is the one.
Get out of here, Oko.
So this game has got about as bad as it possibly could for Brian. The only saving grace is that Jason's not able to get on the board. I spoke too soon. Here's a crab.
And the Winter Night Stars, I was going to say, man, Jason is just very afraid of more counter magic here, but being able to proactively Winter Night Stories here, 1 mana, draw 3, discard 1 or 2 is extremely strong. We discard the Steam Vents, and the Opt graveyard is completely stocked.
Yeah, I mean, Brian's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Because now, with the crab in play, now Sunderflock is actually online. Now there's a clock, and it's a very fast one. It's a 4-turn clock. second crab comes down, and then the tapping can move some blockers. The game can end very quickly.
And what do you think the percentage is that we have a Sunderflock in hand? 150%? Like when you discard one early?
I would say maybe 175.
Okay, wow. We know math here in the booth. Although, that being said, it looks like Jason might have, what, 2 cards in hand? How is that even possible? I feel like we've been drawing cards this entire game.
It's more than, maybe 3 or 4. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right. Pyroclasm coming on down, and then Eddie Merck coming in to Oko.
Nice.
Very strong.
Okos have not looked particularly good. Oko is a card that takes 1 turn to get going.
Yeah. I would have really recommended that we just turn that crab into a 3/3 elk. That seems like a better use, or at least make the food, right? Like, oh, wrong Oko.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Oko,
That
thief
makes
of crowns.
sense.
What are you doing?
Sitting on the bench where it belongs.
Yeah.
That card was a little too good.
Coming to an Arena Cube draft near you.
There you go. There you go. All right. Hearth Elemental coming down. Brian Koval really up against it here. Here's Sirach.
Yeah, Sirach is a fantastic tool in the matchup, but not at this stage in the game.
Now, it feels like we're about to do some Sunderflocking here. Feels like it's time, yep.
178%.
Ooh, okay. Jim, never teach math, okay?
It's the highest number I can think of.
Okay. Sunderflock turns sideways to do some storytelling as well.
Yeah, really cool of his deck, utilizing these high power creatures, spell-based, and then being able to flash back these Winter Night Stories.
Yeah.
Very cool synergy.
Yeah, Winter Night Stories is a card that it really felt like once we lost Prof's Eidetic Memory, that was a card that kind of got soft banned as well. But it really has proven that it is still a very strong card. Harmonize in general has proven to be extremely strong in Standard. Maybe it took a little bit after Tarkir came out to realize how powerful essentially Flashback is, but cheaper, how good that is. But Winter Night Stories, Rhythm, both phenomenal cards. Sirach's back. Llanowar Elf is back. And I think we're going to be at the game too, huh?
Need a little more than this, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, Sirach is a great card in the matchup.
Yeah.
It dodges Pyroclasm early. It makes all the the removal spells awkward. But before this happens, in the early stages of the game, when Jason is hard-pressed to use every removal spell possible to control Brian's board, that's where Sirach's incredible.
Yeah.
This stage of
Agreed.
the game, a 4/3 body does not line up very well. And here come the clowns.
And I do think Sirach is going to be better against, like, is it Lessons?
Sure.
Is it Blink? It's phenomenal there where you just are killing this. Sunderflock to pick him up, a little bit worse. Elementals, maybe not as good there too as, it's still probably pretty strong there, but especially great against the deck that doesn't have Sunderflock.
The floor is quite high.
Yeah.
It's just a well-sized creature. If you draw a single card off it, you're very happy.
Yeah.
Often does more.
All right, here's the Cub. Looks like a spell snare, and we're going to be packing it up, heading to game number 3 here between Brian Koval and Jason Reed.
Yeah, really kind of a weird game. Brian's draw didn't cooperate really, drew a lot of weird one-ofs, and then with that stumble, Jason was able to cast all these sleight of hands, really craft the perfect hand, and then it got to the point where anything Brian did, Jason had the perfect answer to.
Do you think that Koval's deck is constructed a little too clunky post-board, like in Curiosities, the Coil and Catches, like that kind of thing, or are those cards still pretty good in the matchup? And you just kind of hope to not naturally draw them as much, or? Yeah,
I think it's just an issue of there's 2 or 3 silver bullets in the deck that are pretty cool in certain spots. Happen to draw all of them. I think for them, I would imagine that the deck is still fairly lean. It was just kind of an aberration of a draw.
Player draw, any differences here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
For the most part, the game plan is pretty locked in for both players. Jason has the kind of interaction advantage. Brian's trying to have a fast draw, kind of get under that, and kind of weave through all the interaction with these kind of interesting tricks like Spider Sense and Disdainful Stroke, and then the threats like Sirach and Curiosity.
All right, and if you're sitting at home and you're watching these matches and you're like, you know what, I think I could have made a better play there. You know what, I think I would have metagamed this better. Well, come and prove it. Come on down to Richmond, Virginia here, not next weekend, but the weekend after. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be back on the Spotlight Tour. It's going to be Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, March 6th through the 8th. If you are interested in playing what is an amazing standard format. We're going to have, well, all these 4 turtles as well as Shredder in the metagame. Who knows how big of an impact they're going to make, as that is on release weekend. So usually not a huge impact when it comes to a new set. So standard's going to look a lot like this. So if you want to join us, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Open event. Anyone can play. You don't have to qualify. Top 8 goes to the Pro Tour, as well as we give away $10,000 up top and a ton of cash all the way down. So come on down to Richmond. It's going to be fun.
Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah.
To a table near you.
There we go. Cowabunga, dude. All right, players getting shuffled on up here. Getting ready to go. So, Jim, while these players get ready, what would be your inclination for Richmond? We'll say excluding Turtles now, since I know, both of us are going to lean into that set on Wednesday, but we haven't really dove too much into it. Where would you go in the standard metagame for the Spotlight here in a couple weeks?
It's interesting. We're seeing the shift, with the Cub decks coming back a bit. We saw Airbending in first place. Simic Rhythm doing pretty well also. The question is that, well, Landfall's still doing really good. You know, the fear would be that, like, if you're a Landfall player, these Rhythm decks come back, it's a pretty bad matchup, and things start to shift hard again. But Landfall's still doing very well. Yeah. So maybe more of a Cub resurgence.
Okay. So maybe, probably just run back Cub.
Yep. Or if you're playing, or if you could find a deck like, for example, that Azorius Otters deck, some sort of interesting combo deck that is naturally good against the Landfall deck, but has other good applications elsewhere. That's the real sweet spot, I think.
For me, Donatello, Leonardo Control is what would be my weapon of choice. Just shred the competition up,
Donnie does machines.
Yeah. All right, Koval, no 1-drop and no 2-drop. Excuse me? Is that a crime?
Brian knows how his deck works, right? Can we call somebody? Right?
Sleight of hand coming on down. Yeah, really no flash threats that we would expect here, right? Like, I'm sure we're going to see like a Sirach next turn or something, and it also does make sense. I don't know if that would be the case, but do you take out Gene Pollinators up against a deck that has 5 shocked, 6 shocked? Maybe. We haven't seen them.
Yeah, I can see. I think Pollinator's the card that could come down, and we're trying to be fair. Yeah. There is only 1 total Pyroclasm in the list. That's a card where if there's multiples of those, you really want to go down on it.
Yeah.
But how about a 3-mana Llanowar Elf?
Yeah, well, can't spell snare it.
It's true.
Well, take that. Could spell pierce that Llanowar Elf. That would be brutal.
Yes. Not a thing you hear very often. Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean, Brian did mulligan this game. I was expecting a more impactful play on turn 3 also. A Sirach, some sort of one of these kind of powerful silver bullets. Definitely Rhythm for 1 is not where Brian wants to be, but Brian is a fantastic player. Yep. And we can see if he can navigate out of this kind of awkward start.
Absolutely. Jason Reed as well. I've seen around this circuit quite a bit. Maybe he hasn't had the dynamic career that we have seen from Brian Koval yet, but this could easily be the start here. And he's played some very clean Magic. Definitely knows his deck. Probably an Izzet Phoenix player back in Pioneer. And we see an opt with this Badger Mole Cub in a hat on the stack. Looks like it resolves.
There's something about how, cantrip players play their cantrips. They have cast a lot of cantrips.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a correlation between skill and talent with cantrips, whether you put them above your lands or below. The below the lands. I think that's a sign of strength.
Corey calling out every player in the entire world who's plays their cards above their lands.
Except Jason Reed. Yeah. See, if you would have seared below your lands, absolute pro. I'll shut up, Jim.
Which we, of course, hate in the booth. So yes. A little bit off camera.
Exactly.
Play your spells in the middle table. Nice and clear for us to see.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Forget everything I've said so far. And Seer taking out Keen-Eyed Curator here. That is a great card, too, being able to eat away the graveyard. That makes sense that wasn't a Cub.
Yeah, Corey thinking you're cool, not nearly as cool as us in the booth being thankful for your help out.
Yeah, me calling you cool really does not have much value. Yeah.
All right, well, Corey, Riddler drew how many cards there?
I think it wasn't only 1?
No, it was 2.
Oh, that was cool then. That's why Brian Koval mulliganed. You get lower, you get to draw more cards with Riddlers.
Yeah, so far Jason had the answer in every street.
Yeah.
But again, like I was saying earlier, Quantum Riddler and Spider Sense are so good at kind of, you know, being that pickup, that plan B against the things that are good against this deck. And without the Riddler, I would feel very, very precarious in Brian's spot.
Yeah.
Riddler's a huge game.
Riddler is huge, especially, I mean, we're probably up to 3 cards now down to 2. You can play like a Cub and then play a Riddler, something like that would be excellent. So, looks like that's a Riddler. This might be Spider Sense, which would be devastating here. Yeah.
Wow.
So that puts Koval down to 1 card. So this is, as Koval drew it up, if Jason Reed doesn't have a Spell Snare, doesn't have a Disdainful Stroke, but Jason Reed kind of has to go for it if you have Get Out here. But as it stands, counter, draw 2, huge, huge turn of the game. That's the first turn where Brian Koval has looked ahead in this entire match.
Yeah. That being said, Jason getting a crab down is huge.
Yeah.
Now there's a clock. Now there's an enabler for Sunderflock. Now it's not just kind of Jason sitting back and trying to kill things.
Yeah. Now it's Eddie Merck trying to pinch things. Pinch, 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 pinch.
Crab peep.
Looks like we have an opt below the lands.
I wasn't going to say anything. But
Hearth Elemental coming down as well. And Sunderflock from the top ropes. Quantum Riddler, Llanowar Elf back. We saw how this game ended last game, and it was, well, with this trifecta here. The dream team, if you will, has been assembled.
yeah, I think Brian having a land here is pretty important. You know, being able to kind of keep really deploying things. Riddler is a right body here. That for some reason, Quantum Riddler has 6 toughness. I'm not sure why. That lines up exceptional against these creatures.
Yeah, it's to prevent it from dying to 5 damage removal spell, Jim. What are you talking about? You want that card to be playable, you know?
It's true.
4 or 5? Ugh.
Definitely unplayable.
Yuck.
4 or 5.
All right, Cub comes down. Will a Cub ever live in this matchup? So we can just play a Riddler right now. I would imagine Koval has 3 cards in hand, but not 100%.
I'm getting a read from Jason.
Is about to be 11-2.
I think Jason has another Sunderflock in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just sort of like, all right, yeah, whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really care what you're doing. I'm casting Sunderflock and winning the game next turn. So that's my vibe right now.
Yeah. He does not look bothered, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Does not look bothered at all. And, yeah, this matchup has felt rough
Yep.
for Brian Koval, for sure.
Brian Koval's draws have been pretty uninspired as well.
Very uninspired. Jason has played some clean Magic as well. And looks like we are doing a Rhythm for 2 per my math. So another Cub. I don't know what else. Okay. So now this is 3 mana available.
It is only 14 on the backswing. So only 14. Of course, Brian is at 15. And I think that, hold on, I think not lethal.
Okay.
Not lethal. So Brian can survive here at 1 potentially.
You aren't seeing this at home, but Jim just took off his shoes and counted on his toes and his fingers there. Impressive stuff.
You got to do what you got to do.
Smells in this booth now, but let's get back to Jason's turn.
All right, well, Sunderflock isn't already on the table, so maybe my read was wrong.
Maybe. Even if there isn't a Sunderflock, if Jason has 3 lands in hand, I think Jason is still favored.
I don't know. That's a lot of mana next turn.
Yeah. All right, Seer on the verge. And Jason could be also on the verge of taking this down. That is very much saying, I have an important spell to cast, like a Sunderflock. But, so this would be blue, green, green. So 2 green, 1 green would be floating. So now Jason can still cast Sunderflock, can't be countered. That looks like a Pyroclasm. Oh my goodness.
Oh, stop the match. Somebody stop the match.
Yeah, and here comes the dream team. LeBron, D-Wade, and Bosch coming on in. And Brian Koval might be boshed and rolled right out of the feature match area.
Brian going to play on.
All right. There is another Verge. We know about 1 Riddler, but, I mean, that solves, in air quotes, 1 creature. What are you going to do about the rest?
Yeah, you know, at face value, it's just Riddler 2 1-drops. pray, you know?
Hope that there is not a single thing as far as interaction goes. And even then, like, that's 2 chump blockers. The Riddler doesn't even kill anything. It's just, you know, not dying itself.
Yep.
Sunderflock and Riddler just kind of bounce off each other over and over. But
yeah, the class up is huge. Just like I said, if Brian goes into his turn with, you know, a cover 2 in play and this ability to really kind of like, hey, I've got some mana here. I have some explosive potential.
Yeah.
Cool. So Pyroclasm there really was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's just had all the answers at every single street in these last 2 games. And let's see. Koval's definitely doing the math of how can I possibly not die? 4 mana coming down. Are we heading to space? All right. We are going to space.
Kind of.
I saw another Quantum Riddler in hand there from Koval. And 2 cards now.
Again, even if Koval loses this game at 10-3, hopefully good breakers, not out of it, you know.
We'll have to win the last 3 and then pray.
Yep.
And then Jason Reed, on the other hand, likely playing a win-in on the next round. All right, so rhythm numbers being figured out here. Rhythm for 4 maybe by tapping the Warped Riddler. Warped Riddler and Harmonize has just been awesome. And that'll do it. Brian Koval scoops it up, and Jason Reed advances here to 11-2. Koval falling to 10-3. And yeah, Jim, that matchup looked pretty terrible.
It's a tough one. Brian's draws, again, were pretty poor in game 2 and 3. You know, again, in game 2, drawing out of the one-ofs, and this is not really, like I said, a full toolbox deck. There aren't, like, you know, 7 toolbox cards to draw. There only are 2 or 3, but kind of found those, you know, had this awkward issue of, like, drawing toolbox cards, still not having land 5 either. And then in game 2, your first play being 3-mana Llanowar Elf. It's tough.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many accelerant creatures were sided out. Like, I would think the Gene Pollinators maybe. I feel like it'd be a crime to side out Cub or Llanowar. But, yeah, interesting stuff. Sounds like we got more Magic here on the horizon. Let's head on down to another match here in round 13. See what we got cooking. Looks like we have Gavin up top. Vasilos on the bottom, mono green landfall up against Is It Prowess? How does this matchup go?
We saw yesterday, Ryan Overturf, you know, it looks good on the play, on the draw.
Yeah.
It looks good on the play, period.
Okay.
For either player on the play, you know. I think that there's a lot of pressure on the landfall player to have an early start with the Llanowar Elf and some acceleration. If they have that draw on the play, I think they're in good shape.
How's this draw on the play, Jim?
If they don't, things turn really, really fast.
How's 7 permanents on turn 2? Is that good?
Not too shabby.
Here is the Cub coming on down, but wow, blink and you miss it here. Gavin is kind of popping off so far.
And this is kind of the crux. We saw this yesterday where, you know, if the Prowess player is on the play and get some threats down before they need to start casting their rule spells on Mana Dorks, fantastic. If the landfall player is in the play and they have, you know, Llanowar Elf into Cub on the play, the Prowess player gets into a situation where they have to cast the kill spells in lieu of playing threats.
Yeah.
And that gives the landfall player all the time in the world to get set up.
Yeah, you really need your Burst Lightnings to say deal 2 and then deal 3 to your opponent's face like this one just said. You know, then your cards look incredible. But when they're just killing creatures and you're not putting on pressure, it's less than ideal. So Badger Mole Cub dead. Looks like another Cub's on the way.
Kind of interesting, though, to see that there are 2 cards in it for Gavin and no other mana was spent.
Yeah.
The deck is almost entirely just cantrips and creatures, you know, so either more removal or lands, and those are the kind of things that as a player at this level, at this point in the game, you got to be picking up on and being very aware of. Gavin should never pass a turn like this without Vaz saying, hey, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me this is a little weird. Let me piece this together.
Yeah, because, yeah, what would make sense in this spot besides lands and stock-ups, I guess, you know, like...
Yeah,
Stock-ups may be the only card that would make a little bit of sense.
Or removal. Just, you know, Upbraid, Burst Lightning, whatever.
Oh, look at us.
Wow, all right.
Gavin's getting stocked up. Because if I had a choice between Burst Lightning and being mana inefficient or stocking up and then maybe just dying to Badger Mole Cub, I wouldn't feel great about that.
Do you feel great about Wild Ride ending the game?
I do feel pretty good about that. Wild Ride, 1 mana, deal 6. That's pretty strong.
Lava Spike, eat your heart out. Bolt Wave, eat your heart out.
Yeah. Somewhere, Ryan Overturf's, hair on the back of his neck just stood up. Just like, oh, did Wild Ride just win a game? Excellent. So, game 1 going to Gavin. Meager there. And now looking at the sideboard, we're going to start with Valicio. We got 4 Melstriders Resolve, 1 Mossborn Hydra, 3 Origin of Metal Bending, 1 Sandman Shifting Scoundrel, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter, 3 Torpor Orb, 1 Vivian Reed.
We can zoom in just a little bit more. I can tell you exactly how he's going to sideboard.
Okay.
I had that sideboard guide out. So
there you go.
Zoom in a little bit, But yeah, similar to yesterday, I think it's very important for the landfall deck to go fast and have a little bit of interaction. Meltstrider's Resolve is quite nice here for 2 reasons. One, it can actually kill a creature, killing a slick shot show offer. The prowess threats are always small on Vaz's turn, right? So if you can kill, if you can pick off 1 or 2 of these threats, it's great. And the toughness boost is really important here too. Getting a Badger Milk Cup into a 2/4 is really, really good. So the resolves seem nice. Basically, anything you can do to make your deck cheaper and more efficient. Sirach maybe kind of okay, I don't know, but the resolves seem great. That's really it. Like most of the other cards are kind of grindy cards or like disenchant effects. So for the most part, I'd probably bring in the resolves and cut some of the more expensive stuff and kind of go from there.
Okay, makes sense to me. And then on the other side from Gavin, we have 1 Abrade, 1 Annul, 3 Ral Crackling Wit. Wow, that's a lot of Planeswalkers. 2 Seer, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 2 Torch the Tower, 1 Torpor Orb, and 1 Witchstalker Frenzy.
Some more removal spells seems reasonable. It's really, really important to have the cheap removal spells. The difference between Torch Tower and a Braid is night and day.
Yeah.
Picking off, a Llanowar Elf or a Badger Milk Hub. This prowess deck is all about efficiency. If you see if a deck was laid out on Arena or Magic Online, that 1-drop slot just goes right off the page. That's for a reason. So, bring some more cheap removal. There's no knockout card in the board here really for the matchup in particular. So just kind of bring some cheap removal, try and bring serve on the play, and if you lose game 2, you're on the play yourself and in a good spot.
And now, Jim, if you want other information, just kind of pop off the page from you, and you really want to know what's happening, what's in the know, what new sets are coming out, where should I go?
StarCityGames.com/newsletter, where you can sign up for the newsletter. It provides you all the information you need for Magic the Gathering and all the great things happening in the Magic the Gathering world, whether they're events like SGCon Cincinnati coming up and all the great SCGCon events, whether they're sales, whether it's cool commander cards or maybe some cool basic land sales. And then, of course, the pre-order stuff. Turtles coming out. Set Release is coming out. Magic releases a lot of things these days, and it's hard to keep up. Well, this is your way to do that.
Yep. Have a newsletter that tells you exactly when something's happening, these events that you can join us at, all that kind of stuff. Some good stuff there from the newsletter. All right, and getting on in here to game number 2. Let's see, Mono Green on the play. Feels like the matchup is kind of even with Mono Green on the play and just abysmal when Mono Green is on the draw, right? It feels like a good matchup for Mizzet Prowess for me, even though the other time we watched it with Ryan Overturf, he was not successful. And wow, that hand does not look good. That's 3 Saz's Chocoboles and only 1 land. You want to split up that ratio a little bit.
Yeah, landfall.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think that basically this matchup boils down to how good is Mono Green Landfall's opening hand.
Yeah.
With no Gene Pollinators and stuff like that, there only are 4 Llanowar Elves. There only are 4 Badger Milk Cubs. If we see the draws instead being the Chocobos, the cards that cost 3 and 4, then I can get clunky really, really fast. But the top end of the range for the Landfall deck can definitely compete with the Prowess deck, especially on the play.
Yeah. Okay. So Vasilios looks like a better hand there. We see a Badger Milk Cub, no 1-drop. Ice-Tail Explorer, the Earthbender Ascension, 3 land. It's okay. It's no 1-drop. It's not the nut drop by any means, but when you're down to 6, it looks like the nut draw if you squint hard enough.
Yeah, I think any hand without a Llanowar Elf or Badger Milk Cub is extremely suspect.
Yeah. Yep. Good thing the Cub is still around. Cubs versus Otters here to start it off. Gavin starts with the Storm Chaser's Talent.
And the corollary is for the Prowess deck. The Prowess deck always wants to see a threat on turn 1. If Gavin goes turn 1 sleight of hand, Vasilios is gonna get up, do a backflip, and then sit back down again.
And Vasilios will just know, all right, there is a slick shot show-off in my opponent's hand. Otherwise, they don't know how to play that deck. You know, I would think that's what I would deduce.
Yep.
Because you need the creatures. They're that important. Here's the powerful combo that we see in Standard. Maybe not as powerful now, but Boomerang Basics on Storm Chaser's Talent. Play second island. Play the Otter. You've lost so little. And you've gained so much, you know, like not even going for that right now into the Floodmaw. That's one of the rare things that can actually bounce the land, and that's a huge tempo hit.
1 mana Stone Rain.
Yes.
You see, you perk up at Riddler drawing 2 cards. I perk up at 1 mana Stone Rains.
Only thing I would have liked Gavin to do instead is attack with that Otter first. You can't let your opponent... You got to give your opponent all the opportunity to make a horrific play, and that would have been one more opportunity for just a complete blowout.
I understand that being very excited about a 1 mana Stone Rain. I get it. You're right. Of course. You are definitely correct.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I could have contained myself either.
Yeah. 1 mana Stone Rain's even better when it also kills a cub if your opponent's like, ah.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
That would be a true pick up your cards and go get lunch somewhere kind of moment.
Yeah, no kidding. Go slap yourself in the face and wake up a little bit after that, that's for sure. So, all right, very sad turn here from Vasilios. Just a escape tunnel pass, and Gavin continuing to do what Gavin has done. Well, I would say this entire match, but this entirety of the 7 total turns he's played, is tap each one of his lands every single turn. just send Gavin on a wild ride here. This is an impressive Visit Prowess draw, I must say.
Yeah, and
my goodness.
This is what we're saying. Every card costs 1.
Yeah.
So you play one on turn 1, 2 on turn 2, 3 on turn 3.
Yeah.
Just math.
Earthbender Ascension, go. Game's over. Well, this was honestly just two games where the Izzet decks just completely smashed the green decks, and it has not looked close. Vasilios definitely not at 17, not even adjusting the life totals, just recognizing it's going to be very shocking if I live through this turn. And I would be shocked as well. Boomerang Basics here on the Talent. Replay the Talent. Otters are already hitting for 6. I would assume that's about Vasilios' life total here.
I would also assume that.
Because we had, 3 spells last turn? It looked like a Time Warp for a second, right? Did you see that?
I saw Time Warp, like 1 mana Time Warp.
That was Vasilios' only chance to win the game, if that was a Time Warp, getting the game lost there. But, wow, Gavin Meager just absolutely dominated that game. That was not particularly close. That is Gavin advancing to 11-2. A lot of 11-2s are going to be playing next round with the hope that they can win, hope their breakers are kind of on the higher end, and then, well, do one of these right into the top 8. That easily could have been the match that you need to win to get into the Pro Tour, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's tough, though, because with a multifaceted structure of goals in this tournament, it's weird. Maybe that's that player's first Pro Tour. They just know how locked it up. You got to keep playing. We are not done yet. This is a huge tournament. It's a ton of money. Worlds invites it.
Yeah.
You got to keep playing. But great stuff from kind of a dark horse candidate here in Izzet Prowess.
Yeah, you got to always start a tournament with some goalposts. I think that's very healthy. Number one, you should always still just treat every round 1 round at a time. I got to win round 1, then I got to win round 2. But you're naturally going to have goals in your head, right? Like, and if the first goal is make the Pro Tour, check that off. Well, now time to create another goal, not be like, well, I got there. Let's scoop the next 2 rounds. You know, that's not what we do here in competitive Magic. So that's going to do it here for round number 13. We're going to take ourselves a short break. Next round, win and in's coming. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. right, everyone. Welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship in still very cold Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It is, it's freezing in here. Jim and I have been taking the skywalk and refusing to go outside, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, not going outside, even for lunch. I'm in the hotel lobby. But
Not even going home.
Yeah, Jim's staying here forever. He's moving in. Yep. So we're going to be heading into round 14 here at the Regional Championship, and that really means we're going to start seeing win-and-ends. We're going to see the first couple players that stamp their ticket into the top 8 and have the chance to play for the title. So let's take a look at the standings and see who those players are going to be. Well, shocking. We're going to have Max Komanowski with Is It Lessons still dominating. X&1 has lost maybe like 5 or 6 games. It can't be more than 5. So he's lost only 5 games at the very most. It might be 4 games. And Tyson as well at Bant Airbending. So as long as those two have not played, they'll be playing this round. And then all these players at X and 2, those are the players that have a chance to win here and then hope to shake hands and draw into the top 8, Jim.
Yeah, and we got right down through Will Kruger in 12th place playing Is It Lessons at the bottom. So, you know, if you lose here, tiebreakers are probably won't be too favorable. So
Will did start 1-2, I'm hearing, and then well, you're at 11-2, so your breakers are not going to be great after that.
Yeah. So Will's on a heater and needs to keep going. We got Michael Plummer there. And the opposite story, where 10-3, that's not great, but as the highest of the tiebreakers, if Michael's able to win the last few rounds, could maybe sneak in there. Won't be easy. We're not sure yet exactly where it's all going to fall, but a lot of players in the hunt, and it's very exciting stuff.
Yeah, looking really good. We're starting to see a good amount of Lessons decks. We see, 3 on our first page. They're kind of rising up. Mono Green Landfall still showing 4. Those are our big 2 in this tournament. It's hard to even call it a big 2, though. Like, I mean, there's just so many decks. Those just happen to be the 2 at the top. Let's take a look at the second page here. Now we're getting to the spot where these players, all the way down to 32nd place with Brian Koval. These are the players that need to win their last 2 and still have a very outside chance of making it in. But top 32, those are Pro Tour invites. So right now, if we end the tournament, all these players would be heading to Las Vegas for Strixhaven here a little bit later on. So any other big stories from the deck list here?
Not really. So a lot of Landfall. You know, the Landfall has been kind of a talk of the tournament, I think.
Yeah.
You know, it had the highest conversion rate, and it's definitely been all over these top standings, you know. But the most part, we got the usual stuff. You know, I say, is it prowess decks, actually, kind of in the I've been on camera a few times now. They are, you know, a little bit on the outside looking in for top 8. I mean, if they win out, breakers don't seem great down there. But pretty cool to see, kind of a dark horse deck doing well in the tournament.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, these players all here, they want to win these next 2 matches if they can. At least one, if not both, to try and lock up that top 32 for the Pro Tour invite. For some players, it'll be their first Pro Tour. Some, it'll be their 10th Pro Tour. But either way, you want to get back. No
kidding. I've maybe played 15, 20 Pro Tours or whatever. I guarantee if I ever play one again, that 21st one is still going to feel just as special. There's nothing like competing at the Pro Tour. That hush when the draft starts right at 9 a.m. There is no more intense and fun feeling. So these players are trying to chase that for sure. Now let's pivot. Let's get ready here for our feature match here in round 14. We're going to pull up the deck list here when they are ready. We do have Will Kruger that we were just talking about. It's going to be our main feature here with Is It Lessons. Will started 1-2, has not lost since, won 10 matches in a row. Let's see if Will can continue it here. Gonna have to with the breakers being that bad. Walk us through any big changes as far as this Lessons deck goes?
Nothing crazy. The biggest question for all Lessons players is how many copies of Storm Chaser's Talent, and there are answers ranging from 0 to 4.
Yep.
You know, we've seen, I believe Max is playing 2. We see Will here playing 3. You know, definitely it's a card that is very good. There's no question that Talent's a great card.
Yeah.
Boomerang's a great card, also a lesson. But kind of it is somewhat off the plan of a deck. It also doesn't necessarily jive super well against decks like Landfall, decks like Bant Airbending. So, you know, that's a big question. But so 3 here is the answer from Will. And I feel like they just guess. There's like, I'm going to play 1 this week. I'm going to play 2 this week. But yeah.
I just pay whatever Max plays, like, to be honest. Like, that felt like, you know, what seems good. I like 2 of that card as well. I'm with you. It doesn't seem amazing. And any games that we see the Lessons player lose, they run out of gas, they run out of spells. But whatever, 2, 3, 4, whatever. It's all close.
Some numbers, right?
That's probably correct. Might be 0, might be 1.
Right.
Yeah, 5 is not correct.
Right.
Though.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's
five for sure. We can confirm is not good. So then let's look at the other side. This is Neil Estrada here on mono green landfall. Big 2 of the tournament, Jim. Any big changes here?
Yeah, we see the new Archdruid Storm kind of popping up a little bit here and there in these decks and the Rhythm decks. One main deck, Surok, is pretty interesting. Should be pretty good to match up. Also, one main deck, Mossborn Hydra, probably won't be as good. They're very, very fragile creature. But yeah, for the most part, kind of the usual landfall packages are here. One World Wagon as well. So a little seasoning to taste. But for the most part, Ice Toe Explorer and friends are here to do the thing they've been doing all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Royal Treatment, yeah, maybe we don't see a lot of those. And we see 3 lanterns in the board that are going to be very useful in this matchup. But only one way to figure out who's going to take it down. We're going to head on down to the feature match area when they are ready. Who do you like in the matchup, though?
It's close. It's definitely very, very close. You know, and there's a lot of these tweaks to like change things a lot. You know, if you have 0 talent, if you have 4 talent, you know, if we're playing, you know, a card like Surok, and then like you mentioned, the Royal Treatment as well. You know, a key Royal Treatment on our removal spell can be backbreaking, you know? So a lot of these little like seasons to spices here really kind of change the texture of things.
Yeah, and I guess one thing I'm noticing with Neil's list, no sapling nursery. How big of a change is that? Is that good or bad in the matchup?
It's kind of a big one, you know, as a really, really hard card for Velocity's deck to deal with.
Yeah. But it's also slow, right?
You got to get to that point, you know. But if you, as the landfall player, can kind of keep throwing things out, make lessons player have to answer your stuff rather than get their own setup going, and then slam down the nursery before they kind of get their full engine going.
Yeah.
That is a card that is impossible to overcome with spot removal. You know, there are no Sunderflocks here to mop things up. So, you know, make a few tokens, end the game pretty quick, and can end the game hopefully faster than them assembling Monument and kind of getting their engine going.
Yeah, and especially as far as counter spells, we don't see a lot of 3 steps ahead in Will Kruger's list that we maybe see in Max's. So it does seem like the nurseries actually would have been pretty good in this matchup, but hey, you know, I mean, Neil got to this spot without them, so maybe that is the right choice. So sounds like our players are ready. Let's head on down here for round 14 here at the U.S. Regional Championship. All right, looking at these 2 players' records. We have Will Kruger on the bottom, Neil Estrada up top, 11-2 for both players. Very much a, if we win, hope our breakers are good enough, and we can kind of shake hands next round. I think out of all the players, Will Kruger did seem like his tiebreakers were the worst. So probably Will having to win the next 2, right?
Something tells you Will's got to play the next 2, yeah. But hey, when you won 10 matches in a row, what's another match?
Exactly. And I believe it was Spotlight, Avatar, or the last regional championship. I'm not 100% sure. Will was going very deep. I believe either just missed out on top 8 and made it into top 16. So looking to do a little bit better here from a very established player. Maybe not so much now, right? Like, but somebody that I'm sure you played a lot with back in the day at the old SCG tour days. Someone I just watched on coverage a lot, you know, back in the day.
Yeah, we teamed for a Pro Tour, you know, over the last few years, and Will's great. Really, really nice guy, really, really smart guy, fantastic player.
How'd you do?
At the Pro Tour we teamed?
Yeah.
I don't recall which one it was, honestly.
Okay.
Actually, I think it might have been the Vampire Pro Tour, I think.
That was a team one?
No, I mean, like, he teamed on us for the testing team.
Oh, I gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, so he was part of the testing team. I think he was on our Vampire team, but don't quote me on it.
Soren, Bane Rippers, that kind of stuff. That was pretty good.
That was a good one, yeah. It all blurs together, though, totally. So.
And what do you know? Any of the Pro Tours be like, I'm not sure if it was this one. Seth probably won it, which one it was.
That is a safe bet, yes.
Ice Still Explorer coming down on turn number 3. Fabled Passage coming from the yard, getting a mill. About as good as you could write it up here for Neil Estrada.
Yeah, you know, both decks are engine decks. Both decks kind of really want to get this churn going. When they do, they really cook.
Yeah.
So both players are kind of getting set up for that. Artist Talent for Will, Ice Still Explorer for Neil, and good progress overall.
All right, doing one more bit of mill here from Neil. And then Will's got to kind of have a good turn, you know, like when you start with Grand versus when you start with Storm Chaser's talent, the games just look so different to me. You know, like now if you play Monument, you're like, ugh, Will's so far behind. But if you play Monument when that Otter's a Grand, you can be like, okay, draw a discard, make a treasure, kill something. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, Ice Still's also pretty hard to remove, especially when there are no lessons in the graveyard. You know, talent will help with that, of course, but you don't want to leave your opponent with an Ice Tail and play for 2 turns while you work up to killing it.
Yeah, totally agree. That is going to be a rough one, and you kind of need to deal with Ice Tail Explorer pretty much immediately.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's see. Big things here from Will. Will hasn't lost a match of Magic here in, well, a very, very long time. And here is that Monument. Best card, you know, more than likely one of the best cards here in the Is It Lessons deck. But, man, that is still a turn where you played a 3-mana do-nothing for this turn. And now it's Neil Estrada's time to just start popping off.
Yeah, and there are 2 copies of Archdruid's Charm in Neil's deck. That's a disenchant effect that can break this up.
Yeah.
So Neil has 2 avenues here. Can kind of just do the thing harder, you know?
Yeah.
Get a bunch more stuff in play and do the Harmonizer or something like that. Or interact. Get rid of Monument, get rid of a talent, kind of go from there.
One thing we won't see is a Sapling Nursery.
Yep.
Which would be pretty dang good right now, I would say. But, hey, you know, you look at Sapling Nursery in some of the other matchups, and it's a little less than ideal, that's for sure. You put Nursery up against some Sunderflocks, and you're like, well, this isn't the best.
Yeah, definitely a little lower to the ground here. These main deck Surox, Esper Origin's a card also that kind of floats in and out of each deck list. There's a lot of variety in all the top decks where there is not like a stock established 75 build for each deck.
Agreed.
A ton of variety, both in like player preference, just like I prefer to play the deck this way, and then also metagame predictions, you know, what you think you're going to play against, what you want to tailor for, and that customization is just so cool overall and makes Standard look fantastic right now.
Yeah, whenever we're seeing as much diversity in Standard amongst just the decks that are played, awesome. But when you see diversity within specific decks, it really just shows that, you know, we are just not sure what the best deck is. Week to week, everything changes, and the ebb and flow of those kind of metagame shifts is really awesome here in Standard. Looks like we are going to see the land get sacrificed. Earthbent back into play. Stacking it and such where you mill and then search for the land. That does give away the mana that you get from Badgermole Cup.
Yeah, so curious what the setup is here for. Doing this first, obviously, the landfall deck wants to usually use landfall triggers to do stuff. Could be fishing for an Esper Origins. You know, the little extra value here with Esper Origins in the deck as far as your own self mills.
Yeah, that would be brutal if that's your whole plan is to try to hit that. But a quick fan of the hand. I saw at least 2 lands in hand from Neil, so we might be just a little flooded. And I think we'll know for sure if Bossing Say points at a land. That would be brutal. Here comes an attack for 4. 3 mana getting tapped. The World Wagon. That hits hard.
Yeah, Wagon's great.
Yeah.
Wagon, of course, a combo with the Might Form Harmonizer. You can kind of fire it in, crew, landfall, get the land off the World Wagon. Attacks for about $1 million.
It's about $1,010,000, you know, in most matchups, yeah.
$1,010,000, yep.
$1,010,000.
Of course, the true part of that combo is when you have the Ascension also to give it trample.
Yes,
that's a big important part. But
yeah, if you're just having $1,010,000 and a little Otter gets in, well, it's a really dead Otter, but no damage, of course, comes in.
Yep.
There is one more Surveil. And looks like that's both of our land drops and ships on back. So for Will Kruger, that was a little bit of a sigh of relief turn. That turn could have been a lot worse than what that was.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's time to break out the tracker.
Yeah.
For the Monument.
And that's the Pro Tour one, so that's a flex, right?
Yep.
Like that's the World Championship one, I guess I should say. I think that's the ones we used over on that broadcast. And here comes Boomerang Basics being pointed at something, and then the draw from the Monument. Bounces the Ice Till.
Yeah. It ain't a pretty answer, but it is an answer.
Yeah.
For the moment, at least.
It'll come back, just like a boomerang. Tap one more. More boomerangs. Okay, here's the loot as well. It'll quench you to the yard. And now we're going to see the treasure mode, almost assuredly. Once you go to the loss of life mode, it means one of 2 things. It's the 3rd mode that you haven't done yet and you have no other choice, or your opponent's about to die.
Yeah, Neil's got some work to do.
Yeah. Yeah, still anyone's games for sure as Neil's about to deploy Ice Till Explorer plus World Wagon again. That's good, you know. While still making 2 land drops, it's powerful. But mainly, Neil will kind of just be putting the stuff back that Will just sent to the hand, but Will is generating this velocity, is drawing extra cards, is leaving some mana open, and right now 2 mana available. Maybe we got It'll Quench You, something like that, to get a cheeky counter spell on whatever the second spell is that Neil plays.
Yeah, both decks have powerful engines. Both decks are capable of kind of just like spinning wheels a little bit, though. And, it's important for Neil to kind of make some forward progress here with these land drops. Ice Tilt's great. Awesome. Make some land drops, mill some cards, but it can't just be fiddling around and putting lands into play.
Yeah.
We need some sort of profitable exchange here.
Looks like Will is stopping Neil with the mill trigger on the stack. Looks like it's time to combust. That Ice Tilt would be my guess.
Pardon me.
Is that an Incubus deep cut? Oh, love that. Love that. Big fan. All right. And looking to exile that. Can make a choice from Neil if you want to sack some lands, get some extra mills going. Waiting for the loot first, and Neil says no, not needed. Or maybe saying, just kidding.
Yeah, and a lot of game actions from Neil, but again, nothing really going on.
Yeah. I want to say, did that Ice Tilt get put off screen?
It's might be down below the graveyard.
I hope not accidentally put into the hand.
Ooh. Goes over the royal treatment.
Yep.
Thought that pause from Neil might have been maybe having royal treatment. And a lot of work for Neil to do.
Yep. 4 more mana getting tapped. Oh no. The cave. Gets animated. Not even playing the lumber wagon instead.
Yeah, Will's at 12.
Yeah.
That's,
We can get busy with these 2/2s.
Land discrepancy here, of course, is quite wild.
Yeah.
Almost a 3-to-1 advantage, but take 4 down to 8.
Okay, either way, the last 2 turns for Neil Estrada was less than inspiring. So Will definitely, I would say, went from being on the back foot to, I would think, the driver's seat at this point.
Yeah, a little out of lands, but most of the engine's all set up here.
Yeah, you kind of always think, well, even if Will only has 3 lands, you kind of have 4. The Monument will give you that treasure. As long as, if you don't have lands, you got spells. Unless you played way too many Storm Chasers talents, I guess. Ancestral Recall! Hello, and that's a Monument to the yard. That's a sign of strength.
Yeah, major sign of strength.
So here is the treasure, and time to place 3 cards into your hand. Not bad.
Yeah, not too shabby. Not sure what Neil's plan is from this point.
Yeah, just bossing, say, a bunch of lands and try to get in there. Maybe if you have second bossing, say, you go Earthbend, Earthbend again, and attack for 8, start forcing some chump blocks. Doesn't feel great. I still would have played the lumber wagon. I don't know the rest of his hand. I assume most of it's lands, but even with it all being lands, I'm still putting that lumber wagon into play.
Here's Grand, and the unholy trifecta has been completed.
Yep. And the senior discount is online. Plenty of lessons in the yard. Grand's going to make everything a little cheaper. So now Will can play 2 2-drop. Can play 3 2-drops. I didn't see that treasure there right away. So can still play 3 2-drops on Neil's turn. Just got to think Will is very much taking control of this game.
Yeah, Neil needs some sort of some big play this turn.
Yeah.
Can't be this small ball, nickel and dime stuff.
No.
Time for that is over.
Harmonizer, Earthbender Ascensions, Ice Till Explorers. You need these kind of things, and you got to hope Will Kruger's hand after he just drew 6 cards is bad. You can hear how hopeful
yeah.
I sound. Let's get another land Earthbend.
All right,
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Just scrapping away here.
So we know we have World Wagon in hand from Neil. And looks like we have Combustion Technique, another Monument, Spire Bluff Canal, and a card in the back. So, I mean, not an amazing hand by any means from Will.
I mean, just having Combustion is great. You know, as long as you can block one thing, kill another thing, prowess the other up to 2.
Yeah, and you get to draw 2.
Yep.
You know, discard that Spire Bluff Canal, draw 2. If you get another spell, the Otter gets to eat the Cub, and you're doing some other stuff. So, yeah, you're right. The Combustion Technique is probably enough.
Yeah, drawing any 1-mana interactive spell here, or 2-mana, I suppose, is probably just game over.
Yeah. Looks like a bit of a head shake there from Will. Maybe the fact that you want to block a land and then exile the Cub. I don't know. It probably something minor like that.
Yeah, the only the real way for Neil to kind of explode out and get a surprise win is mostly through Harmonizer, which requires the combat step. So once Neil's already in combat, Will can feel pretty safe that this turn is not going to go that badly.
Yeah, and looks like we went for the lose 3 life mode first. That's a big I'm in danger here.
Yep.
Badger Mole Cub. Earth bending another forest, tapping 3 for the wagon. Search up another land. And now at the very worst, Will can just buy back Ancestral Recall and cast it. That's the surface value, air quotes, worst play.
Or play a card off camera, Will.
Yeah. Monument to Endurance number 2 coming on down.
So tell me, 2 monuments in play, 3 life lost, 12, carry the 1.
And let me take off my shoe to start counting.
And I think,
yeah, Neil's dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that is 6 life on Will's turn, 6 life on Neil's turn.
Yep. Counted all my fingers. He counted the 2 big toes, and that's 12. That's all Neil's life. Drawing a card first. Gonna play another card here. Iroh's Demonstration. All you gotta do is discard, draw, and as long as you have 1 more spell to play in Neil's upkeep, that's GG. And if you don't, you start drawing more and try to find one. But with the 2 lightning bolts to the face, looks like Will Kruger's gonna win in Neil's upkeep. Storm Chaser's Talent, netting a mana. That's pretty good.
This deck does some crazy stuff when it's fully set up.
It really does. And it looks very, very average when it doesn't have the pieces set up, you know? But that's the thing is you need to, the reason it was so good at the Pro Tour was people couldn't really kill artifacts. They couldn't really kill enchantments. So the Monument, the Artist Talent, when those hit the battlefield, they stayed. So after that, when everyone's like, all right, we need to find an answer to Izzet Lessons, when they started having ways to kill Artist Talent on site or Monument on site or Lantern to remove the graveyard, once it got to 3 lessons, then you can control the deck. But if you just say, I'll deal with that Artist Talent later, I'll deal with that Monument later, things just snowball out of control and you end up kind of getting wrecked.
I was very jealous about that World Championship. Where, of course,
because you were on that team, but you weren't playing, correct?
Of course, not qualified. Still in the team Discord, kind of watching them build the deck, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
They really broke it for this one. It's rare you get to do that. That's 1 every 5 Pro Tours where a team can really hit it and break a deck and have the perfect deck for the tournament. And that was one of them. And I was on the outside looking at it a little bit, but
Yep. That did look like a lot of fun. And just drawing that many cards also looked like an absolute blast. I was just sitting in the booth being jealous of people Ancestral Recalling over and over and over again. So, all right, let's see how Neil Estrada can even this up. We got 4 Maelstriders Resolve. We got 3 Mossborn Hydra, 2 Paw Patch Formation. Well, there's a way to kill some stuff. 1 Royal Treatment, 3 Soul Guide Lanterns, 2 Sirach Elusive Hunter. That's a pretty good board for this matchup.
Yeah, it's a little tough because the Paw Patches are not some other disenchant. So Paw Patch can kill an enchantment, it cannot kill an artifact.
Yeah, that's fair.
A little less flexible. But yeah, probably still coming in. Soul God Lantern is great here, of course. Sirach's going to get some spot removal spells. So you're right, a pretty big package of cards to come in. The Sirachs, the Paw Patches, and the Lantern. And the second, Royal Treatment is pretty good too. I think that a key Royal Treatment on a key turn, on a key removal spell, maybe saving a harmonizer, big harmonizer attack, or
Ice Till or something like that.
An Ice Till, yep, would be great. So a lot of tools for Neil here, and a lot of work to do as well.
Going up to 4 Siroks. I have not seen 4 of that card in any deck list. 2 main, 2 side.
Ooh.
That is wild.
That is a strong statement about the power level of Sirach.
No kidding. All right, and then Will Kruger's side, we got 2 Annul, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 2 Quantum Riddler, 2 Row Crackling Wit, 2 Seer, 2 Slagstorm, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Torpor Orb.
Yeah, I mean, Flash Freeze, that's a pretty easy one, right?
Yeah. Yep.
How does blue 1 counter spell sound to you?
I mean, when you got 4 Siroks, it doesn't feel as good, I'll tell you that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's fair. But yeah, the strokes are nice here as well. There are less big things in this deck without the nurseries and stuff. But stopping Ice Till Explorer is still very important. I guess there are less hits. I guess Harmonizer's good too, but it does stop the big cards.
Yeah.
It stops the important cards, which is very important. At its core, Landfall is still kind of a ramp deck. Still has that sort of like, I need my lands, I need my ramp spells, I need my payoffs element, and then Stroke plays very well against that. And then, sees your removal spells to taste, as far as like Seer, Slagstorm, Spell Snare. You kind of go from there.
Season to taste, I like that expression.
a little sprinkle.
A little spice.
I'll pinch of this.
A little spice of life. So, yeah, if you want to spice up your standard collection as well, Lorwyn may be almost out of its rotation here, but you can still order the set. The set is phenomenal. It's incredibly fun to draft. I have loved this set on not only what it did to standard and how dynamic and fun it was in limited. It's a blast. You can get these evoke elementals for your collection, all that kind of stuff. So if you want to order some Lorwyn Eclipse, come on over to starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL.
Like the little goblin just hanging out down there.
Yeah. Just kind of chilling.
Just hanging out, going for a walk.
I think I was only bummed that Fairies was not more represented. That was my only complaint. But to be fair, Fairies were so good the first time. Even I got to finish 55th in my first Pro Tour as a 16-year-old child, thanks to the power of Bitter Blossom and Ancestral. And my Ancestral recalls back then, you had to wait 4 turns.
It's true.
Yeah, you didn't just cast them right away. You had to suspend those bad boys.
Did have Mistbind Clique though.
Ooh, yeah.
That card was nice.
So nice. So absolute nice. Mistbind Clique. Hide a Spell Stutter underneath it. Your opponent casts a 2-drop. You're like, all right, Cryptic Command. Bounce my Mistbind Clique. Draw a card. Spell Stutter Sprite counters it. Next turn, you tap down their lands. Oh, my goodness.
Most of chat is like, what is Corey talking about?
Yeah.
It's 2026.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, you've heard of some of those cards in the cube drafts that you're playing.
I was there too, Gandalf.
Yeah, that's fair. Good times.
That Fairies deck never clicked with me.
Yeah.
I would play it. And
Did it Mistbind Clique with you?
No, I didn't Mistbind Clique either. I would just go 6-2 every event that I played.
Yeah.
PTQ, whatever it was. Always 6-2, never top 8'd.
Yeah.
I would always do fine with it, but I just it would not click for that, that zen, I am the fairy player now moment.
I mean, going 6-2 over and over, that's still pretty good, especially because you were a youngster back then, too.
Yeah, but you want to win the PTQ,
That's true.
Got a top 8 to win.
Good old Pro Tours back then. I didn't have to play limited, so I did better. And then they added draft, and I'm like, all right, well, I had a good run.
I do miss the full limited Pro Tours.
Oh, I never got to play one. Now I would absolutely love it.
Yeah, back in the day, for those who don't know, the Pro Tours, of course, now they're split.
Yep.
There are 6 rounds of draft and 10 rounds of constructed, which can be a little weird if you're a player at an event like this who qualifies through standard, not really a prolific drafter, or vice versa. But back in the day, they were split. Pro Tours were either all constructed or all limited.
Yep.
So, you'd go to a limited Pro Tour, and the entire testing process was just drafting 10 million times. And it was awesome.
That sounds amazing. Yeah, that sounds absolutely amazing. What doesn't sound amazing, at least for Neil Estrada here, is I think we're going down to 5, Jim. Not great. Not great. Yeah, we're doing some mulliganing here, especially being on the play. Going to 5 does not feel excellent at all.
That's tough. And like you were saying earlier, the Landfall deck is a deck that wants all its cards.
It doesn't mulligan very well.
Yeah, because you can't just bottom that extra land.
Yeah.
You kind of need it. That's the point of the deck. So
I mean, that's kind of how the reason why even like landfall aggressive decks, step link style decks, plated Geopede, if you remember that kind of stuff from way back in the day. Those decks did not mulligan well, like you needed lands, you needed creatures, so when you have to mulligan down to 5 or 4 or something, it's almost a death nail. And here we see Saz's Chocobo, the step links of, 2026.
Yep. We're hitting all the old favorites.
Yeah.
Step links, Mistbind Cleek.
Yeah, everybody whose back and knees hurts, ears are just perking up like, oh man, I know those words.
Yep.
We see Jeremy Knoll just using his cane, shaking his finger at me in old man voice. But yeah, looks like unfortunate maybe dexterity error here. Neil did pick up an 8-card hand originally, so forced to mulligan once you do that.
At nerf.
Oh,
wow.
Oh my.
Very interesting to see a null here because there are many less targets than in most landfall decks.
Yeah.
No sapling nursery. It's just the 1 wagon and the 4 ascensions. That is it. I guess Slow Guy Lantern also.
Yeah.
Which is a big pickup, but.
Will that wagon be dragging right into the graveyard there? I mean, a null and then a 2-for-1 with Slagstorm? Like, come on. Neil has a family.
Listen. These Surocs come in packs, all right?
Yeah.
There are 4 Surok in this deck was for a reason.
Yes, yes. They're not that elusive. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
They're right in full force.
And Slagstorm, there are 2 of those in Will's sideboard, and that is by far the cleanest answer. Foregoing Pyroclasm for Slagstorm. Quite good here.
Okay, looks like we did take 2 from the Steam Vent, so normally just land pass, assign a weakness, but that leads me to believe that it's like, well, we have a couple lessons to play. We maybe have Accumulate Wisdom as well as an Abandon Attachment. Maybe some removal spells as well.
Yeah, however good those first 2 turns were, both those are not lessons.
Yeah.
So not getting that lesson plan online just yet.
Yeah, nope, totally agree.
I imagine we'll get the Lesson Annul and the Lesson Slagstorm in Secrets of Strixhaven coming up soon.
Oh, yes. Deal 3 damage to all creature, learn.
Yep.
Man, if there's a lot of lesson synergies, this lessons deck could get real good, huh?
That's a scary proposition, yes.
Yes. All right, here is Anticipate, Accumulate Wisdom here. Takes a peek at another Accumulate Wisdom, as well as a Firebending Lesson and a land. Bet we're taking another Accumulate Wisdom, huh?
Yeah, and the thing is that you don't really want shocks because until you remove Surok, every shock on a Badger Cub is a card for Neil. That's a good way to unmulligan.
Okay, and now shocks are a little better. Combustion Technique.
Royal Treatment?
We get a draw. Royal Treatment would be devastating.
Wow.
It's not there. Surok is exiled. Now there's 2 lessons in the yard. Now being able to play Firebending Lesson into Accumulate Wisdom is an incredibly powerful play.
Yeah, Royal Treatment there would have been unbelievable.
Royal Treatment with Surok is just, I'll just say it, outright mean.
Yep.
But it looks like land pass here from Will. No reason, even if you do have Lesson into Accumulate Wisdom, you don't have to fire it off now.
Yeah, and this Badger Ball Cub is, again, this is not the best Badger Ball Cub deck. It is a...
In fact, it is the worst.
Yeah, it is a good card in the deck. It's funny how it almost is used more to target fetch lands to do that kind of trick than be that big mana engine. So actually killing the Cub itself is not that important, which we see here Will kind of holding onto that Firebending Lesson and not just firing it off.
It's just a Grizzly Bear.
Yep.
You heard it here first. Badger Cub coming on in. It's like Will considering killing it.
And there is value in waiting here too. Because like I said, once you're already in the combat step, now the threat of Might Form Harmonizer is no longer there.
Yeah.
Guess who's back?
Surok
back
number
again.
3. The Elusive Hunter is here, but hey, how about 2-mana Ancestral Recall? Is that good?
Yes.
Artist talent, land. Okay, but now, hey, you got a Surok to deal with, and Ba Sing Se is coming around. So I do not think by any means Will is out of trouble here or anything like that.
Yep, and Neil does have those paw patches. Didn't quite get a look on the number of cards Neil has in hand, but without doing much else, it's safe to assume it's some sort of interaction. Kind of why I thought the Royal Treatment was there, because nothing else is really going on.
Yeah, I think we might be on jazz hands here. No cards in hand, unless they're below our line on camera. But we see Neil's hands up in the camera shot, and those don't contain any cards.
Sure. Mulligan to 5 is tough.
Yep. It'll Quench gets discarded here to the other talent. Looks like that was a forest off the top. And, well, might be time to Bossing Say, but Bossing Say actually looks pretty dang good right now. Like, I kind of want to just attack for 6. Here's half your life total.
Sirach rumbles in.
Okay, I mean, Sirach looks excellent. There's been 3 of them. Will has dealt with 2 of them. And the third one is kind of getting busy. Will needs to do something right now. Slagstorm would be probably the best option.
Yeah, and not only dealt with them, but like Neil Mulligan to 5, and the first Sirach was dealt with not at a loss, at a gain.
Yeah.
Killing the Sirach cleanly, no card drawn, and killing another creature.
Artist talent leveled up. Here is Combustion Technique draw. Royal Treatment off the top. It was a 1-drop, but it was a Saz's Chocobo. The old late game Saz's Chocobo is such a tilt.
Yeah. There are 2 fetch lands in play, but yeah. Not very exciting.
Eloquentia has been discarded. Sirach is gone. And no way to just win next turn via double activation of Bossing Say or anything.
I mean, a single Harmonizer would do it, right?
Yep.
I mean, I just need a land also, so.
Yeah. So let's see what we're doing. Maybe double checking. Did I play a land?
Yeah, did not, so there it is.
Okay. And right now, spot removal is great when your opponent is in top deck mode, but Bossing Say really neutralizes the threat of spot removal here. Cute little Chocobo coming down, Fabled Passage.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. And then we're going to Bossing Say, maybe another Fabled Passage, attack for 4. That's what I would do.
Interesting question if you want to keep them available for the Chocobo.
I mean, they're still available, right? It's just you're getting them in now. So, yeah, this is what I would do, and I would attack for 4.
All right, coming in.
Neil Estrada coming in. Here is a Seer, probably pointed at a land. Flash freeze to the yard. Those, well, not so great. Iroh's Demonstration. That is a good card going to the yard, though.
Yep, not a great sign for Neil if that's the worst card in Will's hand.
Yep. I think Will could also be a little short on cards as well. And here is, oh, short on cards. I believe that was the 1 card. So now, discarding, draw 2. Will has those 2 cards, about to draw 1 other random card. I would think Will is still very much up against it.
Yeah, lethal on the board, right?
Yep.
Got, Bossing, Chocobo, 2
and
fetch lands.
3 lethal threats, so you got to deal with 2 of them. Here is Monument. Discard a null, discard land. We need red cards from Will.
There's a certain blue card I wouldn't be too unhappy to draw.
That's fair. Here's a Seer where the Fabled Passage can only crank this Chocobo up to 4 toughness.
That's what I was saying about, like, you could have got, gone on a forest.
Yeah.
Crack one of the passages, got the Chocobo up a little bit, still had an attacker. Like, by putting your passage as also your attacker, you are limiting your options a little bit. It is possibly more powerful later, because that's what you want to do, or fetch lands, but it does limit the options this turn, and the Chocobo pays the price.
Well, it sure as heck would have been better to take your line there for sure, because, well, that Saz's Chocobo would have lived and then been a lethal attacker on its own, so easily could have cost Neil this game if these Bossing Says don't close it out.
Will's on the edge, but Will has also seen a lot of cards.
Yes, all the cards.
Its decks are known for their velocity. That is like the number of cards you see every turn.
Yep.
But when Artist Talent's in play, woo, boy.
Oh, yeah. Right, here is Fabled Passage coming in. Lethal attack from Will, and that is the game. Neil Estrada wins a game when he, well, was forced to mulligan to 6, maybe had a good opener, and then, wins a game when you go down to 5 cards there. So, wow.
I'm
impressive stuff.
Shocked.
Yeah.
It's shock and awe.
Well, we still got a game 3 here from this match, but wow, that was really impressive.
Had to see my face.
Yeah, had to.
Had to see a shocked face. Yeah, I mean, Sirach looked pretty good there.
Yeah.
we'll see game 3. Both these players are kind of up against it. We'll see what we can do.
I mean, whenever you can win a game there where you mulligan to 5 on the play, you feel like, okay, you get to kind of shake that off and be like, now I got him. You know, like now I'm going to draw 7 cards. Everything's going to work out great. And we're going to be in the business here. So any changes here, Jim?
Not really, but the converse for Will, of course, is that when you are up a game in a key feature match late in a tournament, you're up a game, your opponent ball gets to 5, and you're almost feeling like, I feel bad for them, but you're like, oh, wow, yeah. That's rough, buddy, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then you lose that game.
Yeah.
That can be a bit of an emotional toil, and they're like, oh, okay, I need to, like, actually win this match.
Yeah.
So Will has some work to do. I don't think anything changes too much really play draw here, you know.
I don't think so
If there was a 5th Surrock, maybe board that one in. But yeah.
I would think from Will, maybe I could see some play draw differences in the sense that, like, maybe I don't want as many counter spells on the play and just try to be a little bit more proactive, do the game plan. Like, I mean, we saw Null, we saw Flash Freeze, we saw Slag Storm, we saw Sears. That's a lot of spells that are coming in that are not lessons.
Yeah, I think a Null coming out on the play makes some sense.
Yeah.
A Null's a really good break serve kind of card. Even though there aren't that many targets, it will be very hugely high impact if it hits.
Yeah.
Whereas in the play, you can just use a stroke or a flash freeze or whatever else, or just be kind of doing your thing. So, I could see that.
You know, we see a lot of, like, in sports, like in tennis, where it's like, oh, you see a clip where someone's up 5-4, they're up 40 love, and you clip that and be like, well, this other person won this match. And you're like, no way. If we would have clipped this where Will annulled the turn 2 World Wagon and said, yeah, Neil wins this game with 2 cards left in hand, I'd be like, yeah, absolutely not. So the annul was great there, but I agree on the play. I think I'd want to change it. So, real quick, we're going to talk about selling our cards here. If you want to sell the cards to SCG, you can head on over to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Get great prices already in cash, but if you want to get 30% bonus trade-in credit to buy more Magic cards, scan that QR code in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. And, yeah, let's get underway. We see Atlanta World bites the dust to the lesson. Artist Talent comes on in. Great start for Will.
Yeah, and then no 2-drop for Neil's tough.
Very tough.
Paw Patch here would be unbelievable. Nope. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, level up. I think Will even said it's like, you got it, you got it. But you know there's at least 3 Sirocs ready to go. But all right, looks like Earthbender Ascension for sure was the option. I think I saw 2 of that card, which they are pretty good in doubles. So not so bad here for Neil Estrada. Do some searching. And we'll see. Will is now online with the Artist Talent, making everything cost a little cheaper. And what do you know? Monuments here. Artist Talent Monument, they're besties.
A little bit of a shrug there. I don't know if you watched the cam or not. I've seen that shrug before. I've made that shrug before. That is well, my hand was good and just got a lot better.
Yeah. I've never shrugged like that.
I'm sorry, Corey.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool feeling.
I'd be like, wow, my hand is pretty average and it's only gotten worse.
Yeah, you should try it sometime.
I should. Yeah, I'll give it a shot one day. That's why I just came to the booth, you know. All right, so doing some discarding, getting the monument triggers, drawing some cards. We've seen this song and dance before. Let's get a treasure. Let's draw an extra card.
Let's get a treasure. Where is it?
Maybe it's already spent.
Oh, spent it already? Man. Will. Come on. You can't just spend your money as soon as you make it.
No kidding. No kidding. Okay, there it is. There it is.
Right.
Delayed. You, of course, if you say make a treasure, you got to make it. Heading on over to Neil's side now. If Will also just has a counter spell for Neil's play and gets to untap where this is the board, I would say probably GG, right?
That's good. Looking pretty good.
Like a flash freeze here on this.
Yep. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Okay. Ascension, that's to prevent this land from doing any damage here with more earthbending, turning the other one on, making this a bigger attacker.
Stops the landfall trigger on the second copy too. So.
Yep. So now the land comes back, trigger goes up to 3, trigger goes up to 1. Or I guess that would be on response with the card on the stack.
Correct,
if Will did it correctly.
Correct.
So now we would earthbend. One of these Earthbender Ascension goes up to 4. So you would think one of these forests is now going to be a 3-3, or this escape tunnel is going to be a 3-3. And then the other Ascension's going to go up to 1.
Yeah, it's a decent setup here.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that that wasn't a flash freeze, I think, is much bigger than a firebender or firebending lesson.
Right. Now, one important thing to note here is that Neil could still win out of nowhere. One Might Form Harmonizer and one Fatal Passage, and we are cooking.
Yes.
So, you know, Will needs to be very cognizant of that. That hasn't really been a factor of his games so far. It's been a lot of kind of like grindy, grindy games, and it's some real scrappy chip shot games like the last game.
Yes.
You know, so we haven't really seen that aspect, but that is an element of this mono green landfall deck that makes it so potent, where it can grind, but it can kind of pop in and win out of nowhere.
And you really gotta, remember that. And it gets a little rougher when the clock's ticking down. You're like, we don't want to draw at this stage. You got to play fast. And sometimes you cast a combustion technique on a Saz's Chocobo or whatever instead of holding it for the Harmonizer, and maybe you get wrecked.
Yep.
Tunnel comes in for 3.
That being said, Will is in the driver's seat.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, Will needs to tread carefully here, because there are some potentially very large mines hanging out there in the minefield.
Exactly. Yeah, Will is very much driving, and driving fast. Driving a big truck. Neil's just trying to catch up.
Beep, beep.
All right, there's the treasure as well. So looks like this will be Ancestral Recall. All right. Will has upgraded to a monster truck.
Honk, honk.
Yep, Neil is on a tricycle right now trying to catch up, trying to upgrade those wheels. Honk, honk. And I'm done with my wheel metaphors for now.
Yep.
I think everyone is happy about that. And looks like a pass. We reset the monument counters. Just has 5 mana available. Looks like 14 cards in hand and ready to go. Thriving.
To be clear, Lanarolf is not in play. It is,
yeah.
It is trying to go back to life.
Yeah,
Its spirit is floating, trying to find its way out of the graveyard.
Exactly. But very dead right now.
You could scoot that guy over a little bit, maybe. Things like that drive me insane.
I know they do. Me too, buddy. Me too. Clean battlefield. How hard? Come on.
Yeah.
Honestly, even like the tokens on the right and the dice, like, I know that's very much nitpicky, but come on. Let's get a nice clean battlefield for everyone to watch. Looks like we are playing a land, getting this escape tunnel up nice and big. And I mean, hey, something like Harmonizer, a Royal Treatment or 2, and a fetch land, this could be, or how about a Bossing Say activation?
Back in the scrappy kind of, scrappy game.
Yep. Good old Bossing Say. A great land.
Yeah.
But not in this context too much. So here is Ancestral Recall number 2. I was like, yeah, no problem. All good.
I like this. Again, Will waiting. Once you're actually in the combat step, declaring attackers, Harmonizer no longer a threat. You can be a little more liberal with your mana being tapped and what spells you choose to play.
Is this Recall number 3?
I've lost count.
Combustion Technique aimed at Escape Tunnel. Let's see. Royal Treatment? Something?
Will has a lot of triggers to resolve first.
Yeah. And no such luck. Exiles comes back. Cranks that up. And that's on the stack. And how about a shock first? Neil has a family. Should we go tell Will?
Yeah, when you've cast 3 Ancestral Recalls, it's kind of hard to not have it all.
Yeah, you got to be pretty unlucky here, that's for sure. And this has just been the Will Kruger show.
Again, though, like I've said, it's not over yet. One large punch from a Harmonizer. We have fetch lands available, tramples available, these Ascensions. It would not take much to have a lethal attacker here.
Whatever you say, Jim.
Listen, just saying.
Monument number 2 coming down. Is it over yet, Jim? Our monument number 3? How's that Harmonizer line looking?
All right. Well, if there's not going to be another turn, then not that good.
No, there will be another turn. Neil will get an upkeep.
That is true.
Yeah. Yep.
If we're not going to be another draw step, then...
Yep. And this is definitely going to haunt Neil's dreams here for sure with this many monuments. Kruger has been doing some work here.
Was it 10 matches in a row?
And 4 Forests in hand. Ancestral Recall number 4 on the stack. And that is going to be Will Kruger advancing to 12-2. Seeing that sigh, seeing that fist bump, you got to think that maybe Will thinks Rand's the numbers a little bit. Maybe we're thinking, hey, we just locked up a top 8. Or, I mean, that is for sure locking up a Pro Tour, right?
Absolutely.
100%.
100%. Yeah. So great game from Will. It's 11 matches in a row. Very, very impressive.
Yeah.
And, starting 1-2 in a big tournament like this can be tough.
Yeah.
Mentally, you feel like you spend so much time qualifying for the event. Preparing for the event you qualified for. Qualifying for the event. Preparing for this event. You're traveling in an airplane. You're leaving your friends and family, leaving work, or might be coming here. And then all of a sudden you're 1-2 and you're like, oh, what am I doing? All this work, and be able to buckle down, win 11 matches in a row, be in a great spot to possibly draw in the top 8. Awesome stuff.
So awesome. And, I mean, it's pretty fitting to qualify for Pro Tour Strixhaven with lessons. That just feels really cool as well. So really nice stuff here from Will. So not sure if we have a backup match here to get to, but we'll get that queued up if we got some time here. Okay. Sounds great. So match D here, heading on into game 3. We're going to just jump right into where they are at and see what's going on. We got Prez here up top. This was our overnight leader. Prez was 10-0, was the last person undefeated at one point, up against John Wager, who is on Is It Spellmentals. How's this matchup, Jim? A
lot of the tools that Spellmentals is bringing to the table that are exciting are not very exciting here. Sunderflock. Always removal spells. So I'd imagine this is pretty favored for lessons.
I would think so too.
And the Spellmental deck's powerful. We are post sideboard, and there are some good tools in the Spellmental sideboard to kind of fight through. We don't have the deck list just yet. I don't know how many annuls our Spellmental player has, but you can definitely battle. This is definitely not not a hopeless situation by any means, but I think texture-wise looks pretty good for lessons.
I would think so as well. But hey, another thing to keep in mind: live clock counter there going on. 10 minutes left for these players. A draw is not great. It's actually not the absolute worst right now. You can kind of draw, win the last round, and hope. And we got to say, Prez's tiebreakers have got to be amazing. So I think if Prez wins this game, Prez will be in the top 8. And that would be, maybe 3 lessons player? Just assuming Max Komanowski is doing well as well. And, Will might be in as well. So this might be a top 8 filled with a little more grands than we would have thought.
Yeah, well, still some work to do. The sideboard here for John's deck is pretty good. We've got 2 copies of Annul, 2 copies of Hydro-Man Fluid Felon, which seems fantastic.
Yeah, okay.
A creature you can play early that gives you that 1 mana for possibly Annul, for Spell Snare. So there are a lot of tools to fight back between Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, Annul, and then of course Soul Guide Lantern too. So even though the threats don't line up particularly well for John, a lot of the great interaction is there, and doesn't hurt your opponent most to 5 also. Yeah,
is Prez down to 5 here or lower? I feel like we have been mulliganing a lot here from the lesson side.
At least 5.
Yeah, this is not looking good. And definitely giving John a bit more of hope in what seems like, maybe not a train wreck matchup, but definitely wouldn't be a good one. So, all right, Prez, come on, let's keep a solid hand here.
It's kind of one of the things about these Izzet decks where, they certainly have their good and bad matchups. It never gets too good or bad, given the velocity of the decks it can provide and the high-quality sideboard cards.
Yep, I would agree. And looks like Prez did put back 2 cards. So we are on a mulligan to 5. And let's see what we can do. One thing isn't lessons comparatively to maybe Mono Green Landfall. Mulligan's a little bit better. You can just, play a couple lessons and get it going. Look at that cute little otter. Coming on down with Storm Chaser's talent. Taking 2. I saw Accumulate Wisdom in hand for Prez. Not amazing right now, but hey, if you can cast some other lessons, not so bad.
The variety pack of counterspell Shock can have here is very high. Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, Annul.
Yeah.
It's a wide spread to play around.
It really is. And Wisdom gets cast. As a little anticipate. Otter coming on in for 2. John has both Opt and Burst Lightning, it looks like. Doesn't even care to kill this Otter. Saving that for Grand. All right, John heavily favored as he's playing the John Avon basics there. There it is. Big advantage there in basic game. Soul Guide Lantern coming on down. A great card against both decks.
Yep.
Yep. So let's see. Noah Knoll eats up Opt. Otter's got 2 power. And Otter's probably going to be dead here in response to that one, would be my guess.
Yeah, these Accumulate Wisdoms are not really doing their thing just yet. Anticipate is not as exciting as draw 3 cards.
No. Yeah, should have done what Will did and just drew. Oh, it's even worse when you draw 0 cards.
Interesting to see a Spell Snare on only an Anticipate. You know,
Yeah.
Spell Snare is a really clutch card in the matchup.
When your opponent molds a 5, though, maybe it's a little more enticing, right?
It's just card selection, you know.
Yeah.
And, like, Spell Snare can hit a lot of the good things you want to hit anyway. You know, I think it speaks to John's hand being strong.
Yeah.
And having plenty of other interactions. So.
But hey, pick up one of the wisdoms here. Not so bad. It's always the consolation prize here from Storm Chaser's Talent. Got nothing to do. Got 4 mana. Well, get it going. And the consolation prize for 3 steps ahead. Draw 2. Discard. And now, Jim, when do we start looking at this Lantern to sacrifice it? Can you sacrifice it when you're this low on cards? Do you actually want a cantrip with it? When are we popping this one?
I wish there was an easy answer.
Yeah,
There's not. This is not a
that's why I asked you. I didn't want to ask.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
So I was going to say, I think this is a pretty good spot with 4 cards.
Yeah.
But discarding a Winter Night Stories also and getting the additional value of that seems like a nice one. So I think 4 cards like this is a good spot. Wow. Great setup from John, though. So
amazing.
Making it seem like it's about the graveyard immediately into playing a fantastic non-graveyard threat. Awesome.
Oh, this card is awesome. Let's pull the legend up here and kind of take a peek. So the first couple modes are the same. You scry 2, draw a card, and then you exile it, and it flips around into just an absolute beating.
Avatar of Kurok, right?
Yeah, yep. And that is whenever you cast a spell, you get yourself a little value each time. I believe the 1/1.
Yeah, the spirit that can't block or be blocked.
Yeah, and then you waterbend for 1 billion and you win the game.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's exactly what the card says.
I think so, yeah. When are they going to hire me to design cards?
Yeah. Core, you can't keep putting 7-digit numbers on Magic cards. All right?
Come on, why not? Why not? We did it in Final Fantasy, didn't we? The card creature gets minus 999 critical hit or something.
That's not 7 digits, but yes, that's true.
Yeah, all right.
It's a lot more than usual.
Yes, yes. All right, Jim's rules lawyering me here in the booth.
Just math.
No, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
Winter Night Stories coming on down.
I'm doomed to use the tools of my enemy against you. Sorry.
Meanwhile, Prez did get an Artist Talent going. Still only 2 cards in hand, though. Less than ideal. Winter Night Stories, Opt in the Yard, 2 spells. And while Prez's 1 mana Soul Guide Lantern probably bought some good amount of time, that's the kind of guessing game. Like, hey, maybe the Elementals, the Hearth Elementals, the Eddie Merc crap, they might have not even been there. But you still, the fear of those cards, you had to sack it. And that feels real bad.
Yeah, we see a replacement Stories here, which plays fantastically with this flip on the Avatar. Just a nice 4-power creature in play, ready to harmonize and rock and roll.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there's no spot where you can interact, right, from Prez, like no matter what. You know, you can interact with like a disenchant effect with the ability on the stack, but as it stands, you can Winter Night Stories before Prez even has priority, right?
Yep. Once that thing is flipped, it's back to John's priority, and first action can be to cast a spell and pay the costs.
It's pretty good. And there is the Spirit. And 3 steps ahead, cancel mode, loot mode. Regardless, it looks pretty bad for Prez.
Yeah, I'm sure it's cancel on the hard draw spell.
Probably,
but even then, I would say, you know, a card from your graveyard for a premium counterspell, a spirit token, all seems great, and tapping Prez out.
Yep. I would tend to agree. So here is a Spell Pierce as well. Trigger, get another Spirit, and well, looks like Prez is probably going to have to win that next round and hope his tiebreakers are going to be enough, which, hey, if anyone's going to sneak in at X and 3, it's going to be the player that was the last undefeated at 10-0, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And John doing a nice job here with this Spelementals deck. And you got to think, Spelementals, we know is good against Cub. It's got to be pretty good against Landfall as well, too, right?
I would assume so, yeah. I mean, Thunderflock's fantastic, great interaction.
So, you know, if John can start playing against some landfall decks, either in the win and in next round, if John has to play, or in the top 8, you got to be feeling pretty good. But hey, the other factor of this match, definitely 3 minutes left in the clock.
Yeah, I think these spirits are adding up pretty quickly. There's the Hydro Man.
Fluid Felon. Here's the Lantern to prevent any kind of combustion technique.
Wow.
Shenanigans, as well as Accumulate Wisdom, which we know is in Prez's hand.
That's about as clean as a turn gets.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and the cool thing, I think this is the coolest design in the Spider-Man set by a wide margin. Hydro Man's so cool. It's a creature on your turn. It's an island on your opponent's turn. So
Yeah.
It's a card you can play, kind of tap low, and then get your mana back for counter spells.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Awesome
I'm
card.
a big fan of that one. I like Spider Manifestation as well. I think that's a cool card.
That card's cool.
Yep. Here is Accumulate Wisdom. Discard Mountain. Draw a card. And, well, Anticipate. Or you cast a spell with it on the stack, and then the Lantern gets popped. And I think John has a couple spell snares in hand. It's all over but the crying.
Spirits are adding up too.
Yep.
Not really a clean way for this lesson deck to remove these spirits. You know, there's
Iroh's Demonstration, maybe?
one Iroh's Demonstration, which probably is not in the deck anymore. 4 damage does not kill any of the threats in the entire deck. So these spirits kind of mop up. Kind of similar to the Nursery, you know, where if you can make a few 3/4, it's just like making a few different things. You know, that spot removal is not good against. Is a nice place to be.
Burst Lightning to the face that end step. Not a great sign for Prez as well. And yeah, this is just a product of a mull to 5. Prez is going to scoop it up, and John takes it down, advances to 12-2, has a solid chance, depending on tiebreakers, if John will just be able to shake hands with someone and be into the top 8. So big congrats to him.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah.
Love seeing these late round matches. You know, these real nail biters, especially in the X and 2 sort of range. You know, you have an undefeated player, you know, who's kind of locked things up already. That's great. That's cool.
Yeah.
But the players who are right on the edge, right on the cusp, playing for their lives, awesome.
That's what it's all about. That was almost assuredly locking up the Pro Tour as well. So everybody we're going to be watching on coverage from here on out, we're going to be seeing here in Las Vegas here at the start of May at Pro Tour Strixhaven. So big congrats to all of them. But hey, we got some more intense Magic after this break. It is going to be the last round of Swiss, brought to you by Amani and Paul Cheon, as well as the top 8 after that. So going to be some really exciting competitive Magic. You are not going to want to miss any of it, but we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of SCG Con Milwaukee, where we have been going through the U.S. Regional Championship, the mostly final chance for players to qualify for Pro Tour's Secrets of Strixhaven. A lot of exciting stuff. My name is Monty Devuti. I am joined, as I have been all weekend, with the wonderful Paul Cheon. Paul, pretty great weekend so far.
Yeah, no, we've had a lot of fantastic matches here, and you know, it's just been really, really great Magic for the whole course of the weekend. Lots of good viable decks to see, which is always really, really nice. So yeah, excited to see what we have this round, and of course the top 8.
Yeah, so as we often find ourselves in the last round of Swiss, things can sometimes get in a bit of a pickle. So we're going to take a look at the standings, and we're going to explain exactly what's been going on here. So these are our top 8, and let me tell you, top 8 of the standings, they are going to be the top 8 of the tournament, because I can confirm that they have all ID'd cleanly, intentionally drew into the top 8. So before we go further into what we're going to be seeing this round and how things played out, let's just take a second to process this top 8, Paul. Is it lessons times 2? Is it spelementals times 2? Is it elementals times 1?
Right.
That's our is it contingent.
Right.
And then we have mono green landfall, simic rhythm, and Bant airbending. That is the Cub contingent.
Yeah, it's Is It versus Cub. We have 5 variants of the Is It decks and 3 Cub decks. So nice little mix here. It looks like the Is It Spelementals has been kind of feasting on the Cub decks here, as we did see a bunch of mono green landfall decks as well. And the Spelementals deck also equally strong against that archetype as well. So yeah, lots of good stuff here. You know, just taking a look at the top 8 for me, I'm kind of liking where the Is It Lessons deck could be potentially positioned here, because I do like its matchup against the Is It Spelementals deck, and I do feel like it's got game against basically all the other decks that we see.
Right. Now, of course, these will not be the final standings for the top 8. Tiebreakers will adjust as this round settles and everyone else in the room plays, but those 8 people, barring everything going as expected this round, will be the top 8. Now, unfortunately, what this also means is there are no matches that we can show you that will be played for the top 8 this round, as that is all sorted. So with this last round being 4 Pro Tour invites, that's where we shift our view for the top 32. Now, pretty bad news. Most of the top 32 have also cleanly drawn into their Pro Tour invites. So, not much Magic being played. One thing we can say, bravo to Jonathan Stange in 14. Boros Dragons got the job done.
There we go.
I am a hater. I have been proven wrong. Congratulations to you. Let's take a look at the second page of standings and see how things are shaping. This is the picture of the top 32. Most of which, again, as we explained, have drawn into the top 8.
Yeah, as you can see, they're all sitting at that 11-3 record. So the next drop down would be somebody at 10-4, which is 30 points every match, when of course giving you 3 points. So if you just get the draw here, that gets you up to 34 points. So anybody with 10 wins just has no shot of actually catching up.
Correct. So what are we going to be watching? Well, within this whole top 32, there are 2 matches that have not drawn. So we are going to be watching first a match between Ryan Normandy against Evan Vetter, and then we'll have another match to show you. Interestingly enough, in both of these matches that are being played, one of the players is qualified for the Pro Tour already, and one is not. So, some heartbreaker action happening, but we are here to play Magic, and there is Magic being played. So let's go down to the feature match area and watch some Magic from the final round of Swiss here at SCG Con Milwaukee.
I mean, we are just literally seeing people play to basically Dream Crush, right?
Paul,
look. I mean, do what you got to do. The thing is, where you are in the standings completely matters.
Yep.
And if you're already qualified for the event, if you win more prize money. And that's what the qualified players here are playing for.
With everybody drawing, a win for you immediately
Top
vaults
16.
you up the standings to top 16.
Right.
That is more prize money. And I think it's very fair in what should be 2 pretty excruciating matchups. We have an excruciator mirror here.
Oh my.
And in the other match, I believe Michael Plummer is in the other match we'll be watching, also on Excruciator.
It's not a mirror, though, is it?
I don't know. We'll find out later. So we're off to it. One person qualified for the Pro Tour, one not. Demir Excruciator mirror, and it is Intimidation Tactics kicking things off. That takes a Deceit. All right. The other match is Demir versus Jeskai Control. We'll check in on that later.
All right.
Enjoy some magic there. So, Deceit being evoked on the other side from Ryan Normandin.
Wow, and Evan with a main deck copy of the end here, which is kind of an unusual choice here, but it looks like there is a singular copy here. I suppose it can be good in certain matchups, especially the mirror, actually.
Okay, so Paul, we might be here for a while. We might be here for a very short time. First thing I want you to talk me through, how does the Excruciator mirror really play out?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Both decks have the tools in those 4 copies of Restless Reef to basically mill out the opponent. With, they have the exact same tools. So you have to be really careful when you actually decide to go for the Excruciator. So outside of that scenario, I think I think this is just going to play out a lot like a control matchup where it's a matchup of resources. Can I draw a bunch of cards with cards like Stock Up and Insatiable Avarice? Can I prevent you from getting your engine going? Perhaps Deceit might be one of the more important cards in the matchup, especially with Superior Spider-Man.
Right, so Evan Vetter here punishing Ryan Normandin's evoke of Deceit earlier by casting the first Superior Spider-Man. In response, we'll see a Wan Shi Tong enter. Of course, this is in response to the Deceit trigger, so there's nothing to bounce, but the discard is still in play.
Yeah, a couple of interesting options here. Of course, not the Requiting Hex, but Stock Up, Deadly Cover-Up, and Bitter Triumph. Bitter Triumph, of course, the clean answer to the Superior Spider-Man, but not sure if that's necessarily what this matchup is about here. So could see maybe just going after the Stock Up, because that's just the most important type of effect in the control mirror, and Evan, in fact, does take the Stock Up here.
Now, Paul, you mentioned that this may be resembling a control mirror. Do you think that we can put the same emphasis on a missed land drop in this matchup that we would normally place on a control mirror, or is it going to be a bit more forgiving, giving the tools and the access players have to different cards?
Sure. I do think it is very, very important. I think just the ability to kind of get yourself to a spot where you're on 6 or 7 lands and set yourself up to potentially double spell is just really, really big. So I just think, yeah, of course in any matchup you don't want to miss land drops, but I think in this type of matchup, Ryan's got a Wan Shi Tongs, you want to get to 6 mana to cast Deceit. So yes, I do think it's pretty important here. It's all about your card draw and of course the disruption elements.
Now both players are using Black Sleeves. That is, I believe, Ryan's Deceit, not Evan's, so that should be given back at some point. Okay. Superior Spider-Man was met by Bitter Triumph.
Oh man, that could get awkward, yes.
Yeah, so Spider-Man gone. Really need to make sure cards don't get mixed up here. Okay.
Right. So, yeah. So Evan here, Wan Shi Tong is nice, certainly against the mono green decks. Wonder if Evan does have a Requiting Hex. Doesn't seem to. So actually taking a little bit of damage here. And another Stock Up off the top here for Ryan to further develop his hands. And that's another Stock Up here within the Stock Up and Superior Spider-Man and Excruciator as options.
Yeah, a lot of trading of resources here. Just confirming whose Deceit that is that. All right, back to where it should be. Both Deceits exiled now. And I do think that is going to be an interesting thing to see as the turns play out. Ryan resolving his Stock Up right now is, will the players be more careful about evoking Deceit early in the matchup?
Right.
Given the existence of Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, the thing is you can't ever stop Superior Spider-Man off the top. Of course, if you do see a Spider-Man, you absolutely have to take it here, right, given that interaction.
Right.
Yeah.
So while the players resolve some of these card draw effects. Third stock up now being played for
Yeah.
Ryan, so really sculpting that hand. Can you talk to me about the differences in these decks? Is there anything meaningful that we should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, Evan does have the singular copy of the End, which I do think can do a decent amount of work. Being able to get rid of all the copies of Deceit in the opponent's deck could certainly be pretty relevant here. Also, different suite of card draw effects, although I don't think it's that important. One side playing 3 Winter Night Stories, 2 Stock Ups, and 3 Insatiable Avarices, while the other one is playing 4 Stock Ups and 2 Insatiable Avarices and 2 Winter Night Stories. So all in all, most of the cards here look very, very similar here. So I can't give one side a distinct edge over the other. I think it's just too close. There's just not enough of a difference between the two decks.
Right. So we'll see if the differences come into play in the sideboard. Back in the game, we do see the singleton copy of Arch Enemy's Charm that Evan Vetter has. That is not a tool that Ryan Normandy has access to.
Yeah. The thing here for Ryan, though, he is up so many cards. He has resolved 3 copies of stock up here, so has got to be working with a ton of action here.
Now, the next big question, as we ask all of the questions, Harvester of Misery, a one of in each list, being hard cast. When do we see Restless Reefs start getting activated?
Yeah, typically that's just not something that you see really all that often until after the Excruciator hits the battlefield. Once both players are on 6 cards, that's when you go, all right, here we go, time to get my Reefs going. The problem is you also want to try to clear the way as well, because both decks are playing multiple copies of Requiting Hex, 3 to 4 copies, and of course that is a really nice and efficient answer to those creature lands.
3 mana, Winter Night Stories, a draw spell from Evan, trying to even the playing field a bit.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of dead removal or sweeper type effects that you're going to see from both sides. Those are often cards that are going to be discarded. Oftentimes, you might not even want to discard a creature. You might just want to cast the card. So, yeah, discarding 2 lands here from Evan. Right.
And one big question, of course, about the Restless Reef as well is it a liability to potentially mill a harvester, not a harvester, excuse me, an Excruciator or a Deceit into the opponent's graveyard when they might be holding Spider-Man?
Yeah, not to mention both decks also are playing Winter Night Stories. So if you just try to get some damage in and all of a sudden they just flip over Winter Night Stories, that can be something that allows your opponents to come back.
So all in all, a pretty complex matchup. A lot of choices of when to do things versus not do things. I do think this Harvester of Misery is a pretty big deal. It is requiring a removal spell from Evan because it is a menace creature. And if he doesn't find one, he's at 6 already.
I mean, he's at 6. This is a 2-turn clock here. You can't just activate the Restless Reef and hope it's good enough from this point. And keep in mind, Ryan also has his own copies of Restless Reef, so lots of things that Evan needs to answer here. Look at this.
Evoke Deceit. Let's see what you're working with.
Oh, okay. And we did know about the End previously.
Right.
So no more Deceits left in Ryan's deck, but Ryan will still be able to take a card out of Evan's deck here. Evan's hand, rather.
And noticeably, that was the 3rd of 4 Deceits. Right. So it didn't get that much value, but they are all gone.
Now, if there is just one Requiting Hex in Evan's hand, I mean, Ryan will go for the win here, right? Because you can just get that card out of the hand, activate the Restless Reef. Oh, excuse me, he's already attacked this turn.
Right.
So that would be a setting up for future turns.
Yes.
And Evan hasn't been casting as many of these card draw effects, but yeah, I mean, this is going to be big. It's going to be kind of tough. Now, Ryan also down to 12 life, so maybe there's something that Evan can do to turn things around. And of course, you're going to be taking the Deceit here.
Right, because now you're just going to Superior Spider-Man, take the Requiting Hex,
and you're just set up beautifully. And now Evan needs to, for example, maybe top deck a Deadly Cover-Up or something here.
Top deck Deadly Cover-Up, does that leave you dead to double Restless Reef activation? Is that
if Ryan has one more land, I believe, then yes. Because he's currently on 9 mana. It requires 10 mana to actually be able to double activate.
All right, so question starts off with Winter Night Stories.
3 cards. I don't know that he has enough here.
So good old creature beatdown.
This is Plan B.
Is it Plan B?
B for beatdown. What's the other plan?
Is it Plan D?
I don't know. Okay. So Deceit can pick up the Harvester of Misery,
Yeah.
take the card out of the hand,
Yeah.
and Requiting Hex doesn't do it here. Okay, I mean, Deceit certainly works here. Your creature's also bigger than that Spider-Man as well, right? So you can...
Is it just land double
Does he have the
Restless
leaf?
Reef
Oh,
still?
he has the land in hand. Okay.
Assuming Ryan sees it.
Oh, he has to see it here. I just didn't see the land in Ryan's hand.
Right. Swamp. Moving fast. Reef 1. Reef 2.
All these lands,
All 4 are in play.
they all look exactly the same.
Yes, they do. All right, so game 1 goes to the Reefs. Sideboards. Now, the plan should be pretty similar for both. So what I want you to focus on here is the differences between the two and what you think might give someone the edge over the other.
Yeah, so one card that I'm immediately looking at is potentially something like a Quantum Riddler. As you can see, both decks are very, very capable of kind of stripping all the resources out of each other's hands. Lots of hand disruption, right? You're talking about cards like the Rest that come out of the sideboard, and then also Deceit that comes out of the sideboard here as well. So given that, I think Quantum Riddler can certainly do some work here from Ryan, especially if you're looking to play a fair game plan. Because I do not think this game plan, or I do not think this matchup is necessarily all about getting Excruciator in play as quickly as possible. I could even see a world where you potentially even board it out because you just cast it and then your opponent just activates their Reefs and attack you, right? So in that instance, I feel like you're going to be more interested in hand disruption and cards like the Quantum Riddler.
Okay, so does that mean having the third Quantum Riddler is a big boost to Ryan here?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's certainly a boost, but yeah, I totally expect, you know, you do lose out on that, but you do have something like a Cruel Claw's Heist, which you could also bring in, which could allow you to take a very, very effective card as well. But yeah, again, you know, there's not a ton of differences between the two, but between the two decks here. So I think it's just going to be quite close. An interesting card that also might be sideboarded in here, by the way, is Outrageous Robbery. Can you imagine a scenario where somebody taps out to play an Excruciator Demon and Ryan goes, all right, robbery you for 6, right? I mean, it could happen.
Can I imagine it? Yes. Do I think it'll happen? No, I think we are much more likely to see every copy of Excruciator being boarded down in this matchup. Personally, that is my prediction. Now, while these players are deciding how to sideboard here in the mirror, I would guess a matchup neither of them overly prepared for coming into the weekend, I'm going to remind you that Star City Games buys all cards. So if you would like to sell your cards to us, head over to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com, where you can get great prices on your collection and a 30% bonus in trade credit if you opt for that route. So, Excruciator Mirror. Now, notably, we don't know which of these players is the one qualified for the Pro Tour and which one is not. So I can't tell you if we're watching the Heart Crush or not, but...
we can ask. Yo, which one of you...
Yeah, we'll send Nick Miller.
Yeah.
Hey, so which of you guys is qualified?
Yeah. Which one's looking to take home a little extra money? I guess whoever wins, you know, qualification or not.
Right, they are getting the extra money.
Right.
So, the players deciding the matchup. Thinking back to the tournament, I think one thing that's a bit surprising for me, not overly, it is a very good deck, but we are definitely seeing is the Spelementals perform better this weekend than we have seen in the past. A bit of cream rising to the top here. So the fact that there's still 3 cup decks in the top 8, pretty good for the Spelementals decks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's exactly what the Elementals deck is looking to do. And, you know, it had one of the highest win rates, I believe, at the World Championship. It was an extremely well-positioned deck for that event. Now, you haven't seen it have as much success outside, the Pro Tour, outside of the Pro Tour, because, well, you know, it does have its weaknesses, right? It's one of those decks where if your opponent leads off with a Forest, you're doing a Fist Pump. If your opponent maybe leads off with a Steam Vents, you're a little bit concerned. Of course, I'm not saying you're just going to lose that matchup. That's
right.
Of course never the case. But I just feel like from a fundamental strategic perspective, I just feel like some of the other Izzet variants would be favored in that head-to-head.
Right. And is there a meaningful difference for the Spelementals deck between Rhythm, mono green and banned airbending in terms of how the matchup, how favored it is?
Yeah, I believe so. I think number one, they probably want to play against the rhythm decks the most. Just bounce. They're just playing a deck with a bunch of ramp creatures. Meanwhile, when you play against decks like the banned airbending deck, we've seen it before. That deck is just capable of generating so much value out of a bunch of their creatures. So, you know, it's just a little bit tougher to just play this control game. Thunderflock, of course, is still extremely powerful, but I mean, they have some ways to kind of disrupt that as well. So, yeah, it's a little bit trickier, but I just think, once again, Thunderflock is such a powerful card in those matchups where if you can still get that in play, you're going to like what your matchup against most of the Cub decks.
Okay, Excruciator Mirror, Ryan Normandin, up a game on the top of your screen. Evan Vetter, playing to even it up on the bottom. Can we have a keep from both players? Yes, we can. Intimidation Tactics, kicking things off.
Ooh.
The hand from Ryan, ultra disruptive. Tactics, Tactics, Insatiable Avarice.
Exactly. Look, this is just going to be common here after sideboard. We're looking at both decks with 2 to 4 copies of Intimidation Tactics, Duress, Deceit, Cruel Claws, Heist. So it all really just comes down to resolving your card advantage spells, right? Insatiable Avarice to draw 3 cards, Stock Up, or the Quantum Riddlers that we talked about out of the board.
Restless Reef coming in tapped, no turn 1 disruption. Can Evan take advantage of that?
Is he going to gift him a card? Sure is.
Cruel Claws Heist, Paul. Talk to me about this one.
Yeah, so this one allows you to basically steal one of your opponent's cards. You gift them a card first, so they get to draw that extra card. Then you get to look at your opponent's hand and then pick one of those cards and cast one of those cards on a future turn. So it's going to be between the Stock Up and the Avarice. I imagine it's just going to be the Stock Up here. It's probably the best card draw spell here, one of the best card draw spells in a long time, actually. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Evan takes that here.
All right, so we go back Ryan's way, and surprise, surprise.
Right.
But Evan's hand, pretty bad. Second Spider-Man, not doing much. Every creature in the yard currently exiled, and so is that one. So, 2 lands, Stock Up.
That's right, and that's why the Cruel Claws Heist comes in, right? This allows you to steal your opponent's card draw spells and then cast it for yourself. So this is going to be huge. Can he find something nice here off of the Stock Up? No creatures in the graveyard, by the way, no Deceits or anything, so you can't do the Spider-Man into Deceit stuff just yet.
Yeah, I'm very curious exactly how deep the sideboarding for the players went.
Right. It's like, yeah, do you even keep in Requiting Hex? How many do you need to keep in it? I mean, it's only going to be for the Restless Reefs, right? That's basically the only target.
Right, but also on the flip side of that, how many of these games, which the answer very much could be all of them, comes down to Restless Reef hits.
Right.
Because you know, there was a time in old Blue-White Control Standard where Celestial Colonnade ended up being the only win condition. So you couldn't actually take out, let's say, your Path to Exiles because you need to be able to have them for Celestial Colonnade, that inevitable end game.
Yeah.
How deep does this matchup go?
Right. It's one of those things where it goes, okay, I'm just going to draw a bunch of cards, use all my hand disruption spells to take all your removal spells, and then maybe I can start chipping away with my lands.
Right. So, as the Stock Up was resolved, I believe it was Cruel Claw Heist from the other side. Did we see what that took?
Don't know.
Okay.
But he certainly didn't steal anything. It doesn't look like there's anything that's been stolen here, right? He might have just cast it just to take a card out of Evan's hand.
Right. So, back Evan's way. Passes the turn.
Yeah, this matchup is not fast.
Not fast. Avarice.
Right. Not a whole lot of counter magic in the sideboard either.
Not at all. Draw 3. I saw Bitter Triumph, so definitely some removal being kept in. 2 lands. Ryan has drawn all three Restless Reefs again. And I think I saw the 4th in hand. So, Restless Reef advantage to Ryan. Evan has 0 so far.
Sure. But the thing is, I don't know that it's going to come into play for a while.
All
right. There's
Tactics,
a whiff.
Miss. Bitter Triumph, 4 lands, only important one,
all right.
4/3.
I take it back. We might see some Restless Reef activations because Ryan has nothing.
Does Evan have anything?
It's unclear. Oh, yeah. 3 mana draw spell. Okay.
All right.
That's land. Oh, Deceit.
All right.
Might just pitch 2 lands here.
Yep. 2 lands gone. Finds
right.
the first reef.
Okay.
Count is 4-1.
Hey, this is 4 damage. You probably target yourself with the Restless Reef, right? Just to be able to try to hit some Winter Night Stories. Assuming Ryan doesn't actually draw
A card.
a card that he can cast.
A card with text in the game of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Tapped Restless Reef.
Okay.
Not interested this turn.
All right.
Evan's hand. We know about Deceit, and it's 1 unknown card. Draws for the turn.
Seems very likely for him to want to play this out. I guess Evan might not have the 6th land as he did pitch 2 lands on the previous turn.
All right, Winter Night Stories, harmonized. You would think if he had the 6th land, he might have gone for the Deceit.
Right.
Of course, with the trigger on the stack, it would likely get Bitter Triumph, so you wouldn't be able to harmonize. So perhaps just wanting to further develop here rather than develop the creature and have it be Bitter Triumphed. There is a possibility Ryan's hand would be all lands, considering there's only 1 unknown card.
Right. And also after sideboard, Winter Night Stories might not be as effective, especially if you're boarding out a bunch of the creatures. I mean, look, if you board out the Excruciators and the Harvester of Miseries, you only have 8 creatures in your pool, and 8 creatures plus the Quantum Riddlers, but you're not really going to be looking to discard Quantum Riddler.
All right, Archmage's Charm was one of the discards. Hand being looked at because it's Deceit coming down. Spider-Man in hand for Ryan. That's huge.
Yeah, Spider-Man plus Deceit, so it's kind of a tough situation here, right? Whatever you take, Evan will be able to follow that up by casting either Deceit or Spider-Man as Deceit here. Oh,
right. So both
has his own Spider-Man here. Takes care of both now. Has a 4/4 in play. Evan needs to now fire off this Insatiable Avarice to kind of get back into this.
The clock is on.
2 mana.
Quantum Riddler.
Oh,
Draw
for 2 cards.
Finds another Deceit.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're cooking. Was there a consideration to just hard cast that there?
I think because so much of this matchup is about resources, I think warping it just ensures that you're going to get more value in a future
You do know
turn.
about the Bitter Triumph.
Right.
You get to take that. Now you can potentially guarantee it next turn. But again, the clock is on.
Yeah, especially if Ryan is out of action here. You're going to go down to 15. Next turn, you take 8 damage. You're going to go down to 7.
Right. Avarice.
But Insatiable Avarice did draw Evan 4 cards with that Quantum Riddler in play.
Riddler was still in play.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Time to... This is your move.
Mill Self, as you called.
Hit the Winter Night Stories.
As you called. Value obtained. Vetter down to 7.
Does he have some removal here to get these Restless Reefs off the battle? Are we again at a situation? No. We're not quite at the situation where we can double activate yet, but Evan does need to find some removal spells here, and of course needs to update that life total there down to 7.
The life totals were reversed. We have fixed it. So, facing down a potential lethal, what is Evan going to do?
I mean, this is 5 new cards here for Evan Vetter.
Right.
Looking at the graveyard, I wonder if he does have something like a Superior Spider-Man.
Superior Spider-Man on Quantum Riddler would be pretty good.
Also would be great on the Deceit, just to pick up the Spider-Man and just kill it instantly.
It would be pretty good on your own Deceit. What is the line from Evan Vetter? Starting things off. Clear the way, perhaps.
All right, Duress.
You had nothing before.
Okay.
You have a Bitter Triumph
Triumph
now. Way is clear.
All right, if you have a tool to stabilize here,
Just
this
cast
is the turn.
Quantum Riddler.
Sure. I mean, that does block the Spider-Man here.
Dead to a removal spell off the top, potentially.
How many Bitter Triumphs are we looking at here? There's 4.
4 from Ryan Normandin.
So there's 2 in the graveyards, but can still...
How many stayed in? That's part of the calculation.
I imagine all 4 stayed in this matchup, especially because of the importance of Quantum Riddler after sideboard.
Right. So...
All right. And if you're Ryan, I mean, certainly if you don't have anything else to do here, you want to just fire up the Restless Reef. Although there is that Winter Night Stories in the graveyard too. So you can actually do that to draw some cards here as well.
That's the plan. Winter Night Stories. Here we go. Let's go digging.
Yeah, so Ryan targeting himself, paying off here. Gets to find some answers. Oh, and I think I saw a bitter triumph here from the draw.
Oh, you saw 2.
That's 2.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
All right. So I believe that's Duress discards a bitter triumph. That is not a good sign. Duress, show me what you've got.
No,
Lands and a deceit.
Okay.
It's a miss, but is it really? How worried are you?
Yeah, and here's the question. I mean, do you just attack with the Reef and hold the last bitter triumph and be like, if you want to trade, trade. I'm at 15. The Riddler's not going to draw you an extra card here anyways. Okay.
All right.
I guess given that he knows about the deceit, he wants to fire off that bitter triumph.
Okay.
Now also keep in mind, somewhere in the mix, Evan does have a Restless Reef there hiding as well.
Yep.
Between the lands.
There's 1 to 4. 4 of those lands from Ryan are Restless Reef. No shortage of expendable creature lands here.
That's right. All right. What do you do? It looks like a deceit here. Full price.
Full price. Wants to get rid of that Spider-Man. Casts it. Ryan says, hold, please.
Right.
Bitter Triumph. Quantum Riddler.
Sure.
That's gone. Paying life down to 12. 12 easily divisible by...
Hey, he boarded it in.
All right. The robbery.
Outrageous robbery for just 1? Sure.
Okay.
What did he play the deceit on? I assume he played it for both.
I believe so.
So you can still deal with this superior Spider-Man, correct?
You should still be able to deal with the superior Spider-Man.
Right. Unless he just chose deceit for black mana. Yeah, we can't, of course, hear what he said here.
Right. Does
okay, yeah,
seem that way.
Did not actually
Did not
pick up
bounce.
the Spider-Man. Okay, so
very intentional tapping.
Right. And now remember, there's that 1 card from the outrageous robbery. We do not know what that is, and we are
Reef.
getting aggressive.
BB.
Remember, that deceit though is a 5/5, so we can't eat the superior Spider-Man.
Right. 4 damage down to 3.
Okay.
Whose deceit is that? Checks the sleeve.
They look so similar. I
They
can't
look
tell.
so similar. I think one may be
Insatiable avarice target you.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
The outrageous robbery for 1, hitting the insatiable avarice to burn your opponent out. That's not how I drew it up. I thought it was going to be a bigger one, but you know what? That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
That's all it
There
takes.
you go. There you go.
Now, our theorizing was that it was Evan that was the one that was qualified for the Pro Tour already.
Right.
If that's the case, congratulations to Ryan Normandin for winning that match, earning himself a Pro Tour invite. Either way, of course, congratulations to him.
Yeah.
Very well played. Very interesting matchup. We've got another match for you. The Demons don't stop. We are going to head over to Michael Plummer playing Demir Excruciator. He is up against Jeskai Control. And for this one, there's no mystery. We can tell you who's qualified for the Pro Tour. It's Michael Plummer. So, Nathan Kierner, can you earn yourself a Pro Tour invite by taking down one of the scariest men on the Pro Tour of the last year?
Yeah.
Game on, Paul.
Yeah, this should be a very, very interesting matchup here between these 2 players. Game 1 might be a little bit tricky here for the Jeskai control deck because you have to keep the Cub decks honest. You have to play basically a ton of removal in your main deck, and a lot of those removal spells, cards like Lightning Helix and such, are not going to be as effective, of course, in this matchup.
Okay. There's that Marlboro evolution that we've seen. Not in either of the players' lists that we just watched. It is in Michael's.
Yeah, this is kind of a little piece of technology. Just the one of here, it just gives you an additional thing to reanimate with or get with the superior Spider-Man, while also posing as potentially an additional win condition after resolving a Doomsday Excruciator, as it does mill your opponent for 3 cards.
All right, now, question time, Paul. We've talked about Excruciator a lot this round. Talk to me about modern Jeskai, well, modern day standard Jeskai control. What is this deck actually trying to do? What are its win conditions? What is this angle of attack against the standard format?
Yeah, so as most control decks, you're basically just trying to control the early game with some number of cheap counter magic along with cheap removal spells to kind of keep the board clear. Your whole game plan here is to basically survive and get to 7 mana. That is the sweet spot. Of course, that's not an easy thing to do, but the entire deck is trying to support you getting to that spot here. So you have cheap removal spells and cards like Get Lost, Lightning Helix, and No More Lies, and then you have a bunch of card draw spells that allow you to hit your land drops in cards like Stock Up and Consult the Star Charts. Ultimately, the win condition is 4 copies of Jeskai Revelation. The idea here is you cast one, you make some tokens, it'll draw you another one, and it'll draw you another one, and that's kind of how you're looking to win the game.
So very Sphinxes.
Yes, very Sphinxes Revelation-like.
Right. Correct. So, no surprise, Nathan had to do a little bit of reading on the Malboro. Probably hasn't seen that one in a while. Do you think it's a bit of a flex to use a Pro Tour stamp Malboro in your deck?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just a little bit?
Hey, you know what? I appreciate a good flex.
So, Deceit being evoked. Taking a look at the hand. 2 draw spells already resolved from Nathan. Consult the Star Charts, plus Stock Up. 2 more consults in hand.
Right.
A Spell Snare, Get Lost, and, as you mentioned, the win con, Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah, this is about as good of an opening hand that you can have from the Jeskai control side for this particular matchup, because there are cards like Get Lost and Lightning Helix, Ultima, Day of Judgment, all these dead removal spells. Nathan has none of them. All he has are card draw spells, you know, 1 Get Lost and then the Spell Snare, which could actually still be relevant in this matchup. All
right, what are you taking if you're Michael?
Possibly one of the Consult the Star Charts. It's kind of like a Stock Up. It's really, really powerful. The longer the game goes, it's quite nice. And the Jeskai Revelation, we're still pretty far away from getting to that point. Oh, but actually just playing the long game here, going, look, if I can just keep you off of all your Jeskai Revelations, I can possibly just win the game that way. Also, keep in mind, now that Jeskai Revelation is in the graveyard, we're talking about a deck that plays 3 copies of Deadly Cover-Up in the main. At some point, he can just fire off a Deadly Cover-Up, exile the Jeskai Revelation that's in the graveyard, and basically run Nathan out of any way to win the game outside of a Singleton Meringue River Regent.
You don't think Tishana's Tidefinder
I looked at that one
all the way?
Look, I got the deck list in front of me, and I was like, no, I'm not going to mention that one. That one ain't going to do the job.
All right, so Michael Plummer giving us a glimpse of his mindset when it comes to this matchup. He thinks it's going long, and more importantly, as you mentioned, those deadly cover-ups, 3 copies in the deck. Perhaps that is going to be part of the decision factor.
Michael has just shown an incredible ability of just fully understanding the ins and outs of every single matchup, and you see that here as well, right? Because if you also look at the Jeskai control deck, especially this list, the first thing you do when you look at the deck list, you go, okay, what are the counter spells I'm looking at, right? There's no hard counters. There's 4 copies of No More Lies, 2 Spell Snares, and an Annul, right? So as long as you make sure you have enough mana to play around No More Lies, you can be pretty certain that you would be able to resolve a Deadly Cover-Up getting those Revelations.
Right. So, I believe we are on the end step here. Archmage's Charm being cast by
look
Michael.
at that. You do not see this mode used all that often, returning 2 creatures from the graveyard to your hand.
This is one that you usually play in your limited decks.
It's great. That's an unbury right there.
Unbury right there. The value that he just got is one to be jealous of, I would say.
Yeah, all you limited enjoyers, I'm sure you can appreciate a good 2-for-1.
And the man recognizes that this is a control matchup through and through, essentially. So, cycling the Malboro right away, just wanting to hit those land drops,
right.
Making sure not to fall behind. Now, you may be joining us late. You may be wondering, why are we watching some 10-4, 10-3 ones in the last round? Why are we not watching a high-octane match to decide who goes into the top 8 of this regional championship? Well, that's because everybody intentionally drew. It was a clean cut. So instead, we are showing some matches being played for Pro Tour invites. Specifically, exactly one Pro Tour invite from Nathan Kierner. Unsurprisingly, Michael Plummer is qualified for everything and probably will be for at least another year.
Absolutely.
Winter Night Stories.
Yep. And
Resolves. Unsurprisingly, 3 mana left up. Michael Plummer says, counter it if you got 2.
Right. Still has that Deceit available. Discards Harvester Misery. Probably its best role in this matchup as discard fodder for Winter Night Stories.
Yep, very easy decision.
And look at this, choosing not to run into No More Lies here and does not play out the Deceit this turn. Remember, the important the inflection point as far as mana is concerned is 7.
Yeah.
So, given that Nathan has 5 mana in play, even if he hits land number 6, there's not really anything he can do anyways. So you can be patient with the Deceit until the following turn.
Isn't interested, not walking into it. And very importantly, next turn is the 7 mana point from Michael. That 7 mana point is evoke Deceit, potentially clear the way, Deadly Cover-Up, essentially end the game.
Right.
So, we'll see if things play out. 3 Consult the Star Charts have been played, so Nathan has filled up his hand pretty nicely here. Where will things go from here? Land number 6, that's a Meticulous Archive. Surveil, what's going to happen with that one?
Yeah, this would be incredible if Michael can set that up here. Just next turn, Deceit into Deadly Cover-Up here. You know, if Nathan runs...
I see it.
You see the Deadly Cover-Up?
I think that's the front card there.
You are absolutely correct here. All right. And he's certainly going to go for it because Nathan has drawn a ton of cards. You have to expect him to have at least 1 copy of Revelation at this point. All right, here we go.
Speaking of flexes, white bordered, I think Mystery Booster Day of Judgment.
It resolves. How many No More Lies are in the hand? All right.
I see 2.
Oh, there is 2. So that is brutal. So Michael can't actually go for the Deadly Cover-Up, at least on this turn, right? He's going to have to try to set up for a future turn here if he takes one of the No More Lies right now.
But there's also no Jeskai Revelation. There's nothing to worry about in terms of clock.
So what you can do is just on the next turn, or just as long as Michael has more lands, just wait. Take one of the No More Lies now, and then just wait till he gets to 8 mana, and then just play the Deadly Cover-Up.
That would do it. So, Michael, making sure to update his hand tracker that he had there. Make sure, Nathan, feeling the pain. This matchup is not great. He is playing for a Pro Tour invite.
How was Nathan
rough.
not able to find another card draw spell, like a Stock Up or a Revelation, off of the 2 consults that he cast? Wow.
Ultimately, math, Paul.
Sure.
Look, sometimes you get unlucky. As we've seen, 3 Consult and a Stock Up in the graveyard. That's half of the big card draw spells in the deck gone. 1 Jeskai Revelation. We don't know what's been put to the bottom, but I would expect it's none of those, unless some of them were put in the bottom from the first Consult the Star Charts,
right,
and now they're just stuck there. Land number 7.
Now, if Michael has 2 Deadly Cover-Ups, I can see him just firing off one right now.
Yep.
Just to make sure the coast is clear for the next one. And he does have enough resources here to be able to collect evidence both times.
All right, so Michael saying, I'm going to try to win the game knowing you are countering this.
This will get countered 100%.
Goodbye.
Yeah. All right. But Michael's setting up here.
He has turned the other Deadly Cover-Up essentially face up, saying that it only takes 1 land for me to play around a potential 3rd No More Lies, and that would be the maximum you have. I have essentially full information about what you've drawn. There's no other counterspell that matters here, right, Paul?
Well, what if Nathan just rips another Revelation this turn?
That would be pretty good, but also, so what?
Well, I mean, you bounce the Deadly Cover-Up, and then you have 2 cards, and then that changes you into more, right?
Okay, all right.
So it's, I mean, it's...
So that's the 1 draw.
Yes.
All right. Is it there? Let's see it. Shock for a land. Michael knows what's going on. Do you have exactly the revelation, evidence collected, Marlborough exiled? Nathan.
If he doesn't, then he's only got the River Regent and the Tidebinder here. He does!
The game
Oh
continues.
my gosh!
How dare I?
So something about so what? I mean, what if he now draws another one?
All right, the list of apologies that I am issuing this weekend.
Oh
My
man!
first apology goes to Boros Dragons.
I was gonna point that one
My
out. I'm
second
glad you already
apology goes to Paul Cheon.
Oh my gosh! Okay.
All right, game's not over yet.
Game is certainly
keep
not
going.
over yet. Now Nathan has 3 fresh cards here. Of course, if the deadly cover-up still resolves next turn, things are still looking okay here for Michael de Benedetto Plummer.
What if he has another one? Both Monks Dead refuses to lose to those.
Right. Can Nathan find another revelation here?
Deadly cover-up just sitting there face up. Michael has no interest in hiding that one.
Michael's like, I'm going to cast it again.
Yeah, serving a reminder of what is to come.
Untapped Hallowed Fountain.
All right.
That is a supreme show of strength here.
Untapped Hallowed
You have so much mana already. This is a revelation into something possibly.
Okay. I'll believe it when I see it.
I mean, Michael's down to 11 right now. Revelation would put him down to 7 if he does have it. If Michael draws a Deceit or something, right, that would, of course, be fantastic.
That would be pretty good. Michael taking the time, thinking about it. Is it intimidation tactics?
Just to get some information. And, of course, Nathan doesn't really care here. It's going to miss most of the time here.
Right.
Yeah. Unless there's a Meringue River Regent in Nathan's hand.
I see Ultima and Get Lost from before. Okay, that's the Tidebinder.
Okay, hey, so
that's the win condition.
That's the win condition.
Revelations are offline.
Oh.
Tidebinder, Lightning Helix.
Coast is clear.
Okay, but...
So now you can play Deadly Cover up here.
Right.
And exile all the Revelations, right?
Right. What else does Deadly Cover up do?
I mean, it'll kill the Tishana's Tidebinder.
There goes the win condition.
Right. So all Nathan will have left is the 1 copy of Meringue River Regent. And I suppose if you draw 4 Lightning Helixes, I mean, you're at 11. Look, I'm...
No.
You know?
We take what we can get.
That's right.
I am not conceding in Nathan Kierner's seat.
No, look, you could draw a bunch of stock-ups and a bunch of helixes and you might still have a chance. We don't know what Michael Plummer has in hand. You could have a lot of time.
Absolutely. 22 life is quite a mountain of life. So, evidence collected. Deadly cover-up. Goodbye Tidebinder. Goodbye all revelations and those to come.
I guess Nathan couldn't possibly have drawn 2 revelations in a row, so.
No, that would be asking too much.
All right, so now if you're in Nathan's spot, you're basically just looking for just the ability to chain a bunch of stock-ups, 1 more consult left in the deck, find all your burn spells. Michael is at 11 here.
Okay, so 1 Meringue River Regent, 4 Lightning Helix. That's it.
That is all.
1 is in hand. Is there any way for Michael to gain life?
There are 4 copies of Requiting Hex. So you can, if you can activate, for example, your Restless Reef, blight onto it, then kill it to go up to 13, that would remove the quad Lightning Helix angle.
And it would be just Meringue River Regent.
That's right. I don't think we're there yet, right, until Nathan fires off some card draw spells here. I think Michael is going to be trying his best to kind of get something going and get aggressive. Now, when you draw something like an Insatiable Avarice, that's where it gets kind of tricky, right?
Right. Now, Paul, my Final Fantasy draft knowledge is a little dated at this point. Does Marlborough gain life?
Marlboro deals damage.
Doesn't gain any life.
Does not gain you any life.
Okay, so no regret from Michael's side having collected evidence off of Marlboro here.
Right.
All right, just checking. Thinking of all the outs.
I've cast my fair share of those.
I see a second Lightning Helix in hand. I'm not saying get excited, but I see two.
You see a path to victory.
I see a path to 10 more minutes of this game.
Yeah. All right. We're going to be flashing back some Winter Night stories. Oh, no. Just running out the seat. Sure.
Oh, yeah. All right. Double Lightning Helix you. Send them.
I feel like that's you just kind of got to go to the face here, right? Or do you just...
If you let one get discarded, it's over.
And then perhaps you just get lost to the seat?
I guess so.
Or I guess you have an Ultima here as well.
All right. Nathan says,
to the dome.
Helix,
yes, to the face.
I understand my win condition.
To the face.
Helix,
I love it. Okay, so Michael's now at 5.
Look, I think that there is an uncontestable answer for what is the greatest Lightning Helix of all time.
No.
But Nathan is making a case for the second greatest Lightning Helix of all time.
To be fair, if your win condition is literally 4 Helix and you find all 4, that is incredible.
It's not the finals of a Pro Tour.
No. We're at the regional championships. It's not quite at that same level. And however, it would be very impressive, and it would probably be the match of the day.
It would be my match of the day, my match of the weekend. It would be pretty darn wonderful. So, it does look like Deceit was allowed to resolve and was not get losted, getting Ultimate instead. Turn over. Goodbye, Deceit. Ultima exiled.
All right.
Back we go.
It'd be really funny is if Michael goes for the mill on the Restless Feet.
Oh,
yeah. Just tries to hit a Helix. Right?
Yeah. All it takes is one.
That's right.
How truly restless are these Reefs feeling?
Oh, man. All right. There is another Winter Night Stories here in the graveyard, so I imagine that's probably what Michael's going to be interested in doing here. Oh, 6 mana here, so this might just be Excruciator. Right, because now, I mean, we don't get to see it, but that could probably just remove one of the Helixes as well, too.
But Paul, what if it doesn't? What if it puts exactly Helix here?
Or stock up into double Helix?
Right.
Can you imagine?
Imagine.
Let's imagine.
I would love to imagine.
Okay, all right. We got
That's
a card here.
That was a Plains, I think.
Okay.
Scoops it up.
All right.
All right. Okay.
He got close. He drew 2 of the 4, right? He put up a valiant effort there.
All right. Let's reset. We're going to game 2. The nonsense of game 1 is in the rearview mirror. Talk to me about these sideboards, Paul.
Right.
I see a River Churn Monument tonight. Immediately get excited.
Oh, yes.
All right, talk to me.
Yeah, so, I mean, Nathan, this is a matchup where probably it's very, very bad for Nathan game 1 due to all the sweepers and removal spells that he's playing. But you get to replace all of those with the River Churn Monument. You get to bring in the Unagi of Kyoshi Island. Very, very good if your opponent's trying to cast Insatiable Avarices or even Warp and Quantum Riddlers. If there are any, there is one here in Michael's sideboard. And then also 2 copies of Voice of Victory. Might just bring that in anyways, just to have a little bit of extra pressure here as well. Now on Michael's side of things, we have, oh wow, Dauntless Scrapbot.
That was the reader. Nathan just asked for the text on that one.
Yeah, so that is a 3 mana, 3/1. Enter the battlefield, make a lander. 2 mana. When you sack the lander, you can get a basic land and put it on the battlefield tap.
Beautiful.
That's also a limited powerhouse, which is why I know what that card does.
Only reason why. Wasn't even going to test you. I knew that you've probably made like 14 videos on Dauntless Scrapbot alone.
Yeah, I have first picked that one before. You better believe it. And then, of course, we have Disdainful Stroke. We have 2 copies of the rest that we're going to see here, Quantum Riddler, Spell Pierce, and Wanshi Tongue. So yeah, Michael, as you can see in the sideboard, really ready for various control matchups. Lots of fantastic cards to bring in for this Jeskai control matchup.
Okay, that is unfortunate because the matchup is already pretty good for Michael. I don't know if he needed the help.
Yeah, that deadly cover-up strategy I mean, that is incredible because, first of all, especially from the Jeskai side, just not that many people playing this deck, not a ton of people playing Deadly Cover-Up, so it's not really something you're going to be planning for. You don't go, hey, should I play different win conditions in case my opponent Deadly Cover-Ups all of my Jeskai Revelations? That's not what you come in, but Michael had that plan from turn 3, something like that. He was like, I know what you're playing. You have the 4 Revelations. You're going to try to burn me out. That's my game plan. I'm going to remove all those copies, and then you're just not going to be able to win.
All right. Well, Nathan may need some help, but so may you at home. You may need some help completing your standard deck. You may need some help completing your commander deck. Well, we have a sale going on right now. This weekend, if you order $75 or more in singles, pre-orders excluded, you can select free shipping at checkout and then use the code FREESHIP75 case sensitive to receive free shipping and that extra little help finishing whatever constructed deck you may be working on. If you've got a big order to place, Free Ship 75 has got your back. Head to StarCityGames.com/sale. So, back we go this way.
Yeah.
Nathan Kierner, down a game, facing a Pro Tour champion. Really rough matchup, playing for a Pro Tour invite. How do you calm the nerves? How do you reset yourself? How do you go through the regular mantras, everything you know, it's just a game of Magic, it's just another opponent? How do you put all the thoughts aside and focus on the immediate game ahead of you?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, back against the wall, this is about as difficult of an opponent as you can possibly play against, right, at the regional championship. Michael Plummer, one of the just straight up best players on the planet right now. And, you know, that's going to be a tough spot. At the same time, though, I mean, Nathan's played a very, very long weekend. He's done very, very well for himself. You know, the standard format, this deck has been around for quite some time. I imagine he's extremely familiar with the ins and outs of his deck. Just play your game, right? Just play your game. You know, just especially after sideboard, this is just going to be kind of a control mirror. And do what you know, do what you need to do to play and approach a control mirror.
Just play your game is the advice. It's good advice. Easier said than done, but it is good advice. And you know, look, if you want to succeed on the Pro Tour, it's not just enough to get that Pro Tour invite. Once you get there, you want to do well. And if you want to succeed, well, you're going to have to beat players like Michael Plummer. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're just going to be playing against no shortage of, you know, players with Pro Tour top 8s, Hall of Famers. That is just the name of the game. The Pro Tour is, you know, the hardest place to play Magic. And, you know, if you want to belong and if you want to do well at the Pro Tour, oftentimes that path to the top 8, you're going to have to take out several juggernauts to get there.
But man, is it fun. It is.
Oh, yes.
Competing at that level, playing against the best in the world, sitting down for that draft pod and being like, oh, there's 3 Hall of Famers in my draft. It's so fun.
Yeah, but then to be able to say that you played in that draft pod and you 3-0'd the pod and you beat everybody
3-0? I got away with 2-1, you know? You don't even need to aim that high. Just be like, I got a 2-1.
I'll take, yeah, I mean, look, like 2-1 is of course good, but hey, you come to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
You come to win the whole thing.
Absolutely. The path to the Pro Tour, the final step is the regional championship. And right now for Nathan Kierner, the final step to his Pro Tour dream is this match of Magic.
I'm really excited about the River Churn Monument, Monty.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. That one's interesting. I'm curious, like, when you're supposed to do you just start going for it immediately? There are 4 copies of Winter Night Stories, right? So if you kind of get a little too aggressive. But the thing is, if it actually hits the battlefield and resolves, there's not that much you can do. You have the Deceit, right? But that's basically it.
Yeah. And there's a lot of questions around that. I remember that I was in the car driving back from the World Championship with Sam Party, and he was theorizing River Churn Monument as a potential mirror breaker for Is It Lessons. That was right after Is It Lessons had just dominated it. It was, okay, how do they deal with this if we just land a River Churn Monument and the game is all about trading resources?
Right.
And you get that. But this is a pretty good matchup for it.
Yeah.
So.
Certainly is. Nathan on a mulligan here as well. So it doesn't get tougher than this for Nathan. Going down to 6 against Michael Plummer. who looks nice and loose, kept his hand.
Cool, calm, collected. You know, as calm as he gets, he is a pretty intense player when he's in the zone for games. And you do see that on his face. He's very focused, very in the zone, but also at the same time, he's calm.
Yeah.
It's relatively easier to stay calm in the average match of Magic when you've played, you know, the highest stakes match of Magic.
Right. Yeah, for somebody like a Michael Plummer, who's kind of been playing for multiple top 8s at this point, and also recently won the Arena Championship as well. I mean, he's just kind of done it all. So for him, right now, you know, he's already got the qualification, can't make the top 8, just play for some cash.
Right. And look, that's part of it. If you are a professional Magic player, those tournament winnings do add up.
Oh,
so it does matter to play for a top 16 versus top 32.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because everybody else drew. You are guaranteed 9th or 10th place if you actually just win this match.
Right. So, Duress came down. Follow-up, Deceit.
No blue sources here for Nathan.
Disaster. He did mulligan.
Wow. I wonder if Michael just takes the consult the star charts here.
Now, Paul, you want to explain to the viewers at home why Nathan may have not run out that Torpor Orb?
Well, because of the card that's in the graveyard here. If you play a turn 2 Torpor Orb, Michael can simply just go turn 2 Deceit and just make a 5/5 on turn number 2.
But Paul, there's no discard happening. Oh no.
There is no line of text. So I think the Torpor Orb is mostly meant as a way to handle the Excruciator, right? You want to play it a little bit later, get it down there, but I guess now doesn't have a choice. Does find the land though.
Does find the land. That is the blue land. Now, you do know that the information is there.
I thought that was another Deceit. Right.
Wrong one. There's Malboro back at it.
Yeah. Gets a Watery Grave here, so that could be an indication. How many Undercity Sewers are we looking at here? Oh, there's just the one. Okay.
Just the one, so couldn't run that out. Is he shocking? He is. So.
Okay, so this might be a
it was Shock Pass.
Oh, Shock Pass, okay.
All right, that immediately makes us wonder, is it an annul being left up for a potential rest in peace?
Right.
Is that something he's worried about?
Or the River Churn Monument?
Here comes Deceit.
We'll get the information. Oh,
no more lies. Spell Pierce.
Okay.
5/5 on the board.
All right, that's a clock. Torpor Orb, Nathan might lose to his own Torpor Orb if he doesn't have a removal spell here for this Deceit.
Double-edged sword. Thy name is Torpor Orb.
All right.
Meringue River Regent, Oath Side, not going to be hitting the board yet.
Main phase, Coil and
Omen,
Catch here.
excuse me. Coil and Catch.
Yeah. Trying to find some cards here. Hey, you know, Nathan's at least done a good job of kind of getting out of that mana hole, right? Now he has 4 lands to play, double blue sources for any consult the star charts off the top. So sculpting his hand, but of course, 4-turn clock here from the Deceit.
4-turn clock. Second Deceit would cut that in half. Third Deceit. One is in the graveyard, but.
Right. Does Michael
have lands?
Right. This could be like a stock up or an insatiable avarice here just to find lands.
Right.
It
I
sure
think if
is.
it was Winter Night Stories, we wouldn't see the attack first.
Right. You would see the card draw spell absolutely
Right.
first.
So it lends credence to being one of the other two.
Right. So certainly going to at least get a land here, as we know that, you know, given the fact that he went main phase cycle Marlborough into Watery Grave, probably a little bit light on mana.
Right. One card he's certain of, the other he's unsure. I do see lands, so.
Could also just be 2 lands, right? If that's what you need.
Right, absolutely. We'll get a better look at least something being played as Michael shuffles everything back into his hand, but there is a Reef, number 1.
All right, now Nathan did just cast Coil and Catch here, Meticulous Archive here. Probably has some action now, potentially a way to deal with the Deceit here. Ooh, bins the Jeskai Revelation.
Too far from that.
Right.
The clock is fast.
That's right.
There's a Spider-Man.
5 coming in. Nathan now at 10 here. This Torpor Orb.
Yep. Double-edged sword, as we mentioned.
It did not have the Get Lost there to deal with the Deceit.
Played it in
Okay.
desperation. Will it come back to haunt him? Outrageous
Oh.
robbery on the end step.
4-3 here.
No more
All right,
lies.
sure.
Coast is clear-ish.
Right, but Michael can certainly have been using that as a way to bait a counterspell to try to resolve something nice this turn as well.
Right. Comes across to Shauna's Tidebinder.
Is this just a chump block?
Sure is.
Oh,
it doesn't
my
have
goodness.
any text with Torpor Orb anyways.
All right, trying to keep the life total high here. Perhaps Nathan already has a Jeskai Revelation in hand, given that he binned the other one. Keep your life total pretty high so that you can untap, play land number 7, and try to get back with the Revelation.
All right. What you don't want to happen is you take 5 there, untap and go for a Revelation, have it be countered for some reason, and then you're just dead.
Right.
So heads up block there.
So 7 mana here, Nathan passing.
Yep. Attack. Revelation time potentially.
Goes down to 5.
Goes down to 5.
Might try to pull this off end of turn. All right, is he going to go for it here?
I feel
If he
like
has
you have
one.
to, yeah.
Yep, he sure does.
Disdainful
Stroke.
And I think that's 3 Revelations in the yard. What's the draw for Kierner?
What can he have now here?
Does the match continue? 4 mana
Consult.
tap. That's a consult. If you have a spell snare, that's the spell to use it
Absolutely.
on potentially.
Okay.
All right.
Double Helix on the Deceit is one way to do it. Not a great way, but hey, you're at 5 life here.
1 resolving keeps you alive.
That's right.
It's as good an avenue as you can ask for in the current position. You don't need to resolve both to have another turn of magic. Excuse me, there are Restless Reefs. 1 resolving, not good enough.
Right.
Always the lands. Always the lands.
Yeah.
All right. In a full circle moment, do we come back to double Lightning Helix?
I imagine he's going to go for it. Might need to fire it off now here. But
Right.
This resolves end of turn. Completely tapped out. Do you just need to kill the Deceit? And he doesn't go for it yet. What if he loses it? What if there are just more Lightning Helixes under Michael Plummer's spell suite?
That would be the strongest irony.
Of course.
Incredibly powerful irony.
Plays a River Pyre Verge.
Yep, that's 1 of the outrageous
All
robbery
right.
cards.
This is a lethal attack.
Reef it up. Attack, handshake. Kierner does not have it. Took 3 lands, Plummer gives them back. And it is Michael Plummer on Demir Excruciator facing what is essentially a free matchup here in the final round, taking it down.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of a tough spot here if you're Nathan. I mean, keep in mind going into this, it's not like Nathan had 4 losses, right? He was 10-3-1. He, you know, oh, excuse me, no, he could have drawn in this one if he had the opportunity. So actually a very tough spot, completely turning things around here. But yeah, I mean, Michael Plummer there, you know, he's just been here many times. He understands the matchup. And this matchup after sideboard just feels really tough here for the Jeskai deck. You know, this is not your typical blue-white control deck that has a deck that's just chock full of counters, right? Oftentimes you see multiple 3 steps ahead, multiple counters to be able to handle everything that you're doing and play at instant speed. That's not the case here. You have soft counters and no more lies. So, I mean, Michael's deck is just boarding into 8, 10 hand disruption spells, also being able to play at instant speed and bait counters with instant speed outrageous robbery. It just seems really tough.
Really tough, really unfortunate final matchup there for Nathan, but congratulations to Michael Plummer. So, everything is done and dusted. Everything was resolved at the start of the round for our top 8, but of course the last round of Magic needs to be played around the room because tiebreakers are going to matter. They're going to decide the final standings, which decides the bracket and who plays who, which is all very important. That's on the verge of being resolved and decided. So, we are going to cut to a quick break. On the other side, we will look at our top 8 bracket. We will show you exactly who is playing who and how the rest of the day will be playing out, because we have 2 World Championship invites to give out and a champion to crown. Don't go anywhere. The fun part starts now. everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship from SCG Con Milwaukee. The Swiss is done and dusted. The Pro Tour invites have been handed out, and we have 8 players remaining. Without further ado, let's take a look at the bracket and see what the rest of our day will look like. In the first seed, Max Kamenowski playing against teammate, longtime friend, Will Kruger. Is it Lessons Mirror? We haven't confirmed the list just yet, but I believe it should be as close, if not a 75 card mirror, as it gets to that. So, really close one. Obviously, Max with the play advantage being the 1 seed, that's going to help, but it's a very tight matchup, very skill dependent.
Absolutely.
Next up, 4 seed Matthew Umkes on Is It Elementals against John Wager on Is It Spellmentals. Paul, talk me through the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be kind of an interesting one here as well. I think I like perhaps the Spellamental side. You get to kind of play the role of more of a kind of a control player, noting that Sunderflock, kind of an ineffective card in both matchups, but we'll kind of see how this plays out. We don't really see this matchup play out all that often.
Right, and of course we'll take a look at those deck lists later. 3rd seed, Elijah Hare, Simic Rhythm, going up against, excuse me, we'll fix that. John Wager is on there twice. We need to get that solved.
Right.
But I do believe there's 2 copies of Spellmentals in the top 8. That should be Jason Reed there in the 6th seed. So please excuse us. We will fix that in the bracket.
Right.
2nd seed, Tyson Roylance on Bant Airbending, going up against Philip Silberman on Mono Green Landfall. Talk to me about that one.
Yeah, so this one is just going to be a matter of whether or not the airbending that can really get that combo together quickly, because the Mono Green Landfall deck just really doesn't have a whole lot of ways to interact. However, if the Mono Green Landfall deck gets off to a really good start, you can of course just kind of kill your opponent out of nowhere with cards like Mightform Harmonizer.
Okay, and I did skip the matchup there, but just to lay the story, Simic Rhythm against Is It Spellmentals, Paul?
Yeah, that's probably the most polarized matchup that we're going to have here. I think the Spellmentals deck was literally custom built to be able to beat the Simic Rhythm deck, so Jason Reed has got to be doing a gigantic fist pump knowing that he's playing against Simic Rhythm in the top 8 of the regional championship.
I think when I talked to Andrew Ellenbogen at the Pro Tour, and he told me, I think the matchup is like 75-25 in our favor. One of his teammates who was walking by and heard the conversation was like, no, he's being conservative. It's better than that.
That is unbelievable.
So it is going to be a very uphill battle for Elijah Hare. That is one that we've got our eyes on. So, those are the matchups. That's the bracket. Making it to the finals means World Championship invite.
Yeah.
First place, $20,000. That's a lot of money. Second place, $10,000. Still a lot of money. But all the players have secured their Pro Tour invite. That is done. So now it's about the cash, which is a big deal, and it's about those World Championship invites, Paul.
Yeah, certainly. All these players in the top 8 kind of have that goal. Winning is, of course, nice, but like we said, it's all about those qualifications. So I think everybody's just trying to get to the finals to make sure you're locked in for that World Championship, to give yourself the opportunity to be forever immortalized on a Magic card. If you win the whole thing, you get your face on a Magic card, and you get to make awesome cards like Formidable Speaker.
Absolutely. And you know, Magic tournaments are definitely about progression and the next milestone. So on day 1, the first milestone is securing day 2, and then getting the best record you can. On day 2, the milestone is locking up the Pro Tour invite. Then it's making the top 8. Now it's making the finals. And then finally, you can think about winning the tournament.
Course.
But at the moment, the next milestone. Let's take a look at some deck lists as the players finish getting seeded and getting ready into their matchups. We'll focus extra hard on the matchup we're going to be watching, but we'll show you some of the deck lists throughout the top 8 and what everybody is working with. So this is going to be our main matchup. Tyson Roylance on Bant Airbending. Paul, we've talked about how this is a combo deck. This is a matchup between Bant Airbending and Mono Green Landfall. Anything that you want to highlight in the main deck or sideboard of this deck.
Yeah, so this is a super streamlined deck. As you can see, 4 copies of everything. But I think some of the interactive spells are going to be the cards that we really want to highlight. Looking at cards like Airbender Ascension and Aang Swift Savior could be the cards that you need to kind of slow down the mono green deck enough, while also allowing you to kind of get your combo going, of course, with Appa and Doc Hourlock.
Okay, on the other side, the opponent, Philip Silberman, is on mono green Landfall. This is the deck. These are the card choices for Sapling Nursery, as we've seen many people bring 2 copies of that Esper Origins. This is the next evolution of the deck. Talk to me about this. You said the matchup might be hard.
Yeah, I mean, if you just kind of take a look at this, you know, cards like Sapling Nursery are really good at trying to grind people out when you kind of get to the late game, but it doesn't really do anything when your opponent makes an infinite number of 1/1 tokens. If you take a look, at least in the main deck, there are basically 0 interactive spells. Sometimes you see lists with Archdruid Charm. We don't see that here. So the name of the game for Philip is you are racing your opponent. You are trying to get down Mossborn Hydra or Earthbender Ascension on 4, get something going with Trample and Mightform Harmonizer and kill your opponent before they put together their infinite combo.
Anything in the sideboard that is really standing out as maybe this is what's going to swing things?
Yeah, so any type of interaction is what you're going to be interested in here. I see 3 copies of Longstock Brawl, so certainly going to be expecting to see that card being boarded in just to try to find additional ways to kill cards such as Doc Hourlock and Badger Mole Cub.
All right, with that said, we have been told the players are ready, so no more wasting time. Let's kick off the top 8 here at SCG Con Milwaukee. All right, top of your screen, Tyson Roylance. We watched him earlier, Bant Airbending. On the bottom, Philip Silberman on mono green Landfall. Tyson mulliganed to 6 this game. Team Pillow Fort, wonderful little hoodie and notepad there from him.
Right, and starting things off here with the ideal 1-drop here in turn 1. Temple Garden, Llanowar Elves here. Being on the play also extremely important in this matchup. Like I mentioned, this is basically just a racing scenario.
Right, and you said the name of the game is aggression. So for Philip, having the Saz's Chocobo, one could almost say that's the ideal 1-drop from his side.
Yeah. If you can go Chocobo into, for example, or turn 2 Badger Mole Cub, get some mana going into Mightform Harmonizer or any of the other top-end cards, that's kind of the type of draw that you need, especially in game 1 when you have 0 removal.
Right. So far, very fast start from Tyson. Already 4 mana, access to potentially 5 next turn. So Aang at the crossroads, already turned on. That is a big part of what lets this deck go fast. But even having access to interdimensional Web Watch, that can be very huge.
Yeah, tons of great creatures to ramp into. And I mean, even if you just play, even if you don't get to land number 5, you even have the option to, for example, play Appa, Airbend your Bramble Familiar, and then you can cast Fetch Quest, which can help you find pieces of your combo as well.
Right, so Saz's Chocobo picks up 2 counters from an Escape Tunnel. Awkward part about that, Escape Tunnel not tapping for mana means no Badger Mole Cub available to you, so the most aggressive line, but not the most developmental. On the other side, Miss Landrop.
Yeah, so nothing here from Tyson. Perhaps setting up an Appa here, you can actually block the Saz's Chocobo even if it turns into a 4 or 5 here, right, before the damage resolves. You can just block and then pick up the Bramble Familiar and then use that on Fetch Quest.
And we are off to the races. Escape Tunnel number 2 plus the Badger Mole Cub, and that was the first big test. Do you have an Aang? The answer was no.
Wow, and nothing. What does Tyson have in his hand here? This is 4 mana here.
Taking one from Starting Town.
Okay.
It is going to be Appa. So there goes the Bramble Familiar. That gets Airbent. Fetch Quest available.
Yes. Fetch Quest certainly available here. That'll also allow you to generate a 1/1 token, so tons of blockers available here too. So that'll give Tyson, of course, a lot more time. So any type of effect that could give Trample would be huge from Philip's side.
Earthbender Ascension, the primary one, that's a ways away. It's going to need some counters picked up. Currently has 1 free available with Escape Tunnel. 2 if you airbend onto it, of course. But there's some work to be done. So, step 1 from Tyson. We watched him earlier miss some ally triggers from Appa. That was when he was extremely far ahead.
Right. Although I am wondering, couldn't you have blocked and cast the Appa on the previous turn?
Believe you could have. He took a lot of life, perhaps just wanting to play it safe, but what is there to play safe?
Right, because Philip was tapped out. Yeah.
So
that's a lot of damage that he took, but still can be in a really good position to win here, depending on what he finds off of this fetch quest.
Finds Doc Hourlock. Not the best now that the fetch quest has already been cast.
Right.
So
there is a, is that a seam rip? No, that's...
There is a seam rip and an interdimensional web watch.
Okay, so, you know, seam rip, of course, just a nice spot removal spell here for the Saz's Chocobo. But, of course, you might want to get the ball rolling and just kind of assemble your combo pieces with the Doc Hourlock. But Tyson might not have the mana to kind of get everything going this turn.
Right, you're getting a look at fetch quests there on the side of your screen. Put a creature, enchantment, or land card from among them onto the battlefield. So interdimensional web watch might be the most appealing. That's not an option.
Yeah.
You can't cast another fetch quest off of it. That's not an option. So essentially, it boils down to, do you want the seam rip to slow down the Chocobo train, or do you want the Doc Hourlock to start your own plans rolling?
Right.
And Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact, okay, there is an ally token made, so we have an ally.
we made an ally this time.
We made an ally. We're good.
Somebody is watching, probably sent him a text message. It's like, hey Tyson.
Please, make your allies.
I mean, Tyson certainly knows. I think it was just, you know.
He was so far ahead.
Right.
That's the type of small things that you may miss when you are in that dominant of a position.
And like,
very different when you're behind.
And look at this, Tyson choosing not even to attack with Appa. He's like, you know what? I can keep the Appa back to block the Badger Mole Cub. I know what my role is in the matchup. It's to be the combo player. I just want to keep my life total as high as possible here and just make sure I don't take any damage.
There's a look at Doc Hourlock, our favorite bear druid. There's a look at Corey Baumeister in the background, our favorite other caster. So, Philip Silberman's side. What is the line, Paul?
I see a Might Form Harmonizer in hand. So let's see. If you go Might Form Harmonizer, if you can warp a Might Form Harmonizer, no, you're still a little bit short here. You could use Escape Tunnel to make the Badger Mole Cub unblockable at 2 power, and then if you played another fetch land and sacrificed it, that would be 8 unblockable damage that would potentially get through with the Badger Mole Cub.
So, we are potentially seeing the choice to take that big hit from the Chocobo the previous turn, making this closer than it might have needed to be.
Absolutely.
We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, Philip could. If Philip doesn't have the kill this turn, he could be trying to set up for something next turn. I do also see an Earthbender Ascension in his hand, right? And it's not going to be very hard for Philip to get to the necessary 4 landfall triggers here to be able to start giving his creatures trample, meaning that those ally tokens will not be very effective at blocking these creatures.
And it looks like it is going to be Earthbender Ascension kicking things off. So, the typical line is Ascension comes down. You Earthbend onto the Escape Tunnel and you fetch your land. That's counter number 1 on the Chocobo and the Earthbender Ascension. Escape Tunnel can sacrifice, go get a land, and it comes back. So that's 2 more counters on the Ascension.
Yeah, and I do not believe Philip has played a land for the turn, right?
So that's a 4 immediate.
So that Chocobo, it will be gigantic.
Right. Currently, 6 power. 3 more lands, 9 power.
1 more counter from the Ascension, 10 power, plus trample.
There you go. And Promising Vein is also a fetch land for the future turns,
right.
if we get there.
Yeah, you cannot sacrifice that immediately this turn, as it does cost 1 mana to activate.
Whoa! Chocobo gets chumped, and
That's it.
That's
all right.
it.
So Tyson does have the opportunity here. If you find an Aang or something, you can potentially combo off this turn.
Aang does it. Bramble Familiar, that is on an adventure. Okay, here we go. 3 mana.
Wow.
Combo assembled.
All right.
All Philip can do is nod the head. I am going to demonstrate my loop, and this is the perfect loop because it has the fetch quest as well.
Absolutely. So now you can just make an arbitrarily large number of tokens here. And I mean, Tyson now will be kind of explaining all the different loops that are possible with this combination.
Right. Airbender Ascension joins the battlefield.
And that can, by the way, target, I believe, any
Anything.
creature.
Correct.
Yes.
Goodbye, Saz's Chocobo. Goodbye, Philip Silberman's hopes of this game. Tyson is explaining the combo.
Right.
Paul, talk us through what exactly is happening here.
Yeah, and it looks like Tyson's saying, look, I am going to airbend basically all of your creatures that you have in play. It's not going to be possible for you to actually kill me through damage anymore. You have no creatures in play. I'm going to have 1 trillion ally tokens on the battlefield here. So there's just not going to be a situation here where you can actually get back from this spot. Wow.
Right. So the combo assembled, and Tyson Roylance at essentially 1 life, right? Because the Chocobo got blocked by a 1/1, and he had 10 power with trample. So that was skin of his teeth.
Absolutely. Of course, if Tyson had gone for the block on the previous turn, it wouldn't have been as close. But yes, Tyson certainly did find the pieces that he needed there. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of how the matchup plays out. Again, like I mentioned, Tyson being on the play, absolutely huge there.
All right, talk us through the sideboarding, Paul, starting with Mono Green Landfall.
Yeah, Mono Green Landfall here is going to be able to board in some of that interaction that you see here. 3 copies of Longstock Brawl, but more importantly, 3 copies of Torpor Orb in the sideboard. This is going to be the single most important card for the Mono Green Landfall deck. As you can see, 3 copies, right? We are not messing around. Most of the time, when you do have sideboard hate cards, you see 1, maybe 2 copies of a card. He recognizes that this is probably his worst matchup or one of the weaker ones, and playing the full 3 Torpor Orbs. So that's what he's going to be looking for in this particular matchup. Now, on the other side, Tyson has to be mindful of the fact that 3 Torpor Orbs can be brought in. So what do you bring in? Well, there are 3 copies of Seam Rip in the sideboard. There's also 1 in the main. So you can fully expect that to be brought in. There's also Cathar Commando. That is 100% a card that will also be brought in this matchup to deal with the Torpor Orb. Also, it can randomly kill other enchantments that are in Philip Silberman's deck.
All right, so the matchup is pretty tough. How much does it improve for Landfall post-board? Like, is the margin getting closer, or is it still a pretty big gap to overcome?
I mean, you have really, really impactful cards here, right? You do have the Torpor Orbs and the Longstock Brawl, so it feels like it probably gets better because Tyson can have some weird hands where he draws maybe too many Seam Rips, and Philip has a lot of big things, but you know, Tyson has to board in a way where he now has answers to those Torpor Orbs. I think it improves, but I think Tyson has the tools here to still beat all of these sideboard cards.
So the tools are there. We'll give the players a little bit more time to finish sideboarding and shuffle up for game 2. Meanwhile, I will remind you at home that pre-orders are now open for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The next set of Magic the Gathering is coming soon, and that means you can head over to StarCityGames.com to pre-order your sealed product and get ready to cowabunga when the Turtles hit the multiverse. So, pretty great stuff so far from game 1. We did get to see the Fat Airbending deck do its combo. Yep, we've got a reader, of course.
I would be asking the same thing. Usually Melt Strider's Resolve is kind of the fight spell of choice, but actually Philip going for a different fight spell.
Yeah, I think in the dark, as Tyson, if you look at the sideboard and you're like, okay, I recognize these 12 cards, there's no Melt Strider's Resolve, what is this 3 of? You can assume it's going to be some kind of fight spell.
Right.
But of course, all of these 1-mana fight spells have a little bit of different flavor to them, a little bit of different extra what do you do.
Right.
So wanting to confirm that you don't accidentally get caught off guard by a timing, a certain amount of, ooh, this one gives trample, or this one buffs toughness, this one buffs power, whatever it may be, you want to just cover the bases there and know exactly what it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh. Yeah, I mean, kind of coming into this, it does seem like if you did want to play a Badger Mole Cub type deck, you know, and you're expecting a lot of these people to also be on these mono green landfall variants, airbending. Seems like it could have been a pretty good choice here.
Yeah, it's a deck that we've long talked about how it suffers from consistency issues.
Yep.
In a lot of ways, it is similar to Sultai Reanimator. Its peak is extremely powerful. You have an infinite combo, right? And a lot of your cards dig towards finding that combo. But your mana can be shaky, and your deck sometimes just doesn't assemble in the right way, and then you have Doc Hourlocks that are doing nothing.
Right.
All right, so we're off.
Ooh.
And there's one of those big cards that you mentioned. First play of the game from Philip Silberman. That is Torpor Orb. Doc Hourlock for Tyson is going to be our follow-up.
Is this an Earthbender Ascension here?
Sure is.
Yeah.
Now, Torpor Orb says creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. Doesn't say anything about Earthbender Ascension.
Right. So yeah, now Philip has access to a ton of mana here. Tyson, of course, still has several draw steps here to try to find an answer to this Torpor Orb before he runs out any of his come into play effects, which is basically half the deck, if not more, right? Everything comes into, all the creatures come into play and have some type of effect on the battlefield here.
Yeah, and it is interesting that one of the things we see from a standard format like this, which we have likened to Legacy or Modern, these large Eternal formats with massive card pools that result in a ton of viable decks that pair into each other differently, is sometimes you do get pretty polarizing matchups.
Yeah.
Matchups that do feel rather one-sided, like Simic Rhythm against Izzet Elementals, for example. I wouldn't say Mono Green Landfall against Bat Airbending is anywhere near that extreme. We saw how close Philip was to winning the game in game one, and that was a pretty average draw. I wouldn't say it was in the top percentiles of the mono green landfall draws. So this isn't that polarizing, but you do still get matchups that are not as 50-50.
Right, and yeah, that's, you know, historically Standard has always been the type of format where you just have lots of 55 to maybe 60 at best type interactions, whereas now you do seem to get a little bit more of those polarized matchups.
So, land played, Earthbender Ascension goes up to 2 counters, and my Form Harmonizer comes down. Pass of the turn, you don't want to attack into the Aang that was represented. That was there.
Okay.
Here we go. Just like Earthbender Ascension, Torpor Orb does not stop Interdimensional Web Watch.
All right, and Doc Hourlock in play here, so we're going to get a nice discount on these cards here. That is Aang at the Crossroads and a Llanowar Elf. So can play the Llanowar Elf here. So still getting set up. I mean, Tyson's still playing relevant Magic cards here, but with a Might Form Harmonizer in play and Earthbender Ascension, right? I mean, we're talking about lots of damage potentially coming into play next turn.
Right, but if Tyson survives one turn, hypothetically, all he needs to do is go Seam Rip the Torpor Orb, playing at the Crossroads, find an Appa, game's over.
Yeah,
right?
Completely agree.
It's that easy.
It is that easy, but the question is, does Philip just have the kill next turn?
Right.
Right. I mean, we're talking about a Promising Vein. You sacrifice that. That's 2 land triggers. And then you play a land for a turn. That's three landfall triggers. That's 3 times you get to double the damage on the Might Form Harmonizer
and
while
trample.
giving it trample with the Earthbender Ascension, and Philip being completely tapped out here.
So, doing the math now.
Right.
All right.
Just making sure he's got this. I mean, it feels like it's more than enough damage here as long as he has a land drop for the turn. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's more than enough.
That'll do it. That'll do it. So,
yeah.
As we said, it is that easy from Tyson, but not going to get the opportunity because it is just as easy for the combination of Harmonizer plus Earthbender Ascension.
Right, and you just kind of saw the impact of Torpor Orb there, right? Because you played the Torpor Orb, all of a sudden, Aang didn't get to counter anything, was not able to kind of slow down Philip there. So, I mean, Tyson now being on the play, of course, that's going to change things up here, but really does want to see one of the 4 Seam Rips or the Cathar Commander in his opening hand.
Okay, so does anything change play draw for either player?
You know, Not really. I feel like the cards that you want to bring in that are really impactful are already boarded in. We're talking about the Torpor Orbs and possibly also the Longstock Brawls, and you already kind of are aware of the cards that are less effective in this matchup, so those are probably all going out as well. These are fairly, I mean, especially from the mono-green side, you just kind of have the game plan and you kind of go with it. If we're talking about perhaps maybe more of a mid-range mirror, you can certainly make some adjustments on the play or the draw, depending on the types of threats that you're expecting to play and resolve early.
It's nice to have the players able to still have fun here, as they are in the top 8. A lot of the pressure of the Swiss is now lifted, and of course it would be nice to get the World Championship invite, but you're a regional championship top 8 competitor.
Yeah,
that is very
big.
Impressive. This
Absolutely.
was a nearly 1,200-person field.
Yep.
So while they finish shuffling up, I will let you know our next big event is coming up in 2 weeks in Richmond, Virginia, where we will be celebrating Magic Spotlight Series Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, March 6th through the 8th in Richmond. Go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to register and get all the details. Back to the match. Hands are being drawn. Do we have clean keeps, or is it going to be mulligans? It is keeps. Llanowar Elf, Saz's Chocobo. I've seen this movie before.
And Llanowar Elves is big because this allows you to play an Aang on turn 2 on a potential opposing Torpor Orb. Actually, just Badger Mole Club, and you get the activation right away, right?
You get the activation right away.
So even through a Torpor Orb now, Tyson will have access to it. Oh my goodness, what is this start? There is 7 mana in play here on Tyson's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was like a spell snare being represented for Torpor Orb. Nope, just Bramble Familiar, go out there, but very different game from the first one now.
I mean, Tyson can just fetch quest right now if he has another Bramble Familiar in hand too.
Counting the mana. Is it 7?
I have lots. I have 8 mana available right now.
Plentiful. 2. Cathar Commando. Not this time, Devil Orb.
Yep.
1 mana floating.
1 green floating. Still has access to the ability to cast Aang at the crossroads here. Looks like Tyson's going to go for it here. We got 5 mana available. Oh, that is an Appa here with 1 mana floating. And airbends the Bramble Familiar here.
Yeah.
As you can then cast it for 2 mana on Fetch Quest. This is just such an overwhelming board. It's one of those boards where it feels like you don't even necessarily need the combo at this point. You just have too many permanents in play.
Right, because you can airbend the Fetch Quest for sure.
Right.
You could airbend Badger Mole Cub to get some additional value off of it the next turn if you would like. Or you can just say, all I need is this Fetch Quest, and I'm just staying on the board.
Yeah, I just, this is your classic Llanowar Elf Badger Mole Cub start. It doesn't matter what the rest of the cards in your hand are. You get to cast all of them.
Right. Well, maybe it will matter because second Torpor Orb came down. This is why you play 3. You talked about the fact that classic sideboard cards, a lot of them get capped at 2 copies maybe.
Right.
3 is when you really want to be hateful.
Yeah, but Tyson can still play Fetch Quest here. Can look for a Seam Rip potentially, right? Just find something to get this Torpor Orb off the battlefield, and you get another 1/1 token here.
7 cards being looked at. What do they offer? Here we go. I see
Dock Hourlock. You can't get the artifacts in place. Wow, 3 interdimensional web watches. So
3 web watches and a bovine intervention. None of those helping you here.
Yeah, so the only legal targets here are the lands and the Dock Hourlock here.
Wow.
Okay, so I mean that's
a problem.
Yeah, I mean that is certainly a piece of the combo, but of course still needs to find an answer to this Torpor Orb. Now, keep in mind though, Philip only has a Saz's Chocobo in play right now, and Tyson does have a pretty decent sized board here.
All right, 2 allies, 1 from the Fetch Quest, then again for casting Bramble Familiar.
And with all the mana that Tyson has, he can pick up the Bramble Familiar and just do it again next turn if he needs.
Right, exactly. Just has the option to cast Fetch Quest. So Seam Rips are in the deck, and it's not going to take many loops to find them.
Right.
Big loss losing 3 interdimensional web watches, of course. Those going to the graveyard, you would really like to have access to those. And
okay. All right, so I mean, Philip's certainly doing what the mono-green landfall deck's trying to do, get the Ice Tail Explorer, get an extra land drop going. Chocobo is huge. Unclear if it can still attack here.
Yeah, if it attacks, it should be blocked by an ally.
Right.
That's the goal, right? The big thing is right now, there's no form of trample yet in the Earthbender Ascension, and there's no Might Form Harmonizer.
Right. And the thing is, at this point, because of the board is so wide, if Tyson draws Aang, he can just play it and flip it and just kind of turn everything sideways.
Correct. So, step 1, Llanowar Elves, taps for 2 mana, 4 mana.
Badger Mole Cup.
The 4th Web Watch.
Wow.
Seam Rip.
Finds the Seam Rip here. Okay.
How dead are you, my friend? That is the question. Is the answer, are you dead?
Right, so now you get to play the Seam Rip here, make an ally, get rid of the Torpor Orb. Tyson still has a card in hand.
Don't miss the ally trigger.
Oh,
Miss the ally trigger.
Miss the ally
All
trigger
right.
again.
That's one thing that Tyson may need to tighten up on a bit if he moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah, things certainly looking fantastic here for Tyson.
There's Appa.
There is an Appa, so now we get to fetch quest again here on the Bramble Familiar. Of course, this is going to legend roll one of the Appas away, but you can also airbend the Interdimensional Web Watch, floating the 2 mana there as well.
Doc Hourlock is on the board.
That's right.
I don't know if you can come back from this one.
Right. I mean, you are just so likely to find Aang Swift Savior at this point.
Right. So, we'll let Tyson do this. We'll let him take the gameplay actions. Paul, what does a miss look like here? Like, how many looks does he get at a miss here?
So you get a total of 9 looks here, right? You have the Bramble Familiar looking at 7 cards, along with the Web Watch here looking at 2 additional cards. I suppose if you somehow find basically nothing off of those, you can get there, but there's just so many redraws here. So it's, I mean, it's a tough spot. Because even if you hit an Appa, that just gives you more cards to look at.
Right, so you see Web Watch is there. All right, there's
the
Aang.
Aang.
That's the game.
And that should do it here. Now you have infinite tokens here. You can kind of flicker everything. There's Badger Mole Cub. You can make an arbitrarily large land as well and just kill your opponent that way as well, while also removing all the permanents on Philip's side.
Right, so Tyson is once again going through the combo, saying that I'm going to have a lot of allies.
Right.
The end result is going to be Aang.
And I'm going to draw my deck here because I have the Web Watch.
As many cards as I need with the Web Watch. Then I'm going to start using Badger Mole Cub.
Right. Yeah, because if you cast Fetch Quest and you hit a land, then you can put the land into play untapped. Now you can cast your Seam Rips to get rid of the Saz's Chocobo. If you hit the other Aang, you can airbend the Ice Tail Explorer, and then you just all you need to do is just make sure that you hit a land and then blink the Badger Mole Cub indefinitely to kill your opponent.
Right, and
Philip should know at this point, right? But just kind of making him go through the motions here.
Right. To Philip's credit, he is not just going to concede the top 8 game. However, as he goes through every iteration of the loop, the explanation is coming that you are dead on the spot. It's not that you get another turn. And Philip says, you got it. You got me. Congratulations. Well played. And that means Bant Airbending picks up what is the favored matchup and moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah. I mean, that matchup more or less kind of played out the way that you would have expected, right? Game 1, no interaction. You got to give the slight edge to the Bant Airbending deck. Game 2, Mono Green on the play with the Torpor Orb, was unable to get rid of the Torpor Orb, so of course you could kind of sneak in a win there. But then Game 3, I mean, look, we saw you have 4 Seam Rips and a Cathar Commando. You have lots of answers to get that Torpor Orb off the battlefield. I mean, Philip drew 2 copies of the Torpor Orb, but that still wasn't enough, right? That still wasn't enough. And even if he didn't find the Seam Rip, he was still going to just put so many permanents in play. I feel like Tyson had a real shot to even win the game even without the Seam Rip.
Right. So, well done to Tyson. We are going to go to another one of our quarterfinal matches where we're going to join it in progress in Game 2. So let's go check it out, Paul. Well. If it isn't the Is It Lessons mirror.
All right, well, let's take a look here. Will is up a game here with a Monument to Endurance and a Grand in play here. So things are certainly looking good here for Will right now. He has a slight board advantage. a slight mana advantage. Max, the only thing he's got going on right now is an artist talent. Presumably both players have more than enough lessons in the graveyard, so any type of discount would be great here. So yeah, looking a little bit tough here for Max just on what we see on the board.
Good friends, however, not playing the 75 card mirror. There are subtle differences to their lists. We'll go over those should we go to a game 3. But at the moment, middle of game 2, Max just went artist talent level up pass here.
Oh, that is brutal. I actually thought the only way Max had a chance to win was him untapping his lands and drawing a card for the turn.
Right. So now things are rough.
Yeah.
Here we go. Attack with Grand. That is the only discard Will currently has available to him.
Yeah, but that will draw Will an additional card here. So this is and discarding a firebending lesson, it looks like here. If Will can find artist talent, of course, that would make it so that it's going to be super difficult to come back from. That's kind of the card that would potentially just lock this game up.
Right. And Will Kruger, as the 8th seed, has the play disadvantage here.
Oh, geez. One mana artist talent here, and I think this is going to be slipping away. This is a wisdom for 3 cards.
Look, Max was our 1 seed. He was the first player into the top 8.
Right.
He's been doing this exact thing to people on and off camera all weekend long.
Yeah.
He is going to recognize when the door is shut.
Right. I mean, the writing at this point is on the wall. You can almost kind of see that on Max's face. It's like, all right, you have everything online. You're just up on so many different resources. How can I even come back from this?
Right. So, players just continuing to go through the actions, talking to the judge for a second, making sure that everything is being represented properly, but so far so good.
Jeez.
Storm Chaser's talent number 2, have an otter.
Yeah, and every mode here on the monument has been utilized, and there's still 3 mana left over with the discount from the Grand.
All right, 1 mana, Boomerang Basics artist talent.
Is he targeting the artist talent here?
I thought he was pointing to it, but it should be monument.
Yeah, or the talent, right? Yeah,
Storm Chaser's talent. Oh, he was saying artist talent trigger was what he was pointing to.
Got it.
They are, of course, playing fast, shortcutting. Not that they need to be playing fast, but they want to get through the match.
Also, this can potentially be a longer, grindier matchup. This is not the case here. Will win this game, but it's one of those instances where you still just want to make sure you're playing at a decent pace.
Max looks at it.
Accumulate wisdom, maybe?
Boomerang Basics, my artist talent.
Yeah, rummage trigger on the stack. No rummage trigger on the stack.
No rummage trigger. There's the handshake. Will Kruger will be our Is It Lessons player moving forward to the top 4. Shake of the head from Max. Had an incredibly dominant weekend here, working his way into the 1st seed in the top 8. But just fantastic stuff from him and fantastic stuff from Will Kruger.
Yeah, I mean, look, going into that, Max has been playing beautifully all weekend. I'm sure additionally Will has as well. And probably the deck that he probably wanted to see the least, just like opponent and deck, just because of how similar the cards are. So unfortunate, but fantastic run for Max. And congratulations on Will for getting 1 step closer to the World Championship.
Look, if the tiebreakers work out a little bit differently, well, Will is in the 7th seed instead of the 8th, and they could dodge each other until the finals. The dream, getting to play 4 World Championship invites against one of your closest friends. That's really cool. Unfortunately, instead, there can only be 1, and it is Will Kruger moving on to the semifinals. So, we have more magic for you from the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at where we are headed next here, as quarterfinals magic does not stop. On the bottom of your screen, John Wager. Is it Spelementals? On the top of your screen, Bant Rhythm. Nope. Is it Elementals? Excuse me. My mistake. It's Matthew Umkas up a game as the higher seed at 6 life, but is rolling.
But is up again with up a game with a roaming throne online here. So with that Ashling as well, if Matthew Umke can get another powerful elemental effect. Now remember, you don't even need to hardcast these elementals. With a roaming throne, with 2 triggers, you know, just playing Vibrances or anything along those lines will go a long way.
Right. So, just resolving everything. What does Wager have in the tank here? There's Deceit.
All right.
2 triggers.
2 triggers. What is in your hand? I want to take all of the cards.
This is the power of Roaming Throne. We've talked about how it allows this Elementals build to go over top of all the others.
Yeah, John, looks like this has been quite a drawn-out game here. Just the Lone Hearth Elemental in play. Oh.
The Crab is entering the battlefield, tapped.
Okay, so John will lose out on basically whatever other action spells he has in hand here, but this will slow down the cut. Remember, Matthew's sitting at 6 life here.
Not going to take much.
Yeah.
Edimer Crab hitting the board. That's going to get bounced off.
Oh.
And that is going to be... Okay.
Okay.
Oh, because of Deceit.
Right, right. But did he? Did he play the Deceit for the full cost?
I have to assume
That's what it
so.
makes. That okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just joining this game, so it looks like we thought that Deceit was just for 2 black. It looks like it was a hard cast Deceit here, which is even more brutal here for John Wager.
Right.
So John just on nothing now.
John's on nothing. The hand has been seen, and the life total is 6 all.
Yeah, and no haste threats here, right, from the Spelementals deck. So this is a lot to fight back from.
We've talked about how Spelementals has, the other Spelementals deck in the top 8 has a nearby matchup. That is not the case here.
Yeah, this one is certainly much more difficult. But John, I mean, able to kill a 5/5, but this is still a lethal amount of damage coming in. This is 9 damage coming in.
2 mana to work with. What do you have left in the tank, John Wager?
Rummages away a Spire Bluff Canal.
2 mana. Hearth Elemental back on the board.
That is a blocker, so you're technically not dead. An attack with everything would put you down to 1 life.
How many of the Evoke Elementals would end the game here?
Just any of them probably at this point, especially with that Roaming Throne.
Is there 2 cards being drawn by Riddler?
By the Riddler as well.
So, Matthew Umkees, what do you have in hand?
Vibrance, Deceit, anything.
Bounce Off.
Bounce Off would do it. No,
Flipping Ashling.
Sure. You get to make that decision after you draw your card for the turn.
Correct.
2 mana available.
I see
some lands. Yeah.
What is the 3rd card?
Okay.
Cavern of Souls.
I mean, I guess if you brick this turn, you're not technically dead if you're John Wager.
Ill-timed Explosion.
Just to find some cards. That should cost... He should tap 2 mana, right?
Does Ashland get doubled by Roaming Throne?
Oh, you're absolutely correct. There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
Right.
This deck is delightful.
Right, so now you have 2 more cards to find. You're just not going to discard anything here. And just look for an elemental that you can play for lethal.
Really, just a moderately stiff breeze would blow John Wager over here.
Deceit, Vibrance, a bounce spell. But Matthew taking some time here, so perhaps a whiff here on the... We've seen him whiff on ill-timed explosion before.
We have. We watched his tournament fall into potentially precarious position. But will that happen again? Taking his time.
Right. Because again, if he has any way to interact with that Hearth Elemental, he just has it.
We don't have a good look. I thought I saw 2 lands.
I think I saw maybe some lands and a Flame Braider, so he might have whiffed here.
Yeah.
Which is still not necessarily a bad spot to be because you still get to attack with the Riddler, get your opponent down to 2, but it does mean that John does get another draw step here to try to find a way to stabilize this board.
What was that from the graveyard getting picked up?
Ooh. What is that?
Is that Winter Night Stories?
Winter Night Stories. Okay, you can still evoke something out here.
Okay.
3 cards.
3 cards being drawn. 2 mana available. Any evoke elemental should do it.
I see another ill-timed explosion.
I see another Ashling. I see lands. What I don't see is the card that ends this.
Okay.
Ashling coming down could rummage 2 cards, but that would not end the game on the spot.
And by the way, both Ashlings could stay on the battlefield here, as they do have different names. You just can't flip either of them, or they would legend rule each other.
Right. At any point you flip one or the other, that would kill both. However, as long as they stay exactly like this, you're okay.
All right, so 2 rummages, and now you have 2 blockers here for the Hearth Elemental. Remember, Matthew is also at 6 life here.
Now,
why would you attack with the Roaming Throne?
I believe...
Oh, excuse me, that was...
So I believe Matthew Umkees actually discarded to the ill-timed explosion.
To deal damage to everything.
Raider.
Got it. That absolutely makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Okay.
Wanted to make sure there's no creatures, no risk of triple removal spells. So,
okay, Hearth Elemental. You need an answer for the Quantum Riddler.
2 lands. There's the handshake, and it is going to be Matthew winning his quarterfinals with Is It Elementals. So, for those keeping track at home, our semifinals that we know of now, Is It Elementals, Is It Lessons, Bant Airbending, and what we're assuming in the one matchup we haven't seen is It Spelementals.
Hey. 80,
anything is possible.
Look, 80-20, anything is possible.
It's
you
not
never
100%.
know. You have a shot.
Absolutely.
Right.
So, what I can tell you is Elijah Hare, the upper seed, the Simic Rhythm deck, won the match.
There you go.
2-1.
Don't count them out.
Is It Spelementals has fallen. And that means we have 2 Cub decks and 2 Is It decks.
Right.
All different flavors. Elementals, Lessons, Bat Rhythm, Simic Rhythm, Bat Airbending. Let's see that bracket.
And
Look at this.
Wow. That is incredible here. I mean, we talked about how big of a dog the Simic Rhythm deck is to the Spelementals deck, but now no more Spelementals decks in sight here. We have Is It Lessons against Is It Elementals. I think in that matchup, I do like the Is It Elementals side of the side of things, given the fact that you have access to Wistfulnesses that you can play in the main deck. And then you have Simic Rhythm versus Bant Airbending. At this point, I'm just not going to count Elijah out ever.
Right.
Right? Given that he just defeated his supposed 75-25, 80-20 matchup, depending on how you slice it. But we have some exciting matchups here in the top 4.
Right. The matchup is tough, but it is absolutely much easier than the previous one.
Yes, absolutely.
So, those are the semifinals, but that's it for me and Paul. We're done. We are going to cut to a break. On the other side, the incomparable Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis, the wonderful duo, will be here to bring us home, crown a champion, and figure out who will be getting those 2 World Championship invites. It's been a pleasure being with you all weekend, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
It's top 4 time here at the U.S. Regional Championship. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, this may be the most exciting match of the tournament. I know winning the trophy is exciting, but the World Championship, you've played in a lot of these style of events. What's it like to play in those? What are these, kind of pressure are these players about to have?
It's awesome. There's nothing like it. You know, there's nothing like a pro tour, like you were saying earlier. You know, morning of the pro tour, the draft, but World Championships is a whole other level where you know everyone from around the world. At a pro tour around the world too, but you know you're playing for the ultimate prize, and these players are looking to do a chance to do just that.
If you talk to your grand and say, hey, I won a pro tour, sweet. She's like, all right, awesome. If you say I'm the world champion of something, everyone knows what that means. So it is absolutely everybody's goal to get there. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how the players got here before this extremely big matchup. Jim, walk us through what's happened already.
Yeah, so we got the friend match here. Both Max and Will are very good friends, both excellent players, and unfortunately got the 1-8 pairing, and Will was able to take that down in the Is It Lessons mirror. Then we have Matthew and John, two very kind of similar but kind of different elemental-focused Is It decks.
Very different.
And elementals, and the elementals are able to take it down 2-0 nice and clean. Elijah and Jason, in a surprising, almost stunning upset. I walked over to that match, and I saw that Jason was up a game, having won a pretty clean game one. It's a very, very good matchup for Spellmentals, you said before, but you play the games for a reason, and Elijah takes it down Simic Rhythm 2-1 over Is It Spellmentals. Got to be on cloud 9 right now.
I walked away from that matchup in game 3. I'm like, this one kind of looks over.
Right.
And to see Elijah take it down was pretty cool.
Yep, and then we have Tyson and Philip in our last top 8 match, which was Bant Airbending versus Mono Green Landfall. Watched a bit of that one also. Tyson had a super clean win against Double Torpor Orb. And Tyson and Elijah are teammates.
They are.
And I talked to Tyson before I realized the result of the Elijah match, and he was like, yeah, my teammate's playing. He's playing Simic Cub. And I'm like, yeah, it wasn't looking very good for him. I'm sorry about that one.
Yeah.
I was wrong. Won anyway. So that's a match we're going to watch, and a fantastic matchup of two of the Badger Mole decks that didn't do too well at the Pro Tour, coming right back in.
Yep, very wild. I was talking to basically all these players as well, and Tyson, even though Elijah's the teammate, very much was saying, well, the matchup I want to play against is not Simic Rhythm. It is the other deck. So, and then Will Kruger kind of saying the same things. I would much rather play up against the Is It Spellmentals decks than the Is It Elementals decks. So, going to be a very interesting top 4. Top 4, we do have 4 different decks, which is very exciting. We're going to be starting with the bottom half of our screen. We're going to be starting with Elijah and Tyson. Gotta watch the teammates. It's going to be too exciting. Let's jump into their deck list and give you a quick reminder of exactly what we are going to be doing, starting with Elijah Hare. What do we got going on here, Jim?
I guess Elijah's my horse of this tournament, right? Way back a long time ago, I was talking about how I thought this was the event for Simic Rhythm to come back. It had a pretty good event, not a great event. We have 1 copy here in top 8, which is Elijah, and this is the deck that did so great at the Pro Tour, and everyone was targeting it, but kind of fell by the wayside, not coming back in as still an extremely powerful deck. And Badger Mole and friends, nothing too crazy here, pretty stock list, just kind of the deck doing the thing it's designed to do, just make a ton of mana. There's a spice in the board though, Champion of the Weird.
Yes.
Little goblin action.
Oh yeah, that card is nasty to search up with Nature's Rhythm, that's for sure. And hey, there is 2 Badger Mole Cub decks and the talk of the town, Mono Green Landfall. None of those are represented here in the top 4. Let's check the other side, Elijah's opponent. And this is Tyson. Tyson on Bant Airbending. We've seen this deck before. It looked really awesome. Tyson won in pretty convincing fashion. It was a 2-1, but walk us through this particular list.
Yeah, so we saw this at Spotlight the Avatar. This was a deck that took the whole tournament by storm. This new version of the Airbending deck did so poorly at the World Championship, but the Web Watch was the big new innovation, and that made this deck look fantastic. Didn't do so well at the Pro Tour. Kind of fell in that Badger Mole Cub range of people were attacking the Simic Ouroboros decks, and the Ouroboros decks were also kind of attacking this deck as well, vicariously. But another deck that didn't do well at the Pro Tour, but kind of poised for a comeback, has a pretty good landfall matchup as we saw, and this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. So let's bring this back to the booth as these players get ready, and I kind of want to ask you a big picture question here, Jim. I noticed a theme of you kind of talking about these decks here, and it was a kind of a common theme of, well, they didn't do that well here at a previous event, pretty recently at the Pro Tour. is that just kind of saying if a deck is not doing well, it's not getting targeted, they're going to kind of have a good weekend? Is that the metagame kind of flow we're seeing? Or
Yes, absolutely. It's always a kind of an ebb and flow. You know, going into the Pro Tour, Cub was number one. Every single team, every single player knows we are aiming for this, and that means that we're either going to choose a deck that's good against it, or naturally pretty good against it, or skew our deck choice, our sideboard choices, our removal choices, our main deck choices. You know, you change 6-7 cards in a deck list, and all of a sudden now we have, wow, our 40% matchups now 55% matchup or whatever it might be. You know, so but as we change back the other way, where, oh, Cub's not so much, I can pull out that Power Class, and I can change this card here. Maybe I'll cut a Sunderflock or two from my Elementals deck, you know? And then all of a sudden, Cub's like, oh, okay, it's time to come out and play again.
So I think what we should be doing, instead of looking at data that we comprise after these events, instead of what did well, look what deck did the absolute worst. Start playing that one. I think that is the focus of this. But enough of us chatting. It sounds like our players are ready. It's a World Championship match. Let's dive on in. All right, teammate fight. We got Elijah on the bottom on Simic Rhythm. We got Tyson up top on Bant Airbending. Number 2 seed versus the number 3 seed. Tyson on the play. How important is that?
It's pretty important in any of these Badger World Cup matchups, you know. And this is a pretty interesting matchup where, you know, Tyson was saying he didn't really want to play against his teammate, right?
Yeah.
And I think the Airbending deck is kind of good against the Rhythm deck in that they can't really interact with you. But the fear is pure speed. You know, if the Simic deck's able to kind of really get under them. But this is a fantastic start here.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's just the Spelementals list. Maybe an easier matchup for Bant Airbending. I can imagine it's all pretty close, though. Like, I don't think Bant Airbending has a ton of matchups where it's like 80-20. Maybe Mono Green Landfall. That looked pretty good in the last round. But here we go. We got Llanowar Elf into Badger Mole Cub, but no extra land. So we know Tyson is a little land light here. And oh my goodness, Elijah Hare just says, any amount of permanents you can put in, I can add some more. Goes with 3 Gene Pollinators and Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have the Simic Rhythm deck is, I think, the aggressor here for sure.
Yeah.
And a little more kind of on the board, all in. Tyson's deck has more interaction, but also has the combo too. You know, so Tyson's able to interact, use Aang, you know, kind of airbend some creatures out and buy some time, but it's also building towards his combo as well. You know, so Elijah wants to go fast. The removal spells kind of throw a wrench in that, and then, oops, now I'm dead because of the combo.
Yep. Nope, I totally agree with you. And Tyson just passing with, well, 6 men up. Dang, nothing to play, Jim.
It's just a shame.
That's too bad.
Yeah, totally a shame.
That is too bad. We could have Appa. We could have Aang Swift Saviors. Plenty of optionality here for Tyson. Looks like 2 mana's coming down. Here's Badger Mole Cub. Extremely powerful in both decks, but definitely Simic Rhythm is a Badger Mole Cub deck.
Yeah, much more important here.
Yeah.
The deck is so focused on getting so many in play.
Aang Swift Savior, do some air bending here for Badger Mole Cub, so the problem is, air quotes, solved for a little bit. But can imagine, we're just going to replay that one, huh?
Yeah, coming right back in, so slight speed bump.
Yep.
You know, will deny the ability to make a lot of mana this turn. But still pretty good.
Yeah, and here's 2 more mana from Elijah Hare.
Wow.
Warp a Riddler, are we drawing 2? Okay, just 1. Still, phenomenal turn.
We're not using the real estate of the screen.
Yeah, that's been bugging me too. I'm not going to lie. Maybe we can see if we can move Elijah's stuff a little bit over to the right. Yeah. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm very glad you did.
We're playing in the front yard, but the backyard's got a lot of space too. You know?
Exactly. All right, so Aang Swift Savior coming on in. And we're going to draw a card. One thing Elijah did miss, land drop number 3. So there is land drop number 3.
A lot of mana available. Every one of these mana dorks is there we go. There we go. We ask and we receive.
Thank you, Elijah. Come on, that was very nice. We appreciate you.
Need room for all your permanents. There's so many things in play.
Exactly. When you have 3 Gene Pollinators, how are you going to fit a 4th if you don't move it over a little bit?
Right.
All right. So where do we go from here, Jim? We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana.
Oh, you got 2, 4.
So we can just rhythm for Craterhoof right now.
think that Tyson's untapped mana is a little ominous for sure once again.
I wouldn't do that, but I'm saying it is an option. See, I wouldn't do it because I'd cast it.
Well,
I already have it.
We're not going to rhythm for a Crater Hoof. We'll just cast it.
Exactly. And Rhythm for Crater Hoof wouldn't be lethal, but Crater Hoof hard cast here with the 2 other attackles is very much lethal. And here is Appa to help out with Aang. Aang's going to Airbend.
Ooh. Okay.
So this is going to cost 2. Now we can just recast it and then only attack with a Crater Hoof that would be a 12-12, if my math is correct there, right?
Yeah, not enough, and I don't think worth it either. You know,
I don't either. Yep.
I mean, I guess like there could be the threat of. I mean, it's not lethal anyway. So if it's a combo next turn, whether you're at 4 life or 16 life, it doesn't matter that much. So
exactly.
And this is kind of the fear where the Simic deck is not really interacting that much as far as stopping Tyson from doing what Tyson wants to do.
Yes. Yeah, I think basically not at all, right? Like, what kind of interaction could we even have right now? I'm seeing nothing. So right now, if Tyson does have Doc plus a way to airbend out a permanent again, Tyson will take this down. And kind of listening to Tyson down in the feature match area, the proficiency with this deck was very impressive, like just talking through all the lines, explaining, hey, this is how I'm going to kill you. And, I always kind of look at people's deep understanding of this is, well, if they say, well, I'm going to make infinite tokens, then I'm going to say, I'm going to have Aang to airbend a couple things. Sure, but you can win the turn you play it with earthbending on a land, even if you're tapped out for lands. And Tyson did verbally explain that aspect of the deck. So it has a great understanding here with this.
Yeah, many steps, but all roads lead to a nice big infinity land coming in and rubbling over.
Exactly, yep. Okay, so big things here from Tyson.
Definitely staring down the barrel here at this 2-mana Crater Hoof Behemoth.
Yes. And I mean, if you don't have it, if you just have Badger Mole Cub Llanowar Elf in hand, like, it's over. It's not like Elijah's going to not go for it. And that is the case where it is over. An airbent Crater Hoof Behemoth was smelling blood in the water. And Elijah Hare, 1 game away from the World Championship.
Wow. Yeah, that was kind of an interesting game where, Tyson did a lot of the things that you want to do. A little bit interacting, a little bit of airbending, and but couldn't find the complete combo. And then, Elijah's deck does his thing.
All right, pretty impressive. So now let's look at the sideboard here. Starting off from Tyson's side, we have 2 Avatar's Wrath, 1 Aven Interrupter, 2 Bovine Intervention, 1 Cathar Commando, 1 Cavern of Souls, 1 Kutzel's Flanker, 2 Rest in Peace, 3 Seam Rip, 1 Spider Sense, 1 Wistfulness.
Home runs here are the Avatar's Wraths. Phenomenal. The ability, as you saw on that board, there were just 7 creatures in play. And if you're making your opponent recast the Gene Pollinators and the Llanowar Elves for 2 mana each, that's a pretty good spot to be. So Avatar's Wrath looks great. There may be a bit of interaction. Seam Rip trying to kind of win the Badger Mole Cub war, kind of trying to keep things under control a little bit. It gets a little more awkward too because now your opponent's going to bring in a few different things that can kind of stop your combo.
Yes.
Which we'll see in a second. So you need to be aware of that. Where game 1, most combo decks game 1 have this okay, I can just do my thing. But game 2 and 3, you're always going to be cognizant of not only the cards that you're bringing in, but what your opponent's bringing in to stop you.
And before we talk about Elijah Hare's sideboard, these are teammates. How much does it differ when your teammates, you clearly know kind of how each other are going to sideboard? Do you do a lot of juking when it comes to that, or kind of just stay the course?
It's tough, it's kind of thing where if there is some sort of cool juke, you've probably already discussed it, you know, and then there's a risk of getting too cute, I think.
Yeah.
Where you really want to there's a common theme among Magic players that they want to feel smart. All Magic players do, and they kind of think of a juke or a tricky play to make their opponent go, oh, I didn't expect that. But it's not about confusing your opponent. It's about winning the game.
Yes.
The play has to actually produce a positive result, not just confuse, So I don't think there's anything too crazy going on here as far as sideboarding goes. It's a fun thing to think about.
That's fair. I was in the top 4 of GP against my brother where we were playing a mirror match where we said we take out the magma sprays no matter what. And I was on the play. I go serve another conduit on 2. He goes magma spray it. And I got stuck with 4 drops in my hand and never drew a 4th land. So it's not holding with with me or anything on that kind of juke. So.
Bradley.
I know. All right, from Elijah's side, we have one Champion of the Weird, one Explosive Prodigy, one Okalorwin Leech, one Repulsive Mutation, two Shimmer Wilds Growth, two Soul Guide Lanterns, two Spider Sense, two Sirach Elusive Hunter, two Unable to Scream, and one Yigra.
Eater of all.
Eater of the all.
Yeah, I mean, there's not like a ton to bring in here. So there's some interaction. Some of the removal spells here, like Unable to Scream, do not function very well against a combo deck like this. You can just airbend the thing that has been unable to scream, allowing it to scream once again.
Yeah.
You know, and then we have one copy of Repulsive Mutation. Looks very, very nice. It's an actual counter spell. A lot of the play pattern of Bant airbending is to say go with mana up, and then try and end-step flash things in. And counterspells are great against that because you can kind of stay go back and get into this little weird draw-go game, or if you're ahead of the board, which Simic will often be, that's very, very good. So the one mutation looks pretty good. You know, maybe like a Prodigy, a little bit of removal here or there. I mean, Spider Sense can be like a little utility here or there, but I think for the most part, Elijah just wants to go fast and do the thing and hope that Tyson doesn't have a good mix of interaction into the combo.
That is fair. So if you are enjoying the broadcast as much as Jim and I, and you want to be in the know here, the newsletter is the place to do. So we're going to talk about this real quick. You can go to starcitygames.com/newsletter, sign up to figure out about all different kinds of sets coming out, recent events, as well as our sales, if you want to join us here at the very next one.
I've been signed up for over a decade.
Yeah.
And I hate newsletters.
Yeah.
So.
And that's how you got in the booth. If we sent you an invitation via the newsletter, and you're like, yeah, of course I'm in. All right.
Is that how it happened?
I think it was, yeah. All right, Llanowar Elf here. Tyson on the play, no one drop. Llanowar Elf here from Elijah coming on down. Gene Pollinator, Llanowar Elf. Elijah going with the plan once again of I'm going to cast 1 mana green cards for as many green mana as I have on the first couple turns. And Tyson with the land pass. You got to think this favors Elijah Hare.
Yeah, so an aggressive use of the first seam rip, you know, that Badger World Cup is the #1 target for sure. But saying, hey, Llanowar Elf is too good, I'm going to nail that one and kind of really try and slow you down. And we'll see if Tyson has kind of, you know, slow you down on turn 1, because I can want to do my own thing over the next few turns.
Yep, well said. So looks like we got Spider Manifestation. I want to say that's a, must look like a Sirach, but must be a Winter Night Stories. No, not one of those. It is Sirach. Yeah, Sirach's on the board. So brought Sirach in against Ban Airbending. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there is a decent amount of interaction, and the games get a little slower and messier.
Could be one of those brother jukes, you know?
There you go. I mean,
that looks like 2 Sirach?
I think I see Nature's Rhythm.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, that makes a lot more sense.
3 rhythms.
Those cards do look a lot, they're very similar to Sirach, so you're very much right. So we see 3 rhythm.
Ooh.
And Legend Rule to airbend out of Simic Rhythm. I mean, this is borderline train wreck scenario for Tyson, right?
I think it's the opposite. I think it's Tyson is kind of rolled up here. If Tyson's willing to burn an angle like this, is willing to burn an early seam rip on a Llanowar Elf and kind of not save it for a manifestation or a cub, I think this makes you think that Tyson just says, all I need is time, and I'll assemble this combo and win this game.
And airbending out a rhythm is great, right? Because, well, you cannot pay an X value. It's always going to be for 0.
I believe that is true.
Yeah, I think that is how that works there. So you can search for nothing, so it just stays there. You can play it, and then it goes into your graveyard, and you can recast it. That would be a bigger problem if Elijah didn't have a bunch of those in hand already.
Speaking of big problems, how about another Legend-ruled Aang? We have not seen Aang, 5-mana Aang, hit very well on any of our coverage matches that we've watched.
This one's a little bit better, though, because that is going to trigger Aang at the crossroads. And now, as long as Tyson remembers it, you had to remember right there, right? To flip it?
I believe so.
Yeah, the crossroads should have flipped right there because, well, a permanent went to the yard. And if you missed that, yeah, that's a big oopsies, I think, here. Like, because right now you just get to Earthbend for free. And if you Earthbend for free, play Badger Mole Cup or whatever, that's going to add some extra mana. So,
yeah, and also just a clock, too.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
A lot of pressure here. Obviously a huge match playing for Worlds.
Yeah. And when you play against teammates, sometimes you want to go a little bit faster, you know, more of the shoulders down play as well. You kind of have that thought, well, one of us is going to Worlds.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think you always want it to be you.
There's already a lot of conflicting emotions in a match of this caliber.
Yeah.
Playing against a teammate adds a whole new wrinkle to that.
It really does.
You know, where you have, you know, there's so much on the line, but you're already here. You're queued for the Pro Tour. You top 8 of this event, but you want to try and go over to Worlds. Now you're playing a friend. There's so many external factors beyond just the game itself.
It is nice to, no matter what, feel happy at the end of the match, but of course, you know, usually you're feeling happier if you are the one going to Worlds. So Badger Mole Cub comes on in through the rhythm. Ouroboros for free. Is that good?
Yeah, it is good, Corey.
Okay, so I think, you know, if Tyson does not have much going on, maybe this flip of the Aang is not really going to be a big deal, because Elijah Hare's draw has just been amazing. Both games.
Yeah, fire on all cylinders here. Once you have the Cub and the manifestations going, you just cook. You know, like,
yes. And that's the thing is, well, there's seam rips to deal with that card, but outside of that, okay, so this looks like a flashback. Probably for 2, so another Cub.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know we had a third rhythm. That's 6 with the manifestation. The Verge is 9. The Gene Pollinator is 12. So that is a high enough number for the hoof, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 3, 6, that's 9.
And not only
That's
that,
12.
but Ouroboros with Crater Hoof, it works the way you want it to, and it's disgusting. And that is it. Elijah Hare wins in 15 minutes and is going to be heading to the World Championship here at the end of the year, Jim. How incredible. I mean, we're both kind of in disbelief. Like, that matchup does not feel like it's that bad.
Wow, yeah.
You know? Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive stuff. You know,
Yeah.
Definitely, I think Tyson's draw in there in Game 3 was a little awkward. You know,
Yeah.
multiple legend ruled Aangs on exactly where you want to be. You know, if that larger Aang hit you know, something, an Appa or something more exciting than that, maybe it's a different story. But yeah, well done, Elijah. I mean, Simic Rhythm was my pick for the tournament, so Elijah, keep going, my friend.
All the credit to Jim Davis here, absolutely. You and Elijah Hare tested very closely, I imagine, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. So that is only one person into the World Championship, and it's Elijah Hare. Big congratulations to you. Condolences to Tyson, coming up one match short. But we got another match going. We're going to jump in progress for these players playing. And this is Will Kruger playing Is It Lessons against Matthew playing Is It Elementals. And Will Kruger is on a 12-match winning streak.
Yeah, and Will was not thrilled with the prospect of his matchup here. I talked to him before the match, and you know, Wistfulness, of course, one of the cards that helped keep Lessons down at the Pro Tour. So, gonna be a tough one. This board is looking pretty tough as well. Roaming Throne, Vibrance, and going upstairs.
And that looks to be it. Game number 1. We jumped in where Matthew Omkis here takes down the first game and is 1 game away from heading to the World Championship as well. Whew.
Man, this is fast and furious over here.
It is fast and furious. I mean, to be fair, this one game did finish in more time than the 2 games here from teammates. So now we'll take a look at the sideboard.
Yeah, definitely 2 very, very different Is It decks. You know, Lessons and Is It Elementals, they share the same colors. I mean, almost air quotes colors.
Yes.
Because the Elemental deck is so, you know, rainbow focused, but almost none of the same cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be starting with Will Kruger's sideboard, and that is going to be, we got 2 Annuls. There we go. We got 2 Annuls, 2 Disdainful Strokes, 1 Flash Freeze, 2 Quantum Riddlers, 2 Raw Crackling Wit, 2 Seers, 2 Slagstorm, 1 Spell Snare, and 1 Torpor Orb. What do you like?
As we discussed, you know, these Disdainful Strokes look like they would be so good against a deck like this, you know, full of not only expensive spells, but cards you can cast for cheap that are actually quote-unquote expensive, but Cavern of Souls makes that a tough proposition. So you probably still bring some of the strokes in. You can't be super thrilled about, you know, relying on them too heavily. Torpor Orb looks very nice here as a way to stop all these ETB effects. Otherwise, though, not, maybe, again, you tune your removal here a little bit, but nothing super exciting otherwise.
Yeah, Will did not want to play against Matthew, and it kind of makes sense. Every creature has a big butt. There's Ward from the Roaming Throne. All of these, like, firebending lessons and stuff like that feel extremely loose, but then counter spells as the other way to attack this deck with 4 Caverns. I mean, that feels really bad as well, so I don't know if this is train wreck kind of matchup, but, in your testing for the Pro Tour here, did you guys kind of approach this matchup, or do you guys not really know about the Is It Elementals list?
We had Seth on our team.
Yeah.
Seth won Worlds playing Lessons.
Yes.
Seth didn't play Lessons at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of says it all.
Okay.
Where I think Wistfulness, being a very popular card across multiple archetypes was one of the major factors. But yeah, there are issues, and Wistfulness is a big one of them.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a lot of issues. I didn't even mention that as one of the problems, and that is a big problem, so that's for sure. Now, as far as Matthew Omkis, we got 2 Biza the Bounding Springs, 1 Bounce Off, 2 Disdainful Strokes, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Negate, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Seer, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Sunderflock, and then 1 Sunspine Lynx. So, yeah, it really has a variety pack here.
Yeah, the back ends of the lanterns are great. Let's get those in there, kind of try and keep his Ancestral Recall engine offline. It is a little hard for, actually impossible, given the set list. There's no braids even, as far as removing the elements aside from Wistfulness, the talents and the monuments. Nothing of a sideboard except for the Wistfulness in the main deck, which are great. But yeah, bring in the Graveyard Hate, kind of keep playing a similar game and put very large things in play. This deck can be somewhat reliant on the Mana Dorks, on Ashling, and on Flamebraider. You can't rely on those too much, but it's tough for Will because a lot of these, like you said, shock kind of firebending lesson effects, they aren't very good against this deck.
But yeah, maybe you have to leave him in because that's like the only thing that Will can profitably deal with, and maybe hope that Matthew relies on him too much? Or?
Right. So it's the kind of typical tight-roping line, kind of like you see in a Lessons Mirror, where you have Grand as the only creature. Do you leave in kill spells? Do you not leave in kill spells? More importantly, how many do you leave in and what kind? So a lot of pressure on Will to have the right mix of removal spells that can deal with the early 2 drops as well as the larger things late.
And we did hear kind of the 2-headed lesson monster here of Will Kruger and Max Komanowski after the match. Max being in good spirits, they kind of went away, talked about the next matchup, and, kind of put their heads together to see how maybe Will should sideboard here. And, yeah, kind of before we talk about our next ad, big shout out to Max Komanowski. Made the top 8 of this, made the top 8 of Spotlight the Avatar with Lessons as well. Lost in his Lessons Mirror against Oliver Tomiko there, so Max just had to dodge Lessons in the top 8. Otherwise, has a good run. So
I'm sure he's won a few mirrors in his day.
I think so, and probably a few mirrors today, actually. Yep. So, yeah. And if you're looking at this as an Elementals deck and you're like, you know what, I need some of these cards, well, Lorwyn is definitely the place to do it. Order some Lorwyn Eclipse cards, starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. It's pretty much a Lorwyn Eclipse block deck that just gets to play with a really, really good mana base. So if you like this set, you like the Elementals deck, you like some of the stuff that's going on here, make sure to order this set right now.
Yeah, really cool cycle of cards.
Yeah.
Well designed. I love it. You can't scam them, which is a big factor in the Evoke cards. And, they're flexible, they're powerful, but not overbearingly so.
Agreed. I think they really hit the sweet spot with this. This is, a set that these kind of typal sets, especially for Limited, I'm always a little wary, but I really think they just hit this one out of the park, both in Limited and for Constructed. So, beautiful set. Great job, design team.
And art.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, that goes without saying. It's gorgeous.
Perhaps the best art set in, a number of years, for sure.
Nope, I got to agree with you. Really cool stuff. Will Kruger, Matthew Omkis getting ready for the next game. Elijah will be facing the winner, and kind of talking about that for Elijah playing Simic Rhythm. Elijah probably, if I'm being real, doesn't care too much who he's playing in the finals, because, well, you're making it to the World Championship already. But as far as looking at it from the lens of Elijah, who would he rather play against? Is it Lessons? Is it Elementals?
The deck without Sunderflock. Yeah, pretty simple. Sunderflock is one of the best cards in the format against the Rhythm deck. So I think heavily rooting for Will Kruger here.
But even Lessons against Simic, still pretty close. Do you think still favored for Lessons?
I think it's very close.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Gotcha.
very close. I think Sunderflock stuff is not nearly as close.
So if Matthew wins one of the next 2 games, your prediction would be Matthew Omkis is going to win this regional championship, huh?
I would say that.
Okay.
But then we saw that Elijah was able to beat Spellmentals, the even more Sunderflock focused deck in the quarters. So anything can happen.
Yeah, no kidding. And Elijah Hare, especially with that draw here in the last round, that was impressive. Both games for sure. Matthew, taking a mulligan. That hand contained 1 land. Maybe looks like a ripped sleeve at this point. When you get to play 16, 17 rounds of Magic, I don't know about you, Jim, but I'm a rough shuffler. I almost have to de-sleeve if I make the top 8. Like, I jam those cards.
Just play unsleeved.
Okay.
Back in the day, they used to make you do that. You had to play all camera matches unsleeved.
If Matthew Omkis played unsleeved, I would bet my entire life savings that Matthew would not be in this spot. Ashling the Rekindled is probably marked cards when you see the flip side of it while you're playing.
Get checklist cards.
All right, that's fair. I would rather get DQ'd.
I would too, actually.
Get me out of the tournament instead than play a checklist card. Maybe this is why we're in the booth now instead of competing at the highest level.
One of many reasons.
Yes. Yeah, you didn't let me finish. I have more. I have more reasons for sure.
Do we have time for that? I don't know if we have time for that.
All right, shuffling up here. And as we're shuffling up, if you're just joining us, I just want to say a big thank you for all of you watching. This has been an incredible tournament. There's been great competitive Magic all across the internet this weekend, so we're very, very happy that you chose us to be able to watch some extremely high-level Standard.
Yeah, great metagame, great top 8, a bunch of great players. Commentators are pretty good too.
Yeah,
Paul and Monty are
Paul
awesome.
and Monty have been crushing it. Yeah, absolutely. Looking at this hand, I see Roaming Throne, Ghost Vacuum, a bunch of lands, and I mean, hey, that's good enough to keep. It's not anything too exciting, but hey, these games are not all about the first, second, and third turn as much as the match that we just lost, or that we just watched. But turn 1 Regagran here looks pretty good.
Yeah, not too shabby.
And Ghost Vacuum, definitely not as scary as killing that Grand, but hey, it will just eat up all the extra stuff that Grand throws away.
Yeah, I mean, turns off the senior discount.
Yep.
And then also, keep those ancestral recalls in check. Not a bad place to be.
Yep, absolutely. Grand gets in there. Gonna do a loot. So what is Will Kruger's best way to kind of get ahead here? Is it just Monument on 3 and hope that there's no answer, no wistfulness, or do you try to like hold till you have 5 mana, play Monument, and then back it up with a counter spell?
It's interesting, the counterspell plan is rough, like we were talking about with Cavern of Souls. I'm sure that Will and Max have a very good plan that could involve bringing in Quantum Riddler, Raw Crackling Wit, some sort of other, if you see your opponent having Graveyard Hate and obviously Disenchant, you can kind of try to sidestep a little bit, but it's hard to do that too much.
Yeah.
This deck, it does kind of just do its thing. It's going to be shaving down a little bit. Will and Max are people I wouldn't want to second guess when it comes to lessons, so I'm almost, scared to speculate, but there's a lot of possible options here that Matthew has to consider.
Yeah, and it was also really fun listening to Will and Max talk after their match. They were both like, you could tell, of course, this is a match that's important. They're both wanting to win, but they're talking like, yeah, do you actually bring that in? Like, I've been trimming those. I brought in Riddler, even though I haven't been doing that. It's still just 2 people that are Magic fans kind of talking about the ins and outs of Magic, which was really fun to listen to.
Yeah, it's a spot where, you play your friend in top 8, and the feeling is, one of us is winning this tournament.
Yes.
We are not leaving this room without one of us winning.
Yes. And then you see, oh, wait, we're up against Is It Elementals? We had a good run. No. All right, Ashling Rekindled comes on down. I know we saw Roaming Throne in hand, and, Matthew didn't have that in the opener, so that's a pretty good one to draw there, Jim. That was a nice one if Will Kruger does not have the removal spell right now.
Yeah, and Ashling much better than Flamebraider with that 3rd point of toughness, so Firebending less than one of the primary removal spells in Will's deck cannot kill it. And if you can't kill Ashling for a turn, never mind. Seer is totally fine too.
Yeah, Seer makes sense because Seer actually kills Roaming Throne, right? Like, that is a removal spell that's actually one of the few that is strong.
Yep, so that's a huge play for Will.
Huge.
If Will is not able to kill this Ashling, Ashling's able to untap, make a bunch of mana, and really push Matthew ahead.
So let's see if Will has land number 3. We discarded land 3, so I imagine we still have that ready to go. Tap land. Ghost Vacuum chomping on some more lessons. And heading back, Matthew Omkis this way.
Vacuum is good, but it is not a strategy.
Yeah.
You know, this has to be a piece of the puzzle for Matthew. It definitely slows down Will's cards, but doesn't stop them.
It's better than Lantern against Lessons, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's
yeah.
got a,
and Lantern's good.
it's got a halfay between Rest in Peace and Soul God
Yes,
Lantern, you know?
yes,
where it doesn't get all the cards exactly, but it can kind of sort of get them too.
Yeah.
So.
Because the repeatable offense of constantly keeping the Lessons out of check. Now, granted, you draw Ghost Vacuum on turn 6, it's not going to look as good as Lantern. Right. So there's give and takes. Winter Night Stories, discarding Roaming Throne. And heading back Will Kruger's way.
So you can see with the loss of the mana acceleration, now Matthew has to pass the pivot a little bit.
Yes.
You know, you can't necessarily just rely on these 4 and 5 drops. You need to have a little more interaction.
Very true. Grand coming in. We see Combustion Technique, 2 lands, Torpor Orb, and Accumulate Wisdom. Ugh.
I mean,
It's not great, right?
If we get the Torpor Orb versus Ghost Vacuum game, this is going to be a scrappy one.
Yes. No fun for you, and no fun for you.
Yep.
Grand going the distance. 20 damage. Respect your elders.
I used to have to attack 20 times to win the game.
Uphill both ways. Torpor Orb coming down. I'll never make that impression again, I promise. Actually, that's not true.
Yeah, I know.
Torpor Orb coming on down. Discarding the Combustion Technique as well. Combustion Technique is pretty much shock with Ghost Vacuum on the other side, so makes sense to get that one out of there.
Yeah, and there isn't a single way in Matthew's entire deck to remove a Torpor Orb from the battlefield. There's no Braid, no Shatter effects. All of the effects that would remove it are ETB effects. So once Torpor Orb comes down...
Wow, that's just the world we're living in, huh?
That being said, Torpor Orb does have the effect of turning all of the Evoke creatures into their cheaper cost for a vanilla body.
Okay.
So Deceit is a 2-mana 5/5. Wistfulness is a 2-mana 6/5, which is pretty good in a scrappy, ugly game.
Yeah. And I gotta say, like, I don't know. I just hate cards like Torpor Orb when, you know, they shut off some aspect of them, but in some ways they make them better. Like what we saw in the last round of Swiss. Michael Plummer up against the Jeskai control player. Didn't even want to play turn 2 Torpor Orb because he's like, well, I'm just going to get Deceated to death, you know?
Yep.
And that is what happened in that match. And now Wistfulness comes down. No triggers go on the stack. So Matthew played a land, still maintains priority, gets to Harmonize before Will Kruger even has the priority. And even if Will Kruger has the priority here, how are you going to kill that 6/5?
Yeah, this is where, you know, the combination of the vacuum plus the large creature really helps, because Combustion Technique is the primary method for this lesson deck killing larger creatures. Keeping that in check is a huge deal.
I got to agree with you. Accumulate Wisdom on the stack, discarding Seer number 2. Draw a card. That's Will's last card. And those are 3 solid cards, but only get one of them because, well, Ghost Vacuum has done some work.
Discarding Seer is a cost, too. Seer is an actual removal spell. Even just blocking with Grand and then searing the 6/5, it definitely plays.
Yeah.
So discarding Seer there is not a inconsequential cost.
Yeah. And looks like Ral was one of the options. That's actually a nice one. I can't imagine Will would have picked any of the other cards there. So I bet we're going to see Ral Crackling Wit come down and put a 1/1 into play, probably to block. And then I think this game, if that is the case, this game's going to hinge on, can Matthew deal with that Otter and then attack down Ral?
Yeah, I think that if Ral is the play, I don't know if I love the Grand.
And that's what I was kind of thinking too.
Yeah, you know, I think that if this game's going to be about Ral, which it definitely could be. There's Torpor Orbs and Ghost Vacuums. I want to defend Ral at all costs. And I don't think the loot is that valuable, given the graveyard's not super important. Probably not getting this full engine online either. So we'll see.
Here's the game, I would imagine. If we are going to see that Otter fall, which there are many options, Bounce Off, Seer, Pyroclasm, all of those things, it's not there.
Yeah, these are
to attack.
These are a lot of cards that really most likely won't be in the deck post board, though. You know? Grand only real creatures, so just gonna play another big idiot and another big idiot.
Okay, Vibrance and Wistfulness come on down, and hey, if you're gonna get Torpor Orbed, you know, how about Power and Toughness?
Corey, I have a deck idea.
Yeah.
What if we play Torpor Orb and all the evoke elementals to cheat out big creatures.
Wow. Torpor Orb proactively in your elemental deck?
Yep.
That's when you know the rest of the world is like, okay, I should probably stop bringing in Torpor Orb against these decks if they're already playing it. I don't hate it, to be honest, because this looks quite good. Now, if there was a 1-mana Torpor Orb, I'm in, as you could naturally curve into it. All right, so now let's see. Maybe, I mean, I think we all would want to see it. Maybe Will could win this game by ultimating Rawl, storm counters.
That would be awesome.
I think that's maybe living in magical fairy tale land, but
there is a lot of stuff in play.
Yes.
And not even stuff, just dum-dums, you know, just a couple 6/5s and a 4/4. It's like we're playing a limited game.
Okay, this is big. Monument on the stack. No real way to get rid of it basically anymore, right? Like if you can't get rid of a Torpor Orb without the Evoke Elementals, it's pretty safe to assume that Monument can't be removed either, right?
That is true, but the problem is that we'll need at least some amount of time to set this up and some amount of time to use it profitably. Part of the allure of this engine is that you draw a bunch of cards, you get to interact a lot, and then kill your opponent. There really isn't any interaction Will can have for a bunch of 6/5s.
Yeah.
You know, so Will has to draw a bunch of cards here, but what's Will actually looking for?
I guess in some way you discard like 2 lessons here, and then you combustion technique one of them, and then discard another lesson and like overload the Ghost Vacuum. I'm not saying that's great, but you know.
There's currently 0 lessons in the graveyard. So
but also Matthew's at 11. Like,
that's true.
We go upstairs. It's not that many hits, and it maybe if Matthew is distracted by attacking down Raw Crackling Wit, all of a sudden Matthew could just kind of forget, oh yeah, like Monument plus Raw plus Grand could kind of just kill me.
Yeah, the burn path is that's kind of the cheese out path, for lessons. If you're in a tight game, can I turn the corner here and just lava spike my way out of it?
All right, well, there is 3 damage upstairs and draw. Boomerang basics.
Okay.
Remembering all our triggers, draw.
If we're playing a game of limited, Unsummon is not too bad on their Crawl Worm.
Yeah, and here is the treasure coming in as well. Now, Rawl's already been active, so there's not going to be an Otter blocker. And Ghost Vacuum can eat something in the yard.
Me and Corey are in full commentator lean. We are invested in the game, leaning in, and seeing what Will's got for us.
Yeah, this is intense. Because I really could see this going either way. Like, I really thought it was going to be Matthew running away with this. But this Monument, a spell on Matthew's turn, a spell on Will's turn, and then, well, another spell on Matthew's upkeep. That's not that out of the realm. That's one combat phase for Matthew to, well, kind of kill this Rawl or kill Will. And neither of those are that easy. So I bet those are both coming out Rawl. And you can block, play a spell, and keep Rawl alive, which is not nothing.
Yeah, just any more Otters to buy some more time. We're in the vanilla creature war here, so 1/1 blockers are great.
Will playing some tight magic, announcing these triggers. You don't get to this spot after you're 1 and 2 in the tournament without really tightening up, Yeah,
very, very impressive.
Yeah.
To have the mental fortitude to just push through a tough start like that in a big event like this.
I was walking on my way to the bathroom, and I ran into the one and only Fire Shoes, and Fire Shoes was saying, "You won't believe this. I beat Will Kruger in round 3. He's in the top 8. So after Will lost to Fire Shoes, I was like, oh, I'm sick of doing that. I'm just going to win them all from here on out.
Yeah, this is now the problem is that the vanilla creature plan is cool and all, but Matthew's deck doesn't do much else besides play dumb vanilla creatures with a Torpor Orb in play.
Yeah.
So much of the interaction is caked into these creatures' ETB effects. So Torpor Orb looked silly, 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
Now looking quite good.
It is looking quite good.
As Will's getting really well set up.
Okay, Matthew's at 4. Now, one important thing, you cannot Rawl to get, the Monument trigger here. So Will does have to have spells. Something like an Accumulate Wisdom here, even in an Anticipate mode, is excellent.
Yep.
But Will did have 1 card going into this. Leveling up Talent. into, oh, that's so good.
That's a nice one.
That's so good. Discard, draw, trigger off the monument. You can actually just draw first.
I think discarding any instant there is effectively like, you know.
It was his only card in hand.
Oh, okay,
so,
sure,
yep. So it wasn't the sign of I win yet. It was I have to do this. Will did that perfectly because you discard first and draw, and then you discard that card to dispel. Then you get lightning bolt mode. And now it all comes down to, does Will have one more spell during the upkeep?
Here it comes.
Will stopped. Matthew at upkeep. And my goodness, I don't think there's anything that Matthew can possibly have here. We are going to game number 3 between Will Kruger and Matthew Ohmkist to decide who is heading to the World Championship and who's going to be playing Elijah in the finals.
That was awesome.
That was sick.
That was a really, really cool game.
That was sick.
That's the kind of scrappy post-war game that I want to see. You know, a couple hate pieces, and then trying to find the other way out. You know, whether it's, you know, these big vanilla creatures, a planeswalker, and finding a line, navigating it through. Very well played by Will.
Just like I was saying the whole time, Torpor Orb is incredible against its elementals. It's never bad. All right, looking at the sideboard, anything that we want to change here? Play, draw. Arguably, maybe one of the biggest games of either of these players' career. And we see Will is actually like, nah, I don't want to play it.
Okay, that's fine.
Probably a quick bathroom break. Maybe, slap some water in your face. I'd probably do the same.
Or dinner time. Just,
Yeah, okay.
that's fine too.
Yeah, just time out here.
Yep.
Okay.
Time out.
Any changes though, Jim?
I don't think so. You know,
Okay.
it's the kind of thing where like maybe there's some minute, you know, slight structural shift to player draw, or like now that Matthew's seen the RAL, you want to like shave or go in some other direction. But I would think nothing major.
Yeah. And wow, I mean, Will also might just be heading to, maybe like Beckett to like frame that RAL because, that RAL absolutely won that game.
Yep.
Bought the time for Matthew, got that extra draw to be able to activate the monument a couple of times. Like that really is a frameable card if Will ends up, winning 13 matches in a row to lock up a world championship spot.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
All right, everybody. If you are looking to sell some cards, Star City Games is the place to do it. You can sell your cards in-store. When you come to one of these events, you can mail them into SCG. And, Jim and I's favorite thing, you can get that 30% bonus trade-in credit because, let's be honest. You're all going to buy more Magic cards if you're going to sell some cards. That's just what we all do. And you might as well get that 30% bonus trade-in credit. Scan that QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen or go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com for more information.
Yeah, you sold your Simic Rhythm cards to go buy Landfall cards.
Yeah.
Sell those Landfall cards back and buy those Simic Rhythm cards again.
I have an even better play. I sold Jim's Simic Rhythm cards to get store credit so I can buy Simic Rhythm cards.
Wait, what?
Hey, yeah.
You did what?
Yeah, sorry, I said that part out loud. Jim, I got to talk to you after the match, okay?
All right.
I got a confession, but for now we got a big match. We got to focus on that. So no follow-up questions.
More important things. Torpor Orb's still in play.
Yes.
RAL's still in play. This is the setup for Game 3.
Exactly.
You pre-choose your champions, pre-choose your cards, and say, I want these to go in and do my thing.
Yeah. 100%. So Matthew just left here to kind of stew in it. Well, Will comes on back here to the match. And just leaving the battlefield here too, just like this is what I got you with here.
Yeah, and it's this feeling of shock of it too. I won that game, like woof, and there it still is. It's the crime scene or whatever. Just like it's still laid out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There he is.
There he is, and Will Kruger on this incredible winning streak. Started 1-2. You do not see that very often, where a player kind of comes back. Your breakers are terrible, so most of the time you have to play that last round. It was a clean cut,
yep.
So actually didn't have to play it. But hey, if this tournament was a little bit bigger, that might not have been the case. So really impressive stuff here.
Yeah, I was talking with Nick, and Nick was like. Nick Miller in the sideboard, of course, who's picking all the feature matches, working nonstop behind the scenes. And Nick was like, in 15 years of doing this, I don't know if I've ever seen such a perfect cut. You know, where you have the this perfect cut of top 8, all top 8 players, perfectly lined up, can draw, and then the top 32. You know, we had 2 matches play out because players were already qualified. They wanted to play for the extra money or whatever. But in theory, top 32 could have also clean-cut drawn to Pro Tour slots. The math, I don't know the math on how unlikely that is, but it seems pretty unlikely.
We'll get Nick Miller and Frank Karsten to team up on see if that has ever happened before, because that is quite wild. But yeah, impressive stuff here. Looking at Will Kruger's kind of road to here. Round 1 against Teamer Battlecryer. Lost back-to-back matches to Mono Green Landfall and Gruul Landfall. And then just one out all the way until we drew in round 15. And then beat Max Komanowski in the top 8.
Not like Max, though. Max won basically every match 2-0. Lot of 2-1s for Will. That's a scrappy, hard day. Played a lot of Magic. And got a little more Magic to play here. Hopefully more than one game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Max had just an absurd streak as well. Let's see. Yeah, Max. Unreal. Max lost a total of 6 games in this entire tournament. That's insane.
6, wow.
6 games. Lost 4 games up until the top 8, and then lost the 2 to Will, and went X and 2. So, you know, maybe had to distribute those wins a little better.
That's always the thing in team tournaments, you know, where you want to make sure you distribute your losses and wins properly.
Yeah, you really is important. Then Matthew on the flip side had a pretty strong day as well. Started 6-0. Lost to Sam Bogue in round 7. And then lost to Tyson, one of our other top 4 players here in round 11. And then here we are in the top 4. So impressive road. When you get to the top 4, you both do a lot of winning. There's really no other way to put it here. But deep breath from both players. 1 game to really decide the fate. That looks like 3 land, Ashling, Vibrance, Roaming Throne, perfectly fine.
Looks pretty good.
Looks like a solid hand. Will doing the same thing I do. I just stare at my opponent while they decide, and then look at your hand, you know?
Riskier to do in timed matches, but in untimed top 8s, absolutely.
Yeah, there we go. Not to get in their head or anything, get in my own head. Really give myself time to stew over it.
Really psych yourself up.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Steam Vents, Spire Bluff Canal, Grand coming in. Regular Grand on turn 1, gotta love it. Now let's see what Matthew has. Is it Vibrance or is it gonna be Ashling? We have both. What do you like? Do you like that, or is that something you're a little afraid of? I
mean, it's pretty hard to kill an Ashling, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that
we saw the Seers, but you know,
there's 2 Seers of a deck list. You know, that's only 2, and I think that, you know, on the play, Matthew saying, I'm going to have my best draw.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to waste time messing with you. You want to get 1 loot in, that's fine. I'm going to play something monstrous next turn and see if you can deal with it.
Okay, monstrous it is. Here comes Grand coming on in. We get the loot. We'll see if Ashling blocks. I would imagine just in case Firebending Lesson is left in, I'm probably taking it.
There seems like no reason. I have my point damage.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess Grand does actually deal damage.
Yeah, the words I said mostly.
It feels like Tameo, where kind of just like it's attacking for, you know, ornamental reasons. But, but I agree. There's absolutely no reason to expose yourself to a Firebending Lesson for 1 point of damage.
Yeah, not really worth it. And now the flip side, if Matthew is able to flip Ashling, well, you get to really do some work. And here is Combustion Technique. Even the first decision of the game could have been extremely impactful because, well, you got to discard a Boomerang Basics. You got to get closer to the senior discount here. And, well, if Vibrance came down and you take that more conservative line from Matthew, not saying that it's right or wrong, I'm not 100%, but that was an option. And I think Matthew basically got punished for it.
Yep, there's definitely a good sequence for Will.
Because now you're going to Vibrance, right? Like, oh.
And pass the turn. Interesting.
Okay.
Not a lot of instant speed stuff going on in Matthew's deck. And we do have a smattering of small counter spells on the board, a negate, a couple disdainful strokes, spell pierce strokes, not too good here, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a little puzzled here. But we'll see. Of course, I'm sure there's a reason Matthew didn't want to run that one out there.
Waiting for Will to discard the second Grand. And then he can kill
genius. Yep. I mean, That does work out pretty nicely if that is how it goes. But you got to think Matthew would really like to use his mana here in some regard. Artist talent coming on in, and well, there's the reason.
There's the negate.
And now maybe the patient play from Matthew is very much going to pay off. Matthew did not want to see a monument. We just saw last game how impossible it was to remove an artifact. So, hey, don't let monument come into play. And now you have the option of roaming throne or vibrance. Now, roaming throne, I mean, this would be the sickest annul ever.
Yeah, that's tough from Will because like it really can't be much else than the 1 negate or the 1 spell pierce. So.
Yeah, it could be 4 drops. Like you could have 4 drops and killing the Ashling prevented from playing a spell. You know,
Matt kept pretty quick. You know, like
yeah.
I don't think it would be completely relying on the Ashling, but ooh, hello.
Okay, this could be attack, discard Seer, pay the ward, or it's a Grand getting out of here.
Grand's got a plan. Mm-hmm. Thank you, ma'am.
Seer pays the ward. And once again, this Grand, every time Matthew has made a choice to, should I be proactive, mana efficient, it's kind of backfired. But if Matthew does get to go land 5, double modes for Vibrance here. That looks awesome.
Great.
And I'm pretty sure I saw 2 in the opener. Of course, we could be wrong, but land 5 isn't already on the battlefield, so that would be a very perplexing thing from Matthew, because then what? You Vibrance one of them for green, get a land, Vibrance the other one to deal damage? That feels bad too. Oh, Jim, this could be a I need land 5, otherwise I'm going to pass the turn and, you know, put Will in the driver's seat. I think this is a risky play. Otherwise, you play land 5, you play Vibrance, right?
I think this game has gone poorly enough where maybe Matthew just feels like it's just got to be it. Ooh, discarding the Vibrance, maybe an extra copy. Is there a land and a Vibrance still remaining to get this Grand out of here?
Oh my. Otherwise, this is just every decision Matthew has made has been very punishing, and it's a Spire Bluff Canal.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
You can see it on Matthew's face.
And you can see it in Will Kruger's eyebrows there. Eyebrows raised like, really? My Grand is going to live again?
Yeah, Matthew's composed himself nicely, but there was definitely a bit of a feign there.
Yeah. Okay, here's Grand coming in. That is a lesson. Senior discount is online. And there is Monument at a discounted rate.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness. And look at how everything is unraveling when you don't just put the need to kill Grand on site. That's when I see that card, I just want to destroy it, you know?
You couldn't say it. You just don't want to kill Grand.
I know.
Or Grand.
I don't know. It still would have been so tough for me to not Vibrance on turn 2.
Yeah.
You know, like that's how important that decision was and kind of how everything has unraveled here. Look at all the cards we've looted away. You know, look at all we have done from Will Kruger's side, and without Grand, I mean, that's the facilitator. That's the busted 1-drop. We don't call her Regagran for a reason. You compare Grand to Regavan, that's just how powerful of a card it is. So I kill it on sight whenever I'm playing against it.
Absolutely. You know, Will has had the answer on each street for the most part.
Yeah.
You know, so I understand Matthew wanted to be proactive and wanted to kind of get the plan going, and it has not really worked out. It's a tough call in the moment, a very, very tough call to make.
So now we're in a different world. You know, what do we do now? Wistfulness, deal with a Monument. Vibrance, deal with a Rawl. Vibrance, probably deal with Rawl at this point, right? Like, Grand and Rawl, they're both troublesome, but I think Rawl is a little bit more of a problem. But honestly, I think it's close. That's how good Grand is.
Yeah, it is definitely close, but having the 4/4 body in play is nice also. You know, and then assumedly get a land, get some life, and then hopefully have a big follow. Yep. I think for Matthew, the next few turns need to be haymakers.
And the next few turns, from Matthew's perspective, needs to be no Ancestral Recalls from Will. And look at Will's graveyard. It's gigantic. You know, the odds that Will wouldn't have Ancestral Recall and accumulate Wisdom right now is pretty low.
Hold the phone.
Okay.
Looking for a little graveyard hate?
Yeah.
I got a land that does that for you. It's called Pit of Offerings.
Oh, yes. Do we have the pit? Did we search that up?
It was searched up and in hand.
Oh,
so
amazing.
Little graveyard control, which is fantastic.
Play it right now. There's 3 lessons in the yard. It's basically poetry. Get rid of all of them. Okay. That's huge. This land is insane in this deck.
Yep.
That's big. Okay.
Nice blue-red land, too, for to keep the Izzet theme.
And a pass back. Senior discount is now gone. Spells have to cost their original price for now. Will Kruger a fistful of cards, Monument of Endurance and Grand in play, and one game to decide who's heading to the World Championship.
Yeah, I think Deceit and Wistfulness are the 2 cards I want to see Matthew play for the rest of the game. Just one every turn.
Boomerang Basics.
Wow, that is a major sign of strength.
Yeah. And Grand gets in there. Discard, draw 2. Very powerful. This Grand's done some work.
Grand is working overtime.
Yeah, no kidding.
No retiring here.
The heavy lifting for sure, and here is Artist Talent.
And I think Will's bounce play here looks a little weird, right?
I think it looked good, yeah.
Well, I mean, from a standpoint of you're bouncing an ETB creature, right?
Yeah.
But I think Will's saying, listen, you're going to have one big thing a turn. I'm going to have so many things that one big thing a turn can't beat that.
Yeah.
So if you play Vibrance, you're not playing Wistfulness, and you're not playing Deceit. If you play Deceit, you're not really playing the Vibrance. So it might as well be Sword Supply shares.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Accumulate Wisdom on the stack, and, well, for all Matthew fans, thank God for that land that exiled some lessons, because you got to think, this is trouble if all 3 of those cards went to hand, but that's another Accumulate Wisdom. There's a treasure on the stack, so right now you could go into Ancestral Recall mode by casting it. No, never mind. It still costs 2, so unable to do that at the moment, but next turn, that's a play that's very much online. Matthew will very much need to deal with one of this trifecta here of Grand, Artist Talent, Monument of Endurance.
Yeah, and this is, a bit of the weakness of the Elemental deck, where if you're not relying on Sunderflock to kind of like really undo stuff,
yeah,
you can get a spot like this where you kind of just have some big things, and you can't really do, Will's deck, every card costs 1 and 2.
Yeah.
In Matthew's deck, the cards are expensive. They are powerful, but it's hard to deploy a lot of them at one time.
Yeah, something like Roaming Throne, Evoke Wistfulness, destroy 2 things. Like, that's the kind of value you need.
Yeah, some sort of double play.
Yes. And we got 5 mana lined up, so you got to think it's probably just Vibrance. Grand finally dies 6 turns too late. Okay, nope, it is Wistfulness, so let's pick the more important thing. Get that treasure out of there, right?
Treasure's got to go.
Yeah, treasures. The mana advantage. It's outrageous. Okay, just kidding. Monument of Endurance. Get that one out of there. We're going to do a little bit of looting. And now something like a Lantern as a follow-up. Something like Evoke of Vibrance to kill Grand. I think it's really what Matthew needs to do. We need some more impactful things. I saw Sunderflock in hand there.
Yeah, it can't be 1 spell a turn.
Yeah.
There has to be something else here for Matthew to kind of come back into this game.
And now Matthew, of course, has a ton of lands in hand. That's usually how it works. You need that 1 land drop. And after you find it, then you draw nothing but land. So Vibrant, Sunderflock, 2 lands, Wistfulness. Options, Jim.
Right, the answers are there.
Yeah. Okay. Grand, finally.
Okay, so starting to pick things apart.
We needed to deal with 2 of those permanents here, I think.
Absolutely.
Now Will Kruger's turn. Untapping with Accumulate Wisdom, 2 lessons in the yard. If you have any other lessons besides that, you get to loot 1 away and then Ancestral Recall here. Stormchaser's Talent, a card that I was maybe unsure if it was left in, but when you're only playing 3, maybe we trimmed some. Firebending Lesson goes to the yard. Accumulate Wisdom will be drawing 3 cards, which is huge for Will.
Yeah, monumental. Important to note also that, Wistfulness is a 3-turn clock. There's an odd on the way right now, but, in theory, Matthew now has a path to kind of end this game.
All right, discard an extra land, draw off the Artist Talent after we leveled it up, and 3 cards to hand, Torpor Orb, Combustion Technique, and Mystery card to hand.
Combustion Technique is huge.
So huge. And, you want to probably fire it off right now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's dealing 6. Prevent the clock.
Got to go for the orb.
Okay.
I kind of like this. We've already established that Matthew cannot remove an orb once it's in play.
Yeah.
And I think that Will is well set up in this game to beat big dumb idiots.
Yeah, I think so too with that Combustion Technique. So heading Matthew's way, we saw Sunderflock. Great. It does not do anything anymore. It's not going to kill the otter. That's kind of all it would do anyways.
Yeah, I think
so.
best thing here, I think, is a graveyard hate card.
Yeah.
A Soul Guide Lantern in particular, which there only is one. There's the 2 vacuums and the 1 lantern. 1 lantern to exile this graveyard, turn off, these the Ancestral Recall effects, turn off Combustion Technique, and maybe just try and ride this 6/5 to victory.
Yeah. Here comes 6 damage in there, and without the Monument, I mean, one thing that Will can do, and one thing that Isn't Lessons does often, spins its wheels, but you need that way to win the game. So eventually you do need to find a Monument. 4 mana getting tapped. It is a 4 mana 5/5 flyer. No abilities. 2 mana 6/5. Is there the 1 mana graveyard removal? It doesn't look like it. So Combustion Technique will kill one of them. And if Combustion Technique can kill one of them, if there's a land, you can talent to kill 2 of them.
Yes, that's huge.
So if Will has a land, surface value play, exile to Wistfulness.
One big guy down. Was there a discard on the talent?
I don't think so. Oh. Maybe it was off camera there. As far as the discard. As the Combustion Technique is kind of the last card we can see at the bottom, but
I think there was a Boomerang Basics also. We can try and see if we get Will to play a little above board here if possible.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll see if we can push up that graveyard just a little bit here. Give us a perfect idea. Thank you, Will. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay. Yep, looks like Spire Bluff Canal is kind of above that Combustion Technique, so that would make sense. And now Boomerang Basics, pick up the Storm Chaser's talent. And looks like replaying Storm Chaser's talent. Discard Island. Okay. So we aren't killing the other Wistfulness now. That is big game for Matthew. But that being said, Storm Count's going a little wild. This Otter's going to connect for a large point of damage, and Will Kruger definitely in the more accumulate wisdom waiting room.
Yeah. And Combustion Technique, I think that, and there it is. Yeah, Matthew's game has gotten very binary. It's kind of just big numbers on the board. Can you beat this? Combustion Technique is the way that Will does that.
Okay. What's the last card? Another Storm Chaser's talent. No more looting, but might not be any more cards in hand. That being said, 6/6 Otter coming on in. Matthew going down to 8. Wistfulness is half of Will's life total. It looks like Will might not have a lot of cards in hand or any.
Yeah, and now those talents looking pretty good as far as buying back a big spell.
Yeah, every turn Will can just tap his 5 mana and Combustion Technique a creature.
Yep.
So Matthew has to double creature, has to do some interacting for these artifacts and enchantments, has to kill some Octar, has to do multiple things here. And step 1, Winter Night Stories. And that, either choose to tap 5 or you tap your Wistfulness. Both are kind of brutal.
This is tough because so many of Matthew's cards just don't do anything anymore.
Yeah. A card that I think would be amazing right now, Ill-Timed Explosion. Ill-Timed Explosion, clean up some of these Otters, prevent the pressure from Will. So Winter Night Stories, Ill-Timed Explosion, if it's even left in, harmonize the Wistfulness and kind of go from there. Ill-Timed Explosion, kill the Otters, play another Elemental. That's not bad.
I can't imagine that Ill-Timed Explosion is still in the deck.
I can't either. I can't either.
Oh, we're getting a rebrand here on the graveyard. Keeping it nice and neat. We appreciate that.
Yep, there we go.
Didn't even ask for that one.
There we go. And yeah, something maybe just as good here is if you don't have Ill-Timed Explosion in your yard, you ask yourself from Matthew's perspective, what do I need to draw? It's probably Soul Guide Lantern, right? So then paying 5 here is probably totally fine. Because if Will is Hellbent, which is still unconfirmed, a Soul Guide Lantern attack for 6, not a bad spot to be when these Storm Chaser's talents are shut off.
It looks like he is. I mean, it looks like his hands are in his lap, which is not what your hand should be when you have cards in your hand, of course. And, and then usually when you do that, your hand's face down on the table. That's not there either. So, yeah, I mean, if Matthew could find a Lantern here, that would be fantastic.
And there is only one, though, so it is not easy. A Ghost Vacuum here, Not very good. Tense moments. Last couple turns of this match. These players know exactly what is on the line. 2 mana coming tapped. Probably an overstated creature. Okay, Ashling. Maybe can... Yep, no looting, anything like that.
Interesting, though, that Ashley can still flip and loot later, which is kind of cute, but...
Yeah, it's just the come into play ability. And Flame Braider!
Yeah, it's not the time for cute right now.
No, and now is it the time to get in there with Wistfulness? Probably. 6 damage coming in. And Will, I saw a sleeve there. We have a card. So worst case, you can go level up the talent, Combustion Technique, kill the Wistfulness, attack for 4. Best case, you start with Accumulate Wisdom, you cast 2 more spells, you win the game on the spot.
Yeah, and this is a spot where it's like, going to 6 is a little risky against the Vibrance deck, but Torpor Orb, again, really turning off one of the things that Matthew's doing. So right now, Will's in a great spot. Ooh.
Monument of Endurance is on the stack. Deciding if we want to loot away whatever the other card that Will Kruger has in hand. Says no, you got to assume that means it is a spell. Boomerang Basics on the Flame Braider, but... and Combustion Technique there. That's 4/4 Otters. We're going to attack for 8. Will Kruger is going to be heading to the World Championship.
Wow. The path less traveled. These Otters, of course, are kind of the plan B in this deck, but coming up clutch in a pretty ugly game with Torpor Orb and friends. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, my God. I have some chills. I don't know about the rest of you at home. This is a matchup Will thought was not a great matchup. It didn't look great, but those Torpor Orbs, some extremely tight play from Will Kruger in Game 2. Like, that was a masterclass. And, some little decisions here when it came to Game 3. Do you Vibrance on 2? Do you not? Hindsight's 20/20. Heck of a lot easier for us to make those calls here. Yeah, Will Kruger takes it down. And condolences to Omkiss there, getting so close there for Matthew. But hey, a top 4 finish, heading to the Pro Tour as well. You got to be feeling pretty good.
It's not too bad. Yeah, it's tough when you're playing that third game for all the marbles, know. Deciding, do I want to play scared? Do I want to not do my plan and kill this Grand?
Yeah.
Do I think that they have everything rolled up? Do I want to just do my thing and go? There's such hard choices to make in a regular game Magic. For you or me are playing right here, that's so hard. But with all the weight of the World Championship, the cameras, the third match, 13 matches already played, friends are watching at home, friends are watching here. It's tough, and it adds a whole new element to it. And still, great game, very well played by Matthew, great tournament overall. And congrats to Will.
Yeah, sometimes I find myself in those high-pressure moments that, I'm thinking about thinking. I'm not even, thinking about the match. I'm like, wait, get your head in the game. Think about what you're going to do here for your next play. It's tough to not get lost in the sauce a little bit when it comes to this high-pressure competitive Magic scene. So, all right, everyone. Can all take a breath and go get a glass of water? We're going to take ourselves a very short break. On the other side, we got the finals here at the Regional Championship here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here one last time at the U.S. Regional Championship here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of the final match. But before we get into it, let's take a look at the bracket and kind of how we got here so far. Jim, it's been extremely exciting. The top fours could not have been basically any more different. You know, as far as, well, one finished immediately. The other one was an absolute grind. But how did we get here to the finals?
Yeah, I mean, Will, of course, I'm still in that match. I feel like, you know, like just really, really powerful stuff, really, really awesome. And then Elijah and Tyson, two teammates, and it was a quick one.
It was 15 minutes.
Yeah, Simic Rhythm, you know, it is a deck that is certainly capable of winning very, very quickly. There are times in Arena, if I want to rank up fast, I'll just fire up Rhythm games and just kind of do my thing. But yeah, you know, we went through, you know, we had the lessons mirror from Max and Will, two great friends, two masters of a deck, and Will took that one down. Matthew and John, is it Elementals over Spellmentals? And then the big upset of the top 8 was Elijah beating Jason. The Simic Rhythm deck beating Spellmentals is not a thing that happens too often. And Spellmentals is almost tailor-made to beat Rhythm, but play the games for a reason.
And then Elijah really capitalized on that for sure.
Yeah, and then Tyson banned airbending, taking over Mono Green Landfall. A good matchup, banned airbending, and I'm sure Tyson has beat a number of Landfall decks over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our finals, Will Kruger versus Elijah Hare. Let's take a look at the prize slide here, just to remind all of you at home what these players are playing for. The people who just got eliminated, dang, only $5 grand. Not a bad weekend here to play some Magic. They're going to be coming back to the next regional championship. They're going to be going to Pro Tour Strixhaven here in Vegas a little bit later. And now there can only be two. The winner, $20K. Finalists, $10K. Both of them are going to the World Championship as well. So, I don't know, Jim, how many matches of Magic have you played for, well, 5 figures?
3.
3? Okay. How many of them did you win?
That's a guess. I don't know.
Okay.
But at least one.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, this is an interesting match where, you know, both players are going to Worlds. You've already got the Pro Tour invite locked up. You have the World invite locked up. You have a 5-figure payday locked up.
Yeah.
It's very easy to feel like you've done it because you have. That is a phenomenal finish. The loser of this match is going to walk away very, very happy. But if I told you you're going to play one match for $10,000, that's one of the biggest matches you could possibly play,
100%.
even aside of all these qualifications. So we still have a huge match to go here, and the trophy. And it sounds silly to say, but the trophy is priceless. You know, being able to say you're a champion of a big event like this is a really awesome thing to have on your mantelpiece. It's a thing you keep with you forever.
Yeah. Well said, and you know, the World Championship dead last in that event. You're usually getting about, what, 4K or so. So these players, 24,000 up top, 14 for second. You know, these regional championships are incredibly high value and, well, incredibly high stress when you get to this stage of the tournament as well. So what do you think? Should we cast one more match of Magic, or you want to just keep talking?
Yeah, we could do one more.
Okay, all right, let's do one more. Let's take a look at the deck list between our finalists before we get ready to see. It's Will Kruger. It's Is It Lessons. It was the most played deck at almost 11% going into the weekend. What do we got going on?
Yeah, so there are a few things here that I think are going to be important in this matchup. You know, we have Is It Lessons versus Simic Rhythm. You know, Storm versus Talent, you know, the number is always fluctuating between 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And it's not a great card in this matchup. Not really what the games are about at all. And the removal speed is very, very important, too. As we see one copy of Iris Demonstration. Things that can mop up multiple things are pretty important. One of the best ways for Simic to get ahead of Lessons is to get a lot of things in play. You know, Lessons is a deck that wants to kill one thing at a time, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. So if Simic's able to present multiple things at once and kind of overload the removal, it's a great place to be. So we see the one Demonstration as a way to kill multiple things in the main deck, and we see 2 Slag Storm in the board. So not Pyroclasm, a little bit slower. And then those are, you know, the kind of the main angles there. That's important. And we also see 2 copies of It'll Quench You, which is really good in some matchups. Here, it can be rough once the mana engine gets going, so it's a little iffy, a little high variance.
I also got to say, 1 Torpor. There was only 1 from that match. That's why play more than 1 when you're going to draw that? Let's take a look at Elijah Hare's list. Simic Rhythm. We've seen this before. Jim, walk us through this particular version.
So the big things here are there are no copies of Spider Sense in the main deck. So usually we see 3 copies of this card. It's a great way to fight against these, you know, big spells and so on and so forth, triggered abilities. But there are 2 copies of Wistfulness. And that is a card that, you know, Lessons players kind of live in fear of. It's a great way to deal with the artifacts and enchantments. It's also a big body. It also draws cards. So it's a really big one here because it does a lot of the things that Izzet Lessons is trying to do. It pushes back against really, really hard. Good against removal, good against removal spells, killing your other creatures to refill, and then good at actually killing the engine pieces too. So Wistfulness is very nice to have here alongside the engine. Also 3 copies of Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yes.
To eat up the graveyards, to try and keep these Ancestral Recalls under control and the Combustions under control. So this list is pretty well teched out for his Lessons matchup, and it's going to be quite the battle.
It's Elijah Hare. It's Will Kruger. Players are ready in the feature match area. So for one last time, let's head on down. Let's crown a champion. All right. Will Kruger up top, Elijah Hare on the bottom. Will Kruger, the 8 seed. Normally you think, well, you snuck in on breakers. It was a clean cut. And then Elijah Hare on the play here for this game. Starting off with the Llanowar. Looks like we had 1 mulligan, but you got a Riddler in hand, so, well, it's not so bad.
Yeah, it's a Mockingbird too, which is a little suspect when you're getting all your things killed, you know. But big draw with Spider Manifestation here. The hand was a little iffy otherwise.
Yeah, definitely something I would have kept as well. When you're down to 6, you know, maybe on 7 you can think about it, but Spider Manifestation is huge. Here comes Regagran and just Boomerang Basics to bounce it back. But hey, the tempo play is very important.
Yeah,
let's see. Did we find a land?
This speaks to wanting to get Grand going and to possibly already having Ancestral ready to go in hand.
No land, but we did pick up Keen-Eyed Curator, one of the great toolbox targets, and going to be great in this matchup, but very much needing a land. No land has to be good news for Will Kruger.
Yeah, this is tough. This is what I was saying in the intro, where we've got, if you're just playing one thing a turn for Will to kind of pick apart one at a time with removal spells, that is a fast recipe for defeat to Lessons. So unfortunately, you know, with a mulligan and a missed land drop, it's kind of just where Elijah's at. Not doing anything wrong here, just the cards as they've been drawn, but giving Will quite the window.
And we were both, you know, walking to the restroom here in between rounds. We saw both players. Will Kruger's high five is still painting my hand right now. And then Elijah, I said, wow, that was a pretty quick game, pretty good draws. And he just laughed and walked by. So 2 very different aspects from the player. Here's Monument, and that does mean, well, Will didn't have, let's say, another firebending lesson, because Will could have attacked with Grand, discard, got a treasure, kill Spider Manifestation, and that would have been just devastating.
Yeah, from a really good start now to opening a window for Elijah. You know, leaving a Spider Manifestation in play, leaving a Dork in play, allowing some forward progress to come here, play multiple threats in a turn, and the land was drawn for Elijah, which is huge.
It is huge, and we have the Quantum Riddler, which can do this kind of trick. If you're not familiar with this, where you can warp Spider Manifest or warp it, and then with Spider Manifestation you get to untap, so a Warp Riddler kind of costs 1.
Yeah, we can see a Riddler here. There's also that Charm, which can get rid of the Monument.
That does seem monumental here.
Okay, so it looks like valuing the blocker for Grand over wanting to get the card.
I think I would have Mockingbirded the Grand though. That would have been a play that we could have done as well. That would have been kind of cute, right?
To what end? Like just to have a looter?
To get another card out of your hand that you can have a looter. You can warp in Quantum Riddler next turn, so you could draw 2. And then if you can get down to 1 again, you can loot and draw 2 more.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then it's either that or, you know, I guess you are allowing Grand to for sure attack. Like here, you force Will Kruger to have a removal spell, so maybe it was just more of a cute play than a good play. Mm-hmm. But it was pretty cute.
Yeah, I mean, find the removal spell. That does kind of make sense where if Will's going to commit to Monument last turn, this turn he has the mana to kind of futz around with cantrips and try and find that removal spell.
Yeah. That being said, we had a removal spell. The senior discount is online. We got to Ancestral Recall. Everything coming up Will Kruger.
Absolutely. This is a great start. Definitely a stumbly draw on the mulligan from Elijah. Mm-hmm. Elijah has some work to do. As we've seen, you know, Grand rumbles on between Grand and Artist Talent. It's hard for the Izzet deck to kind of stumble once it gets off to his start.
Yep, very true. Keen-Eyed Curator coming down, and it gets quenched too. Oh my goodness.
This is tough.
Elijah has a family, Will. It'll quench you here. And is that no loot? Uh-oh.
Yeah, pretty clean game from Will here in game 1. Good draw, lining up well.
Yeah, and not fully over yet, but when Will does not loot away a card here, just leads you to believe you have Accumulate Wisdoms, you have Monuments, those kind of powerful cards here at your disposal. Second Ancestral Recall on the stack, is that good?
Yes.
And still no loot?
Still good.
No loot here. And we picked up a couple of lands. Grand comes on in. We're probably going to see, I believe I saw Spire Bluff Canal drawn there, and now there it goes. Gene Pollinator can block, whatever. Soak up the damage. It's not the important part. And Fire Bending Lesson, looting away another Grand, getting rid of Gene Pollinator. Will has just left no permanence here from Elijah at all.
Yep. This has been a bloodbath. Yeah. There's no other way to put it.
That is well said. That is exactly what has been happening so far. And you got to think that we're going to be heading to game 2 in favor of Will Kruger.
Yeah, and Grand really showing off, just how powerful one-drop she is.
Yeah, absolutely. So we pick up another Mockingbird. Ugh. That is not great. Now you can't even get Riddler to draw 2 as the Multiversal Passage is on green. Makes a lot of sense at the time, to be able to cast the Charm, but yuck.
Riddle me this. What does Elijah have to do to get back into this game? Starts drawing something nice.
I think Will has to have like 20 lands on top in a row. And that seems extreme, but it kind of feels like what has to be there for this game to still be a game.
Welcome to Warp Zone.
All right, looks like a Boomerang Basic, maybe? No, just the 3rd Ancestral Recall. And that one found Artist, Talent, Monument. That was not 20 lands, so...
Yeah. Yeah. Can we call that and stop them? Is this like,
Yeah, I think so.
Like, all right, the flag, throw on the white flag. We got game 2, Elijah. It's totally okay.
So far, Elijah, compared to the top 4 and the finals here, has played about, half the time that his entire top 4 was here in game number 1. Monument comes down, and, well, then it's time to speed up this game a bit. As Grand's coming in, that's the shake of, wow, my hand is so good. Oh, and then it looks like we're going to draw an additional card there from Will. And Talent to be able to put some pressure on. And now at this stage from Will Kruger, you're just at the spot of like, okay, I kind of have it all. It's time to put the threats into play and kind of close out this game. Of course, you want to make sure you don't make any big mistakes. You don't leave yourself vulnerable to like land 4 or a Borate and just gets out of hand. But now with Storm Chaser's Talent, being able to level up, get back any of your spells. You could cast a 4th Recall. You can Combustion Technique to send any card into the Abyss. Looks like there is Wistfulness to clean up Monument.
Yeah, cleanup is strong. It's still pretty messy.
Yeah, okay. And that makes a lot of sense. Elijah Hare scooping that one up. Will Kruger takes down game number 1 in maybe the most convincing fashion possible.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Elijah, definitely a mulligan, a rough hand. A hand where... hand wasn't great. Obviously, you're on 6 cards, but cards like Mockingbird kind of require you to kind of be doing the thing.
You got to kind of snowball with those, right?
Right. Yeah. And having a hand that was a little clunky, and then only deploying one thing at a time is a tough place to be.
Would you say though, if both players kind of have their nut draw, it would favor Will though? Like the answers from Is It Lessons are just kind of cheaper, and if you Elijah's best draw, is Llanowar into Cub, into whatever, but you could still kill Cub, before it airbends a land, that kind of thing. Like, it would still be advantage to Will if they both have their best draw, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, now post-board Slagstorm in the mix, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
In game 1, though, I don't think so at all. I think I think Elijah's best draw is much better than Will's best draw. Being able to go a Llanowar Elf, and even if it gets killed, go Llanowar Elf.
Yeah.
Or just being able to present multiple things at a time against a deck that is able to, shoot some shots here and there, but doesn't have infinite ammo. So we'll see now. That trip does change post-board with these Slagstorms. So
either way, impressive to break serve there when you start off 1 and 2 you're probably going to be the ace seed going into the top 8. I think that's pretty much a lock. So now we'll talk about Elijah's sideboard here. We got Champion of the Weird, Explosive Prodigy, 1 Oko, 1 Repulsive Mutation, 2 Shimmer Wild Growths, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 2 Spider Sense, 2 Sirach Elusive Hunter, 2 Unable to Scream, and 1 Yigra, Eater of All. What do you like, Jim?
As a Soul Guide Lantern, obviously the standout card here, slowing down the Lessons deck. Spider Sense, it's okay. You know, it's not particularly exciting. Sirach looks pretty nice. The Mutation as a counterspell is kind of a nice little one-of, pretty spicy as far as like having a unique effect to play around. But mostly, you know, just trying to do the thing. And I think things do get a little worse for Elijah. You know, these two Slag Storms are a really big deal. You know, the changing the script on this kind of 1-for-1 removal thing where in game 1, Elijah wants to put everything in play as fast as possible. With Slagstorm in the mix, it's a little harder to do that. And then if you give Will the time to get set up, as you saw in that game, things can get ugly.
Getting worse for Elijah there is very brutal, as that game could not have been worse here for the Simic Rhythm side for Elijah Hare. Will Kruger on the other side, we got 2 Null, we got 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 2 Quantum Riddlers, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Seer, 2 Slagstorm, 1 Spell Snare, and 1 Torpor Orb.
Yeah, so extra removal smoothing out here, of course. And then there's the option, if you want to bring in like the Riddlers, take a little more of a controlling role, try and just really kill everything, use Riddler to mop up, and kind of try and sidestep the Soul Guide Lantern stuff. But there isn't that much hate in Elijah's deck. There's the 2 Disenchant effects in the main deck, and the 2 Soul Guide Lanterns in the sideboard. So not really worrying about running out of engine pieces. So I think for the most part, going to be just kind of tuning up your removal spells. Slagstorm's a big one. Torpor Orb is an interesting one in that it can stop Craterhoof. It can stop some of the earthbending effects, and it also stops Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
And Riddler's a big way for the Simic deck to kind of get back into a game where there's been a lot of kill spells being cast. So Orb's an interesting one. I'm not sure if it will come in, but I think it does have some pretty good utility.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. And if you are watching this tournament and you're thinking, wow, I want one of these decks, here is the best time to buy some cards. SCG is doing a nice little sale here that is going to give you some free shipping. Anywhere in the United States, excluding Alaska and Hawaii, any orders that is $75 or more. So you want to pick up one of these decks, add it to the cart, use code FREESHIP75. Now this does exclude kind of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards, as that is only on a pre-order for now, but anything else outside of that, you can go to starcitygames.com/sale. What deck would you be buying right now after watching coverage all this weekend?
That's a good question.
Yeah. What deck really jumped off the page to you?
I mean, I do like Simic right now.
Yep.
And I have a lot of it. I don't think I have all of it.
Well, you did.
I have bad news for you.
Yeah.
I don't think I own Quantum Riddlers.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I know.
Wow. Not a big fan of winning, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
that's too bad.
I like the card. I just haven't played it in tournament yet. You know?
Yeah, that is fair. Mine are completely worn out just from playing a lot of like local RCQs,
They're
FNMs, all with Vivi. I played so much of that the corners are brutal. They're beat up. It's like beta lands, you know, how much damage they went through. That's how much I've played my Quantum Riddlers. Big fan. So if anyone wants to buy some HP Quantum Riddlers, to say the least, very heavily played.
You're not selling them.
Yeah, that's true.
Stop lying to everyone.
Okay, looking at the hand, starting with Elijah, we see Unable to Scream. Wistfulness, a bunch of lands.
I think I see 2 Wistfulness, actually.
Okay, but no really accelerants. This is a very, very clunky hand, though. Is that a Shimmer Wild Growth?
It is a Shimmer Wild Growth.
Okay,
so.
that one's nice.
Yeah, so that's an interesting way to sort of sidestep the removal.
Oh, this could be a nasty Spell Snare. Okay. You really got to think, if you're Elijah, why would Will keep that open if this didn't get countered? Not Spell Snare. It's not a null. Firebending lesson, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
So. It has to be. So you gotta check that in your head and just think there is a firebending lesson in my opponent's hand, and just kind of go from there.
It's kind of a cool juke. Yeah, you know, Will isn't mana for a burn spell. You play a non-burn spell mana acceleration. Chooses black.
Yigra, Eater of All, as well as Champion of the Weird, but I guess Yigra, right?
Well, you can't actually cast Champion of the Weird because there are no goblins in the deck. It's the only card you can rhythm for. And then I couldn't fathom Yigra coming in this matchup either.
Well, maybe it's to kind of throw Will off.
Yeah.
Right? Say, hey, it's an open deckless tournament. You know it's in my sideboard.
Yeah, okay. So very, very different game plan here from Elijah. There are 2 Wistfulness in hand also.
Yep.
So taking a completely opposite role this game.
Yeah, 100%. And there goes Firebending Lesson. So kind of the deduction that I think is pretty face-up there. That is no longer some knowledge that you would have in your brain.
Yeager's in hand. You are correct.
Okay.
So we've got a total juke here for game 2 with Elijah. The Shimmerwild's Growth comes in. The Yeager come in.
Yeah.
Wistfulness is already of a deck. Wow.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Maybe cut Gene Pollinator and just don't make yourself as susceptible to cards like Slagstorm, stuff like that. And here comes 5 mana. It's Wistfulness and a little frown there from Will Kruger, like, oh no, what deck are you now? Simic Rhythm or Simic Midrange?
Yeah, I'm honestly a little surprised we didn't see the Yeager. I mean, there's, what, 1 Flash Freeze in the sideboard. There's a couple of Disdainful Strokes, I suppose.
Yeah, let's put Yeager, Eater of All, up on the screen and see exactly if we wanted to get that one going. I mean,
it's pretty hard to kill. Ward sacrifice of food.
To kill, but maybe the Wistfulness here is kind of the do you have Disdainful Stroke type
Correct.
thing.
I think that is a thought process. I think that if Will is tapped out, Yeager would be on the table, and a Great Read. I mean, a Great Read, it's still countered a very high value spell.
Yes. And Will being, pausing on that, that's interesting too because, Wistfulness is very good. It's not getting the artifact or the enchantment side of it. You're not getting the full value of Wistfulness, but getting the draw 2, discard a card for 5 mana, that's still incredible.
Yeah. It's also just big.
Yeah.
And it slams for 6.
It sure does. Hard to kill unless you have Combustion Technique and a couple more lessons. No land, no play, pass to Elijah.
If there's a script that Will Kruger had in his head for how game 2 was going to go,
throw it out.
I don't think this is it.
Yeah, no, throw it out. And now just double unable to scream. I mean, that is kind of wild to me, too. Like, what creatures are you really... I mean, Grand, of course, you got to have an answer for it.
Just Grand.
Okay.
Wow. Pretty awesome juke here from Elijah.
Here it is, Yeager.
Do you have...
Eater of All.
And if there's no counterspell for this, Will's in a world of hurt. Wow.
Wow. Disdainful Stroke comes on down. We see Will going into full control mode as well, and Elijah trying to go bigger.
Yeah, I don't know if I love that. Will missed the land drop, hasn't done anything.
This is going to be huge for Elijah. Now we get to go just Wistfulness, get that out of there, draw some cards. Got to be a slam dunk play here.
Yep. This is a great payoff.
Boom. Wistfulness comes on down. And, yeah, Jim, do you want to take a guess how many Wistfulness are in the 75?
2.
Exactly. There are 2.
I have the paper in front of me.
So it is very hard for Will to play around that,
Yes. Yeah, and the thing is, this is it, though. Elijah's kind of out of stuff to do. A couple unable to screams and a land. And now Wistfulness is large, but there already are 2 lessons in the graveyard, so only 1 from Combustion Technique, which could kill it right now.
Yeah.
With the Artist Talent discard.
Spire Bluff Canal coming on in and passing the turn. So 6 damage, 3-turn clock here, which is excellent. Like you were saying, not a lot of gas, but oh, baby. The ultimate gasser off the top, Simic Rhythm.
Yep.
Excuse me, the Nature's Rhythm here.
Yeah, and honestly a spot where maybe you just get a Riddler and just kind of play this big dumb doofus game.
Yeah, or a Boroid maybe. You don't really have any 5-drops to get. I would even imagine if you're playing this kind of game, I don't even think Behemoth is in the deck.
Strongly agree, yes. I think Riddler is essential part of the plan if we're going to be doing this.
Yeah.
So,
and it's kind of awkward because you have the 2 cards you can't cast right now in hand. So if you do go for that line, and also if you go for that line, it could be the most devastating it'll quench you ever. So it's, as much as I love Riddler, I don't know if I
mean, the quenches would have been cast instead of the Flash Freeze and the Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah.
So it would have had been a quench drawn in the last turn or 2. So
this is for 3.
I'm getting a Surrock.
Okay.
This is a really cool game from Elijah.
This is a cool game, and now I hope.
Look at Will's eyes, like he's like, what is happening this game?
Exactly.
What are you doing, Elijah?
And what are you getting? I mean, you got to think Surrock, right?
Yep.
Surrock is down. I saw Ouroboros still in the deck, so there still is that aspect. And now we have Surrock. We know the last 2 cards in hand. And they're not going to be cast this turn, that's for sure. But now passing the turn. Accumulate Wizard. Discard a lesson. That is Ancestral Recall mode. Draw 4 here. And there is Quantum Riddler.
Now, noting that Keen-Eyed Curator was a possible get. Could have gotten a Curator, had 4 mana up, and Will let it resolve. I guess, so like, if it was for 2, maybe Will casts the Recall Response.
Yeah.
If Elijah casts it for 3, which you can cast it for whatever you want, and then goes to get the Keen-Eyed Curator, that would have been an amazing heads-up play.
I would have liked Keen-Eyed Curator more. Because, I mean, honestly, look at the diversity of different things in the yard, you know? I guess it is a lot of instants and sorceries, creature as well. So, I mean, you're getting close to that supercharge mode. Plus, you'd have 4 mana available to eat 4 different things. So I'm with you. If Keen-Eyed Curator's in the deck, I think that might have been better. Sirach is nice, too. I mean, this is 10 damage.
Yeah, but I like it still casting it for 3.
Yeah.
I think if you cast it for 2, you're saying, hey, Will, I'm getting Keen-Eyed Curator. Do you have any responses?
Yeah.
And, of course, Will can't respond to the choosing of Curator, but casting it for 2 kind of speaks to that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm with you there. But here's Seer to deal with Sirach. You did get an extra bonus card out of the deal. Gene Pollinator was the pickup.
So still in the deck. What did Elijah take out?
Didn't. Just added cards, yeah. The classic play against Demir Mill. Add 10 cards, take out nothing. And now Combustion Technique to just fully get rid of the graveyard. And now we still have the Nature's Rhythm here in the board, where you can go get a 2-drop now if you want. But, ooh, Cub. Cub off the top is pretty big.
Seems fine.
It's better than a land.
That's true, yes. I mean, Elijah's plan was looking really cool. It has sort of fallen apart.
Yeah.
And now Will is all kind of juiced up, drawn a bunch of cards, Graveyard full of Lessons, Artist Talent in play, already leveled up. Both Whistlefulness are gone, so Artist Talent is not going anywhere.
And just read Will Kruger's lips there of how many cards? 4 cards in hand, which is still a lot. Elijah could do something like Badger Mole Cub and Rhythm from the Yard for Ouroboros?
You can go 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it looks good for me.
Could get a Riddler, too. That looks good. I think that's the play I would want to do is Cub, get an impactful 4 or 5-drop, or maybe like you were saying, Keen-Eyed. I mean, Keen-Eyed looks great.
I feel like the damage has been somewhat done now, you know?
Kind of, but now I'm looking at the other side of Keen-Eyed. Make it a 7/7.
Sure.
Where it's hard to interact with, you know?
Let's see if this Badger Mo Cub is able to do the thing it wants to do.
Yep.
Which is tap for 2.
Okay, so that would be very telling to me that there's not a shock style of effect. Gene Pollinator coming down. And now these Unable to Screams feel pretty bad, especially if you wanted to go get a Riddler. You just can't draw 2, you know? Like,
yeah, I'm very surprised to not see Rhythm Cast here.
Yeah.
I just don't see how attacking for 1 is more...
You can't give Will more time.
Yeah, if Will's at like 4...
Yeah.
Sure, but at 9, 9 life is a lot of life given this board. And I think that with Will being mostly tapped out there, that was a chance to put something big in play and just pray.
Mm-hmm. I'm totally with you. Gran, Ancestral Recall, Quantum Riddler.
Gran's got it coming.
Combustion Technique. I mean, the hand is stacked here for Will Kruger. Will Kruger could be on the verge of being our regional championship here in Wisconsin. It's going to be getting cheese curds tonight.
One way or another, probably.
Yeah.
Gonna think it through and take his time.
Mm-hmm.
These big spots, it's so easy to be watching at home and be like, what are you doing? Just cast your rhythm, you know? But like, you really feel the weight of it. You really slow down. The last thing in the world you want to do is A, lose, or B, make a fool of yourself in a monumental match.
100%. You know, I mean, the Reed Duke school of thought here, like, when you're this far ahead, you slow down and you think, how do I lose, not how do I win this? You're so far ahead, you just do not want to chuck it at this point. Because let me tell you, you know, I'm sure it's happened to you, it's happened to me. You're at a game that looks unlosable, and you just kind of start getting ahead of yourself, and you punt one of those games.
Has never happened to me before.
Yeah, okay, I believe it.
Just kidding, I can recant every one, what happened, what it smelled like.
Yep, the name of the player.
Still haunts my dreams.
What table I was sitting at. Yeah, absolutely. So, Quantum Riddler, that was all in response to the ability here. Will Kruger drew about 15 cards. The eyebrow raise once again, like, wow, my hand is still so busted.
I mean, those can be some toys. 2 toys in play for Will.
Yeah. Well, this toy's getting warped away. It's going to have to come back. All right. So now it's a big decision point. Like, all right, what do we do with this Nature's Rhythm here from the board? What can we get that's going to be impactful? I mean, the first thing screams out to me is unable to screen the Grand, go get a Riddler. I'm pretty sure we have enough to do that. Or, God, we might even not. I think we have exactly enough to do that play, and even that play does not feel that good.
Yeah. Kind of cute is the Pollinator can tap the Shimmer Wild's growth for mana.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So
that's true.
Kind of a cute little, the people often physically tap the growth with the land, but the enchantment does not actually tap itself.
That's true. You can also just tap the forest.
Oh, yeah,
and
there we go.
You could just literally do the other thing where you, harmonize the Gene Pollinator and tap the forest, but whatever,
Sure.
This is cooler. Gran is silenced. 3 mana, 4 mana. 5, 6, 7, 8.
9.
9.
And it's off screen. Come on, Will. This ain't your first rodeo, my friend.
Yep. I mean, either way, whatever it is, okay. I mean, that is definitely something that is not that impactful. If we find an Interquenchu, a Flash Freeze, something like that, I think we're done here.
Yeah.
But if we don't, we play on for sure.
Oh, attention. Oh.
Disdainful stroke on the rhythm. Elijah Hare is left with just the unable to scream. A couple creatures here. Will Kruger is untapping with the Worlds. And the chance to be the regional champion here in Milwaukee.
Want to lift a trophy. Not done yet.
I mean, the only thing you're really missing here is a monument, right? And I mean, look at all the cards in the graveyard here. Will's biggest problem this game is just organizing his massive graveyard. The one monument is already exiled from Wistfulness, so we have found one.
Yeah, Riddler there too. I think honestly just playing Riddler, draw a bunch of cards, kill a bunch of things, attacking a few times is valid.
Yeah, nothing looks bad here from Will Kruger's side, that's for sure.
I suppose it would turn into a toy as well, but...
Sure. Sure. Will Kruger has plenty of toys to play with. Artist talent to the yard, definitely a sign of strength. I mean, you don't necessarily need another one, but let me tell you, if you just have a bunch of lands in hand, you discard those first, so gotta think that Will has some gas in the tank.
Riddle time.
5 mana, Riddler. No way it's drawn 2, I'll tell you that. And pass the turn, playing the control role. So, hey, another pretty weak turn from Will, but that is not to say that Will's hand is weak. Archdruid's Charm off the top there from Elijah Hare.
Yeah, I mean, you can go find a Riddler and just try and keep on battling.
You can also get that unable to scream out of there. Exile it.
Exile your own unable to stream?
You sure? It's an option.
Yes, it is.
All right, Quantum Riddler is the search. That's a much better play. And now we do have the ability to unable to scream on Will's Quantum Riddler, play one of Elijah's, and hey, if that works, we're cooking. But if it doesn't, we might be cooked.
So the question is Elijah going to warp here, or...
Starting with the unable to scream.
I mean, I think that Will's cast all the counter spells. Both strokes are
That's
gone.
what I was kind of thinking, too.
There are no, I guess, it'll quench you.
It'll quench you. So here's the warp. And Will knows there's no other cards in hand, so Combustion Technique on Quantum Riddler, I would assume.
Okay, kind of cute.
Yeah.
Might look weird because it's going to go away anyway, but it's a way to kind of say, hey, you don't get to draw Quantum Riddler also.
Yeah, and you don't get to draw 2.
Yep.
Yep. So that is gone. Will's speeding up a little bit. I think he can feel it. We got an untap here from Will, only missing the final pieces. Riddler and Gran are just toys, but Monument is still the prize here if we can find it.
Still have to play tight.
Yeah.
Again, in theory, A Creator off the top is a lot of damage. With no counter spells remaining, you know. So.
Oh, yeah, it's lethal for sure off the top.
Yep, so...
If it's in the deck, that's still a question mark because the way it's constructed here, I wouldn't be too shocked if it's not.
I agree, it's probably not. But this is not the stage of the game for likely. This is the stage for unlikely. This is the stage for Will to say, okay, what ridiculous thing am I going to lose to here? Let's make sure that doesn't happen and play a clean game and see it through.
Okay, leveled up the artist talent. I mean, that is definitely a sign of weakness here.
Yeah, that is.
Maybe Will's hand is horrendous. Okay, it's a lot of red cards.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a lot of cards that are reactionary, not willing to kill a 1/1 Forest or a 1/2 Gene Pollinator.
Slagstorm, Firebending Lesson, Seer, Mountain. I mean, this hand is bad. We still got a game. We top deck another Quantum Riddler or something like that. We are still kind of cooking here. It's kind of awkward that your 2 removal spells still shut down your 2 attackers right now, so you can't even like get chip shot damage in.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. And yeah, Convention Center is getting a little empty, so we're going to have to keep it down a little bit.
Shh, Corey, come on. You're always so loud everywhere I take you.
It's so brutal, the last round. I mean, the most exciting moments. We got to be a little quiet, though.
We're at dinner last night, and the waitress was like, can you please tell your friend to be quiet? Ma'am, I'm trying.
He doesn't. Quiet. Our producer, Jeremy Knoll, is very aware.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Yep. All right, I'll just type in chat what I'm going to say instead of actually saying words. Is that cool?
Yes. Oh, boy, lots of mana here.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Got to keep that Shimmer Wild Growth untapped.
Okay. Nature's Rhythm. And here's the thing. We see the red cards in hand.
Riddler is...
It's got to be. It's got to be the Riddler, right?
Yeah, Riddler, if there's a path to come back in this game for Elijah, it's going to start with Quantum Riddler.
It really is. I mean, it's going to die on the stack. Don't get me wrong, but... And, I mean, with the artist talent leveled up, it does mean that one spell kind of cleans this up, right? Firebending Lesson here on the Riddler should just deal with it straight away.
It's a heavily modified lesson.
Yep.
Costs less, does more damage.
4 mana, deal 6 at instant speed, draw 1. What was that? Looked like a roaming throne, but I'm going to suggest that was not it.
I mean, it'd be kind of cool.
Was it another? Okay. Soul Guide Lantern. That's the thing. Like, yeah, you want to play 1, you get to eat a lesson, eat 1 of the 1 billion cards. But you kind of need to crack that, right? To draw another card?
What's how many recalls have been cast so far? 1, 2.
Yes.
There's 2 left. And there's 1 combustion left, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is tough, you know. Will is way ahead, but trying to cross the finish line.
Okay, here's the storm. Slagstorm comes on down. Gonna clean up everything. And we got the loot.
This is an interesting Slagstorm. What is the what's the draw here? Why is killing a Gene Pollinator and a land that exciting?
Yeah, that is it. I think it's more for the loot. Like, let's find a monument. Let's try to actually close off this game, get a little bit of value. Maybe we're soft to a behemoth. Maybe kind of the same kind of thing we were talking about.
Sure.
Agnikala coming on down too. Do a little bit of looting.
All right, Elijah. Does Elijah want the trophy?
Yeah.
Do you want to win this game and you want to keep on battling? You got to find out. Gonna have to find some good ones. 4 mana is not a bad spot to be.
Okay, Ouroboros coming on down.
Hold on.
Oh boy. That is a Nature's Rhythm. It's going to be harmonizing for 1. And
So
looks like for 3.
Yep, for 3.
Sirach again, maybe. Firebending Lesson for 1 to deal with Ouroboros. A little bit of looting. Land away. Agnikala as well, going to do perpetual looting here from now on as well. So maybe if you're stuck with a lot of red cards in hand, you're just able to loot away. Looks like we're going to do the loot now. Maybe we have an It'll Quench here or something for a rhythm. And Ancestral Recall on the stack. Do we respond with the Lantern, Jim?
Will does know he needs to like win the game, right? You can't just draw cards forever.
Oh, I should let it go.
Wow.
Trading one card of your own for 3 cards from Will.
And there's I saw multiple monuments drawn there, but Will's library is pretty thin.
How thin is it? Because that's the thing is, you know, oh my goodness, is that 5 cards? You do need to like draw, discard, deal some damages. And there is Sirach. What besides Monument? What can you do for a win con here?
I mean, second Riddler.
Yeah, that's drawing yourself a lot of cards too.
That is true. That is true. All roads lead to card draw.
1 mana. Here's Grand. Here's Monument. 1 mana Monument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not wanting to take any extra draws for no reason, so no loots on the talent.
Maybe 1 more mana Monument. And now you got to do the math. Do you loot here with 1 Monument on the stack? Or do you let them come into play?
Was that 5 cards left, do you think?
I think it looked like 6, but it's small. So, I mean, you got to think. You need to maximize. So I would think you let this resolve, right?
I think you wait, yeah. Just try and get just one card per 6 damage.
Mm-hmm. Like you want to get busy with the Grand, to get another 6. So 6, 12. Yeah, because we need to discard and draw 3 times, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
With 2 monuments in play. So I would think you don't want to loot here, but of course we don't have that perfect information of exactly how many cards. 1, 2, 3.
Looks like 5.
Yeah, you might be right.
This is funny because we were discussing the creator of how am I going to lose this game? And,
yeah. We didn't think about decking.
Decking is definitely a way to lose the game also.
Yeah, I think if I'm Will, I let this resolve. Because there's 1 more monument in the deck. Now, one thing that we saw from maybe lists from Max, where you had 3 steps ahead. Oh, Slagstorm can deal damage upstairs. So discard, draw, take 9. That doesn't actually increase the clock.
Yeah, that doesn't. I think it's just going to kill Sirach.
Yep.
Just going to say, hey, give me some time.
Mm-hmm.
Does remove the Grand as an eluding outlet, but with the land in play, it's not really a big deal.
Okay, so what? That's got to be 4 cards. So draw step's going to be 3. 1 activation goes down to 2, and then 1 more activation down to 1 card in library, but win the game if we got the spell. So I think Will's got it as long as we have spells. You know what? I think Elijah shouldn't have played that. Don't give a target if you have Firebending Lesson or something, right?
Yeah, that's actually a really
wait, I guess you have Agnicala anyways, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the 3 damage. All you got to do is activate the land. Agnicala draw. 6 damage upstairs. Goes to 0. That is Will Kruger winning the regional championship. Now we can be loud. And Will Kruger can officially, I even got the okay in the ear. All right, Corey, you can be loud. Hooray. Will Kruger is the champion here of the U.S. Regional Championship #2 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You got to think, what kind of odds did Will give himself when Will is 1-2, just lost to Fire Shoes in round 3, and goes on to win 13 matches in a row and draws 1 to be our regional championship?
I think it's the kind of thing where you can't give yourself odds.
Yeah.
You can't think about it. You just have to play, So unbelievable mental fortitude.
Yeah.
That game, too, was something else.
Yeah.
I mean, really close to almost losing a game that was basically impossible to lose.
Mm-hmm.
We were discussing these kind of like outlandish, well, if Crater Hoof was still in and there were no removal spells and no,
Yeah.
But decking just one card away.
Yeah.
You know, if there had been, you know, 1 or 2 cards deeper, it's possible that Will would have been in a spot where he couldn't actually win that game.
Yeah.
So really walking the tightrope there and pulled it out in you know, game 1 was a little rough, but game 2 there was fantastically exciting and well earned, was a fantastic player. And Is It Lessons takes the whole thing down.
Yeah, Is It Lesson takes it down. We have Simic Rhythm that took second. Both of those players are going to the World Championship. We hear the applause. We hear the friends, you know, holding Will up, you know, probably carrying him away. He's going to be coming in to talk with Nick Miller here in the sideboard as well to get his thoughts on the tournament. But, Jim, you know, another amazing metagame. Let's actually pull that metagame up here and kind of look where we started. You know, maybe even the day 1 metagame, if we can start with that one and kind of see exactly how this tournament went down. Here's day 2. You know, this is where we started at the beginning of the day. Is It Lessons was the most played deck going in at 11%. Still rose, so still was having a good day 1, right? But Mono Green Landfall kind of had the best day 2 statistically. Didn't, you know, make it into the top 4, put 1 into the top 8, but still an impressive showing from that deck as well. But Is It Lessons taking it down here once again. Pretty impressive stuff here, Jim.
Yeah, really, really cool. I'm going to be very curious to see, you know, Frank Carson always does the matchup matrix.
Yes.
So we get to see what all the matchups were. Very interested to see what Landfall's matchup spread was. And
yes.
We didn't have any. We had 1 copy in top 8, right?
Landfall. Yep. One copy. Fell to Banned Airbending. Yep.
You know, so only 1 copy in top 8. You know, obviously a great conversion rate here. You know, it was below 10% in the game 1 metagame.
Yeah.
Up to 15% is really, really good. Did it do well against the kind of average deck in the field and not well against some of the top decks? I'm kind of curious to see how that all shook out.
Yep.
But yeah, and you know, we got some decks here. Demir Excruciator, didn't see much of that late into day 2.
Yeah, Michael Plummer probably the best. I'm guessing he took 9th again because, well, he won that last round with everybody else drawing.
Yep.
We see our coworker Monty giving a big old hug to Will Kruger. We're gonna have him all mic'd up and get ready to go here and go with that win. But man, you gotta just think, what an incredible path to take it down. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time and see Will Kruger's path here to victory. It's just an incredible top 8, I gotta say.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. You know, playing against a friend in the first round, like I said, you know, whenever you play against a friend in top 8, the conversation is always, one of us wins this tournament.
Exactly.
You know, and I'm sure Max and Will are going to go out later, have a dinner, maybe have a few drinks and celebrate, you know, because that's your goal.
Yeah.
You know, one of us has to win. We both can't go on, but whoever wins this, you must win the tournament.
Yeah.
There's no excuses, and Will gets it done.
Will Kruger takes it down. Max Komanowski here in the top 8 in impressive fashion. The Lessons mirror is nothing short of a grind, you know, and moves to the top 4. Loses game 1 off camera against Matthew with that Is It Elementals deck. Wins that incredible game 2. I think that was, from Will Kruger's perspective here in the top 8, that was the game of the tournament. That he loses that game, he's done. You know, not making the World Championship, and comes back and plays an extremely tight game. And then, well, game 3, Grand lived. Will Kruger's chances of holding the trophy lived. And now into the finals against Elijah. 2 games that I will say, you know, didn't look extremely close, except for the aspect of, hey, we almost decked at the end. Like an embarrassment of riches there at the very end where you almost flew a little too close to the sun. But overall, Will Kruger kind of just dominated this top 8.
Yeah, and a very interesting game too from Elijah also, you know, where we saw the kind of bigger plan, two Wistfulness, a Yurgra, you know.
Yeah.
And it almost worked. You know,
it did, yeah.
It was actually looking pretty good for Elijah after the first few turns. Will was able to kind of weather the storm, find the right answers at the right time, and break through. And then once he broke through, we had that kind of long period of him just doing everything he wants to do.
Yeah.
But still a really cool game overall. That beginning of the game was very surprising to me. Surprising to Will, too. You saw the eyebrows kind of furrow.
Yes.
Like, what are you up to over there? Yurgra? You know, Shimmer Wilds on black.
Yeah.
But really, really cool stuff.
I mean, we were pretty close to Yeager resolving, and that game could have looked completely different, and Elijah's plan could have been incredible. So
I think almost just over. You know, it is very, very hard. You have to play a Grand and then sacrifice it as your food to kill the Yurgra, and it's even hard to kill the 6/6 anyway. So that could have been it. So very timely counter spells.
From 1-2 to holding the trophy and getting an interview with Nick Miller, which, let's get real, that's the real prize, huh? We got Will Kruger in the sideboard with Nick Miller. Let's hear what he's got to say. Hey!
Board one last time here at SCG Con Milwaukee, bringing to you the regional championship, and I am here with our new regional champion, Will Kruger.
Yeah.
Congrats to that. First off, I just want to say real quickly, incredibly impressed by how you played the Lessons deck all weekend, with how clear you were managing all the triggers.
Yeah.
And everyone who has talked about this deck talks about how complicated the board states can be, and you seem to just be so well versed with the deck.
I try really hard to on that. Like I printed out. I think Caroline Party made the
little
things,
reminders,
like the little like the things. I printed them out because like it just gets so messy, and like sometimes I don't know and they don't know, and like even if I know and they don't know, then they're like having like an unpleasant match. You know what I mean? And so it's still good to have like those things, and those are really helpful. So I would print those out for sure, and then I would just. That's what I did.
Just a clean tournament.
Yeah.
You know, you had a rocky start, a 1-2 start. Of course, you know, losing to Fire Shoes around 3.
I did. Fire Shoes cooked me good with landfall. Yes.
And then there was no more losing from there. Take us through your tournament from there, and just how.
Okay.
You know.
So round 4. I mean,
well, you don't have to do every round.
I was gonna do that, but I was like, wait, what am I talking about? Like that's gonna take literally so long. Well, I won all my matches.
Yes.
So that was a good start. I went into the tournament. I thought Landfall was like a competitive but slightly favored matchup, and I think it was the second most played deck after Lessons, which was also kind of what I thought. But I was wrong. I thought they would be higher like percentages. Like I thought it would be like 15-ish, but it was like 10-9 or something like that. So I was wrong about that, and I was like, trying to prioritize the Landfall matchup, and I felt like ahead as Landfall. I played the Spotlight in Atlanta last month, and I went 3-1 against Landfall there, and I played a bunch online. I played like a bunch of Magic Online challenges or whatever. Actually, I made it look pretty high. Got to brag about that. I had like 1950 or something. It was sick. But I want to hit 2K though. Anyway, I played a bunch of challenges, and I was just beating Landfall kind of constantly. But then in this tournament, I went 2-2 against it, and I don't know. I think I lost the die rolled both of them. I'm not actually 100% sure about that, but like I went 2-2 against it. I think it's close, and like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, still not sure about the Landfall matchup. It's really kind of complicated, but Landfall has great numbers every tournament, so maybe I should just play Landfall. I don't know.
Well, you finished day 1, X and 2, of course. After that, as you said, Landfall on day 2 was basically about what you predicted, about 15% of the field, because it did leapfrog. Is it Lessons?
It's such a good deck. Yeah, so that makes sense.
But take us through your build of the deck, because you seem to handle everything that we saw, especially late day 2.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we had a nice just like a group of friends. We had like a Discord server with practicing for the RC, and a couple of us played Lessons. I practiced with Max Komanowski, who we played in the quarterfinals, which is crazy. Our list ended up different. He really likes 3 steps ahead. I don't really dig it. I just think like cancel is like way too bad of like a floor or whatever, and it's not a lesson, so like that's also like lowers the floor, because like quench is also kind of bad, but like it's a lesson, so it turns on some of your cards. I ended up playing some Quantum Riddlers. Those were good, I guess. I got unable to screamed in the finals there. I didn't realize that they boarded in unable to scream, but I mean I boarded in some Riddlers, so I guess that makes some sense, I suppose. And Grand is really messed up. You have to stop that card. I played a Torpor Orb. I wasn't going to play it. Honestly, I spent like weeks talking about how bad it was, and I thought it was terrible. And my friend Nam, shout out Nam Dang, who also qualified at the RC in Vancouver, playing I think the same 75, maybe a little different, I don't know. He was like, I feel really strongly that you should play a Torpor Orb, and I was like, okay, I'll play a Torpor Orb. I was just like, that's fine. And that was like literally Friday change, and then it literally won me like
your semifinal match.
It completely soloed deck. I don't think I even cast it. Maybe I cast it like one time until then, but it completely soloed the elementals. I drew it on like the perfect turn. I had like 1 mana left, and I had the artist talent discount, so it was like the perfect. It was like the only card like in the format in the game that could have like helped me. Not in the game, but like in the format that could have been good in the Torpor Orb. So Nam, seriously, I owe you one.
Take us through that finals last game here to wrap us up, as you're digging and digging, and I'm looking at your deck size,
that
just
was
deplete,
weird. That was really
and I'm
weird.
like, can you win the game if your monuments are a few cards lower?
Yeah, that happens sometimes where like your monuments are like really heavily like in the bottom, and after sideboard, like usually you have like Rouse or Riddlers or something, like another way to deal damage, and it's fine, or if you have Storm Chasers. But the reason it was like kind of a problem, it wasn't like a huge problem. Like I was a really big favorite. Even like they needed to like both be the bottom like 4 or something for it to be, something like that or something. I don't know. I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay. I boarded out the Storm Chasers package against like the green decks. I boarded them out against Landfall and against Cub, and so like I really didn't have many ways to deal damage. I discarded one Riddler like when I had a bunch of cards and a bunch of resources, and I didn't think I would need it. And I had another one. Then the other one got unable to scream, and I just kept up, and like he exiled the first one. Sometimes you can like trim one, but he didn't have that many disenchants. I think he just had 2 Wistfulness and 2 Arch Druid's Charms. So I left in all 4 of my monuments, and I was like, I knew all 4 were in there somewhere.
Yeah.
So I was like, come on, man, like not like are they literally all the way in the bottom 3? Like that would be insane. But thankfully they were high enough, and then you sort of start counting like what's like the max you can get. Like you have X amount of cards, and they can be like 12 damage a piece if you get all 4 monuments in play. And so you're trying to like do that math, and you're trying to like turn your cards into, which is weird. Like you're like normally your deck size is like kind of like not a bottleneck, and like it's like how many cards you can discard, but like sometimes that happens, and you just have to be cognizant of it and just try to keep it.
Masterful work.
Thank you.
All weekend long.
Thank you.
You're an RC champion now.
Yes.
You got an awesome trophy, a huge check.
you.
You qualified for Pro Tour Worlds.
I did do that.
Tough to beat that weekend.
Pretty great.
Will,
pretty great.
Congrats one last time.
Thank you, Nick.
We're going to send it over to Corey and Jim to close it out here in Milwaukee.
What an absolutely awesome tournament. Big congratulations to our champion, Will Kruger. You can just tell this meant a lot to him, and really awesome to immediately be calling out your teammate who also did well. And it's such a Magic player thing to say, God, maybe I should have just played Mono Green Landfall. You won the tournament, bro.
Shut up, Will.
You won the tournament. You shouldn't have done anything different. Do that. And yeah, really incredible stuff. So that's going to do it here for all of us here at Star City Games. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thank you so much. We would not be able to be doing this without everybody who loves competitive Magic. Big thanks to the Star City Games staff, all the judges who make this work, Jeremy Knoll, Brian, Gwen, our producing team that keep the lights on and make us all look good. Big shout out to Monty Davuti as well as Paul Cheon. And Jim, a big shout out to you. Thanks for being a great dance partner for this weekend. You got any last words here before we head out?
I want to fire up a DeLorean. I want to grab Will and his trophy. We'll leave his trophy here.
Okay.
And drive back 2 days and say, Will, are you really playing Landfall? Get the hell out of here. You're playing Lessons again. It's not what you should have played. You should have played Lessons. Fantastic job. Yeah. Very well done. Very well earned. Have fun at the World Championship.
Yeah, and you don't have to go back 2 days to stay in Wisconsin. You're stuck here for 2 days anyways. So that's going to do it here, everyone. We will see you for our next event here in a couple of weekends. We'll be heading to Richmond, Virginia for Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We really hope to see you there either in person, and if you can't make it, make sure to tune into the broadcast, as it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a great standard format. We'll see how Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles affects that. But once again, thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.